The episode opens with a guy named Shenyi. He is 23 years old this year and describes himself as an ordinary, freshly graduated nerd with an internship. He adds that it is called an internship, but it is more like a part-time job at a coffee shop. While walking on the street, he mutters that they make him stay late to clean up the place every time. He thinks he should have studied hard in school, believing that if he had a good job, he could have spent the money on yesterday's new gaming collection. As he stares up at a building, thinking about money, an escort girl approaches and tells him that he is finally back and that she has waited for him for a long time. Shenyi responds that she has the wrong guy. She tells him to quit playing and says she can give him a discount today. Impressed by her, he asks how much it would be if that is the case. She replies that it is only 300, either in cash or by transfer. He walks away, saying she really has got the wrong guy, and adds that if he had that kind of money, he would spend it on his video games. The girl wonders if she has mistaken him for someone else. He moves quickly, saying he should hurry home as his takeout is about to arrive. Then he hits a delivery boy, and they both stop each other. The delivery guy says the takeout is what he ordered. Shenyi looks at the parcel and says he ordered fried chicken. He goes upstairs, thinking that some people are born fat, some are born attractive. But as for him, after 20 years of evidence, he is easily mistaken for someone else. He tries to open a door that is stuck and tells it to stop being stuck every day and to open up. Then the bulb that is flickering suddenly goes off. He hears strange voices and wonders who it is, thinking he must be delusional. After hearing them more clearly, he freezes and wonders if he has run into a ghost. He recalls hearing that old houses like these are easily haunted. In a trembling voice, he says they might have got the wrong guy. In another world, an old man sits on his throne and says that the sacrifice must be presented for the magnificent Lord of Ashes. A girl is brought forward, pleading for her life. The old man then performs some kind of ritual for the Lord of Ashes and says that they will sacrifice the demon girl of flesh and blood. He casts a magical spell on her, commanding her to reveal her magnificent blood and make them fear her. Suddenly, he begins to tremble and asks whether the sacrificial ritual has worked, saying it has been hundreds of years. He then laughs and tells the Lord of Ashes that he has been summoned once again and commands him to arise. His worshippers also laugh and echo the word arise. The girl opens her eyes. The old man states that it is a living sacrifice this time and adds that they, being puny mortals, cannot stay and watch. He tells his fellow worshippers to leave with him. The girl begins calling the Lord of Ashes. Smoke starts to spread all around. She is about to faint and says she feels dizzy. Meanwhile, Shenyi appears there, coughing in the smoke and saying he is choking to death. He then notices the girl and wonders if she is the ghost. Upon closer inspection, he realizes she does not look like a ghost and thinks he should untie her. While untying her, he says that a pretty girl can't be that bad. He notices she is sweaty and wonders if she has a fever. He touches her face and asks if she is all right, telling her to wake up and asking if he should take her to the hospital. He says she looks kind of sick. Suddenly, the girl bows before him and calls him the Lord of Ashes. Shenyi tells her that she has got the wrong guy and says she might not believe it, but he is easily mistaken for someone else. She addresses him as the mighty Lord of Ashes and says his stunning body is as magnificent as described in the legends. She adds that, as a worshipper, she would never mistake him for someone else. Shenyi then wonders why it feels more complicated than a mistaken identity. He asks what she sees in him. She replies with the words mighty, magnificent, and the one who shall not be named. Shenyi wonders and asks her quietly if she is really sure it is him. She seems scared and then passes out. He questions whether she has fainted from fear or if she is a scammer. He then takes the coffee from his bag and pours it into a cup, saying that he should drink a cup of coffee to calm down. He feels thankful that he plays a lot of video games and reads a lot of comics, thinking that other people would have lost their minds in this situation. She then opens one eye and looks at him, and he realizes that she is faking it. Still, he thinks she might not be a scammer, maybe she truly believes he is some evil god. After all, he has traversed through a different universe, and being mistaken for an evil god seems understandable. He tells her not to be afraid and asks what her name is. She wonders how a mighty god is communicating with a mere mortal like her, the white-hazed villain, the destroyer of worlds, the Lord of Ashes, and tells him that her name is Aina. Shenyi thinks that it is such a long title and considers her a poser, but he also finds that Aina is an easy name to remember. He then offers her the coffee and tells her that she doesn't have to be afraid of him, saying that this is her coffee and asking if she wants to try it. She sees the coffee as boiling fire and wonders if this is how mighty gods take the lives of their sacrifices. She holds the cup with trembling hands and says that she is willing to sacrifice her life for him. He wonders why he would need her life, then asks Aina who she is and why she summoned him, telling her to be honest or else. She responds that she is the sacrificial lamb for his summoning, that she devotes her whole life to him, and that she wouldn't dare lie to him. He repeats the word sacrifice, and she says that it is an occult term. She explains that there is a mysterious cult here, and they sacrificed a living person to summon an evil god, the Lord of Ashes. Shenyi says that they somehow summoned him instead and concludes that this must be what happened. He then notices something and wonders if the summoning is already over. He tells Aina to heed his order and commands her to live happily, then vanishes. The voices to cult members say to take her away and tell her to pay them back in return. They say again to take her away, stating that she will be used as a sacrifice. They say she is destined for this sacrificial ritual, and that, as a sacrifice, she should be honored. She then cries and says that she will live happily and will pass on his mighty will and purpose for generations to come. Aina wonders why this is her reward. She thinks that the Chaos cult has always worshipped and served the Lord of Ashes, but in thousands of years, he has rarely blessed them with his arrival. She questions if it is because the mighty Lord of Ashes likes young girls. She shakes her head and says she is just a mortal and doesn't know the thoughts of a mighty god. She then grabs the cup of blood and walks through the rain, which evaporates with her fire shield. She notices the rain evaporating and believes it is the power of the mighty Lord of Ashes, thinking that even the terrors of nature are no match for him. She remembers growing up in an orphanage and not having the right to go out alone, and this is her first time walking alone in a big city. She thinks this must be the real reward from the mighty Lord of Ashes. She walks through Buranda, the capital of Nolan, and believes it is the best city in the world. She then notices a building and wonders what the place is, feeling like it is special. But she reminds herself that the most important thing is to hurry back to the church. Meanwhile, Shenyi teleports into a cafe and wonders where he is before fainting. The next day, he wakes up and realizes he passed out for the entire night. He sits up, observes the surroundings, and thinks that it looks like a coffee shop. He questions why he feels like he isn't back on Earth and believes he is still in that world with the creepy church. He sees the photos in the store and wonders who the owner is. A girl arrives and orders one iced latte. He continues wondering why the shop owner has hung a photo of himself in the store and thinks he must be weird. He suspects he's been mistaken for someone else again. He tells himself that he doesn't know where he is anyway and decides to help out while waiting for the shop owner to return. He thinks maybe the owner will hire him as an employee. Another girl arrives and asks for an iced Americano. Late at night, while doing the dishes, he wonders how unpredictable life is. He questions how he has traversed through a different universe when he is just an ordinary worker. He repeats the thought again, still unable to understand it. He notices that the shop is doing quite well, then wonders why the owner hasn't returned yet. He thinks that if he leaves now, it would mean he worked for free. He decides not to leave. Since there is a bed and food inside the room, he considers it his pay for the day. Meanwhile, the Chaos cult members take Aina to Dr. Nuo-en's home and knock on the door. Nuo-en cracks the door open and asks if this is the one for the surgery. He sees Aina and wonders about the little girl. The doctor tells them to bring her, saying there's an operating room in the basement where they will hold the transformative operation. She wonders what a transformative operation is. He leads them there and says this is the place. It's just them. He asks for the blood of fire. The cult leader hands it to him and says he'll be surprised they have never received a blessing like this before. Dr. Nuo-en smirks and tells Aina to take off her raincoat and lie down on the operating table. As she does, he binds her arms. He rips her clothes from her arm and says he will inject her with some sedatives first. As he does so, he adds that they will begin the transformation after the sedatives take effect. He opens the box of blood and silently wonders about the sacrifice, unable to believe how successful it is this time. He questions whether it is because the Lord of Ashes prefers silver-haired girls with red eyes. Then he thinks about why the Lord doesn't like blonde girls with blue eyes. He pauses and considers the possibility that the Lord of Ashes may simply like young girls. If that's the case, he thinks he will follow the High Priest's demands. Nuo-en tells Aina that she should be the Shrine Maiden. He explains that being a Shrine Maiden doesn't mean taking care of a shrine. It's just a term used in their cult. Every cult has a different way of choosing one. In the Chaos cult, a Shrine Maiden is created by ingesting the blood of fire, and the chosen one is transformed to gain supernatural powers. He says that technically, the transformative operation can be performed at the church, but she is here instead because the cult's investors are in the building. They want to witness the blood of fire. He continues, saying that the mortal body is weak, dull, destined to grow old and die, and it disgusts him. Everyone in the cult wants to be a Shrine Maiden. She is lucky. He says she will surpass the human race faster than any of them. She will be the first Shrine Maiden. That, he says, is all she needs to know. He then says they should begin and inject the blood into her body. She immediately feels a surge of pain. Her body reacts for a while, then relaxes, and then passes out. Dr. Nuo-en looks at her and says they have failed. It seems she is not the chosen one after all silver-haired girls with red eyes are not as special as they believed. She begins murmuring, saying that she has to live for the Lord of Ashes. Meanwhile, in the cafe, she sits on the bed, thinking that maybe he will run into that young girl again if he stays. He doesn't want to be involved with any cults. Judging by the way she was tied up, he suspects something dark is going on. Suddenly, the ground begins to rumble. He wonders if it's an earthquake. Then he hears the summoning voices again and questions whether it's a new summoning spell. Shenyi wonders if there will be a girl this time. He sets his hair and gets ready to be teleported, but then realizes it has stopped. He feels a strange heat in his heart and wonders what is happening. He questions if it is that pretentious lord of something again, and if he wants revenge now. He then realizes the warmth in his chest has transferred to his hand, and he feels as if he can summon fire. Thinking that no one is watching anyway, he decides to try it. He starts casting the spell and summons fire, which bursts out. He mutters not to burn the house down and tries to control the fire, realizing it works. He summons fire again and controls it once more. He gulps at the situation and wonders if he can control the shape of the fire. He starts forming some shapes with it and realizes it turns out well. The fire looks cool, but he does not feel any heat. Seeing many books around, he thinks no one will notice if he burns one a little and puts it back. He flicks the fire with his finger to burn a book, but it does not work at all. He tries to turn the heat up, then tosses the book away and complains about what kind of lousy fire it is since it cannot even burn a book. He considers it a waste of time. Meanwhile, Dr. Nguyen comes out of the room and says it is not as easy as he thought. He suggests trying a blonde guy next time and says they will deal with the girl later. Aina comes out and tells the doctor that she made it. The doctor wonders if it actually worked and notes that she is still alive, which means they succeeded. Aina wonders if her chance of survival was really that low. She thinks she must be alive because of the mighty Lord of Ashes and believes she was born to serve him. She instructs the high priest to prepare for the next ritual. Shen Yi is preparing coffee for himself and mutters that it's time to show them what is good. He thinks that it has been a month since he was transported here. The owner never came back, and he hasn't been anywhere except this coffee shop. It isn't his coffee shop, but he is considered the temporary owner now. He admits to himself that being the owner feels good, but after a month of calm reflection and analysis, he realizes he wants to go home badly. The ground starts rumbling again, and he hears voices casting magic spells, which then stop. He wonders if that is it. He closes the shop, saying it's time to sleep. Lying on his bed, he says he has been hearing summons over the past month. He believes there are probably 7 types of summoning spells and thinks that he can't go on like this. He remembers that the last time he was summoned, he only saw a young girl. He fears that if he runs into a group of cultists next time and they find out he is a fraud, he will be doomed. He has heard that there is a high-ranking college called Biden Empire Academy. Since it's a college, he assumes there must be plenty of secret information there. Then, another summoning begins. He says that here it goes again and recognizes the spell it is from the cult of that young girl, and then teleports. 10 minutes earlier, the Chaos cult was about to perform the next ritual when the high priest announced that the items were ready and instructed them to begin. They start casting the spells. He doubts that the Lord of Ashes will appear so easily. The high priest believes it is all for show, just to impress wealthy people so they will fund the cult. He remembers that Aina claimed the Lord of Ashes appeared, but it was only her words, and thinks that the arrival of gods is usually accompanied by natural disasters, and from his last check, no major disasters occurred. Aina says that the item that arrived today must be the relic mentioned by the high priest. She says most relics possess magical powers, and demon patrols forbid mortals from touching them. Most of them are sealed. She reminds the doctor that only investors can provide sacrificial items like this. The high priest says they will sacrifice the relic to the mighty Lord of Ashes and cast again, invoking the destroyer of worlds to reveal his magnificent body. The candles blow out, and he notices the strange silence. He wonders why he can't hear the rain outside and suspects it might be because the Lord of Ashes has only appeared twice in 1,000 years. He still doubts that a second summoning could happen in such a short time. Aina then points upward and says that the Lord of Ashes has arrived. The followers observe in awe, realizing that a god is present. Aina steps forward and says that they have met again, calling him the Lord of Ashes. The high priest pleads with the Lord of Ashes to calm down and forgive them for the disturbance. Meanwhile, Shen Yi, hiding behind a statue, thinks to himself that he is not angry at all, but he does feel a bit awkward. He wonders why he was summoned this time when nothing had happened during the previous attempts. He begins to worry if he is about to blow his cover so soon. Noticing Aina, he recognizes her as the girl from the last time. He thinks that she looks good in this very cult-like outfit and figures it must be God's will working. He tells himself that he is amazing. The high priest watches closely, assuming the Lord of Ashes is speaking, but admits inwardly that he couldn't catch it because the voice is too quiet. Shen Yi quickly speaks aloud, accusing the high priest of daring not to respond to the Lord of Ashes and warning that he will be punished. The high priest panics, thinking this is the first time in hundreds of years that he has witnessed a god. He fears that he might die immediately and decides he must hurry and appease the Lord of Ashes with sacrificial items. Wanting to shift the atmosphere, he changes the topic. Everyone bows, and the high priest offers a rare treasure, the ever-changing mask, as a sacrifice. Shen Yi hears the loud declaration and assumes the man must be the high priest. He judges that this is someone he should not mess with or get too close to. He tells himself that he'll be doomed if they find out he's not actually the Lord of Ashes. But then he notices the high priest crying from the emotion of it all and sees how fanatical the man is. Shen Yi wonders why the priest doesn't say anything if he suspects the truth. The high priest believes the Lord of Ashes must be angry and is afraid that punishment is coming. After all, he has finally met the god of his religion. Shenyi calms himself and realizes that they don't seem to notice anything is wrong. He announces that he accepts their sacrifice, calling them weak mortal imbeciles. When he sees the mask levitating, he thinks it's too dangerous to retrieve, but he grabs it anyway and repeats that he has accepted their sacrifice. A follower of the high priest watches and wonders if the priest is shaking, concluding that he must be the most loyal believer. The high priest cries and says that he has survived, but then wonders why the Lord of Ashes hasn't left yet. He suspects the god is thinking about something and concludes that the Lord only appears once in a few thousand years or when something major is about to happen. He believes the god must want something powerful enough to make him pause. He considers whether the god is planning to overturn the world and decides to ask for guidance. The high priest humbly requests godly orders, promising they will ensure the world turns according to his will. Aina then steps forward and tells the Lord of Ashes that these people are not his faithful worshippers, they are frauds. She says they only approached him for their own benefit and went against his will. The high priest snaps at her to shut up, asking if she even knows what she is talking about, and reminds her that she's just an orphan who knows nothing. Shenyi then speaks as the Lord of Ashes, saying that the high priest disavowed his will and deserves what's coming. Shenyi internally reflects that God's will does not seem to be working out well, as Aina is still being mistreated. He gathers fire in his hand and declares that she must stay alive. It is her destiny to accept a great cause. He then addresses the high priest directly, saying he shall not offend her. The high priest sees the huge flame and tries to brush it off, saying it was just an illusion. Shenyi demands to know if he heard what was said. The high priest quickly declares that he is the Lord's humble servant and will obey his will. As the fire begins to fade, Shenyi announces that he is returning to another dimension and tells them not to bother with sacrifices if they don't need him. Aina quietly reflects that the Lord of Ashes is not an evil god. Aina says that must be it natural disasters occur when he appears, but only because the world can't handle his existence. He is not evil. Then the rain starts. The high priest says he can hear the rain outside and that the Lord of Ashes is gone. The believers begin to act strangely with visible relief. Dr. Nuo-en arrives and asks the high priest what is going on and what just happened to them, questioning why everyone is acting insane. The high priest says they need to hurry and leave, as the Anti-Magic Bureau will be arriving soon because of the recent commotion. Nuo-en says there are only a few investors present, but the few maniacal elites among them will be very troublesome. He grabs the high priest and yells at him, demanding an explanation. The high priest, frustrated, tells the doctor to kneel. Nuo-en becomes troubled and wonders if he has gone crazy. He can't believe he just grabbed the high priest, knowing his danger level is disastrous. The high priest then says he needs to tell the doctor and everyone in the cult something very important. He says it is about a girl and calls Aina over. As she comes and sits close to him, the high priest says that Aina is favored by their god. He declares that from now on, everyone in the cult must show her respect. From this day onward, he will guide them himself. He says they will carry out an important mission for the mighty Lord of Ashes, overturn the old world, and lead mankind into the new. Aina says she doesn't need his guidance. She repeats that she doesn't need his guidance. A week later, a customer is sitting in Shenyi's cafe, muttering that he can sense the Lord of Ashes there. It feels hot, twisted, heavy, and suffocating. He sees Shenyi and notes that this is some youngster, the owner of the coffee shop, and wonders who he is. Shenyi greets him and asks if he can get him something to drink. The customer hesitantly orders a black coffee. As Shenyi walks away, the customer notices that the descendants of the Lord of Ashes also carry the heavy scent and questions who Shenyi is, and whether he is there to stop him. While making the coffee, Shenyi mutters that he finally has customers, that business has been awful recently, and he is just about sleeping in the streets. He thinks that although he is the Lord of Ashes, he cannot afford to pay his bills and will soon be forced to sleep outside and starve. He wonders how the cultists will feel about that. He then brings the coffee to the customer, who notices that the scent is now gone and wonders if Shenyi was not the one emitting it. The customer takes the coffee and drinks it in one go. Shenyi asks if it is not burning hot. The customer says that it really is coffee and not a potion. Shenyi then notices a jar full of paper cranes and asks what they are. The customer says that his daughter made them, and he once told her to make a paper crane whenever she had a wish and place it in the glass jar. He explains that they had a deal whenever he had free time. He would pick out a crane and fulfill her wishes one by one. But he no longer has the chance to do so, and the jar is what his daughter left behind after she died. He shares that a few years ago, someone told him to bury the jar so he wouldn't be reminded of her constantly, but he misses her regardless, so he dug it out. Shenyi consoles him, saying it is better to let things go. He says he understands how it feels to lose someone you love and often loses sleep as well, but he believes they can't live in the past, or else they will end up hurting themselves, and their loved ones wouldn't want to see that. The customer replies that some things are not meant to be forgotten, and that he will always remember his daughter until death stops him from missing her. He mutters that no matter who Shenyi is, whether a wizard, a cultist, or an anti-magic bureau investigator, the only way to stop him is to kill him. Shenyi says that everyone has different opinions and apologizes for offending him. The customer thinks that Shenyi does not seem to be planning to stop him. He then says that maybe they are fated to meet and introduces himself as Baron Harriet. Shenyi introduces himself as well and tells him to please come again. As Baron steps outside the cafe, he mutters that Shen is his surname and wonders if it is an ancestral name or if he is from a faraway country. Shenyi then stops him and says he has not paid for the coffee yet. Baron pays him, and Shenyi asks him to please come back and see him again. Baron wonders if Shenyi just wants to collect the money, and not because of who he is. He brushes it off, thinking that at least this mysterious man is not a foe. Baron then thinks that he has to find the god beyond this dimension, and he has to kill the descendant of the Lord of Ashes to use that death as a sacrifice. He decides that tonight, he is going to break the wizard's taboo and summon the indecipherable god, all to resurrect his precious daughter. Shenyi reads a book. From page 223 onwards, it describes that the Lord of Ashes has the body of a huge python. The flames form the shapes of his wings, and they are endlessly burning the worshippers. His sexuality is asexual, and he provides food as a reward to his faithful followers. The Lord of Ashes represents midnight. The number that represents him is 0. He is known as the god beyond this dimension, one who remains in deep slumber compared to other gods. He is not very interested in the mortal world. Shenyi thinks that if he had read this before, he would have believed it was just a setting from a comic or a novel. The book contains limited information on the Lord of Ashes, and he doesn't quite understand it. He decides to read the other book. He then starts repeating the rituals written in it. Suddenly, he pauses and says he seems to recall a ritual that mentioned a lot of names. Before the time of his transmigration, he encountered all sorts of unlucky incidents in life and at work. He was also unlucky in video games. His luck sucked. Because of that, he suddenly had an inclusive idea. He felt like he should mimic the main character of a novel to perform a lucky ritual. He went back home to retrieve that old book that had been passed down for generations. He did not know what it was about, but he did not care. Then he started to perform the rituals as instructed inside. The ritual was not complicated. He placed rows of bright yellow papers on the sides of a table. Then write down one's own name on one of the papers. Write the names provided in the book on the papers. Then turn the table a few times and chant the spell in the book. After the spell is recited, remove the paper with one's name on it. Finally, remove the other papers at the same time on the next day. He waited all night in the storeroom, but nothing happened. Shenyi begins to think that the transmigration might be related to the ritual and the names he saw. A sense of looming danger settles over him. He flicks the fire with his finger and wonders if he can pull anyone using the flames. His ability to control them has improved after the second summoning, but they still aren't fatal, only useful for bluffing. He questions why he still feels so weak, even after transmigrating. All he has is the power to scare people and a lousy mask. The high priest described it as powerful, but to Shenyi, it seems ordinary. He wonders if he's using it incorrectly. He puts the mask on, trying to transform, but nothing happens. He removes it and throws it beneath him, where it starts to melt. He watches as it submerges into the shadows and suddenly understands. He searches for a mirror and finds one. If his theory is right, the mask merging into the shadows should allow him to change his appearance. Sitting in front of the mirror, he puts the mask on again, and it submerges into the form of his customer, Baron. He sees it worked. He looks exactly like him, down to the natural facial expressions. He wonders if he can also change his body and clothes. He feels like he's fulfilled his low-level cosplay dream. Then the summoning spell begins. He hears it and recognizes parts of it, though this one feels different. He starts to wonder if a god can have multiple types of summoning spells, each indescribable in its own way. Meanwhile, Baron continues the ritual, hoping the god will appear. He pleads for the only desire in the depths of his heart. It's April 30 Walpurgis Night, the legendary night of the witches. He has waited months for this day. The spell, passed down since ancient times, is said to summon one of the eldritch gods. This god existed before mankind, seems to know and see all, and is considered invincible. He can give humans knowledge if given enough sacrifices. He can bring joy and hope, but also pain and despair. He can never bring happiness. Baron says he doesn't care if he's crucified, he just wants to resurrect his daughter. As strange spells appear before him, Baron looks at them and wonders if the god is asking him about his appearance. He says the god has always appeared as an endless white haze, and no one knows why. Shenyi appears at the scene, muttering that he subconsciously transformed into the customer he met that morning. He notes the coincidence. The man doesn't look like a sacrifice, he must be the one who started the summoning ritual. Shenyi says that for generations, researchers called the god the Haze of the White Shore, but names and titles are meaningless to such a being. Baron responds that he understands. Humans only see what they project onto the god. Shenyi agrees with him. Baron says he believes he passed the test and has appeased the god with the sacrifice. He pleads for his wish to be fulfilled for his daughter to be resurrected. He presents the flaming seed of chaos. Shenyi wonders that, from what he can tell in the morning, this Baron guy does not seem like an evil person. But he thinks it is too dangerous to be honest, so he should keep pretending until the summons ends. He finds Baron considerate and thanks God that he does not have to drag the dead body himself. A massive dead body vanishes into thin air like it is consumed, and nothing is left. He realizes the power of a god is immeasurable. Baron then asks for help to resurrect his daughter. Shenyi, as expected, says that he does not know who Baron is, but he can feel that the man loves his daughter very much. He apologizes and says he does not have the ability to resurrect her. He notes that there are 8 types of nature in the world. The Lord of Ashes has the nature of tragedy. As the haze of the White Shore, Shenyi thinks he should reward Baron with knowledge, but he questions what knowledge he can give him. He reads in the box that the knowledge provided by the haze of the White Shore cannot be comprehended by humans. He decides he needs to give something out of this world, deep and classy. If Baron does not understand the secret power that can resurrect his daughter, he will just say Baron is not wise enough to understand. Baron wonders why there is no response and whether the sacrificial offering is not enough. Shenyi then declares that he will fulfill Baron's wish and pass on the forbidden knowledge to him. He says that in the northern darkness, there is a fish named Kun. Kun is so big that no one knows how many thousands of miles long he is. He changes into a bird named Peng. Peng's back is also thousands of miles long. Shenyi explains that this is a transcending bond, that the soul and body are not the same, and the only way to let the soul be rid of all bonds is to step away from the material, physical, and common aspects of the world. He says transcending bounds is forbidden knowledge, and its ultimate goal is not resurrection. Instead, those who understand it will get what mortals always wished for: an eternal soul. He warns that if this information spreads, it will not just cause wars, it may turn the world on its head. With that, Shenyi starts fading away and wonders if it is finally over. He thanks God he studied hard back then. Meanwhile, Baron stands there and thinks that transcending bounds will definitely change the world. He considers it an unimaginably cursed bit of karma and cannot believe he made it appear in this world. He thinks perhaps this is Shenyi's deeper purpose. He did not teach the knowledge of resurrection, but passed on a higher tier of knowledge instead. Shenyi then teleports back to his room and says he is not a beginner like before. He remembers it was 11 before the summons and thinks the book was right. He confirms that the haze of the White Shore is a god from another dimension who represents the 11th hour. He notes that the Lord of Ashes was not summoned this time. It was the haze of the White Shore instead. He wonders whether there will be other summons in the future. He notes the location was at an old castle. Looking at his phone, he says the summoner was Baron, and the goal was to resurrect his daughter. He says he has a photo, but does not know the exact location, so it is useless at the moment. He admits he risked being found out in order to take the photo and thinks maybe he can use it in the future. He regrets not taking any photos during the 2 previous summons. Lastly, he decides to see if he gained any new powers this time. He tries to gain his power, but after struggling, he realizes that he has not gained any new power since the flames are not upgraded. He notes that the mask works very well as a disguise. Holding the seed, he says that Baron is so considerate, he knows that he cannot carry a huge object. He thinks he cannot drag dead bodies around as a god from another dimension. He finds the lizard scary, but if he wants to know more about that unknown field, he believes the seed may be useful. He puts the seed in a box and keeps it in the drawer. At night, while he is sleeping, the seed comes out of the box and transforms into a lizard. It comes near him and tries to wake him up, but he does not respond. The lizard, scared from his snoring, then goes outside, wanders around, and transforms into a cat. However, George, one of the 7 grade A investigators in Nolan, was recognized as someone capable of handling a crisis on his own. He was admired by the new recruits of the Anti-Magic Bureau, who secretly referred to him as the legendary investigator, the strange killer, the undead raven. On a rainy day, George was walking while carrying his umbrella and speaking to someone through an earpiece. He seriously asked the person to get to the point. The person responded with an apology, saying he had been too excited, and then explained that he was just a human. He only had one heart, and he was a regular person. Someone had seen the kid holding a strange chalice and staying in the area, but based on the investigation, the shop owner appeared to be clean and completely ordinary. Though the owner was annoyingly good-looking, George still had to investigate him in accordance with the standard procedures of the Anti-Magic Bureau. George closed his umbrella and stood outside the shop, responding that he understood. He then thought to himself that the matter was quite serious and that the entire case was extremely confidential. On the other side, a girl whose face was not visible due to the faint colorless light in the room was lying on her bed at night, illuminated by a bright light. She had been looking at someone whose reflection was visible in that bright light, while she shouted that an evil god had appeared and that the evil god had arrived in Nolan. George smiled and wondered what could be worse than the appearance of an evil god, since the worst possible outcome would be the destruction of all humans. He took out a picture from his coat pocket and, looking at it, said it was a shame because if it were less blurry, he might be able to see the face in the picture. However, the picture was of a girl with long gray hair, and she was standing with her back turned in the image, so her face was not visible. After this, he went to Shen's coffee shop and asked for a cup of latte. Shen, who was cleaning the counter, responded that it would be ready shortly and asked him to take a seat. George turned his eyes toward Shen and observed that he truly appeared to be an ordinary person who had never experienced anything supernatural, concluding that there was not much to investigate and that it was another useless case. Shen brought the cup of latte to George and, while presenting it, said it was ready and wished him to enjoy it. George sat there and asked politely if Shen had seen anything strange in the area recently. Shen, shocked and sweating, asked if he meant things that were out of the ordinary or unbelievable. Sensing that something was not right, Shen then closed his eyes and said that the weather had been bad lately, so there had been few guests visiting his coffee shop. He wondered internally whether he might have revealed too much and reminded himself to stay calm and avoid exposing his identity. George responded that he understood and thanked him. At 2 p.m., George finished his coffee and got up to leave. Shen, standing behind the counter and using his phone, told him to take care. George responded with thanks, saying the coffee was delicious. As George left and the door clicked shut, Shen turned to look, then placed his hands on the counter and smiled, thinking that George really did seem like an ordinary guy, that he was probably overthinking it, although George still looked very intimidating. Suddenly, Shen's fingers twitched, and he pressed his brows together, saying he felt a chill inside him, and it seemed that new powers took time to awaken. He then looked at his still-on phone and stated that powers did not activate immediately after the summoning. He groaned and extended his hand, but then he started sweating and pouting as he asked himself why he could not fire it out. However, he could still feel the power and move it within his body. However, Shen's body turned into haze, and as the haze passed over the shelves, he was surprised and exclaimed internally that his body had transformed into vapor. He then realized that he could move his body in a vapor state. Suddenly, he reverted back into his human form and stepped onto the floor. He remarked with surprise that it had lasted around 10 seconds and considered it more useful than the flames, at least for the purpose of escaping. Meanwhile, the door made a clacking sound, and George stood there, stepping inside. Shen, now in a normal state, turned and asked why George had returned, while his body was still glowing with a flaming hue. He then thought to himself that it had been close, and he would have been exposed if George had entered just a moment earlier. George responded that he had detected the scent of an evil god and could feel it clearly even from far away, describing it as an unimaginably horrifying power. Looking at Shen, George thought that he might have misjudged him. Suddenly, he felt the flaming aura releasing from Shen's body, and with nerves tightening and sweat forming profusely, he questioned why he had come back, finding the sensation far more intimidating than it was outside. Gritting his teeth and clenching his hand, he noted that the intense scent of an evil god now surrounded the coffee shop, making him feel like a small boat in a wavy ocean. In an attempt to maintain a sense of normalcy, Shen asked if George would like another cup of coffee. George smiled and politely replied that he would like a cup of latte, to which Shen agreed and asked him to hold on. While beginning to make the coffee, Shen said that he thought he had run out of ingredients and would go check in the back. After this, he entered the back room, and after the door clacked shut, he angrily questioned whether George had noticed anything. Nervously and with confusion, he asked himself whether he should confess or deny it, unsure about the consequences of being honest in this situation. However, clutching his head, he told himself that he had to think of a way to deceive George. Meanwhile, in the shop, George, still sweating heavily, was convinced that Shen had not left just because of missing ingredients. He questioned why Shen would suddenly emit such a strong godly scent without reason, believing that Shen had intentionally wanted him to return. Turning his eyes to the counter, he then saw Shen's mobile phone lying there, moved ahead to pick it up, and concluded that Shen must have wanted him to see something. He unlocked the phone and started browsing through the gallery, where he found numerous pictures of cats. While scrolling through the photos, he commented to himself with confusion that Shen clearly liked cats a lot. Then, while continuing to scroll, he suddenly noticed an image of a strange hidden location containing a spell circle. Looking at it with surprise, he recognized that he could only see a part of it, but it was undoubtedly a summoning spell, and he resolved to find out what message Shen was trying to convey. Shen, carrying the pack of ingredients, came out from the back room of the cafe, announcing that he had brought the ingredients and asked George to wait for a while. But when he looked around, he realized George had already left. Seeing this, Shen wondered where he had gone. He then noticed his mobile phone lying on the counter and questioned whether George had left in a hurry. Meanwhile, in the dark dimension shown in the image George had seen on Shen's phone, where the spell circle had been located, the door creaked as George stood in the doorway of the dimensional room, stating that it was really there. Looking ahead, he remarked that the leftover scent of a god from another dimension was very strong. Smoky light spread through the dark room as George stared toward a giant lizard monster standing within the haze, its glowing eyes fixed on him, while he remained silent. Holding his umbrella and watching the monster, he thought that the scent did not belong to the Lord of Ashes and wondered what the creature was doing there. The lizard monster quickly charged toward him, and George shouted the seed of chaos as he jumped into the air. The monster crashed into the wall, causing it to explode. George landed on a shattered piece of wall that fell onto the monster's body, tapped his foot, and leapt into the air once again, turning backward and downward, announcing requisition and concession. The third blade. As the third blade appeared in his hand, he hurled it toward the lizard monster, stating that although the creature might be ranked on the second tier of the danger scale abnormal, twisted, disastrous, and untouchable, this attack should be enough to defeat it. The lizard monster, standing in the smoke, turned around and saw the blade falling from above. It looked up in fear. George landed on the ground while the creature screamed in pain behind him. He closed his eyes and urged them to watch its head. The blade had pierced the monster's skull. George stood up, opened his eyes, and once again summoned the blade by reciting requisition and concession. Seeing this, the injured monster grew terrified and ran away through the broken wall. George thought it was useless because the creature would continue to be targeted as long as it remained in this dimension. He stood with his back to the wall and threw his blade. The blade vanished, and moments later, the roaring sound of impact echoed from outside, where the lizard monster fled across the ground at high speed in the pouring rain. George repeated the incantation requisition and concession, and another blade appeared, which he launched at high speed to strike the monster. He repeated the chant again, summoning another blade and shooting it into the air to pursue the creature. Once more, he repeated the process, summoning and launching blade after blade, until finally one appeared in his hand again. George remarked to himself that it was incredibly difficult to deal with the creature, and noted that he had already used up 2 fingers, 2 toes, and half of his face. He questioned whether 5 attacks were still not enough to kill it. Standing in the heavy rain, he admitted that no matter how many times he attacked it that way, he could not seem to kill the monster. His attacks were too weak, and he believed a sorcerer would have a better chance of defeating it. He opened his umbrella and, walking forward from the broken wall, wondered how that barren guy was doing. He then touched his earpiece and reflected on the seed of chaos, recalling that it was one of the Lord of Ashes' descendants. The leftover scent from the summoning appeared to originate from the haze of the White Shore, and it seemed that many different characters were involved in this performance named Miranda. Speaking to someone through the earpiece, he informed them that he would write a detailed report and pass it to the authorities of the Anti-Magic Bureau, expressing concern that the danger tier of that individual should temporarily be classified as untouchable. 2 months later, under heavy rain, a flame soared through the sky, passing over rooftops, through a window, and into the Muscle Men coffee shop. Inside, Shen caught the flame in his hand, closed his eyes, and stood still, noting that the maximum distance was around 985 feet. He could sense the voices and appearances of passers-by through the flame, forming a vivid moving image in his mind. Opening his eyes, he announced what was next. He raised his right hand and spoke loudly toward the counter. Before touching it, his hand transformed into smoke. Shen acknowledged that he could not merely shift into haze, and that instant vaporization was necessary for success. He touched his chin and shook his right arm, which had turned to smoke, lamenting that his body could not expand or contract in haze form. Still, only his right arm had managed to transform. He sizzled the flame in his left hand and observed that one power was for attack and the other for transformation, noting that the 2 abilities were entirely different. He concluded that this was all for today's training. After some time, while lying in bed, Shen suddenly realized that George had not visited the coffee shop for several days and that business had been bad lately. He continued waiting for George to show up so he could earn some revenue. Reflecting, he thought about the stories he had told George about his world and noted that George always looked as if he were deeply contemplating them, which made it clear that he had listened intently. Shen thought it was a good thing that he had made another supernatural friend in this world. He then considered the possibility that if his identity were ever exposed and he ended up being hunted, George might help him. He tightly closed his eyes and hoped that would be the case. Suddenly, many tunnels surrounded by flaming lights emerged and thudded against the ground. Shen stood watching them and wondered if it was a dream and whether everything was made from ashes, questioning if this place was the lair of the Lord of Ashes. Turning around, he found Aina standing behind him. He walked to her, stood behind her, and looking at her, wondered if she appeared to be the one dreaming instead of him. With an evil thought, he considered that if she was the one dreaming, he could do anything he wanted. He then kneaded her cheeks, and they both stood gazing at the tunnels. Shen remarked that the dream likely would not last much longer, noting that he had only dreamed of this place once in 2 whole months. He wondered what the conditions were for activating such a dream and decided he should wake up first. After this, he touched Aina's head and said farewell to her, and then they both disappeared. Meanwhile, at Aina's home, she was sleeping in her bed and suddenly awoke in fear, calling out the name of the Lord of Ashes. She recalled that she had attempted an astral projection spell before falling asleep and had tried to reach out to the Lord of Ashes. Believing she had succeeded, she closed one eye and shifted the other to look behind her body. Feeling intense heat, she wondered why her body was so hot. Turning her back, she discovered a mark from the Lord of Ashes and was shocked upon seeing it. However, in the heavy rain, someone wearing a black hooded robe was walking. While inside the cafe, Shen was pacing in confusion and muttering to himself that although they had never spoken, he had met this girl 3 times already, though their encounters had been quite strange. Outside the cafe, the person in the hooded robe stood silently and stated that it was time to go in. Meanwhile, Shen, still speaking to himself cheerfully, said it was honestly better than meeting in person, and was grateful that Aina and the cultists did not know where he lived. Otherwise his life would become unbearably complicated. At that moment, the cafe door creaked open, and the person in the hooded robe, revealed to be Aina, entered and walked inside while Shen, busy with his work, welcomed her without looking. She turned toward the sound of his voice, and when Shen realized it was Aina, he was shocked and began to worry, thinking that it was not good since he had left the shadow mask in the drawer in the back room. Facing away from her, he nervously asked what she would like to drink, while Aina removed her wet hood and asked, somewhat surprised, if he was offering her something to drink. Shen, gritting his teeth, wondered how she had found out where he lived and how she had tracked him down. They had not spoken, so it made no sense to him. He suspected that the cultists might possess some supernatural method such as a prophecy or prediction. He knew he had to come up with a way to deceive her, and still facing away from her, he asked if she had finally arrived. Smirking to himself, he thought that since he had appeared twice before her as a god, she must be overwhelmed to see the deity from another dimension in whom she believed. As she stood behind him, confused, she asked who he was. Shen turned and, pretending to be surprised she had found the place, demanded to know what brought her there this time. But then he fell nervously silent when Aina simply responded that she did not need anything. Touching his chin thoughtfully, Shen concluded she did not appear threatening and felt grateful that he had saved her twice. He asked if she must be tired and suggested she try a cup of coffee, offering to prepare whatever she liked. She admitted that she did not know much about coffee, and upon hearing that, he gently recommended the vanilla latte, saying it suited someone her age. She accepted the suggestion. As she turned away, she thought to herself that something strange was going on, wondering who this odd adult was and whether he actually knew her. Shen, smiling, observed that she seemed still dazed from unexpectedly seeing her god. Aina sat on a chair and wondered why the hot, twisted, and heavy scent of the Lord of Ashes lingered throughout the cafe. She became increasingly irritated, questioning who the man really was. Shen then returned with the vanilla latte, placed it on the table before her, and politely remarked that she must be curious why he was there. She looked at him with surprise and confusion, then said she could sense the presence of the mighty Lord of Ashes in this place. Hearing this, Shen's eyes went blank, then rolled, and he smirked, thinking that she still had not recognized him. He admitted inwardly that he did indeed carry the scent and had no idea how to remove it, which meant he would have to continue pretending. Closing his eyes with resignation, he said to himself that he could not claim to be the Lord of Ashes directly, especially while working in a coffee shop every day, as it was impossible to constantly maintain divine behavior and speech. However, since she seemed uncertain of his identity, he decided he could pose as a divine messenger who conveyed the will of the god. Aina, sipping the latte, blushed and licked her lips, commenting that it was sweet and cold. Shen tossed a towel over her head and told her to dry her wet hair. As he stood with his back to her and prepared more coffee, he declared that the Lord of Ashes saw all. Just then, the door creaked again, and George entered the cafe with his clothes soaked in blood. Shen was taken aback and began sweating profusely, wondering if George had just walked in after surviving a battle. Then it hit him Aina was still inside. He panicked, realizing he had to prevent them from seeing each other. Still sweating, he pointed toward another room and welcomed George with a strained smile, asking him to take a seat over there. George, surprised, thought that it was remarkable Shen had been expecting him and had even prepared a spot for them to talk. He agreed and followed the instruction to go inside. George sat on the sofa, and Shen sat across from him on a chair. George mentioned that he believed Shen already knew he was an investigator from the Anti-Magic Bureau. Although the higher-ups claimed that investigators were defenders of human civilization, George admitted that he knew they were merely fodder sent to the front lines. Shen replied that it must be difficult, and then, glancing toward Aina, noticed she was drying her hair with the towel, her face completely covered. He silently thanked the heavens that George had not noticed her, likely assuming she was just a random customer escaping the rain. George then explained that he had come to ask a favor. Shen smiled politely and said he would make a cup of coffee first, and they could discuss the matter afterward. George wondered if having coffee was some kind of ritual in this place, but responded that he appreciated it. Shen left the room, closed the door behind him, and smiled while watching through the crack, remarking that George still needed to pay for it. After closing the door, Shen leaned against it and muttered to himself that what a coincidence it was, realizing that he needed to get one person out of there. He silently approached Aina from behind and in a quiet voice asked if she was there because of the cult. Aina's expression turned blank as she sensed the mark on her back heating up. Looking at Shen, she explained that the cult was currently facing a crisis and was being hunted by an operation called Hush Strike. She stated her intention to summon the Lord of Ashes again. Shen asked her about Hush Strike, then assured her that she should trust the Lord of Ashes to take care of everything. He moved quickly, positioning himself in front of her before the table, raised his hand dramatically, and proclaimed in a loud voice that she must not be afraid and should trust in the power of the Lord of Ashes, for the time of flourishing was near. Aina pressed her lips together and broke into a sweat, replying hesitantly that she did not understand it fully, but it sounded impressive. Shen then told her that the Lord of Ashes would watch over her and ensure her success and suggested she return home for now. She stood and agreed. Afterward, Shen returned to George with a cup of coffee and apologized for the wait, asking George to explain his reason for visiting. George pulled a photograph from the inside pocket of his jacket and stated that he had come to the coffee shop to request help in locating the girl in the photo. He suspected that she belonged to a cult and warned that the cultists had become a serious threat to the Order of Buranda, which the Anti-Magic Bureau needed to eliminate. He handed the picture to Shen, and as Shen looked at it, his expression froze. His eyes rolled blankly, and he silently questioned what he had just seen. Shen, looking at the picture, wondered why he would ever help George find her when he himself was an accomplice and unable to explain his situation to either side. He then said he understood and agreed to help find her, hoping that he might get the chance to meet the girl. George thought the person in the photo was blurry, making it difficult to even tell if it was a girl or a boy. He had also never mentioned that someone had seen this girl walking on the streets. It seemed to him that he had come to the right person, but he wondered what it would cost. Shen smiled and told him to consider it a favor. George, folding his arms, pressing his lips downward, and closing his eyes, thought he would rather pay something substantial than owe a mysterious person like Shen a favor. He decided he would give him a relic in exchange. He then got up and said he would repay Shen with a gift in a few days, to which Shen responded with a smile and said goodbye. After that, the door clacked as George left. Shen, worriedly clutching his hair, said he was probably overthinking it, but felt as if he was standing at the center of a spiral. On the other side, during the fresh daytime, Yana was standing on the roof watching the green plants and trees down below. Baron arrived and called out to Yana. She turned and responded respectfully. Baron approached and asked what she wanted to talk about. She blushed, nervously pressed her lips, and joined her index fingers together before smiling and saying that she hoped the payment could be a little higher this time. She reminded him that he knew her current situation and how she had 8 siblings to care for. Looking aside, she added that last time a few classmates had been hospitalized and that she thought this time would be even riskier, so she asked if he could give her a raise. Baron, with a sad face, acknowledged that she was a determined girl and quite active after the ritual even though she lacked capability. Still, he agreed. Hearing this, Yana began to jump with joy. Baron squeezed his eyes and thought that only commoners desired money, and that the mysterious big shot at the coffee shop surely would not be interested in such material things. Then, he declared it was time for the summoning to begin. After some time, in a dark room hall, Baron sat on the lightning spell circle and stabbed a blade into his own hand. Blood spurted out and began dripping onto the spell circle as he invoked the nameless, the indescribable, and the unknown. He called upon the deep and mysterious god, saying that his heart was full of pain and despair, which he would use as an opportunity to establish a connection. He was willing to act for either ultimate good or ultimate evil and simply prayed that the entity would appear in this dimension and fulfill the one wish he truly desired. Yana stood behind, trembling as she watched everything unfold. She placed her fingers in her ears and thought she refused to see or hear any of it. Meanwhile, Baron's counterpart appeared, surrounded by smoke and lightning aura. His hair was black, unlike the real Baron, whose hair was brown. The counterpart, observing Baron, thought he should leave the man alone, realizing that Baron truly had no idea how to resurrect his daughter. As Baron continued, invoking the haze of the White Shore and the controller of worlds, he insisted that the entity was powerful, but that his knowledge was too shallow to fully comprehend its messages. The counterpart stood silently and thought there was no way Baron could obtain supernatural powers this way. As he passed by, stepping forward, the counterpart asked if Baron wished for more. He then considered that Baron still could not see him. The real Baron, eyes squeezed and teeth gritted, affirmed that he indeed desired more and craved the magnificent and hypnotizing knowledge. The counterpart, standing in the smoke, said that his wish would be granted if he offered the right sacrifice. He then stood before Yana and took her picture before turning to take more photographs. The real Baron rose, declaring that he would present a sacrifice that would satisfy. He offered a silver ring to the counterpart, who removed it from Baron's hand and thought it looked like silver, and that Baron could barely afford water and electricity for the next month, so he should sell it if he truly needed the money. Meanwhile, outside the room, a girl approached the door and pushed it open. Inside, the counterpart, looking at Baron, wondered what incantation he should recite this time, while the real Baron, kneeling, pondered what kind of forbidden knowledge might be granted. As the girl entered the dark room through the smoke and called out "Father," Baron opened his eyes in surprise, wondering if it was Yifu. Yana also opened one eye and looked around, asking who it was. But when she noticed something large and dark standing before her, she was startled and frightened and fell to the ground. Yifu approached Baron and said she felt as if she had been in a long, unending dream. Someone in that dream kept waiting for her, calling for her, and wanting her to wake up. It had seemed eternal, but just now she felt a chill and finally awoke. Hearing this, the counterpart smiled and smirked, wondering aloud if Baron had truly resurrected his daughter, and how he had done it. He questioned whether Baron had actually learned something from the teachings of free and easy wandering. Holding his nose, he admitted he did not know how Baron had managed it, but concluded that Baron would now believe more strongly than ever that he was a god. The counterpart then disappeared, stating that a reward would be given if the sacrifice satisfied him, and that a better sacrifice would be required for the next summoning. Baron stood and looked around for the counterpart, wondering why he had said a better sacrifice would be needed next time. It seemed the counterpart had not been satisfied this time, and had therefore withheld forbidden knowledge. However, Yifu told her father that she sensed a warmth in the air, as if someone was watching over her from within the haze, and that it made her feel happy. Baron, gritting his teeth and shifting his gaze, thought that Yifu was being watched by the haze of the White Shore. With an evil smile, he looked forward and considered that if he sacrificed Yifu, he might gain new and forbidden knowledge. Lost in this thought, Yifu worriedly placed her hand on his shoulder from behind and asked what was wrong. Tears filled Baron's eyes as he called out her name, then turned and hugged her tightly, saying he was sorry and that he would never let anyone hurt her again. He promised that no one and nothing would ever take her away again. Yifu smiled and said she would not leave anymore. Suddenly, Baron felt something and wore an angry expression as he stood before a bright and colorful light spreading vertically through the hall. He raised his voice and declared to the controller of worlds, the magnificent haze of the White Shore, that he would offer a better sacrifice next time and asked it to stop being interested in his daughter. Shen, observing this, closed his eyes and thought to himself that he had only looked at the daughter for a moment and questioned whether Baron really needed to overreact like that. Meanwhile, in the smoke, Baron knelt while the counterpart stood and stated that a few days earlier, the Hush Strikes had approached him for an alliance and offered a disastrous-level mysterious relic in exchange. As he moved his hand, he remarked that although he had not wanted to get involved with cultists, he no longer had a choice. However, Shen returned to his cafe shop in his haze form, letting out a deep sigh as he noted that his powers had improved as expected. He wondered what the final stage of this ability might be. As he tapped his foot on the floor, he began transforming into his human form. Looking at his right arm as it turned back into a human hand, he lamented that it was a shame he still did not know how to use the ring given by Baron. He sighed again, admitting to himself that he lacked knowledge when it came to supernatural matters. While rubbing his chin, he questioned whether they expected him to work and buy books on the supernatural using his own money. Slapping his own face in frustration, he scolded himself, thinking that was not very godlike, that it was more like the starter pack of a corporate slave. Holding his chin tightly, he considered the possibility of reaching out to George and letting him explain how to use the ring. Afterward, he picked up his custom raincoat from the rack, unfolded it, and decided that he should head out with his princess now. He happily observed that, as expected from expensive custom apparel, the colors looked great. Wearing his custom raincoat, hat, and face mask, Shen walked through the rain in the alley, noting that it was raining cats and dogs. Upon arriving at the bus station, he got on the bus, recalling that he had taken many photos the last time Baron summoned him, including a photo of a building seen through the window. He removed his raincoat, sat down in his dry clothes, held his phone, and began checking the photos, commenting that the building was probably on the outskirts of South Buranda. While analyzing the photo, he concluded that if he was not mistaken, the high walls depicted included a glass walkway that served as an observatory deck. He reflected that this international city was divided into 4 regions: Buranda, the financial capital and trade center West Buranda, where the Palace of Nolan, the home of the prime ministers, the land of councils, and various government departments were located; East Buranda, an industrial region for factories and workers; and South Buranda, a mixture of housing developments, industry, and commerce. He recalled that walls existed along the borders of each region and that ordinary citizens needed to apply through the government if they wished to cross those borders. After a while, Shen stood on the upper bridge in the rain, wearing his raincoat and covering his mouth as he looked at a girl with dark hair standing nearby in a blue raincoat. He thought to himself that he might be the only one who would be on the observatory deck in such lousy weather, but decided not to dwell on it. The girl turned and, seeing him, noted internally that it was the first time she had encountered someone so extraordinary in this dimension. Shen, focusing on a building through his binoculars, resolved to ignore her since he had more important matters to handle. He confirmed to himself that this was the right angle and location, wondering whether Baron had another identity aside from being a sorcerer. He thought Baron would be a rather unique fraud for quite a long time, and concluded that he needed to know more about Baron's victims so he could then share divine secrets that would shock them. As he rotated the diopter of the binoculars, he told himself this was how he could ensure he would not get exposed. Baron was forbidden from summoning a god from another dimension, and if Shen discovered his identity, he could report him to George. Watching a girl at the bus stop step onto the bus, he recognized her as the one who had fainted. Although the bus made many stops, her outfit suggested she was a student. Since the bus also passed the Baden Empire Academy, and she was the right age, Shen concluded that Baron must also be someone from the academy. As he turned, he noticed the girl in the blue raincoat standing a few steps away and wondered if she was on the observatory deck during a rainy day because she had a secret too. He then decided that he had been too paranoid recently and should hurry back, thinking she was just someone irrelevant to him. Meanwhile, the girl watched Shen leave and thought that she could detect the strong and intense scent of the Lord of Ashes, wondering who he really was. Closing her eyes, she admitted to herself that she had almost lost control and nearly pulled out her knife. At that moment, George arrived carrying his umbrella and asked the girl whether she was his new partner, whether she was a high schooler, and if her name was Su Ling. She turned and corrected him, saying she was in college, a freshman at Baden Empire Academy. George closed his eyes and muttered that it looked like Nolan was doomed, and he could not believe the Anti-Magic Bureau had paired him with a high schooler. Sighing, he said he should retire soon. Su Ling shouted back that she was in college, 17 years old, and had skipped a grade. George then asked whether, age-wise, she was still technically a high schooler, to which she again shouted that she was a college student. George put a finger in his ear and closed his eyes as she stared at him, clenching her fists and stating that she was also a B-grade investigator with 10 years of combat experience before she joined the Bureau. Although she joined recently, she insisted that he should not undermine her as if she were a rookie. George laughed and said he understood and accepted that she was a college student. He added that whether she was in high school or college did not matter because he had something important to tell her first. Su Ling made an innocent, sad face and listened silently as George explained that the city was in danger and that the cult would soon perform another summoning at a city club, having selected a valuable sacrifice. Su Ling, surprised, thought about Miranda and asked him to give her the details along the way. George, confused, asked where she was going. Su Ling replied innocently that she was hungry and wanted him to buy her a meal. George asked why he should do that. Su Ling raised her hand and innocently argued that, firstly, he was older than her, and she was the newbie, so of course he had to pay. Then she folded her index finger and continued that, secondly, his age and status were higher than hers, including his wage, benefits, and annual bonuses. George, placing a hand on his face, agreed that it would be his treat and said they would go to his usual coffee shop, where she needed to meet someone, too. Su Ling pouted and replied that she was fine with that as long as she could eat her fill. On the other side, Shen, taking a shower, commented to himself that he felt much better afterward and that next he had to go to the library. As the dark haze released from his body and hair, he reminded himself that last time he had paid someone to borrow a book for him, but this time he would borrow that person's face to go to the library. Meanwhile, George entered the coffee shop and loudly asked whether anyone was there. Shen responded by asking George what he was doing, while George loudly reminded him that there was a customer to serve. Shen, covering himself with a towel, quickly exited the bathroom by pushing open the sliding door. Su Ling, who had already removed her raincoat and was looking around the cafe, remarked to George that it appeared the man he had mentioned was not there. George replied that since the door was open, he must be present. Meanwhile, Shen arrived and expressed disbelief that George was there in such heavy rain. Su Ling, hearing Shen's voice, turned to look back. Shen smiled politely and commented that George must really love his coffee, while Su Ling sensed the heavy and intense scent of the Lord of Ashes emanating from Shen's body. She stared at him and remembered the time when the red-covered book was burning in flames and Shen was laughing evilly. The flames had spread everywhere, even to a house with a red roof, and a sword surrounded by lightning had been stabbed into something engulfed in fire. Thinking about it all, Su Ling pressed her lips angrily and wished, if it were possible, to get rid of them. However, Shen asked Su Ling if the Anti-Magic Bureau only recruited adults and wondered whether she was still a high school student. Su Ling, wearing an angry and expressionless face, remained silent. She then remembered George's words during their way to the cafe when he had told her that, regarding this man, she should simply observe and interact with him for now. Recalling this, she squeezed her eyes and lips in frustration but stayed quiet. However, she then pouted angrily and said that she was a college student, which made George stifle a laugh. He moved closer to Shen and stated that she was a freshman, which made her almost a high schooler, and she was only 17 years old, so it was not much different. Su Ling kept her expression blank and angry. George then said that the introductions were over and suggested they should talk about what happened previously when he had asked Shen for help to find someone. Shen replied that George should first order some coffee and then they would talk about the rest. George agreed and said he would get a latte again, and Shen acknowledged that. While Su Ling sat there checking the menu book, her eyes sparkled at the thought of delicious food. She placed an order consisting of mousse cake, chicken sandwich, tiramisu, fresh cream cake, egg tarts, donuts, and macarons, and declared that she wanted 2 of everything. Shen, seeing such a large order for one person, felt small and looked up at her, asking what kind of coffee she would like. She responded that she did not know much about coffee and would let him decide for her. Shen said in that case he would make the coffee for her and promised that she would be satisfied, and she accepted. Shen turned to prepare the food while happily thinking about the profit. A bead of sweat appeared on George's face as he asked if she was not worried about wasting food by ordering so much. She replied that they could pack it up if she could not finish. George closed his eyes and remarked that she should not order so much food at a coffee shop because it was not filling and it cost a lot of money. She replied that he was paying anyway, and George remained silent. She then began listing his benefits using her fingers, stating that he was a grade an investigator whose annual income was higher than 99% of the nation's citizens, that he had a house allocated to him, and that his family and relatives enjoyed free medical care, free education, and free travel. She added that he could also receive extra commissions for missions and asked whether they could bill the expenses to the Bureau since they were here for the man Shen. George closed his eyes, sighed, and said that being an investigator had its benefits, but few graded investigators could retire successfully. He then asked why, as a grade B investigator, she was still poor. She closed her eyes and replied that she had to spend money on many things. After a while, the whole table was filled with food and she was eating quickly. George sat with his back to her at another table with Shen. George then said he wondered if Shen had any leads about his previous request and added that he knew Miranda was in chaos. Shen asked how much George had found out. George responded that all they knew was that a cult was planning to sacrifice Miranda, and if that happened, no one could predict what a god from another dimension would do. He said that even if the god was not malicious, ordinary people could not withstand the mere presence of a divine being. He then closed his eyes and, sweating, said this was the worst-case scenario. Shen rolled his eyes and smirked, asking how the cult would present the whole city as a sacrifice if the ritual was that massive, adding that he feared being exposed to the whole world. He pressed his lips and closed his eyes while wondering about what Aina had said regarding holding a new sacrificial ritual. He thought that the Chaos cult clearly lacked the strength to succeed. Aina had also mentioned that they were being hunted by an organization called Hush Strike. Shen, sweating, asked if George knew about Hush Strike. George trembled inside and thought to himself that Shen really knew everything. He then replied that yes, Hush Strike had attacked Anti-Magic Bureau investigators, causing heavy casualties, but their objective remained unclear. He added that if Hush Strike was not trying to sacrifice the city, then they could only be dealt with later, even if that was unsatisfying. After that, George presented a box to Shen and said that he had owed him a favor, but believed this would settle the debt. Shen, worried, asked whether accepting it meant he had to help him look for Aina. George told him to keep it. Meanwhile, Su Ling had eaten almost all the food and only a few pieces remained on the table. George asked Shen if he had rejected the request because helping them was inconvenient. Shen replied that he would not help, but he could assure him that the girl in the photo was not a bad person. He added that the Chaos Cult and Hush Strike were currently in a fierce conflict and gave that information freely. George stood up and said he understood and thanked Shen for the information. He then told Su Ling that they could leave now. Su Ling, still enjoying ice cream and pastries, told Shen to pack up the leftover food. Shen politely responded that they had no takeaway boxes at their coffee shop. Su Ling looked surprised and angrily turned her gaze to George, who silently closed his eyes. George was surprised when Su Ling angrily began quickly devouring the remaining cupcakes and sandwiches. Later, Shen, wearing a raincoat, stood outside the school building in the rain and looked up while saying to himself that he would reach the library after passing through there. He thought that the central library held more than 700,000 books, and, although he had no student pass, he could turn into mist and slip in through the restroom. In mist form, he could pass through even the tiniest crack, let alone a security window. He then slipped into the female toilet, where a woman saw him, screamed, and slapped him across the face. Afterward, he stood outside the toilet wearing someone else's face and uniform, thinking about how convenient it was to use another person's identity. He then entered the library and started searching for a specific book. After finding it, he said to himself that he should now look for information on the Chaos Cult. He began reading and started sweating as he learned that the Chaos Cult had once succeeded in summoning the mighty Lord of Ashes. He read that the appearance of a god could cause endless disasters, including boiling oceans, smoke-filled skies, and scorched lands. He thought that he could not perform a feat of that scale. At that time, the Chaos Cult had been powerful enough to take over an entire kingdom. They had massacred the military, killed the king, looted the riches of royalty, and took their daughters and wives. He read that they had been one of the most evil forces on the world's second-largest continent. However, their glory had been temporary, and they were nearly destroyed by the Corona Church, almost disappearing from existence. Shen returned the book to the rack and thought that they had once been successful, but were now just a fallen cult. He then pulled out another book titled The Silent Language by Yale Verd, a book from 100 years ago. He assumed the author was no longer alive. He read that many cults survived by receiving rewards from their gods, but most cultists received nothing, which made it difficult to attract more worshippers. He learned that the only way to gain a large number of loyal followers was to address the fear of death. Shen read that the scariest thing about Hush Strike was that it was composed of ordinary people, and their sacrificial rituals were completely different from other cults. He read that their god had the nature of winter, and winter symbolized silence, endings, and death. While someone was walking behind him through the racks of books, Shen remained absorbed in thought and read that when a Hush Strike ritual began, they killed the person chosen as a sacrifice, who would then receive eternal silence and peace, and this was what made them so terrifying. Shen then questioned in his mind what was so terrible about sacrificing his soul if the whole city was truly at risk. Suddenly, he became terrified and began sweating profusely when he realized that someone had caught him. The person approaching him in the library turned out to be none other than Baron, who addressed him as Yace and asked whether he was not supposed to be on sick leave. Shen closed the book and his eyes in panic. Upon hearing the name Yace, which was the identity he had assumed, he scratched his head and nervously stayed quiet. Baron called him Yace again. Shen, confused, thought to himself that he had taken on the identity of a student named Yace and wondered if he had encountered someone who truly knew that person. When he turned and saw that it was Baron, he forced a nervous smile and admitted that he had run into someone familiar. Shen wondered about Baron, thinking that he was not accustomed to his academic vibe. He then scratched his head, laughed, and responded that he was feeling much better and that someone had asked to meet him at the school, so that was why he was there. He then turned his eyes and tried to pretend that he was feeling dizzy, saying he thought he might be sick again and that he should go home and rest. Baron closed his eyes and said that Shen should stay indoors on a rainy day if he had a fever, especially when the rain was heavy. Suddenly, Baron noticed the book titled The Silent Language in Shen's hand and asked if he was also interested in supernatural studies. Shen smiled nervously and replied that he found such books interesting, and even though he believed they were fake, he could not stop reading them, as it felt like reading a novel. Baron remarked that Shen did not even pay attention in his math class. Hearing that, Shen quickly placed the book back on the shelf and moved ahead, saying he was not feeling well. Baron, surprised by his reaction, asked if he could walk with him. Hearing this, Shen stopped, squeezed his eyes shut, and reluctantly responded with agreement. After a while, in the corridor, Baron turned and asked Shen to wait for a moment because he had to place something in the activity room. Shen, scared, closed his eyes and stood behind him, responding that it was all right. He then opened his eyes, looked at Baron, and said that he had not expected to meet him there. He wondered whether Baron might be the mathematics professor at the academy or just an ordinary lecturer. He thought that the assistant from last time might be a student there, since the Buranda Empire Academy was one of the finest colleges in the world. As an experienced professor at the academy, it was natural for Baron to have connections to high society. Judging by his composed demeanor, Shen suspected the academy might be completely unaware of Baron's other identity. Meanwhile, Baron arrived carrying his folded umbrella and apologized for the delay, saying they could go. After a while, both walked together in the rain across the school grounds. Baron held his umbrella while Shen, wearing his raincoat, walked behind him. Shen asked himself why Baron wore such thick clothing in that weather. He stared at Baron's coat and thought that supernatural beings became abnormal as a side effect of astral projection training and relic usage. He concluded that Baron had paid the price for violating the laws of nature and wondered if that was why he was always cold. Suddenly, Shen stopped and shouted that he had read many books on supernatural studies and that the last one, The Silent Language, was just a bunch of mysterious nonsense with no value. Baron stood ahead and calmly confirmed his statement, while Shen continued to stare at him. After a moment, Baron stated that he had just checked in the activity room and that Yace was still at home. He then pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and launched it into the rain, saying that the method he had used was astral projection, which was very convenient but unfortunately only worked on powerless and ordinary people. The paper fell to the ground, and something written in dark ink on it began to disappear as raindrops hit it, while the rainwater surrounding it transformed into pearl-like droplets. Baron then turned and said that he had already chased away any passers-by, so that no one would interrupt them, and asked Shen to answer 2 questions. Staring directly at Shen, he asked who he was and what he was doing there, saying that Shen could answer now. Shen began sweating and remained silent. Baron snapped his fingers and the raindrops froze in midair. Baron then said that if Shen would not answer, he could respond as a corpse instead. A spell circle began forming above them, drawing in all the surrounding rain and creating a barrier that stopped the rain from falling on them. Shen looked up in surprise at the spell circle, which continued to expand until it covered the entire school building. After that, Baron asked if Shen had made up his mind. A burning mark appeared on Baron's right hand. Suddenly, Baron sensed a powerful smell and saw haze spreading in front of him where Shen had stood. Baron identified the scent as the haze of the White Shore. He gritted his teeth and recalled that he had sensed the god from another dimension at full intensity during the summoning, and at 10% when hunting one of the god's familiars. He now realized that the scent from the being in front of him lay somewhere between those 2 levels. However, the spell circle vanished, and the rain resumed falling to the ground. Baron raised his voice and revealed that he had temporarily joined Hush Strike. He had believed that Shen was an investigator from the Anti-Magic Bureau and had therefore decided to test him, not intending to cause harm. Shen, speaking from within the haze, repeated Baron's earlier words and asked if he had sensed the presence of a god from another dimension simply because he was in his mist form. He said that he finally understood that every time he activated a god-related power, others could sense it, and that George and Aina had definitely sensed it too. He concluded that Su Ling had likely been shocked at the observatory. He then added that he was the faithful messenger bound to serve the god and that he wanted to know why Baron had joined Hush Strike. Baron replied that he had only done so to obtain the catastrophic level relic that had been promised, so that he could present it to the magnificent god. He then raised his voice and said that even if he was not rewarded with any divine knowledge, he wanted to request that the mighty god stop paying attention to his daughter. Shen closed his eyes and said that he understood and that the mighty god had a new will. He instructed Baron to compile all information regarding Hush Strike in the silent language. Baron asked why the god needed that information. Shen's eyes glowed as he stared at him. Baron lowered his head, closed his eyes, and said that he understood. Shen stepped forward and passed by Baron. While Baron remained standing with closed eyes, sweating, he whispered an apology to his old friend and admitted that it seemed he would have to betray them again. He gritted his teeth in anger and said that his pride did not allow him to betray his friends, but now he had something more important than his pride. He then thought about his daughter and accepted the decision he had made. However, in the cafe shop, Shen sat with his hand resting sadly on the table and his face down, wondering why George had not come to the coffee shop. He thought that Hush Strike was going to kill everyone before the next summoning, and that he had to inform George of it, and there was also Aina to consider. 2 days ago, he had returned from the academy, and he had not expected Aina to visit that night to tell him about the summoning which was supposed to happen tonight. He wondered what the dark fruit was that she had mentioned. While he was lost in thought, a brown-haired girl sat down in front of him and leaned closer, asking if he was listening, saying that her best friend hated her and that she was not sure who else she could talk to. Shen smiled politely and replied that if they were best friends, she should ask her out for a proper chat, as he believed that any misunderstanding would be resolved. He then winked and said he was getting late, suggesting she hurry home. The girl blushed happily, placed her hand over her heart, and ran past him, thanking him and saying she was going home. After she left, Shen checked the time on his phone and saw that it was 10 minutes to 12 at night, remarking that the summoning should begin soon. After a while, it was 12:23 am and Shen looked again at his phone, wondering why the summoning had not started and whether something had happened on Aina's end. On the other side, at 11:30 p.m., a group of priests, including the high priest Aina and 3 men in dark hooded robes, stood in the church hall before the dead body of the doctor. The high priest asked what had happened and how the doctor had died. One of the brown-haired priests, looking worried, said that the doctor was truly dead and that he had seen someone from Hush Strike kill him with his own eyes. The high priest, looking at Aina, thought that for someone so young, she remained impressively calm and was quite exceptional. He then raised his voice and proclaimed that the mighty Lord of Ashes was watching over them and that the strength bestowed upon them would make the Chaos Cult more powerful than ever. Hearing this, the brown-haired priest added that 2 months ago, many people had witnessed the greatness of the Lord of Ashes and that tonight would mark a new era for the Chaos Cult. He said that they would each feel the glory for themselves. The high priest raised his voice again and began to say that soon their high priest would. But before he could finish, the brown-haired priest clutched his throat, began to scream, tears welled in his eyes, and his mouth overflowed. The other priests turned and shouted to the high priest, calling out to him in alarm. The brown-haired priest collapsed to the ground, dead, and the others surrounded him in panic, shouting and asking what was happening. Meanwhile, the church hall began to shake. The high priest raised his voice and told them not to be afraid, assuring them that the ritual would proceed as planned. He insisted that Hush Strike did not possess the blessing of a god and would soon be destroyed. At that moment, the door slammed open and a priest standing there shouted to the others and the high priest that the guards outside were dead. A few were missing, and he had only been able to contact about half of them, with no sign of the enemy. Hearing this, the priests began to tremble and sweat in fear. The high priest also began to panic and realized that they must evacuate. At the same time, a man in a black hooded robe and his comrades shouted to the high priest, demanding that he be escorted out immediately. The high priest looked around and ordered the other priests to escort everyone away from there without delay, telling them to head to the north shore of the River Thames to ensure their safety. He then took Aina's hand and told her she had to come with him, saying she still had much to learn and that tonight would be her first lesson. Aina, with innocent curiosity, asked where they were going. The high priest, staring at her, said they were going to seek the divine messenger. Aina turned and looked outside through the far entrance door and wondered why, even though it was clearly raining, everything was so quiet. She thought that something was coming. Suddenly, the church hall walls and roof exploded. A bright light filled the space, and strong gusts of wind blew through, hurling the priests away with the blast. Darkness enveloped Aina's glowing body as she squeezed her eyes shut and felt an emptiness in her chest. She realized she was floating above the ground in the dark and thought of the Lord of Ashes, believing she was about to find the divine messenger. After a while, she lay injured beneath debris on the ruined ground and realized she was not dead, perhaps because her body had been strengthened. However, she was in pain and believed she had broken her bones. She flexed her arm and winced, thinking she needed to escape. Using all her strength, she screamed and pushed the heavy slab of wall off her body, then sat up. Suddenly, someone's sliced hand fell onto her arm and she recoiled, asking if it was the high priest's hand. Aina looked through the shattered wall and said she had to get out of there. then began running into the rain, saying that the mark on her back was burning and that she would follow its guidance. As she ran, red darkness spread across the ruined church building, and the sound of church people screaming for help was heard, crying to be saved and invoking the Lord of Ashes, while Aina continued running, determined to find the divine messenger. On the other side, in the coffee shop, Shen folded his arms and wondered whether the Anti-Magic Bureau was involved. If that were the case, he wondered how Aina would deal with them. He thought Aina had arrived when he had earlier heard a knock at the door, but it had only been a stray cat. It was already 3 in the morning, and there was no point in continuing to wait. He figured that maybe George would show up the next day, and if it was connected to the Anti-Magic Bureau, then he should go to sleep. Meanwhile, Aina arrived outside the cafe shop and stood in the rain, saying that she had finally made it, before collapsing to the ground and declaring that she had succeeded. At that moment, the members of Hush Strike wearing the same blue hooded robes appeared on the rooftop wall of the building before the cafe shop. One of them, carrying a flaming sword and staring at Aina, said they needed to hurry and move because dawn was approaching. He declared that if anyone inside tried to stop them, it would be considered an act of war against Hush Strike. He pointed and proclaimed that fate had already been decided and that nothing could go against the will of the Almighty. As Aina lay unconscious in the rain, a blue-eyed cat approached her body and looked up at the group of men on the rooftop, letting out a sound. However, the cat cutely showed her tongue to them. One of the men in the blue hooded robes, upon seeing the cat, became distracted from his mission. He blushed and happily remarked to himself that the kitty was so cute. He then shook his head and realized that the mission was his top priority and that he did not have time to play with cats right now. The leader of the group remained silently angry while the blue-eyed cat stared at them in silence. The cat's eyes were exactly like Su Ling's eyes. Suddenly, a bright lightning-like haze and a flame-like aura were released from the cafe shop door and spread across the road. Seeing the lightning aura, the cat became frightened and surprised. The leader of the blue-hooded group was also terrified and felt the intense aura as his eyes went blank, while the haze spread around and the flaming aura surrounded the road. The leader's hood fell from his head as he stood there sweating and shouting in fear, stating that the shop owner was so mysterious and wondering who he really was. He sensed that the shop owner bore the scent of 2 gods from another dimension, and that the intensity was overwhelming. The others were also terrified. Meanwhile, an even more intense flaming aura appeared on the ground, and a giant flaming seed of chaos, a monstrous creature, manifested before them. They looked incredibly small in comparison to the monster and stood on the rooftop watching in fear. They were lost for words and began trembling, unable to speak. One of them asked the leader what kind of monster it was, noting that it was generating heads everywhere and that the raindrops were evaporating instantly. He concluded it must be the Lord of Ashes familiar, the seed of chaos. The leader shouted for everyone to split up, and they all ran off in different directions. One of them, fearfully trying to hide, looked back and speculated that with such a humongous body, the monster's speed must be unimaginable. At that moment, the monster opened its giant mouth, attacked the group leader, and killed him instantly. The leader screamed as blood spurted into the air. Another member turned fearfully to look at the monster and admitted in shock that it was incredibly fast. Meanwhile, the monster extended its claws from behind and stabbed this man, causing blood to burst from his body. Another member, who was hiding aside, smiled and said that the monster had gone after the other 2, so he had a chance to escape. However, before he could move anywhere, the monster appeared before him in flight. Seeing the monster, the member froze in fear and was unable to speak. In a split second, the monster sliced his body into 2 pieces. Another member, who was hiding against a wall in the rain, said the monster was far too fast and that his only option was to stay hidden. Suddenly, he felt an intense flaming aura approaching him. He turned his eyes to look and saw the monster's eyes staring at him through a small space in the wall where he hid. A loud scream was heard, and that member was killed as well. As the rain poured heavily, Aina lay unconscious on the ground. After killing all the blue-hooded men, the monster stepped onto the road near Aina. She opened her eyes, looked ahead, and asked herself why it felt so hot. When she saw the giant monster before her opening its mouth, she instantly sat up in terror and shouted that it was a monster. She fearfully backed away, sat against the wall, and cried while the monster approached her, trembling as if he had missed her greatly. As the monster looked at her, she extended her hand and shouted at it not to come near. A golden aura appeared behind her, and another golden aura formed on her raised palm. The monster stopped and opened its mouth. At the same time, the red mark on Aina's back began to glow. The monster transformed into flaming aura and started crackling and roaring in flames. The rainwater evaporated due to the intense heat, and the reduced-sized flaming aura thudded onto the ground. Seeing this, Aina thought that she had done it and felt as if she could control the flame. She thought of how the Lord of Ashes resided in another dimension where everything was consumed by golden fire. That flame ignited during the hour of apocalypse, and 20 massive worlds had already burned and disintegrated. The flames continued to burn endlessly until the end and beginning of all things. This was the eternal flame of destruction. Suddenly, the monster, still surrounded by flaming aura, reappeared and began to regrow rapidly. The sound of crackling filled the air. Seeing this, Aina told herself she had to endure a little longer. She believed that if she could hold on, she would be able to burn the monster to death. As she thought this, the monster stepped forward. Meanwhile, Aina fell unconscious again as the monster thumped its claw onto the ground, extinguishing the flame and approaching her in the rain. The monster thought to itself that this was the chosen one of the Lord of Ashes and noted that she seemed injured and would be in danger without protection. The monster then transformed into the blue-eyed cat and, looking at Aina, thought that her fate was none of its business. The cat then walked past Aina and headed into the coffee shop. Shen angrily opened the door from inside the cafe and asked aloud what that roar had been just now. As the cat moved toward him, it let out a meow. Shen smiled and thought that the sound definitely had not come from the cute kitty. He said he would go outside to check what was happening. As he stepped out, saying the roar had sounded like that of a huge monster, he found Aina unconscious, sitting against a pillar in the rain. He rushed to her in concern, saying she had been attacked and that, as he expected, the ritual had not gone well. He held her by the arm and saw that she was badly injured. He then carried her in his arms and reassured her that he would save her. As he brought her inside the room, he told the cat that there might be monsters around and asked it to meow as loudly as possible if it saw anything, hoping it understood. The cat closed its eyes and remained silently confused. Inside the room, Shen began removing Aina's clothes repeatedly, saying that he was doing so only to save her. As he removed her clothes and looked at her, blood came from his nose and mouth, and he continued repeating that he was doing it to save her. Suddenly, he noticed with surprise that Aina's injuries were healing on their own. However, it was about 10 in the morning when Aina sat on the bed wearing casual clothes and looking at the clock. She thought about the previous night when she had passed out in front of the Divine Messenger's coffee shop. She remembered that after recovering from her injuries, she had hugged Shen, who, despite bleeding from his nose and mouth, told her she could cry as much as she liked and that he could take it. Reflecting on everything, she told herself she was now fully healed and believed the Divine Messenger must have healed her. Sitting on the bed with her legs hanging over the edge, she looked around the room and realized that the Divine Messenger had been living there in human disguise. She then stepped out into the cafe, where Shen was sitting and having breakfast. She stood behind him and thanked him for saving her. Shen turned, smiled, and said she was awake, inviting her to have breakfast. His eyes were surrounded by dark circles, and when he turned to her, he looked terrible. Aina was startled by his appearance and asked if he was still alive. Shen tiredly replied that he had just not slept the night before and said it was nothing. She stepped closer and remarked that even the Divine Messenger needed sleep, realizing how little she truly knew about him. She then asked what kind of person he really was. Shen's eyes drifted as he recalled that he had stayed up all night to guard the shop, afraid the monster would return. He thought that staying alert for such a long time was more exhausting than playing mobile games late at night. Early in the morning, he had rushed to the library to investigate Baron's clue and, after verifying the information, reported Hush Strike to the Anti-Magic Bureau. The Bureau acted like an ordinary organization, and it seemed the families of its members were unaware of what they actually did. Thankfully, they believed he was not just a drunken citizen once he mentioned George's name. After returning home to cook for Aina, he felt he was at his limit and needed to rest immediately after breakfast. While they ate, Shen asked Aina to tell him everything that happened the previous night. Aina stood obediently and said she understood. Shen told her not to be so serious and to talk while eating. Aina explained everything, and as Shen listened, he began sweating and realized that the monster Aina described sounded like the object Baron had given him. He told her to hold on. After a moment, Aina noticed how pale he looked and asked if he was all right. He replied that he was fine, although he silently wondered if the object had truly disappeared. Aina clenched her fists and told the Divine Messenger that she wanted to talk about the cult. She had been through a lot lately and had reflected on the High Priest's words. She now understood that the cult was far more complex than she had imagined, but she was still trying her best to change it. The cult needed to exist, or else the orphanage would not be able to continue operating. Many adults were involved, and the situation was complicated, but she was determined to abolish the sacrifice of living humans and non-consensual surgeries. Looking down, she explained that she still did not fully understand everything, but she had thought it through. She realized that not everything was simple, and that she needed strength and effort to achieve her goals. She believed she would understand it all better with more time. Shen closed his eyes and thought she had clearly gone through a lot. Looking at her, he considered that she was just a girl with no formal education, yet her growth had been astonishing. As he munched on his breakfast, he recalled how, when he was first summoned, she could only kneel and cry. The second time they met, she showed remarkable courage, and now she had begun to think critically. Her emotional growth was extraordinary. Opening his eyes and looking at her in confusion, he wondered if she was truly the witch of flesh and blood. Meanwhile, the blue-eyed cat arrived. Aina looked at it with excitement and blushed, calling it a cute kitty. She sat on the floor in front of it and asked for its name. Shen sat beside her, thought for a moment, and said it was Kola. The cat made an innocent face, and Shen encouraged Aina to cuddle it, saying it was very well behaved and that he needed some rest. Aina lovingly stroked the cat's ear and said he could go ahead. Suddenly, the cat's mouth transformed into that of a monster. Seeing this, Aina turned pale, screamed in fear, and sat trembling against the wall. Shen, on his way to his room, stopped when he heard her scream. He peeked through the wall and asked if the cat had scratched her or if she was hurt. Aina, with teary eyes, pointed at the cat and said it had scared her suddenly. The cat turned innocently toward Shen and meowed. Shen patted its head and said it was a good kitty. He rubbed its chin and warned it that if it ever scratched or bit her, he would turn it into a delicious snack. He then said he was going to sleep and told them to get along. Aina thought that since it was the divine messenger's pet, he must know what it was and the monster likely would not hurt her. The cat turned and glared at her, prompting Aina to call Shen's name. She quickly stood, held his arm, and asked to go to his room. When her body touched his, Shen blushed and said she could read some books there. Elsewhere, in an alley near the coffee shop, George walked with Su Ling. He sighed and said this man controlled everything, and that it didn't matter whether it involved them, the two cults, or the citizens of Buranda. Perhaps they were all just pawns to him. Su Ling, munching on food, told the older man to stop complaining and asked what he had written in the book left at the library. George closed his eyes and replied that it was information that could eradicate hush strike in Buranda. He said they had come to ask for Shen's help and urged her to finish her food quickly so they could head inside. Su Ling asked if she could enter while eating. George, walking toward the cafe, explained that bringing outside food into the shop discouraged customers from spending more money and that the shop owner did not like that. Later, inside the cafe, Su Ling was sweating as she looked through the menu, realizing they were paying separately this time. The cat, sitting behind her on the table, glared at George. George closed his eyes and broke into a nervous sweat, wondering why the cat was acting that way since he had never kicked a cat before. Suddenly, the cat began hissing. Shen arrived with coffee for George and Su Ling and asked if they were satisfied with the information from the library. George said they were planning to strike that night, but the enemy was powerful, capable of rebuilding a cult overnight, and had even dared to attack the Anti-Magic Bureau. They clearly had some tricks up their sleeves, and since the risk of loss was high, they needed Shen's help. Shen sat before them and refused. He then angrily questioned what George was thinking, saying he did not want to die. A flaming aura appeared on Shen's hand, which he lowered, thinking he might need to scare them off. Surrounded by flaming aura, his eyes glowing golden, he glared at them and declared that humans should not be so greedy. Su Ling was shocked and began trembling. George realized she could not endure such shock and grabbed her by the collar, lifted her, and apologized for crossing the line. He said they would leave immediately. Su Ling angrily jabbed her hand into George's stomach. Shen sighed and thought she had nearly stabbed him. Meanwhile, Aina peeked from the wall and asked if the customers were gone. Shen turned, smiled politely, and said they had left. He explained it was not appropriate for her to meet them, so he had asked her to hide. He reassured her that nothing would happen that day and told her to stay in the coffee shop. Rising from his chair, he thought that many people might die that night and, for some reason, he felt there was a manipulator working behind the scenes. What an interesting experience, he thought. However, it was raining and the fight continued between the Hush Strike team members and the Anti-Magic Bureau team, as the Anti-Magic Bureau had attacked the Hush Strike residential area named Buranda. Both sides were attacking each other with their weapons, some fighting on the rooftops while others were engaged on the ground. A member of Hush Strike, while casting his magic knives, told George that his organization would have no leader left once he killed him. But before he could attack, George swung his closed umbrella, struck the man, and killed him instantly, thinking that although the ambush seemed sudden, they were clearly prepared. They had set up numerous traps using astral projection, summoned many monsters, and all of their investigators had been ambushed that night after work. He then turned and, stepping forward, thought that these two events pointed to one conclusion, that there was a mole in the bureau. Touching his earpiece, he asked the person on the call whether ordinary astral projection could last up to 2 hours at most. He believed he had to find the sacrificial ritual venue as soon as possible in order to resolve the situation. Looking up at the sky, he wondered where Yale Verade could be hiding and was surprised that he had retrieved this information from the library. He had not expected to meet him again under such circumstances. However, an insect monster appeared. Su Ling, carrying her sword, tapped on the building wall, then swung her sword and sliced the insect monster's hand. She landed on the ground, turned, and her eyes began to glow. The monster quickly ran toward her to attack, but in time she extended her sword and commanded it to fall. The monster collapsed to the ground and a blue and purple magical light sheltered it. Su Ling's eyes glowed as the monster's body exploded within that magical light. As the monster died, the magical light faded. Su Ling remarked that the cost of activating the Blade of Gaiatis involved random fractures, and there was a chance that her skull could be fractured. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her ribs, but she did not stop and thought that she should keep moving. Then, a lightning bullet struck her in the chest. The person who fired it, a member of Hush Strike, stood beside the wall and, after shooting her, wondered why. As expected, it was not working. Su Ling stood before him and explained that one of the benefits of being in the Anti-Magic Bureau was having been injected with eldritch blood, which had elevated her body to the secondary level, rendering her immune to all regular weapons. The man raised his longsword and moved to attack her. She also charged to counterattack. Both of them ran past each other while swinging their swords, and their blades clashed with a loud clang as they continued moving forward with their backs to each other. Su Ling spun, raised her sword, and jumped to attack the man, who was still standing with his back to her and was just beginning to turn. She swung her sword and sliced his arm, then gritted her teeth and stared at him with glowing eyes. She continued swinging her sword at the man to cut into his body. Suddenly, the man began to transform into a monster resembling a waxworm. The creature emerged from his mouth and appeared gunky and grotesque. The monster landed in front of Su Ling. She extended her sword again and commanded it to fall. The blue and purple magical light once more surrounded the monster, but it had no effect. Seeing this, Su Ling wondered whether it was still not enough. She shouted for it to fall again, blood flowing from her mouth. This time, a powerful bolt of lightning struck the monster, causing it to explode and destroying the ground beneath it. After the monster's destruction, Su Ling again considered the pain in her ribs and thought she had been lucky. She then held the strange blood of K233, a substance known to rapidly heal injuries, and injected it into her arm. She informed George and the others that she had taken care of the problem, and they could now move forward. George remarked that he knew she preferred to work solo from the beginning, and that although they were partners, she had disappeared at the start of the battle. Su Ling turned around and stated that she did not have time for such discussions, and that they needed to find the priest as soon as possible. George responded in agreement, addressing her as Captain Su Ling, and thought to himself that the new recruits worked very hard. He then stepped ahead, raised his hand, and addressed the other members standing behind him. He thought it was unfortunate that the only S-ranked investigator in Nolan, Emery, was away on a business trip, and believed that things would be much easier if that monster were present. He then considered that Yale Verade was truly unkillable, and concluded that the only solution was to find an opportunity to use the second blade, Absolute Death. Meanwhile, in the church hall, the priest was holding the Fade Cross above his hand, surrounded by shards of magical black crystals like rock. He sat on a chair and declared that Biranda had become a special land, where communication with God was now very easy. The other members of Hush Strike, wearing identical blue hooded robes, stood silently behind him. Sitting with his back to them, the priest added that the name would become the name of all, and the voice would become the voice of all. He then stood up and began stepping onto the circular lightning magic stairs, which were cast one by one as he moved upward. He called himself the Guide to Peace, the King of the Praisers, and the Eternal Peace Giver who provided peace to the people. As he neared the ceiling of the hall, he declared that he presented the Eternal Fade Cross and called upon it from the depths of his heart, hoping for and praying for its grace. Using his lightning blue magic, he passed through the roof of the hall and began floating upside in the sky amidst the rain, still holding the Fade Cross and surrounded by blue light. He prayed for eternal peace and quiet for the people. A huge spell circle appeared before him in the dark, cloudy sky, and all the members of the Anti-Magic Bureau, except George and Su Ling, collapsed to the ground, clutching their heads. George, looking at the massive lightning spell circle and the stormy sky, said that the ritual had begun and that only he and Su Ling were capable of enduring it and moving freely. Then, looking toward the sky in surprise, he wondered whether it was full of familiars, as dark monsters began emerging visibly from the clouds above. On the other side, in the coffee shop, Shen was sitting on a chair and snoring, while the cat was sitting on another table with its back to him. Suddenly, he received a message that someone was summoning a god from another dimension. In an instant, Shen vanished. The cat turned to look and saw the empty chair, then fearfully jumped and let out a meow. The cat ran away at full speed while Aina stood nearby and asked whether the divine messenger was still present, and she received the response that she should get away from him. On the other hand, in Biranda, the rain was falling with great intensity, and a lightning spell circle had been cast over almost the entire area, and the lightning crystals were falling from that spell circle. The priest was floating in the sky. George looked up and said that he saw it, and that the requirement to activate the third blade had been fulfilled. The third blade appeared in his hand, and he shot it toward the priest. The priest was shocked when the blade pierced through his chest and blood spurted from his mouth and chest. George added that he could not kill him with an attack like that because the priest was too far away. The second blade was absolute death, but it was easy to miss the shot, and it could be easily parried or dodged. Su Ling clenched her sword and ran to attack the priest, but before she could move ahead, George grabbed her by the hair from behind and told her to calm down because it was useless, and they were too late. She began to speak angrily, but then stopped and remained silent. Suddenly, George looked at the sky where Shen appeared as a god, hiding his face with a mask and wearing a gentleman-like costume, and George wondered about the silence of the striker. George then asked if the gentleman-like figure with a skull mask was exactly as described in the silent language. Meanwhile, Shen thought that the show should begin. Suddenly, Shen started descending and gritted his teeth, wondering why he was still descending, thinking he would be fine if he turned into haze before hitting the ground. Suddenly, he stopped descending on the spell circle step and thought with relief that he was safe. Before him, far away, the priest knelt on the lightning spell circle holding the Fade Cross and addressed Shen as the guider of peace, the praiser of kings, and the provider of eternal peace. The priest presented to him the eternal rust cross and requested that he bless them with true eternal peace. Seeing this, Shen thought that astral communication was very fitting for Hush Strike and recalled it was mentioned in the book that every god would provide their worshippers with different things. The striker, who represented winter, blessed worshippers with peace. The eternal peace pursued by the worshippers was not death, but rather guidance from the god. They wanted to be eternally without desire and emotion, free from pain, struggle, anger, and want, but also without joy, expectation, or love. Shen wondered what the point was of living like that. The priest, with a horrible face filled with hope, looked toward Shen, while Shen referred to him as a tragic mortal and accepted his offering. He then thought about the Fade Cross and understood that once he accepted a sacrificial offering under the pretense of a god, the item naturally belonged to him. However, both the priest and Shen were on a small spell circle, while the giant spell circle that had been cast earlier was ahead of them, stopping the rain from falling on them. Then Shen said that as for the priest's request, he rejected it. Hearing this, the priest was shocked while Shen thought that he could turn into haze and should be able to protect himself before the summoning ended. He had tried to emit his scent last time and George had not dared to act against him. He was in a summoning ritual right now, so his scent was more powerful than ever, and no one dared to disobey him at a time like this. He then smiled happily and excitedly clenched his fist, saying that he finally had the power to reject these cultists. He then pressed his lips angrily and said that it did not matter if the priest hurt Aina or threatened the city, he would not give him anything. While the priest looked toward Shen, Shen said that he rejected peace for him forever. Hearing this, the priest pressed his lips and wrinkles began to appear on his face as he shouted and asked why more than 20 times. However, the priest's body turned thin like that of an old man, and he again asked why, while the spell circle where he was sitting began to fade, and the priest dropped toward the ground. Seeing this, Shen asked himself if the priest had fallen, concluding that a cultist like him could not be someone good. After this, Shen extended his hand toward the freeze rain drop floating before him and said that he probably did not have much time left, so he would stay there for a while. It was really still. He then looked toward the priest, who was falling toward the ground, and shouted that the mighty god from another dimension should not refuse him and should bless him with peace and eternal peace. Shen clenched his fist and looked toward the hall where all the priests were, asking whether all the cultists were in there. Thanking God, he said that time was up and said goodbye. Then the freeze raindrop remained there in the sky and Shen left. Looking toward the sky where the giant spell circle was ending, George said that the god had left. He then thought about Hush Strike and concluded that it looked like they had made the wrong choice, a totally wrong choice, and that they were all arrogant. They had tried to please a god from another dimension and wanted to gain eternal peace. It was a shame. Then the earpiece in George's ear glowed, and he said that humans could only view gods through their own perception from the beginning. He then looked upward and said that he could hear sounds, then touched the earpiece and said that the god had left. He ordered the arrest to begin. Hearing this, Su Ling immediately ran to arrest the others. Seeing her, George said that this young girl was determined. He then turned and looked at his team members and asked them to go and assist her. He said that the priest was too dangerous for them all, so he had to go alone. The team members, with beads of sweat on their faces, got up and remained silent. George, finding the priest in the alley, thought that the priest must be dead or badly injured after what had happened. He just wanted to cut corners. Then, while searching in the dark alley, George found the priest standing against the wall looking at him. George said goodbye, old friend. He then placed the front of his umbrella on the priest's chest and asked what had happened and whether he was not Yale Verd at all. He wondered whether the person at the coffee shop had provided false information. Meanwhile, Shen returned to his coffee shop wearing the same costume he had worn before leaving earlier. After this, Shen bent before his cat Cola and told her he was just like her because he did not sleep at night. He scratched her chin while Cola wondered how he had appeared. Shen smiled and said he had been too busy and had kept forgetting about her, but he would take care of her soon. Hearing this, Cola got excited and started cuddling with Shen while letting out a soft meow. Shen lovingly held her, smiled, and thought that since she was so cuddly, he should buy some nice cat food for her. Meanwhile, Aina arrived, called Shen the divine messenger, and informed him that she would be leaving soon. Her cult had come to look for her, and they had asked her to return, saying she had to be at the cult right now. The high priest was still alive after the attack, and he had said that the cult needed her and that the children there needed her too. Hearing this, Shen held Cola and wondered if he could finally sleep in his own bed again. He then laughed and slapped Cola's leg, saying he would not mind if Aina stayed for a few more days. Aina, excitedly asking if that was true, made Shen think he had only said it out of politeness. He then started sweating and looked aside, wondering what she would do about the chaos cult. She replied that she would like to talk to the high priest first and that she wanted a collective change rather than following an individual's will. The more important thing was to understand the opinions of the majority. Shen smiled and said that was a great direction and told her to go back to the cult. Aina stepped forward and thanked him for saving her and taking care of her. She then pressed her lips downward and thought she would spread the name of the divine messenger to the world so that everyone would know about his power and wisdom. After a while, Shen said he was so sleepy that he would hit the sack first. Meanwhile, the fade cross hit the wall, then the ground, and then struck Shen's foot. Shen angrily screamed while Kola, sitting behind him, saw this and began to sweat. He picked up the fade cross and said he did not know how to use it at all and needed to study up on supernatural knowledge, but the knowledge in the library was limited. He then said he would forget about that for now and try out his new powers instead. He had felt something when he came back, as his left palm felt slightly cool. Suddenly, he realized something and bonked his fist on the table. The coffee cup lying on the table fell off, and Shen wondered if it was the ability he had used to freeze raindrops. He looked at the falling coffee cup, extended his hand toward it, and told it to freeze. The coffee cup froze in place. Seeing this, Shen got excited and said it really was the same power, but the time was short. Meanwhile, Kola hissed and jumped toward him to attack. Shen, sweating in surprise, turned around and wondered what she was doing. He pointed at Kola and told her to freeze. Kola froze, and Shen walked away from her. Then Kola bonked into the glass window and hurt her nose. Shen turned and asked if she was alright while Kola, with teary eyes and holding her red nose, looked at him angrily. Kola jumped at Shen again, but Shen smirked, raised his finger, and told her to freeze. Kola froze in mid-air and then fell flat on her stomach. This process continued for a while. Each time Kola jumped at him, Shen froze her, and when the freezing effect ended, she would thud against the ground, the wall, or the window. However, during this prolonged freezing process, Shen's eyes began to glow, and wrinkles appeared on his face. As Kola was frozen again, Shen held her and spun her around, telling her not to ruin his wall paint. Kola thudded to the floor, bumped her head, and tears welled up in her eyes as she let out a meow. Shen sat down, held her bumpy head, and told her to stop messing around while she continued to meow. Looking at his bookshelf, Shen said he needed to study his new powers and asked her to stop bothering him. After that, he started experimenting with his freezing skill on the books. After a while, he thought that the freeze lasted 5 seconds. He could not freeze air but could freeze physical objects. He could only freeze an entire object, not its individual parts. He had to aim with his left hand or else he would miss. There was no range limit, but the target could not be blocked by anything. To perform another freeze, he had to wait until the first one ended. He could not freeze 2 things at the same time. During this process, Shen received many bumps on his head and face. He sat between the books on the floor, folded his arms, and pouted. Meanwhile, the lady who came to his cafe to get advice about her problems entered through the door and asked if the owner was there. Seeing her, Shen pointed his left hand at her and angrily told her to freeze. He then composed himself, fixed his hair and face, and returned to normal condition before asking the lady if something was troubling her again. When the freezing effect wore off, the lady asked with surprise what had just happened. Shen stood before her, waved his left hand, smiled, and told her to have a seat so he could make her a cup of coffee. She responded affirmatively. 1 hour later, the lady, with teary eyes, ran past Shen, thanking him and saying she would leave first. Shen, sitting on the chair, said goodbye. As she left, Shen rubbed his neck and wondered if she had noticed when he froze her to readjust his clothes. He thought that if anything changed around the person who was frozen, they would notice something was off if they were even slightly clever. Meanwhile, Kola hopped onto the table before him and looked at him. Shen smirked and said she was a little clever. Kola looked at him with her red, bumpy cheeks. At that moment, George and Su Ling entered the cafe and called for Shen. George stepped ahead and said they would like to celebrate there and asked if Shen minded. Shen smiled and said he did not mind, but he could not stay. George said they would buy something while Su Ling had already brought her own snacks. She nervously stepped forward to sit down because outside food was not allowed in the cafe. Shen asked them to tell him what happened this time. George moved toward Shen and sat before him, saying that it seemed like nothing escaped Shen's notice and that he wanted to talk about Yale Verde. George asked Shen whether he had to sit so far away, to which Shen replied that the distance was good enough, and then, looking aside, asked what he would like to drink. George responded that he would like a latte, while Su Ling, hiding behind the snacks she had placed on the table, mentioned that she was trying a new flavor called Breve Coffee. Shen then asked her about the snacks, and she, nervously sweating, replied that she was not ordering snacks today because she was not that hungry. Hearing this, Shen stared at her angrily, and she, with a fearful and blank expression while sweating profusely, asked why he was staring at her. Shen then stood up and said that he would make the coffee and requested them to wait there. As he left, George told Su Ling that he had advised her not to bring food inside, and she responded with a deep sigh. George added that facing Mr. Shen was more exhausting than catching cultists. Su Ling said that Shen had allowed her to attack first when they were finishing up, and she wondered if it was because he wanted her to take the credit. George replied that she was a B-ranked investigator, and now that she had obtained the position, she would surely become a ranked investigator someday, and all she lacked was experience, so he had been letting her gain the experience she needed. She thanked him for that. George then turned his eyes toward her and asked how it had felt to arrest those cultists, saying he had heard that everyone experienced something different during their first arrest. She replied that it had reminded her of her father. George said that her father's crimes were not her fault, and she did not have to feel guilty, as she had helped many victims, and questioned why she would not recognize that. She, with a blank expression, responded that she did not want to talk about it. George remained silent. Meanwhile, Shen brought their coffee and placed the cups in front of them on the table, then sat on the chair across from them and said they should talk. He asked George if he wanted to speak about Yale Verd, saying he recalled that Yale was the priest of Hush Strike. George closed his eyes and said that Yale was a very dangerous man, and that many years ago, Yale, another sorcerer, and he had formed a trio whose goal had been to collect mysterious lost relics from all over the world. At that time, he and the other sorcerer had been young, but Yale Verd, being more than 100 years old, had been the leader of their trio. They had achieved many things and obtained many mysterious relics, becoming well known within a few years. He then closed his eyes again and added that they had not wanted to stop there, so they had chosen different paths. Yale Verd, according to him, was a man who was secretly insane, despite appearing calm and stable on the surface. He then looked toward Shen and said that he knew Yale had been the craziest one among them. Shen asked whether Yale was powerful, to which George, waving his hand with a smile, replied that nothing felt powerful to him, and that Yale had been like a mentor to him, teaching him most of his battle skills. Su Ling, with her face full of food while munching snacks, asked whether Yale was powerful or not, and George, looking at her with surprise, said that if she ever found herself alone with Yale, she should run. She responded that she understood. George then waved and said that they might not even recognize Yale because he had the ability to change his appearance, so even if he were standing right in front of them, they might not realize it. George added that he had come to confirm something, stating that the priest they had captured was not Yale Verd, and asked if Shen had provided false information. Shen, rubbing his chin, thought that Baron loved his daughter and therefore would not lie about such matters, though he might not know everything. Shen added that there could be discrepancies in the information, and that perhaps he had failed to discover something, concluding that there would be 2 priests in Hush Strike's Miranda branch. George said that he understood, acknowledged that Shen had always helped them, then bowed his own head and Su Ling's using his hand to express his gratitude. Shen, waving it off, said that there was no need to be so formal because they were friends. Later, while walking in an alley with Su Ling, George called her name and told her to be careful. He then stepped ahead of her, turned his eyes to look back at her, and said that he had asked someone to investigate and they would eventually find out more. But before they discovered who the mole was, she needed to stay cautious. She replied from behind that she understood and told him not to worry about her. As she stepped forward to follow him, she asked whether he had something to say, and George remained silent for a moment before saying that he knew about her father. She asked whether they really had to talk about that. George stood ahead of her and said that her father had once been a demon hunting hero who had gone down the wrong path because he had not wanted her mother to die, and so he had become a cultist. George described him as a fallen hero swayed by temptation, who had hurt many people and hurt her as a father. He further added that over the years, she had spent a lot of money trying to make up for the people her father had harmed, and that he believed it was enough. He said he just wanted her to know that she and her father were 2 different people, that she was a victim in the matter, and that she did not have to carry the guilt and make up for it forever. She listened silently with a blank expression, then stared at him and said that they had only known each other for a few days, so he should not act like he knew her well. She expressed annoyance that he was lecturing her like an older adult, and then stepped past him, saying they were partners but not friends, and that they were not family either, after which she walked away. George, grabbing his head and watching her leave, asked himself whether he had screwed up again, admitting that he could not control himself and had known it would end this way, but maybe it was for the best. Some hours later, George was sitting alone in a dark room watching animal news on television and said to himself that he should not have said what he had because only friends and family could be used as the cost. He believed that the Anti-Magic Bureau understood this and had intentionally paired him with a girl as his partner so that he would sympathize with her. Looking at a childhood picture of Su Ling, in which she was sitting on the floor holding something in her hand, he said that the effect of the second blade was a loss of lifespan, but that he might be able to find a way to make up for it. However, he also noted that every time the first blade was used, the user would completely forget a friend or family member. Clenching his resting hand on the couch, he admitted that he knew a lot of details and probably had a child and a wife once. Watching the television screen, he said that their connection had been lost, and that no one could change that except a god from another dimension, not even an oracle or any other person could restore it. He wondered whether someone like Mr. Shen would be affected by a disastrous level relic, and imagined that perhaps Shen might have a friend who would never vanish. Meanwhile, a voice from his earpiece informed him that they had found something. Upon hearing this, George straightened up, And the person on the earpiece continued, saying that Yale Verd was with them all along. But before the person could complete the sentence, George said that he already knew and instructed them to inform everyone that Yale Verd was with him at that moment, as Yale Verd was now standing before him in front of the television screen, his eyes glowing. However, Shen and Kola were in the coffee shop at night when suddenly a monstrous, zombie-like man entered the shop, creaking as he moved. Both Shen and Kola saw him and became scared. Shen remarked that, from the looks of it, the figure was probably not a customer. The monstrous man turned, revealing his horrific face, and Kola, terrified, thought it looked incredibly gross. The monstrous man roared, and a tentacle-like creature emerged from his mouth and began spreading out as it moved toward Shen to attack him. As the tentacles neared Shen's eyes and were about to pierce them in order to enter his body, Shen suddenly turned into haze and vaporized. Shen then reappeared in his haze form on the table behind and, pointing angrily at the monstrous man, shouted for him to freeze. The monstrous man stopped in place, and Shen thought to himself that the effect would only last 5 seconds, so he would need to turn into haze again once the creature began to move. The monstrous man rolled forward, and in that moment, Shen again transformed into haze, thinking that now was the time. Suddenly, Shen was surprised when the monstrous man stopped attacking, fearfully shivering, and sat down against the wall, crying. Kola was also standing beside the man, trembling. Shen, still in his haze form, stood before them and said that the creature had been frightened by his godly scent and told Kola to stop overreacting since the creature had done nothing to her. The monstrous man then lowered his head before Shen, and Shen thought that perhaps the manipulator had stopped the manipulation once they realized it was not working. He could not believe they had attempted to attack him and wondered whether they might also target George and Suling. On George's side, George asked Yale how he had managed to avoid the order guidelines for employment and annual examination. Yale smiled and explained that it was because he had been blessed by the striker, a blessing he had received 1,000 years ago. George asked why, if Yale could have escaped, he had chosen instead to come to him, and wondered whether it was to reminisce. Yale waved and said that, back then, he had asked George why he wanted to become a hardworking investigator when there was no real payoff, to which George had replied that people did not always do what they wanted, but did what was necessary. Yale had recently realized that they were the same in that way, and though it was troublesome, he smiled and said he could not relax while he was still alive. After this, Yale cast a twisted ranked relic known as Kill Shot Target and explained that it could attract any flying-type weapons, meaning that George's relics would not work on him. George said he did not mind being unable to use his relics, but hated the idea that Yale thought they were the same kind of people. However, George then dashed past Yale at high speed, swinging his blade at him while thinking that he knew Yale was the kind to prepare an ambush outside and that he could not stay there any longer. George leapt from the terrace to the ground below. While falling, he noticed a group of men in blue hooded robes, the members of Hush Strike already present, carrying a spell circle, and he thought to himself that it was just as he had expected. Holding his blade and raising his umbrella upward behind him, he braced for their attack. The group of men activated their spell circle and unleashed lightning magic waves toward him all at once. George quickly raised his umbrella in front of him just in time, and the lightning waves exploded against it. He landed on the ground and, moving at high speed, ran past the men while swinging his blade. One of the men, casting his lightning spell to attack George, shouted for them to take him down. George turned and looked at that man angrily, then dashed past him and struck him down with his blade. After this, he twirled his blade and passed through the group from side to side, continuing to swing it. He told himself that he could not waste any more time there and needed to hurry. Meanwhile, Yale arrived at the scene, wielding his lightning-infused magic blade, and stated that George could not escape. George's eyes widened when he saw Yale before him. Yale touched his blade, smiled, and stood in front of George, saying that he had come there to kill him and could not allow him to get away. George replied that he did not see anything wrong with letting him escape. Yale closed his eyes while George continued to stare at him. Yale suddenly shouted that Baron had betrayed him and claimed that Baron had been the biggest suspect from the beginning and had been the only one to survive. He said Baron had possessed a disastrous ranked relic and had convinced Yale to help him by promising that he could resurrect his daughter. According to Yale, Baron had needed the help of an elite sorcerer in order to destroy Miranda. Hearing this, George was surprised and began to sweat, wondering why Yale was speaking so loudly and whether he wanted the Anti-Magic Bureau to hear. Yale added that he had planned to kill Baron after the ritual was complete, but Baron had betrayed him first. Yale then stated that it seemed Baron did not care about the resurrection of his daughter. George raised his hand and said that such a thing was impossible, and that Baron loved his daughter. Yale, with an evil expression and glowing eyes, smiled at George and suggested that perhaps Baron did not trust him or saw him as nothing more than scum. Suddenly, Yale rushed toward George at high speed to attack him with his blade, and George, speaking into his earpiece, called out to someone named Anne and asked for help. He requested that Anne tell Suling not to seek revenge, to quit the Anti-Magic Bureau, to become an ordinary person, and to go to school and study. Hearing all of this, Yale swung his blade at George and asked whether he was reciting his final will. remarking that George did not want his partner to repeat his mistakes. George fired his blade to intercept the attack, and after dodging the strike, the blade returned to him. George said that it was true things never ended well for ranked investigators. Yale smiled, his eyes rolling slightly, and said that George was right. However, Yale then summoned numerous spell circles, and his army arrived behind him, each carrying more spell circles. George stood silently and looked at them all. Meanwhile, back at the coffee shop, Shen was sipping his coffee and thinking that he could not sleep, as many things had happened recently. He recalled the girl who had left crying and tried to remember what she had said. He thought that it was something he had once been interested in, but now he could not remember. He then thought about how he owned his own shop, watched customers come and go, and chatted with them. Business was average, neither busy nor dull, and he wondered if this was not the life he had wanted all along. Now, all he could recall were the scenes of his summoning, and this world had already become an indispensable part of his life. He smiled and thought that perhaps it was for the best, as he had formed new bonds with Aina, George, Suling, and Baron. People desired to be needed, and without those bonds, he would have been terribly lonely. At that moment, Suling, with her head lowered in sadness, entered the coffee shop. Shen looked at her and called her name, asking if she was there, and Suling replied that he was dead. Hearing this, Shen was shocked. However, Suling sat before Shen on the chair, while Shen stared with blank eyes and wondered to himself that he had always looked out for Aina ever since he met her. But they were not friends, as the ones he considered friends were those who visited his coffee shop often. For example, the older man who always came there to hang out and laze around. Thinking about George, he reflected that the man who worked so hard for the city was now dead. He then got up and asked about Hush Strike, and Suling, with her mouth trembling in sadness, responded with confirmation. She then added that she was willing to do anything as long as it did not go against her principles. Shen, now furious and carrying an intense aura, shouted that someone must help him avenge George, and then clenching his fists, declared revenge as the monstrous aura surrounded him. Suling, looking at him, began sweating, and Shen, with angry red eyes, told her to inform him of everything without missing even a single detail. Meanwhile, in Miranda's Thames port, the clouds were dark, and it seemed that the rain had stopped some time before. Shen stood there waving his hand and remarked that the rain had stopped, and added that the sea without light was the name of the oceans of this world, because sunlight gradually disappeared the further one moved from land until complete darkness covered the sea surface. He thought to himself that the best way to survive in this world was to stay in the city where at least someone was protecting the people with their life. An hour earlier in the cafe, Suling had explained to him that he should go across the glass plank road and through the high walls, then continue 10 miles southeast and he would reach Miranda's Thames port. She told him that many ships passed through River Thames heading toward the sea without light and said that Yale had killed George in the suburbs, so Yale should be heading to the port right now. She mentioned that the Anti-Magic Bureau was on the move, and it would be difficult for Yale to escape even if Shen did nothing, but she wanted to be certain that there would be no way for him to flee. Remembering that conversation, Shen turned into his haze form and declared that Yale would not be able to escape. After this, the haze moved forward and seeped across the ground. Then Shen, surrounded by his intense haze aura, walked ahead and said he would keep releasing the scent of the god and that Yale would come there if he was truly at the port. At the same time, Yale stood in a room, sweating, with eyes closed and head tilted upward, and told himself that it was time to leave Nolan and that he would need to hide in another nation for several years, possibly 20 years or more. He considered that if the Corona Church was after him, he would be forced to live under horrible conditions for a while. Waving his hand and laughing, he reminded himself that he had turned into a special creature 100 years ago through the blessing of the Striker. As the Striker's shrine servant, he had gained an unlimited lifespan and believed that all he had to do now was lay low. Suddenly, he sensed the scent of the Striker and turned angrily, saying it was coming from over there. He then began searching for Shen and arrived at a warehouse, declaring that this was the place. As he entered, someone stood with their back to him and said he had finally arrived. The person turned around, and it was none other than Shen, who had changed his appearance to look like George. Shen said to Yale that he had been waiting for him. Yale, looking at George with fury, gritted his teeth and asked whether it was really George or someone else. Then dark aura began to pour from Shen's body, and he changed his appearance back to his true form, turning from George into Shen, and smiled while saying that he knew who he was, that he was the messenger of the Striker, and that he had lured Yale there to tell him something. Waving his hand, Shen addressed Yale Verd and told him that he would never gain eternal peace. Yale shouted in anger and asked what made him say that, but before he could finish, Shen moved at high speed and appeared behind Yale, saying that it was still not enough, but he was close. Yale was shocked and wondered when Shen had moved behind him. Shen moved again and appeared ahead of Yale, telling him that he had to make a choice. Yale, sweating profusely and looking at Shen, asked what choice he meant. Shen smiled and said that he had to sacrifice his soul, that he was running out of time, and that his enemy would be arriving soon, saying this before vanishing. Outside the warehouse, Shen turned into a flaming aura and passed over the roof, while the Anti-Magic Bureau team ran toward the location. The O-ranked investigator Ali, running with his team, thought that he could not believe the scent of a god from another dimension had appeared and wondered whether it was connected to something. But before they could proceed further, they noticed a giant lightning spell circle in the sky before them and stopped in their tracks. In the dark sky beneath that lightning spell circle, Yale levitated, and seeing him, one of the Anti-Magic Bureau members shouted that it was Yale. Yale, standing on the ground with an evil expression, smiled and said that they were too late and that he was about to achieve eternal peace. Opening his arms, he declared that they should all pursue true eternal peace, but that they were all bound by their bonds and connections and could no longer obtain peace. Meanwhile, Shen called out Yale's name from behind. Shen, wearing the face mask and gentleman costume as before, appeared in the sky before Yale. The Anti-Magic Bureau, looking at Shen, shouted that the striker had appeared. Shen, with his usual smile, thought that everything was going according to plan, as he had first lured Yale to the warehouse and then lured the Anti-Magic Bureau to the same location, forcing Yale to risk his life and summon him once again. He believed the next step would be to push Yale into despair. Yale knelt on the spell circle before Shen and addressed him as the guider to peace, the king of the praisers, and the provider of eternal peace. He presented his soul and called upon Shen from the depths of his heart, looking forward to him and praying to him, asking that he grant eternal peace to the people who desired it. Shen responded that he refused to bless his soul with eternal peace, but accepted his offering and would take his soul. Hearing this, Yale was shocked, and lightning aura began to pour out of his body. A ring of lightning energy emerged from him as his body aged, becoming wrinkled, and his eyes grew blank. Now an old man, he asked how it could be that the divine messenger had lied to him. Shen extended his hand, and the lightning energy of Yale's soul condensed into glowing balls and flew into his palm, and he thought to himself, "Rest in peace, George." Then all the spell circles and Shen vanished. Ali, witnessing this, said it was gone, and that it appeared the god had left. However, from the dark sky, Yale suddenly fell at high speed and crashed through the roof, which broke apart, and from that broken roof he fell further and hit the ground. A piece of the collapsed roof landed on Yale's body, the ground cracked, and Yale was impaled beneath that section of debris. Ali stood before Yale's body and asked whether Yale had received the eternal peace he had sought. A member of the Anti-Magic Bureau looked at Yale's now thin, aged body with wide eyes, tears filling his gaze, and an open mouth, and said that it did not seem like he had. On the day George died, in the coffee shop, Shen gave a piece of paper to Suling with an address written on it, and told her to go to that apartment and look for a man named Baron, adding that she should tell him this was the silent language and a request from the haze, and that perhaps he could resurrect George. Hearing this, Suling wondered how resurrection could be possible, as it was a forbidden spell and only a god from another dimension could perform it. Yet this person had casually mentioned resurrection, as if it meant nothing. Shen looked toward Suling's pale face and asked her what was wrong, wondering whether she was afraid or simply unwilling to do it, while Suling remained lost in thought, reflecting on how resurrection was strictly forbidden by the Corona Church and the Anti-Magic Bureau. Even as an investigator, breaking this forbidden rule was considered a crime as serious as summoning a god from another dimension. She tightly gripped her hand and with a blank expression thought that it was not against her principles, but she simply could not tolerate wrongdoing. After this, she responded that she would find Baron and ask him to resurrect George. Shen acknowledged this, and she added that while she could not promise Baron would succeed, she would not let Yale escape. Meanwhile, on the other side, all the members of the Anti-Magic Bureau, including the minister and Suling, were standing on the bare ground where a grave was being prepared, and flower bouquets were being placed on it. A senior figure stood beside them holding a book and reciting prayers, asking that the will of the first fire wash away the filth from their bodies and minds, allowing them to be purified, and that they may obtain truth and happiness in the blessed kingdom of the gods, resting in peace and quiet, finding bliss in the holy realm and receiving love from the light and the gods. However, the scene shifted to the cafe shop where Shen asked Suling if she wanted a cup of coffee, and she replied that she did. He then served her a cup, saying he was trying a new recipe that might suit a girl's taste better. As the coffee entered her mouth and throat, her eyes lit up with excitement, and she drank the entire cup in one gulp. Seeing this, Shen was surprised and asked whether all investigators were immune to heat. She licked her lips, turned the empty cup upside down, and happily declared it was delicious. Shen expressed his happiness that she liked it. She then placed the empty cup on the table and explained that there had been a meeting attended only by B-ranked investigators and above, and two main topics had been discussed. The first topic was the increasing number of gods appearing in Miranda, prompting the headquarters to summon all outstation A-ranked and S-ranked investigators back to the city. The second topic was about Shen himself, as the Anti-Magic Bureau had once again decided not to treat him as an enemy, opting instead to maintain friendly relations and try to please him. Shen closed his eyes and smiled while Suling laughed and added that she would be replacing George, which meant her expenses could be reimbursed. Shen asked about the reimbursement and whether that meant she would be using public funds for her own food and drinks. Hearing this, she was startled and nervously looked away, clarifying that she meant she would maintain friendly relations with him in George's place. Suddenly, she remembered something, touched her face with a finger, and said that the bureau minister had mentioned from now on, anyone in the world, including Nolan and people from the second largest continent, might come to Buranda in pursuit of divine power, as everyone knew gods frequently appeared there. Shen folded his arms, closed his eyes, and acknowledged that he understood. He then asked her how George was, and with a blank face she remained silent, then eventually responded vaguely, and after clenching her hand into a fist and pouting, said that George had told her he could not visit him at the moment because he needed time to do something that an investigator could not do. Shen smiled and said he understood. The next day, George stood beside Baron on a rooftop and said that Baron had truly reached out to a god from another dimension, and wondered why he resurrected him, questioning whether Baron was not worried about being arrested. Baron smiled and explained that they were old friends, and he had simply been feeling sentimental, leaving the choice to George. George then stood on the edge of the roof, opened his arms, and considered whether to swear loyalty to the god or report everything to the Anti-Magic Bureau, which would mean killing Baron and also killing his daughter. He wondered whether that also meant killing himself, and asked if Baron really had to be so dramatic. Baron pointed a thumb toward himself and said he liked it, then laughed and said they were in the same boat now, without any other options, and that all they could do was lay low and start a new life in this world. George said it seemed the resurrection of his daughter had made him very happy, and that he wanted to take a photo for her. Baron shouted not to. Meanwhile, in the cafe shop, Su Ling wore an angry expression and remarked that the lazy old man must be thrilled, as he used to complain about work all day, and now he did not have to work at all. Shen laughed and said George was not as useless as she thought, and Su Ling said George acted more serious when he was with him. Shen said he had to leave because he had work to do, but invited her to visit again next time. After a while, Su Ling was walking in an alley and thought she had a strange feeling about that man, as if everything was going exactly as he had expected, and that every step and every person's fate seemed to be somehow connected to him, like they were pieces in his chess game, including the Anti-Magic Bureau, Chaos Cult, and Hush Strike. Suddenly, something on Su Ling's stomach started glowing, and in pain, she clutched her stomach and said it burned. She quickly moved aside, thinking she needed to find a deserted place, then stood against a wall in the empty alley, opened the buttons of her shirt, looked at the red mark on her stomach, and wondered whether it was truly a mark. After some days, a number of customers began to arrive at Shen's coffee shop, and he was the only one serving them all. As he assured a customer that their coffee would be ready shortly, the woman who had previously approached him for suggestions arrived and waved, informing him that she was there again. Shen invited her to take a seat. Later, in his room, he was writing in his notebook and noted that the Hush Strike incident had occurred 2 months ago. He reflected that the weather had been pleasant during those 2 months, which helped the coffee shop's business, and he was no longer broke. While tossing the Yale's Soul Lightning Ball, he smiled and thought that he might need to hire an employee, as he would not be able to keep up with the growing demand. He then gripped the lightning ball tightly and remarked that ever since he had returned from the last summoning, the freeze duration of time had increased by 10 seconds. He admitted that when he had been broke, he had considered using this skill to make money. As he continued to grip the ball, it increased in size, and a circular lightning current was released from it. Furthermore, Shen recalled that Su Ling had mentioned the Anti-Magic Bureau would turn a blind eye to ordinary offenses, but he did not want to gain a bad reputation, since he feared they might suddenly change their stance. Suddenly, Shen's eyes began to glow, and a twirling blue light surrounded him. The scene then shifted to Yale, who was lecturing his comrades while holding the floating Fade Cross in his hand. Yale explained that any user who bore the cross on their body would gain the power of a shield. This shield was not physical but conceptualized, an invisible barrier that nullified harm, curses, poison, spells, or disease affecting the body. However, the cost of using it was evident, as the user would begin to hear whispers and strange voices, eventually slipping into a state of uncontrollable madness. The scene then returned to the present, where Shen was still holding the lightning ball, and the earlier aura of lightning dispersed. Shen looked at the lightning ball and commented that it was essentially a web browser containing 100 years of memories. For someone like him, who lacked knowledge in supernatural studies, the memories of this man were more valuable than any mysterious relic. He smiled and acknowledged Yale's usefulness, recalling the Shadow Mask, the Ring of Luck, and the Eternal Rust Cross. He understood both their uses and their costs, but Yale had never paid the price and had used these relics freely, perhaps because that was the privilege of being a god from another dimension. He then resumed writing in his notebook and noted that Yale's memories contained extensive training in astral projection. Even ordinary people could learn the basics, but Shen himself had been unable to grasp any of it. He had tried several spell rituals in the coffee shop, but nothing had happened. He sighed with disappointment and thought perhaps he lacked talent. Meanwhile, a rumbling sound was heard and a voice echoed, speaking of the earth that accepted the world, of the faceless kingdom, of the colorless town that stunned all, and of a figure presenting the ever-changing blade. Upon hearing this voice, Shen stood up and took the face mask from the rack. The voice continued, asking for the door to be opened, and for its humble self to be accepted, and to be shown true power. The mask fell from Shen's hand, and he acknowledged that it was happening again. The shadow mask then began to spin around him like a tornado, and standing within it, Shen remarked that according to the source of gods, the colorless town was an enormous kingdom connected to countless cities, with no end in sight. The god from another dimension represented the hour of 22 and symbolized the blade, and it was said that every land touched by this god had witnessed the same outcome. The god did not bless worshippers intentionally, but would provide new arrivals to the town with weapons, compelling them into battle. Shen took a small knife from his pocket and wondered how he would manage with such a modest blade for self-defense in a town that seemed endless, thinking how he would be able to fake it. Shen then appeared in the colorless world in front of a building and looked at it with surprise, wondering whether it was Baden Empire Academy. As he touched the structure, it rippled like water and transformed into a town. Standing before the colorless house, he thought how strange it was to see a building from memories, and he questioned what kind of place the colorless town truly was. He stroked his chin and sensed that someone was waiting for him in the library. Suddenly, dark smoke surrounded him, and changing his appearance, he decided he would check it out regardless. Wearing the mask and a gentleman's suit, carrying a cane, and surrounded by the smoke, Shen smiled as he walked forward, remarking that the sacrificial items of the chaos cult were quite impressive. After some time, while walking through the colorless library, Shen mentioned that it should be somewhere nearby. At that moment, a floating woman resembling Aina appeared before him and addressed him. Shen looked at her and thought she had silver white hair, wine-red eyes, and pale skin, resembling a grown-up version of Aina, although her voice was different. The woman slowly descended to the floor and, bowing her head, introduced herself as the Oracle Girl, the one who had awakened and summoned him to the colorless town that accepted all. She winked and greeted him, while Shen blushed slightly, his eyes rolling blankly as he asked what she desired. She responded that the light chaser wanted a blade from her, but she had sworn not to give her possessions to mortals. She said she wanted a blade from him so she could offer it to the light chaser, and in return, she would reward him. Shen nervously inquired about the reward, and the lady answered with a smile, pointing her finger and stating that it was a blade. She then asked what he had expected the reward to be, and Shen admitted that he had thought the same. Looking at her, he thought that this was the first time someone had dared to speak so casually to him after summoning him. He wondered whether she was not human and considered whether she might be a succubus. As he remained absorbed in these thoughts, the woman asked whether the reward was insufficient, and said that if so, she would also reveal something about the future. However, Shen wonders about the future. The lady closes her eyes and says that she is the oracle, after all. She then carries a glass ball over her hand and states that first she presents to him the ever-changing blade. Shen responds that he accepts her offering. She sends the glass ball toward Shen, and as it flies to him, he grabs it, thinking it is a silver glass ball. She then gets closer to him and asks where hers is. Shen blushes and smiles, responding that he will give it to her right away. Meanwhile, the locked blade comes out of Shen's pant pocket and moves toward the lady. She gets it, winks, and thanks him. Shen responds that she is welcome, then thinks that she is totally a succubus. After this, the lady turns and, heading down, says the light chaser will reach Buranda soon. He will look for the god imposter and will risk his life to get rid of that person. Shen asks whether the god imposter, who is pretending to be a god, is unforgivable in the eyes of a worshipper and wonders if someone is coming for him. She looks toward him and responds that she hereby reveals the future to him as per their agreement. The god imposter will ultimately fail, and she foresees his failure. She then steps ahead and says that he will succeed, he will win, he will wound his enemies, and he will turn the night into day. She then looks up through the glass window and says that he will fall from the sky at his most triumphant moment. His destruction will be witnessed by countless people, not a single trace of him will be left, and he will cease to exist. She then turns and asks if he probably knows what she means by that. Shen confusingly asks what kind of riddle that is and wonders why she cannot speak properly. After this, the same gray wind tornado starts revolving around him, and he stands in it, looking up, saying something major is happening this time. As the wind tornado spreads around him, he receives the information about the Oracle Lady. 1,000 years ago, in the glorious era of a kingdom, the people were lost in their greed. The kingdom raided others and grew powerful. The army of the king was undefeatable until one day a cult released an Oracle Girl from a seal. The Oracle Girl was revealed at the kingdom's capital plaza. She had long silver white hair and red eyes. She was desired by everyone because of her sheer beauty. Boys and girls of all ages were attracted to her. The people were agitated. The Oracle Girl stood at the kingdom's capital plaza and asked the people of that kingdom, saying she hereby revealed the future to them all. She said something that shocked the people. She smiled and revealed cruel prophecies in front of everyone. She said the kingdom would perish, and all the men, women, elderly, and children would die tragically. The people were shocked and furious. They could not accept the prophecy. They wanted to kill her, hang her, burn her, bleed her dry, and decapitate her. She turned and vanished, leaving nothing behind except the disturbing prophecies. No one knew where she went. Several decades passed. The kingdom was still glorious. Their powerful army monopolized everything on the second largest continent. No one could stand up against the kingdom until one day, when their greed grew out of control. They started to desire royalty status in the afterlife. They summoned a god from another dimension, which led to their demise. The entire kingdom was destroyed in mere moments. Their bluster was gone, and nothing was left except for silence. The first oracle, the oracle of prophecy, the oracle of the source, those were what the people called her. Long silver white hair and red eyes were her distinctive features. All the prophets, mediums, sorcerers, and oracles of the world are part of her bloodline. They are the descendants of the first oracle. However, the Yale's soul ball took him to Yale's private workshop. Shen asks why he is there and assumes it must be Yale's private workshop. He thinks there must be a lot of valuable items in there that he can sell and decides to look into that later. However, he returns to his room, and while holding the Yale's soul ball, asks whether that means Aina is her descendant. He then squishes the ball and says that must be it. He clears his throat, saying he should check out another one. However, the Yale's soul ball bluish light spreads, and Shen stands there staring at the silver glass ball lying on the table before him. He says the ever-changing blade is a disaster-ranked relic. Things may change according to the user's thoughts. It is incredibly powerful, and the cost of using it is the loss of a body part. He then sweats and presses his lips downward, saying that sometimes it is a finger, sometimes an ear, sometimes the skin, and sometimes an organ. The cost is irreversible. Any attempt at healing will be devoured by it. It is the scariest permanent cost. After this, he holds the silver glass ball, closes his eyes, smiles, and says he lacks attack-type relics the most. This will be an important tool to save his life. The costs of using his other relics do not apply to him, so this should be the same. After this, he tightly clenches the ball and shouts to transform. The dark silver smoke is released from his clenched hand, and the dark smoke spreads around him. Shen, wearing the descent suit, clothes, hat, and carrying the cane on which the silver glass ball is attached and surrounded with dark smoke, says a cane can be a weapon or an accessory. It is the best choice for a gentleman like him. After this, he starts twirling the cane and says it is quite hefty too. As expected, he does not need to pay the price. From now on, he will use his props to their full advantage. After this, he retracts and says that every time he gains new powers, they are related to the god from another dimension. He wonders what the colorless town can bring him now that he has something to attack with. It would be best if he gains a defense-related power. Half an hour later, Shen sweats, closes his eyes, and asks what kind of power it is, as he cannot feel a thing. He then gets up, stands before the room door, and holds the lock to open the door, saying he should make a cup of coffee. He will not sleep until he figures this out. As he grabs the lock, it breaks, and he, surprisingly holding the lock and looking at it, asks how it broke with just a light pull. He wonders what kind of lousy door that is if he is still able to get out. However, he kicks the door and breaks it, saying to open up. He then wonders whether he did not put much strength into that kick and asks if super strength is his new power or if it is because of changes in his body. He then wonders why the cane he pulled out was so heavy and whether it is just that heavy. However, as he looks toward the broken door, he asks what he has done and how much the door costs. He then sits on the chair in the coffee shop, holding the knife, and says he is going to waste the money he finally saved up. He can tell that his new power is not just a boost in strength. His defense abilities should also be stronger now. After this, he puts the knife on his hand and says that is just a theory, so he should try it out. He cuts his palm with the knife, and blood spurts out. Meanwhile, a lady enters the coffee shop, and, worriedly looking at him, asks whether he is self-harming and calls him a freak. However, in that lady's perception, Shen was a horrible evil man with a long tongue and glowing red eyes who cut his hand and drank the blood from it while laughing. She wondered whether beings on his level were also so perverted. She was profoundly scared and sweating, while in reality, Shen was screaming in pain. Suddenly, he noticed the lady and asked if a customer had come in and suggested she have a seat. The lady, frightened, responded with agreement. Shen told her that he would have a cup of coffee and asked what she would like. But in her understanding, Shen, with an evil face and a horrible voice, asked her what she wanted. The lady's eyes rolled as she sat on the chair and barely managed to say that she wanted a cold brew, thanking him. Shen closed his eyes and asked if she wanted something hot instead, noticing that she was drenched and soaking wet from the rain. He then touched his chin, thought for a moment, and remarked that despite the storm outside, she had still come and was acting respectfully, which meant she must be someone from the inner circle. He then remembered Su Ling and said that a certain someone had once chugged piping hot coffee, so cold coffee after rain was nothing. He got up, smiled, and said she did not have to be so uptight since she was a guest, and offered to get a towel for her. The lady looked down at the floor, thanked him, and wondered if she had dirtied it. She then fearfully recalled the rumors that the owner of the coffee shop tortured his enemies with eternal pain, and that his enemies could not even rest in peace after death, which was sickening. Shen, holding a coffee cup from the shelf, reminded himself to be extra careful because he did not know his own strength and could not afford to buy new mugs. After this, he brought the coffee cup to the lady and presented it to her, calling her his beautiful lady and saying here was her coffee. The lady's hand was trembling as she took the cup and thanked him. She seemed lost while holding the cup and wondered, based on what she had heard, if the mysterious owner of the coffee shop was like an elite chess player. She took a sip of coffee and thought that he mercilessly controlled those who begged for his help, that he enjoyed both the joy and pain of the world, that he appeared in the final moments to reap people's deepest despair, and that he toyed with the souls of his victims and plunged them into agony. She then looked toward Shen and thought that it was totally sick. Shen noticed the lady trembling. She was the one who had asked for a cold drink, while she thought he had easily wiped out Hush Strike in Miranda, and remembered how the Anti-Magic Bureau had made it clear that no one should mess with him. She made a crying face and thought to herself that this man was unfathomably terrifying. Meanwhile, Shen asked her why she did not tell him why she was there. She looked at him fearfully, then smiled slightly and said that he should know she was the owner of turmeric flower and also known as an ender. Shen replied yes, then thought about how Su Ling had told him that enders were like mercenaries, positioned at the bottom of the pyramid in that circle, and that they worked closely with the investigators of the Anti-Magic Bureau due to the nature of their job. Su Ling had once complained that an ender agency had tried to kiss up to her and had foolishly gifted her a luxurious car in front of her academy. Her classmates had assumed she had a sugar daddy, and she had been so pissed that she almost pulled out her sword. Meanwhile, the lady told him that a mysterious organization called the Hidden Iris had appeared in Miranda, referring to themselves as the Observers. These people mysteriously appeared all over Miranda, witnessing and recording incidents around the world, but never interfering in the process. Everyone had thought it suspicious, though harmless, until 2 days ago when someone from the Hidden Iris had suddenly gone on a rampage. They had started killing people from the inner circle, most of whom were from her agency. They had died in a senseless massacre. She explained that they were mysterious and overwhelmingly powerful, and then added that she wanted revenge and hoped Shen would help her. She closed her eyes and said she was willing to give him everything she had. She then stood before Shen, thinking he could be as perverted as he wanted with her. Shen confusingly asked what she was doing, and she wondered whether he only enjoyed self-harm and could not believe he was not interested in her hot body. Shen admitted that her offer was tempting, but thought that nothing was more important than his own life. The lady felt embarrassed, while Shen added that he did not want to interfere too much, as it was none of his business. The lady responded that she understood and would be leaving then. As she got up to leave, Shen told her there was an umbrella at the entrance and that he would lend it to her, requesting that she return it. She nodded and took the umbrella. As she walked in the rain holding the umbrella, she thought to herself that she still stood a chance. He had clearly given her a hint, since he would not have offered something from the coffee shop if he had not been willing to form a connection. She closed her eyes and thought that if he did not want her body, then she would have to find something he would be interested in. She then opened her eyes and wondered aloud, speaking of which, as she opened the umbrella, whether the owner liked young girly characters, and thought that the young yet mature type like herself was clearly more popular at the moment. Meanwhile, in the coffee shop, Shen angrily thought that it must be trendy to not pay for drinks, since he was almost broke. He then looked toward the ring on his hand and thought that he had to rely on it. The ring of luck brought good luck during the day and bad luck at night, but it did not work immediately and had to be knocked 3 times. He decided he would try it tomorrow, otherwise he would be broke after fixing the bedroom door. The next day at the coffee shop, there were 2 customers having coffee. Shen stood behind the counter, resting his hand under his face, and thought that the ring was not working, since he had only 2 customers and they were regulars. He then looked toward the brown-haired lady and thought she looked like she was in a bad mood today, and that he should leave her alone unless she talked to him. A middle-aged man came to Shen and said that his coffee was wonderful. Shen thanked him for the compliment. The man pointed toward Shen and raised his voice, saying that the acidity of the coffee had a note of playfulness and brought out the bright flavors, and that if the coffee beans lacked that acidity, the coffee would be lifeless and bland with no depth of flavor. Shen blushed happily, laughed, and said that he was just lucky it suited the man's taste. The man gave him an envelope and said he had been going to invest in him, but Shen quickly took the envelope, saying there was no way it was just luck, as this was the result of his hard work. The man smiled and said it was good, and that it was rare for him to find a coffee shop he liked, so he did not want to see it close down. He said that his master was Lord Felix, and that next week he would be dining with Sir Frederick, so he would not be visiting then. Shen, surprised, asked whether the successful philanthropist Mr. Frederick was the one being mentioned, and thought he should treat the matter seriously, and looked forward to the next visit. After this, the man left, saying goodbye. However, at night, Shen lay on his bed and wondered whether he had truly received the investment from Mr. Jonas. He thought he could survive a while longer now. He wanted to be rich too, but guessed he could only become rich in his dreams. He then closed his eyes and fell asleep. However, in his dream, he saw that scene again where he stood in the haze and the long tunnels were stabbed into the ground. The walls were cracked, and he stood there calling out to Aina. However, as Shen walked ahead, he noticed someone offering prayers, mentioning endless bad omens, the source of disasters, and the white haze villain. Shen looked at the person excitedly and asked himself if it was really her, and indeed, that person was none other than Aina, who was sitting in a dark circle. making prayers to the destroyer of worlds and the Lord of Ashes. She was calling upon him. Shen smiled happily, then approached her and playfully held her cheeks and pressed them while she, with closed eyes, kept repeating her chant and calling upon him. As Shen looked at her, he thought she seemed to have grown up a little and now resembled that succubus. Meanwhile, Aina opened her eyes and said that the mighty Lord of Ashes was staring at her. Shen lowered his hand from her cheeks and, closing his eyes, wondered why her gaze was lifeless as if she were sleepwalking. He waved his hand in front of her eyes and silently looked into them, and she responded that she could sense his approach. Shen remarked to himself that there seemed to be delays in consciousness communication. He paused and asked her what it was that she desired. Aina looked confused, and Shen thought that her slow response reminded him of the old days of slow internet. Aina then responded that she had come to ask the mighty Lord of Ashes for help and requested to know what he knew about the Hidden Iris. According to the investigation team, there was enough proof to believe that the Hidden Iris was a mysterious organization that apparently aimed to summon a god from another dimension at Buranda. Shen smirked and thought that was it. Since he had expected something more serious, Aina added that during their preparations, they had encountered some kind of accident, and many of their members had fallen into madness and began randomly killing people in the inner circle, although they had done nothing to those outside of it. As the haze around them began to dissipate, Shen wondered what exactly the requirements were. He raised his head proudly, folded his arms, smirked, and thought that it must be the preparations required before astral projection, which was normal jargon in supernatural studies. He reassured himself that no one should think he still did not understand supernatural studies, since he was no longer the same man who once held Yale's soul ball. Suddenly, Shen was startled when Aina loudly said that even members of the cult were almost attacked. Shen patted her head and thought that the astral communication was lagging again, comparing it to 2G internet. Aina then asked the mighty Lord of Ashes how the cult should deal with the issue in the future and whether they should attack the Hidden Iris first. Shen considered whether the major incident with the Hidden Iris had occurred because they were trying to gather the requirements to summon a god from another dimension. He squinted and thought that the god in question seemed strange, one who liked to observe history and devour the past. After thinking for a while, Shen told her to let time pass, and fate would naturally provide her with the answers. Meanwhile, as the tunnel began to vanish and the white haze spread around, Aina responded that she understood and would follow his wise advice. Shen closed his eyes, smiled, and thought it was better to meet in dreams since it was totally safe. Suddenly, someone's voice was heard, calling the controller of everything overflowing with the world. Shen opened his eyes in surprise and asked himself whether he had not returned yet. As the white haze spread and the voice continued, referring to the enemy of the ashes and the haze of the white shore, Shen looked up and asked himself whether this was the territory of the haze of the white shore. The person repeatedly called upon him, and Shen stepped ahead, thinking there was no danger in a dream anyway, so he should go check it out. Shen found Baron kneeling in the smoke, making prayers. Looking at him, Shen thought he had known it was Baron. Rubbing his chin, he recalled that George had told him Baron had become more lively ever since his daughter was resurrected, and Shen wanted to see just how lively he had become. Shen stepped ahead and stood before Baron. With closed eyes, Baron addressed the mighty haze and said he wanted to ask about the Salians. This family wished for him to join the Lightless Dust, and he wondered if he could join other organizations after pledging loyalty. Shen, pressing his lips downward with closed eyes, thought to himself who the hell the Salians were. He recalled having once heard about a Salian kingdom that existed on the second largest continent thousands of years ago and wondered if these were their descendants. He had also never heard of the Lightless Dust organization. Sighing, he thought that Baron could go if he wanted to, as Shen had no reason to stop him. He then told Baron to go ahead, and that dream ended there. In the present time, Shen lay on his bed and asked himself whether he was back. He took the mobile phone out from under his pillow and checked the time, noting that it was only 4 in the morning. Since he could not sleep, he decided he should do some research. Holding Yale's soul lightning releasing ball, he sat on his bed and received the information that the most noble among the Franks were called the Salians, a name still used today. The Franks were one of the races on the second largest continent, known for their pale skin, golden, silver, or brown hair, and blue eyes. The Salians were known as one of the noblest families ever, wiped out thousands of years ago, though some royal descendants still lived. These people were extremely arrogant, and those of lower status had difficulty communicating with them. Upon hearing all this, Shen asked himself about this mysterious old royal family. He then received information that the Lightless Dust was the most powerful and mysterious sorcerer organization on the second largest continent. A decent number of elite sorcerers had joined the alliance, but their purpose remained unclear, though they had existed for thousands of years. Shen opened his eyes, then happily touched the ball to his cheek to show care and smiled, telling the ball that it was so useful, and that he would definitely depend on it. The next morning, in the coffee shop, Su Ling stood before the cat that sat on the table and was staring at her. Su Ling thought it was a stare down and told herself she was not afraid. The cat started hissing, and just then Shen arrived, smacked the cat from behind, and told it not to hiss at the customer. A bump appeared on the cat's head, and seeing this, Su-ling smiled while the cat became even angrier. Shen then asked why she had come that day. Su-ling replied that she wanted a favor. An elderly person in the slums had suddenly passed away, and she had discovered traces of astral projection in the area. He had often given candy to kids in the slums and had been very kind. She had seen him just a few days ago. Shen asked whether she wanted to find out who killed him. She replied yes. Their fortune teller was in bad shape, and most of the other investigators were busy with the hidden iris case. She did not have many friends, so she came to him for help. Shen happily thought that the key word was hidden iris and that he needed to come up with something to say. He then waved his hand and asked about the hidden iris, calling them pathetic lunatics, and wondered what she thought of them. Su-ling was surprised and thought to herself that, as expected, this man controlled everything in secret and that she could not shake the feeling that he had chosen her. The Anti-Magic Bureau had sent an ranked investigator to lead a team to wipe out the cult, and the mark on Su-ling's stomach began glowing. She said they had indeed sent an ranked investigator, and the Anti-Magic Bureau had concluded that the hidden iris was a cult. According to their investigation, it had started as a group of ordinary scholars, history lovers, and fans of supernatural studies who were outside of the circle. However, they had suddenly come together and, one after another, gone insane. Shen closed his eyes and said he had already known this and, in exchange, requested that she investigate the Light Chaser and the God Imposter. She asked in surprise about the Light Chaser and God Imposter, and Shen confirmed it, telling her that she could go now. That night, outside the coffee shop in the alley, the lady who had come earlier to Shen's coffee shop, Miss Christine, stood tiredly and said to herself that it would catch up soon. However, while Shen was making coffee, he thought about the Light Chaser, the God Imposter, the hidden iris, the Salians, the lightless dust, and the dead old man from the slums. Su-ling had said that something was causing everything to happen. Dark smoke was released from Shen's body as he transformed into his divine messenger form, wearing a gentleman-like costume, carrying a cane, and wearing a mask. He stated that countless connections and ties eventually formed inevitable fate, so to speak. As the dark smoke spread around him, Shen stood and thought there was no such thing as pure coincidence. He smiled to himself, thinking he looked so hot, then removed the ring of luck from his finger, thinking that nothing good was happening today and that a twisted ranked relic was not enough for him. He sadly wondered why there were no summoners who sacrificed money to give him gold or silver jewelry or something of value. He opened the door and left the coffee shop, noting that he also accepted checks. As he walked through the alley at night, Christine, holding an injection and staring at it, wondered whether she could survive by injecting the last blood of the strange K155 and knew she needed to hurry, as something would catch up to her soon. Suddenly, she began trembling and everything appeared blurry. A monster approached her from behind, and as she turned to look, she fearfully thought it was already too late. The monster stood before her and let out a roar. Christine remembered that just 2 of these monsters had nearly wiped out the entire agency. She had almost received help from the man in the coffee shop. At that moment, a paper glowed in Christine's pocket. The monster rushed to attack her, but before it could, Shen swung his cane and struck the monster, killing it instantly. He then asked himself if he had been too harsh, thinking about how fragile it was. Feeling pleased, he thought he was so freaking cool right now. Christine looked toward Shen and recognized him as the shop owner. She wondered how he had so easily killed a twisted ranked monster and concluded his capabilities were at least disastrous ranked. Suddenly, her eyes widened in fear and surprise when she sensed Shen in his skeleton form, standing before her as a god messenger carrying his cane and thumping it onto the road. She felt tiny in his presence and wondered if she was sensing the aura of a god from another dimension. Trembling, she asked herself whether this man was the divine messenger of a god, then collapsed to the ground, wondering whether he was even human or perhaps a superior kind of familiar. Meanwhile, Shen was sweating as he looked toward her, wondering whether he had overdone it. He thought he had only defeated a lousy monster and questioned whether it made him seem uncool to talk boastfully afterward. He thought that no one could calmly face someone who emitted the scent of a god except for that succubus. He then greeted her politely, addressing her as Miss Christine. With a trembling voice, she greeted him in return. She took out the glowing paper from her pocket and handed it to Shen, saying it was the medical formula for dream sight, a small token of respect that she had prepared. She hoped he would assist her and help her dead colleague, promising to take him to the secret hideout of the hidden iris, or rather, to their lair. Shen responded that it sounded nice, then smiled slightly and remarked that the monster from before was nearly maniacal, and besides its fierce appearance, it was also more powerful than an ordinary human, but he believed he could handle it. Christine stood up and injected herself with the serum. Shen turned and said it was time to go and destroy their lair. As they walked through the alley, Christine thought about more than 10 of her colleagues who had once shared laughter, tears, dreams, and families, all of whom had been torn to shreds by monsters in the blink of an eye. Now, including herself, only 3 people were left in turmeric flower. One wanted to return to an ordinary life, and the final member was estranged and beautiful. Christine had never expected the agency's saying to become a reality. As she was lost in thought, Shen asked whether she was all right. She replied that she was fine, then sighed deeply and thought that it was time to make some changes and move on from important matters. She looked at Shen and thought she had to please this big shot, wondering if it was too much to kneel and pledge loyalty, or to call him her master out of nowhere. She believed the formula alone was not enough to impress him, that she had done too little, and that she lacked the capability. She questioned what else she could offer, maybe the millions of yuan in her savings. Eventually, they stood together on the bridge road, watching the river. Shen asked if this was the place, and she confirmed that it was. She explained that their lair was underwater and had once served as the hideout for a secret agency. The members of the Hidden Iris were scholars, history enthusiasts, and fans of supernatural studies. It used to be a site for secret research and discussion. For unknown reasons, these individuals had suddenly gained supernatural powers and began calling themselves the Observers. They recorded global incidents in dreams until they eventually went mad and turned into monsters. Shen added that it sounded like they had been influenced by a god from another dimension or a mysterious relic. She gave a thumbs up and thought how amazing he was, and that he was as wise as she had expected. Shen hesitantly thanked her for the compliment, but asked that she not describe him as wise, saying it sounded weird to him. She pressed her lips downward and thought that maybe she had used the wrong approach to flatter him. He then stepped ahead and asked her to stay back. Extending his hand, he cast a flaming aura and said that since the lair was underwater, he should perform a simple test. As she stood behind him and watched, the flaming aura was released from his body, surrounding him with intense power, and she was left in awe. However, Shen sent the flame into the river water. The flame entered the water, then emerged and began to float on the surface. Shen thought there should be a switch beneath the water. As the switch appeared floating, Shen observed it and concluded that must be it. He then stated that he had found it and that the switch was underwater. Christine, with teary eyes and a fearful gaze toward Shen, noted that even the residual power was terrifying and that he must be at least disastrous ranked. As she looked at him, Shen asked whether he had frightened her. He smiled, thinking that this was the first time he had encountered someone with such a wild reaction. Christine gave a fearful smile and said she was fine. Shen suggested they move forward. As he looked at the switch in the water, he said it was open. Christine added that he was very clever. After that, both of them arrived in an underground cave beneath the river. On the way, Christine reached inside her shirt, saying she needed to grab something. Shen asked what it was, then shouted in surprise, asking where she had kept her belongings. She retrieved the item and replied that it was more convenient to store it there and that it held value when not in use. She had found it. Christine then carried a golden object in her hands that released a golden light. Closing her eyes, she invoked the mighty Origin fire. Shen, standing beside her, thought about the fire of Origin, the only mainstream god of the second largest continent. This god had the most worshippers, with half of the 20 billion population as devoted followers. The god represented midday and light. Christine raised her hand, and a sun-like golden and orange circle was cast as she asked the light to speak and praised the sun. She then held the golden lightning ball toward Shen, hoping for a compliment. Shen looked at her and said she had done a good job, then suggested they proceed. However, Shen sensed a monster's red eyes in the dark cave. In the next second, the monster leapt toward him, but Shen struck it with his cane, killing it instantly. Blood dripped onto Christine's face, and she thought about how powerful he was. She then stood in front of Shen and cast green lightning ahead. Shen asked what she was doing. She turned and pointed toward the now neat and clean area, saying it was all clean. Shen thought she was trying to please him and complimented her again, telling her they should keep going. As they walked across the area where the monsters had been, Shen thought they were all low-level monsters and that it was easy. In Christine's view, Shen was killing monsters with his cane, and she looked on, saying he was wicked. After a while, both Shen and Christine continued forward. The golden lightning ball Christine had summoned moved with them to light the area. Christine looked at Shen and said she saw he had already understood the key clues and secrets of the Hidden Iris. Shen walked ahead with a smiling face, thinking about the colorless town, a god from another dimension whose consciousness was slumbering. He had to stay relaxed to use his power. They eventually emerged from the cave and stood before a shield wall. Shen asked if this was some kind of astral projection spell that shielded the area and formed an invisible glass wall. Christine looked at the shield and said it resembled an aquarium, expressing disbelief that it was made using astral projection, which she found wicked. Shen, putting his hand on his chin, asked whether the members of the Hidden Iris, who had once been mere fans in the surface world, truly became supernatural beings without knowing about the inner circle. Christine confirmed that was right. Shen closed his eyes and said they had created a place like this beneath the River Thames and had used an astral projection spell to keep the water from flowing in. It did not seem like amateur work. Christine asked whether he meant that someone within the Hidden Iris or a part of it belonged to the inner circle. Shen replied that she had sharp observation skills because that was exactly what he meant. He then smiled, thinking that he had studied like crazy for 2 months with Yale's Soul Ball and finally had the chance to show off. He then told her they should keep moving. While walking, Christine called him by his title as the shop owner, but Shen remained silent. Suddenly, they noticed a group of monsters with red eyes visible in the darkness ahead. Shen raised his hand in front of Christine, warning her to watch out and back away. She responded quickly and nervously tapped backward as the monsters roared and ran to attack. Christine, with teary eyes, fearfully shouted, wondering why the monsters were staring at her like that. Shen looked toward the yellow lightning ball and told her to send it flying toward him because the monsters were attracted to the light. She nodded and sent the light toward Shen. As the monster leaped to attack, Shen cast a bluish shield barrier over himself. The monster slammed into the barrier and fell back. Shen smiled, carrying the cross and thinking that he had the protection of the eternal rust cross, which made him nearly invincible. He then transformed the rust cross into a whip and began swinging it at the monsters, slicing them one by one. With one swing, Shen sliced through 3 monsters, killing them all, then muttered that it was gross. Christine stood behind and vomited while Shen stood ahead, thinking he felt like vomiting too. Looking at the dirty area filled with broken items, he asked Christine to clean the place once she was done vomiting. Christine used her green lightning magic to start cleaning, thinking that she had to work hard and perform well. Shen, watching her, pressed his lips downward and thought he envied those who could use astral projection spells. He sighed deeply, wishing he could trick her into coming to work at the coffee shop. Unfortunately, because he often had to experiment with divine powers and was highly experienced in the supernatural, anyone who stayed near him would eventually go insane. Suddenly, Christine found a notebook and raised it, calling to Shen by his title. He asked what was wrong. She presented the notebook to Shen, saying it seemed important and had been hidden behind a desk in a secret compartment. Shen complimented her, saying nice work. She obediently opened the book and held it up for Shen, saying she would assist him. Shen responded that it was all right. He then began reading the notebook. It was written it said that thanks to the miracle known as Mr. White, they had received new guidance. As fans, they would have never stepped into the real world without his help. They had never seen anyone nobler than Mr. White or anyone more generous. He was made half from kindness and righteousness and half from utter wisdom. From that day forward, the hidden iris was formed. Mr. White, who called himself the Miracle, introduced a great deal of mysterious knowledge to them, the real deal. Last night, Mr. White demonstrated a true miracle. He snapped his fingers and a vast underground maze appeared beneath the earth, and the water of the River Thames could not seep in due to gravity. They also gained supernatural powers. After this, Christine, while reading the notebook, stated that according to Mr. White's instructions, they were to begin gathering the requirements to summon the god horse voice. He had been feeling strange lately, his body unwell, and he was not sure why, but he felt nauseous whenever he tried to eat vegetables or fruits. She then looked seriously at the notebook and said something was happening to his body, though perhaps it was a normal occurrence. Mr. White had said he was almost done collecting the requirements. There was a new servant next to Mr. White, a blind boy younger than 10 years old, who appeared to have the ability to predict the future. Perhaps Mr. White should participate in his attempt because something unknown was calling him, and perhaps everyone in the hidden iris felt the same way. No one there would doubt Mr. White. Hearing all this, Shen thought that the miracle Mr. White must be the mastermind behind the hidden iris. He wondered whether he was the White of Miracle. He questioned what exactly the White of Miracle wanted, what was the reason behind collecting the requirements, and what he intended to attempt. Christine then closed the notebook and said the note ended there. Shen responded that it did. He complimented her for her good reading and said her voice imitation had been spot on. Hearing this, Christine blushed happily and thanked him. Shen smiled and thought it seemed he should compliment her more often. Christine, pointing at the notebook, added that the common sense of the person who wrote the note was highly questionable, and that she could not believe they thought summoning a god from another dimension was a normal thing. Even the biggest fans in the surface world knew it was a serious taboo. She added that the writer was deluded to believe their physical changes were normal when they were clearly signs of madness. Shen told her she had done a good job and asked her to check for any other useful items. She cheerfully ran ahead to search among the old broken objects, saying he could leave it to her. After a while, Christine, looking tired and with her head down, came back to Shen and explained that it seemed someone had already taken the important items. The notebook had been hidden in a secret compartment, which was why it was left untouched. Shen told her it was fine and that she had done well. He then asked for her help moving forward. She nodded enthusiastically, saying she would be honored. Shen pressed his lips together and thought she seemed easy to please, that just a few compliments could get her excited, and she was easy to fool. Meanwhile, Christine was wondering whether she should kneel and swear an oath or what exactly she should do. Either way, she was too excited, praising the mighty fire of origin in her thoughts, and said she hadn't expected to impress such a big shot. Then she angrily wondered whether he would ask her to kneel and call him master every time they met, which would be embarrassing, but not something she couldn't do. After this, Shen asked her to help him investigate the cause of death of an elderly man who used to sell candy near the slums and had recently passed away. She straightened up and saluted, responding that she would do so. She thought she had to do well, that not much was left of the turmeric flour, but her connections as an ender were strong, and all she had to do was spend a couple €100,000. Suddenly, an explosion occurred behind them, coming from the open dark entrance, and the river began flooding from that direction toward them. Shen turned and shouted that it was a trap left by the White of Miracle. He looked at the frightened Christine and thought that he could turn into haze and escape through the dirt's gaps. But what about her? Holding the rust cross, he thought it was his only option. He threw the cross toward her and told her to catch it, but she failed and the cross became embedded in her chest. Meanwhile, the floodwater drew near them. Shen tried to stay calm and reminded himself that the power of the colorless town could strengthen her attack and defense abilities. As the water and everything around them turned colorless and froze, Christine stared in shock. Later, Christine lay unconscious outside the river on sandy ground, while Shen stood nearby in his haze form. He then transformed into his human form, smiled, and thought that his haze ability could be used to dry his clothes, calling it a neat life hack. He noted that wearing the Eternal Rust Cross was expensive, and it was best not to wear it for more than half an hour. Seeing the glowing cross in Christine's chest, he wondered why it was stuck there. He reached out to pull it, and at that moment, Christine regained consciousness. She blushed and squeezed her eyes shut while Shen popped the cross out. He then placed it in his pocket and nervously coughed, saying she had finally woken up. She sat up and asked whether she had woken up at the wrong time. Shen shouted, wondering what she had been thinking. She responded that she was fine now and thanked him for saving her life. Shen told her she could go and to be careful, saying that perhaps someone already had their eye on her. She responded that she understood. As she turned to leave, Shen watched her go and thought he hoped nothing bad would happen to her. Suddenly, the ground around him began rumbling, and bluish lightning aura spread across the area. The white haze emerged, and Shen realized Christine couldn't sense it. He thought it looked like he was being summoned again. It wasn't even 12 yet, but he guessed the timing was right. Shen then changed his appearance into Baron's and sat within a spell circle surrounded by bluish lightning aura, appearing in Baron's office hall. He closed his eyes and thought that, as expected, it was Baron. Looking toward Baron's assistant, he noted that it was the same one who fainted every time and appeared very loyal to Baron. In reality, the assistant asked Baron if this was truly a summoning of a god from another dimension, which she hadn't expected. Baron replied that it was and instructed her to increase the incentive. The assistant agreed. Meanwhile, the real Baron knelt and prayed to the controller of everything. He recalled that, according to the Corona Church, before the expansion of the universe, the fire of origin had vaporized the water of spirituality, thus creating the universe. The earliest humans were said to be birthed from the vaporized white haze. Even if it wasn't entirely true, the water of spirituality undeniably had amazing properties. He believed it could be used to create a real soul. The real Baron sent a small bottle of the water of spirituality toward Shen, and Shen accepted the offering. Looking at the bottle, Shen thought he had seen records of the water of spirituality in Yale's soul ball, and that it was useless to most people. Only a few throughout history had managed to create souls. In Baron's view, Shen was a god from another dimension, and humans could not use the water of spirituality, but perhaps a god could. Shen thought it was a clever move. As he approached the real Baron, he wondered if he had changed his hairstyle, and thought it was a shame he was a god imposter. Touching his chin, Shen recalled that last time, Aina and Baron had seen different things in their dreams than what he had seen. Perhaps the same thing was happening now. He worried whether it was foolish of him to keep changing into different identities, but concluded it was better to be safe than sorry. He sighed, thinking that he had recited Wandering at Ease last time, and feared he couldn't pull it off again if he didn't recite something now. He decided to recite the equality of things. He told the real Baron that there were no things that were not that, and that there were no things that were not this. From the perspective of that, they did not see, but when they knew for themselves, then they truly knew. Hearing this, Baron was amazed and said he could not believe it was the legendary uniformity of everything, one of the highest forms of forbidden alchemical knowledge. Anyone who could understand, apply, and use it would be able to deconstruct and reconstruct anything and everything. Baron then pledged eternal servitude to the mighty haze of the White Shore, declaring that his blessing was his luck and his command was his fate, and that the mighty being had revealed to him how puny he truly was. He said he had joined the Lightless Dust, and that they were waiting for Shen to complete their test. After killing the Light Chaser, he promised to bring even greater offerings. Hearing this, Shen wondered whether the Light Chaser was the one mentioned by the Oracle Girl, who had said the Light Chaser would arrive at Miranda and risk their life to eliminate the god imposter. He wondered whether he himself was the imposter she had been referring to. He then instructed Baron to go to the land where they had met and to seek his messenger. Saying this, Shen and the white haze disappeared. As Shen left, Baron quietly said to go to the land where they had first met, which was the Baden Empire Academy, the place where the messenger of the haze had once appeared. He then looked at his assistant lying unconscious on the ground and muttered that he would definitely pay him back. But for now he had matters of far greater importance. On the other side, Shen appeared in his haze form on the sandy riverside and wondered aloud whether he himself was the anomaly rather than the coffee shop. He realized he was still at the river and noted that the location of the quake caused by the summoning had shifted because of him. Looking at the small lightning bottle in his hand, he remarked that he had accepted yet another offering. But the real breakthrough was that he had obtained a lead on the light chaser. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he asked himself to wait a moment. With sweat forming on his brow and his lips pressed together, he realized that the place was extremely far from the academy, and it was the middle of the night with no cars nearby. Excitedly, he wondered whether he should transform into haze and fly there, but then sadly admitted that doing so would cause too much strain. Remembering he had seen a bicycle parked by a doorway earlier, he began walking through the alley and soon spotted the bicycle again. He apologized in his thoughts and promised to return it later for sure. He then took the lightning bottle, inserted it into the keyhole, and adjusted its shape until it fit. Meanwhile, Baron used his lightning magic to cast a door spell and returned to his home directly. Yifu, standing with the maids, saw him and ran toward him excitedly, calling him father and saying she had been terribly worried because he was back so late. She hugged him, and Baron, patting her head with affection, apologized and admitted it was his fault. She then pointed excitedly and announced that she had learned to cook something new and insisted that he try it. She listed smoked salmon, butter chicken, baked escargot, and borscht as the dishes she had prepared. Baron stood blankly, sweat forming on his face and his lips pressed tightly together in silence. Yifu, looking disappointed, asked whether he disliked it. Baron laughed and assured her that it was impossible for him not to like it and said he was looking forward to trying it. Meanwhile, Shen was cycling at high speed down the road, repeatedly urging himself to go faster. His legs were throbbing, veins bulging, his eyes turning blank as he screamed from exertion. On the other side, Baron sat at the dinner table laughing with his daughter, while Shen continued pedaling and shouting. Later that night, Yifu lay in bed wrapped in a blanket and asked her father when she would be allowed to hang out in Miranda City. Baron sat beside her, his back facing her and his eyes closed, replying that it would be soon and she should not worry. Opening his eyes with a serious expression, he quietly vowed that she would one day return to a bright and beautiful world. He turned to her and apologized, saying he had work to do and would have to leave again for a while. She smiled and respectfully told him that it was all right, as she had to sleep too, and wished him to stay safe. Baron stood up and walked out of the room, silently swearing that his daughter would live a life far better than the one he had. Meanwhile, in the dark library, Baron walked alone. At the same time, Shen, now disguised in the appearance of Yace, entered and called out to Baron from behind. Baron turned and asked if he had arrived right on time. Shen admitted that he had hurried because he feared Baron would leave if he had arrived late. Baron wondered to himself whether the divine messenger had somehow sensed his arrival and appeared immediately, and whether this meant he could track his every move and teleport to any place instantly. Clenching his fist tightly, Baron thought to himself what a terrifying person he was dealing with. Shen asked Baron to tell him everything he knew about the Light Chaser. Baron agreed and explained that, based on his knowledge, the Light Chaser was a holy worshipper of the Corona Church and his abilities were ranked as disastrous. In addition, he possessed a powerful relic of equal rank, which the church referred to as a holy item rather than a mysterious relic. As one of the 10 existing holy worshippers, the Light Chaser held a highly prestigious status. Recently, the Light Chaser had appeared in Miranda for reasons unknown. Shen asked if the Light Chaser had come for the god imposter and whether he would risk his life to eliminate them. Baron, surprised, noted that this was the first time he had heard of a god imposter. But regardless, they could not underestimate the person the Light Chaser was targeting. Shen then ordered him to locate and investigate the Light Chaser, to follow him without killing him, and to record all findings in a book like last time. Baron bowed and acknowledged the divine messenger's instructions. Closing his eyes and sweating profusely, Baron reflected on how the last time he had gathered information, it had ended up in the hands of George and had directly caused the death of Yale Verde. Throughout that incident, the divine messenger had never appeared in public, yet had single-handedly dismantled a 1,000-year-old cult and made an ranked investigator obey him. Shen turned and walked away, stating that he looked forward to seeing the results. Closing his eyes, he thought he needed to hurry back in order to return the bicycle. Later, Shen stood behind the counter of the coffee shop with trembling legs, wondering to himself whether there had ever been another divine messenger who had to ride a bicycle like him. His legs were sore and aching. Slamming his hand on the counter, he called the situation disgraceful. Then, feeling overwhelmed, he silently thanked the heavens that he had not run into anyone he knew, thinking he might have died from embarrassment if Aina had seen him like that. Letting out a deep sigh, he reminded himself that the records in Yale's Soul Ball mentioned there was more than one person classified as untouchable, and that he should act more cautiously. Suddenly, the soul ball hit Shen's forehead and bounced back into the paw of the cat, who jumped up and caught it. The cat thudded onto the table and began rolling the soul ball with its paws. As he watched the cat play, Shen remarked that she was so energetic after vaccination. Then, with a blank face, he said he should take her back to the vet soon for neutering. Hearing this, the cat turned and glared at him angrily. That night was the 5th of September, known as Exorcism Day, a traditional holy day of the Corona Church. People stayed indoors that night, afraid of encountering monsters and demons. Families gathered for dinner, prayed to the fire of origin, and praised the sun. Meanwhile, a girl with horns on her head was running through the dark, rainy alley. Shen, using his phone, recited the sacred line that the light from the fire of origin would shine into the hearts of worshippers, destroy the evils of the world, and return all to ashes and dust. Closing his eyes, he commented that while he did not know if monsters truly existed, he was certain that not a single customer had come to the coffee shop that day. Suddenly, he heard a voice outside and the sound of someone collapsing on the road. He stepped out to check and was surprised to see a horned girl lying unconscious in the rain before his cafe. He asked aloud whether someone was really there and if she was all right, and the girl looked up at him with an innocent gaze. After this, Shen asked the girl if she was in pain. The girl closed her eyes and tried to respond, but Shen slightly bowed before her and, looking at her gently, invited her inside to rest for a while. The girl refused, and Shen raised his hand to reassure her, explaining that he was not a bad person. He then wondered if he looked like a creepy man. The girl suddenly shouted that she could not involve him, saying that she was a monster. Hearing this, Shen was surprised and looked at her more closely, realizing that the horns on her head were not accessories as he had assumed, thinking at first it was something festive. He gently placed his hand on her head and told her it would be all right, that he might be able to help her. He then conjured a flaming ball in his hand and proudly showed it to her, thinking to himself how awesome he looked. The girl, shocked by what she saw, had her eyes roll in disbelief, and Shen, with sweat forming on his forehead, asked her if she was all right. The girl, regaining focus, asked if he had really meant it when he said he could save her. Shen, observing her, realized that she was someone low-ranked in the supernatural world, someone who was aware of the inner circle yet lacked power, and he thought she might be the perfect employee he was looking to hire. He happily considered whether this was the good fortune brought to him by the ring of luck he had worn earlier. He then grabbed the girl's hand and decided to trap her first. He took her inside the coffee shop and made her sit on a chair, asking her to wait. He brought a towel and started wiping her head, telling her to let him dry her hair. After that, he ran off at high speed to fetch something, while the girl sat smiling, happy from the special treatment she had received. Shen returned shortly with a hot cup of coffee, placed it in front of her on the table, and encouraged her to drink it to warm up. The girl thanked him sincerely. Shen then sat down opposite her and invited her to share her problems, adding that perhaps they were not as serious as she believed and that he might be able to help. At first, the girl remained silent, pressing her lips together, and then began explaining. She introduced herself as Tina and said she was a freshman at Baden Empire Academy. Last week, she had discovered unusual changes in her body when she looked into the mirror at home. Her ears had turned into animal ears. Shen, surprised, thought she was a cat girl, but then looked again and noticed her ears appeared human, realizing something was off. As he continued to look at her, she became shy and blushed, commenting on the way he was staring. Shen blushed as well and apologized. She then asked whether he believed her, and Shen responded affirmatively, encouraging her to continue. She explained that her life had been normal and even boring until recently, when she discovered supernatural studies and obtained related books from classmates. Shen smirked, thinking this was the classic path to self-destruction. She bowed her head and said that she and her friends had tried various spells from the books, but received no reaction, which led her to gradually lose interest. However, just last week, after finishing a shower and looking in the mirror, she discovered that her ears had turned into furry animal ears. Shen said that this alone was not a big deal and asked whether there were any other symptoms. Tina replied that she sometimes heard incomprehensible whispers and that the changes to her physical appearance kept happening. Shen asked whether the changes included things like the horns on her head or the animal ears she had previously described. She confirmed this, adding that she sometimes grew antlers, a tail, or even fish scales, and that she felt like she was slowly turning into a monster. Since realizing her condition, she had been living in fear and had told no one, not even her parents. She wore hats and baggy clothing to conceal her transformation and had applied for medical leave to avoid attending the academy. With a pained expression, she said that Mr. White had told her to hold on and not let her inner demons win, but the whispers never stopped and she was reaching her limit. Shen asked whether Mr. White had ever used the word miracle. Tina thought for a moment and confirmed that he had, saying he claimed to be someone capable of creating miracles. Shen, touching his chin, thought that Mr. White was most likely the White of Miracle, the same person who had led the Hidden Iris members to become monsters, and now had targeted this girl. He told Tina that Mr. White was the problem. Tina, surprised, asked if that was true. Shen replied that he had long been aware of the evil acts of Mr. White and urged her to tell him where to find him so he could report him immediately. Tina turned her eyes and admitted that she had only met Mr. White in her dreams. Shen, startled, asked if she meant that literally, and she confirmed it, saying she had been dreaming of him for the past 2 weeks. Shen, once again touching his chin, recalled that the Hidden Iris had used dream potions to access dreams, including the one Christine had given him. He realized that the White of Miracle indeed possessed dream-related powers as the mastermind. Although Shen could not create the potion yet, as he lacked many ingredients, he suddenly feared whether Tina would eventually transform into those hideous fish-headed monsters. The idea horrified him. While it was acceptable for strangers, he could not bear to see the girl who had begged him for help become one of those things. The mere thought of it infuriated him. Slamming his hand on the table, he stood up and told her to give him some time, promising that he would find Mr. White inside the dreams. On the other side, at the orphanage, Aina stood outside the classroom door. Inside, the teacher asked the students if anyone knew the answer to the question. One of the students responded that he did. The teacher instructed him to stand up and answer. Aina, watching quietly through the slightly open door, thought to herself that although her body had stopped growing, her mind continued to improve. Her thought processes had become faster, and she was gradually beginning to perceive the supernatural so clearly it almost felt tangible. Ordinary humans were unable to detect such things. She had learned to control the eternal flame of destruction, and her learning abilities now surpassed those of her peers. This made her deeply sensitive to the tragedies of others. In just a few months, with the guidance of the High Priest, she had mastered the basics of astral projection in the field of tragedy. As for the things she could see in thin air, it no longer felt like astral projection spells, but rather like she was manipulating visible entities. She closed her eyes and acknowledged that she could not return to the past, and that this was the limit of what she could do for her friends in the orphanage. Meanwhile, a priest arrived and informed her that the High Priest was awaiting her. She turned, took a step forward, and said that they should go. However, as the priest walked through the corridor with Aina, he pointed toward the room and told her that the High Priest was inside. They opened the door and entered the room, which was dark. Two priests stood beside the High Priest while the headmistress was bowed before him. Aina addressed the High Priest, then looked worriedly at the headmistress and asked if she may leave. The headmistress lifted her head and agreed, addressing her as Holy Shrine Maiden. The High Priest turned and looked back, then smiled and said that she had already seen it before arriving, that he had agreed to her request. From now on, the students would study freely and would not be forced to join the cult. They could work like ordinary people and support themselves through finances provided by the cult, without being made to do anything that might hurt them. The concerns Aina had would no longer occur. Meanwhile, the headmistress left the room and closed the door. Aina expressed her gratitude, but the High Priest said she did not need to thank him, and if she truly wished to be grateful, she should thank their mighty God. Aina remained silent. The High Priest then informed her that he needed her to accompany him next Monday to attend a function where he wanted her to meet someone. He explained that the senator planned to advance in politics, which made it important for the cult, and it would be their most significant move in the surface world in recent years. Since it was close to the senator's 70th birthday, it was a good excuse for him to gather his supporters for a private function. Aina recalled the old man with the hooked nose who had appeared during the cult's attack. She asked if she had to personally attend and wondered if it would be too dangerous, expressing concern that they did not want the Anti-Magic Bureau to track them. The priest reassured her that it was merely a surface world function, just a normal private gathering, and suggested that she might even meet someone her age. He believed she needed to learn more, not only about the inner circle, but also the perspectives of the surface world. Holding a small potion bottle, he said he had been contemplating how to release it. Then, with an unsettling expression, he raised the bottle and said it could allow ordinary people to feel the power of the blessing, to become immortalized and forever young. Opening his arm, he laughed, saying how much people desired that. Aina, sweating, asked if he had forgotten what she told him before. The High Priest assured her he had not, and that he had instructed someone to investigate the hidden iris, but they had complied with the will of the god and had not taken action. Then, with a blank expression, he said it was unexpected that the Foundation had something to do with this. Upon hearing this, Aina wondered about the Foundation, the global organization known as the Market Foundation. Compared to the Chaos Cult, it was currently considered enormous. She had heard that it secretly received support from each nation's government, while remaining an independent supernatural organization. She said she had to report this to the Divine Messenger. The High Priest said he already knew she would do that, and affirmed that it was the right decision. Aina turned to leave, while the High Priest, watching her, thought that she was able to find the Divine Messenger because of the mark, and that it was the guidance of the god. He believed that if he sought the Divine Messenger without being instructed to do so, it would be considered offensive. After this, the High Priest asked someone to cancel the appointments of Lord Felix, the royal member who had a medical organization under his name, saying he was too busy. The priest, closing his eyes and sweating, agreed. On the other side, in Shen's room, Tina was sleeping on the bed. She suddenly woke up and looked around in surprise. The horns on her head were gone. She sat up and, touching herself, confirmed there were no signs of being touched. Then, she noticed wings had appeared on her back. Suddenly, she blushed, her eyes filled with anxious thoughts, and she wondered why she felt disappointed. She asked herself how she could have such inappropriate thoughts about the handsome sorcerer. She remembered how she had bowed before Shen, thanking him for saving her, saying she would not have known what to do otherwise. Shen had held the rust cross, which glowed with a black thread attached to it, and looked at Tina, thinking that if Tina's mutation was a curse, then the eternal rust cross should be able to stop it. When her mutation increased, he would let her wear the cross for a while before removing it. Tina, blushing and looking away, said that he was staring at her again. Shen, surprised by her words, smiled and told her to get into bed and rest, assuring her he would stay and handle anything if it happened. Tina was surprised and asked if he really meant that. Shen smirked and thought that this girl had a subtly strange and nerdy personality. Meanwhile, the horns on her head began to shrink and disappear. She said she felt terrible. Shen shouted and told her to quickly put on the cross. Tina began to sweat as Shen placed the cross like a pendant around her neck. After wearing the cross, nothing happened. Shen wondered if it was not working. Then wings appeared again, and she began to grit her teeth in pain as feathers fell from her wings. Shen thought that it did not seem to be a curse. Judging from the situation, Tina would not turn into a low-level fish-headed monster. Her condition seemed far more unique. As Tina stood there in surprise, Shen told her she probably was not in danger and did not have to worry about turning into a full monster. Tina asked if that was really true, and Shen smiled and replied yes, telling her to go and rest. In the morning, Tina came out from the room in the shop and stepped toward Shen, who was already sitting there with his eyes closed, lost in thought. He was wondering why Yale's soul ball could not find any information related to Tina's mutation and was certain the White of Miracle must be behind it. Tina stood in front of him and said she did not want to go home yet because she was afraid her parents would find out. Her parents were conservative worshippers of the Corona Church and would definitely hand her over to them. She did not trust the Corona Church. Looking at the wings on her back, she asked if Shen could help her make them invisible to ordinary people. Shen thought that the shadow mask could work, but he could not allow Tina to keep using it. Yale's soul ball had an astral projection spell that could alter one's appearance, but she could not use it. Tina, whose soul was as dull as a rock, would clearly not be able to master it. Shen closed his eyes and said he could lend her some money so she could stay at a nearby hotel for a while. She reacted loudly and asked about staying in a hotel room. Shen remained silent and said he would get her some loose-fitting clothes to hide her wings, then walk her to the hotel. After a while, Shen stood beside the counter, resting his hand on it, and thought about the man Tina had described. A man with long white robes, blonde hair, a friendly smile, someone who was like the sun and very charming. He was like a gentleman, and people felt comfortable around him, like an angel from the heavens. Shen thought this person sounded very difficult to defeat. He also realized that he needed to find a place to stay since he could not keep Tina at the hotel forever. Resting his fists on the counter and lowering his head, Shen wondered if he would never escape the burden of housing problems, even in this world. Suddenly, the shop entrance door slammed open and Christine entered the shop, calling out that she had gotten a lead. However, she came to Shen and told him that she had found a lead. Shen complimented her and asked whether she would like a cup of coffee, or perhaps a cold brew instead. Then, pointing his finger, he added that she would still have to pay for the coffee. She replied that of course she would pay, since no one drank coffee there for free. Shen, with a blank expression, replied yes, and reminded her that someone had borrowed his umbrella and never returned it. Hearing this, she said that those people were awful. Shen brought her coffee and placed it on the table in front of her, saying it was her order. She thanked him for the coffee and, while drinking it, praised the mighty Origin Fire and said it was delicious. Shen remarked that she was being overly dramatic. He then asked her to forget about the coffee and to tell him about the information she had discovered. She obediently sat up straight and began explaining that the death of the elderly man who sold candy was connected to the Buttes. Someone from the Butte family had been present and had cast an astral spell, which caused the elderly man's death. Shen responded with a blank expression, confirming the information. She then asked him whether he had already known everything and whether this investigation had merely been a test of her abilities. Sadly, she concluded that it must have been, and that she should report with more seriousness in that case. She added that the caster of the astral spell might be connected to the head of the Buttes. It was said that Count Butte was in poor health and hospitalized long-term, but people had recently seen him recovered and playing golf with friends, likely a result of the astral spell. Hearing all this, Shen thought that the Buttes seemed to be an ancient family that had withdrawn from politics and had turned to business instead. He could not believe she had investigated so thoroughly within just 10 hours. He asked where she had obtained the information, and she replied that she had many connections and that an ender she knew had witnessed the event near the slums. Shen closed his eyes and thought that it made sense she had seemed so sensible when they first met and had acted like a loyal servant. He realized she was half a local tyrant. He praised her work and said he would reward her. Hearing this, she blushed and excitedly asked whether he was being too courteous. Shen told her to stop acting polite because her facial expressions betrayed her excitement. He then thought that, as a mastermind, he could not keep bluffing and needed to take real action if he wanted an advantage. He could not rely forever on the memories of his underlings to learn about the past. Holding the silver glass ball, he thought that the ritual summoning magic from Yale's soul ball was not dangerous and happened to be perfect as a reward. Or, more precisely, it was only not dangerous if she did not mess it up. He told her to remember not to communicate with the entity she summoned after mastering it. She passionately replied that she understood. Shen then used his haze magic to cast an interface before her. She observed it, touched it, and read that the summon item was the Girl of Tranquility, the striker's dependent from the underworld, possessing an abnormal amount of power. She noted that the summon had the magical ability to easily kill a twisted ranked supernatural being, and that even disastrous ranked beings would struggle to fight her without special methods. She then wondered aloud that, although she had been with the Enders since she was young, she had only ever owned a disorder-ranked relic, and had never seen an astral spell of this level before. Afterward, she stood and bowed before Shen, thanking him for the reward and saying she had only done something insignificant. Shen told her not to say that, and that it was a reward she had earned, with more to come in the future. He then gave her a folded paper and asked her to collect 2 dream sight potion ingredients for him. She responded that she would complete the task as soon as possible. She thought to herself that the ingredients probably cost more than 10,000 yuan, but were totally worth it. Suddenly, she realized something and wondered how the hidden iris, who were mostly ordinary people, could afford to use dream sight more than once. She guessed that Shen was purposefully leaving out that detail to test whether she would spot the inconsistency. She declared that she would investigate the source of the dream sight ingredients and perhaps discover the true culprit behind the scenes, asking him to look forward to her work. Shen then wondered to himself why he had not thought of investigating the source of the ingredients earlier. He told her to go ahead. On the other side, Su Ling was walking in the alley under the rain and thinking that she could not believe the Light Chaser was an important person in the Corona Church. If he had not held the key to resurrect George, she would never have leaked the Light Chaser's information. The Anti-Magic Bureau was not confident that they could eliminate him, but they could certainly kill her and George. As long as it did not cross her boundaries, she would continue cooperating with him for now. Meanwhile, in the cafe, the cat Cola lay wiggling on the floor. The door clacked and Su Ling entered. As she stepped inside, she noticed Cola and stared at her angrily, and Cola stared back just as angrily. Shen stood behind the counter and smiled, remarking that it had been a long time since he had seen Su Ling and noting that she had changed into new clothes for once. He then turned his angry gaze toward Cola and asked her whether she was thinking of hissing at the guest again. Cola, frightened by Shen's gaze, started trembling and sweating profusely, and meowed. Su Ling replied that she was not afraid of the cold, but reminded him that she was still a normal college girl living in the surface world, and that it would be strange not to change clothes in cold weather. Shen asked her whether she still wanted every dessert for the day. She declined and said that she only wanted a cup of black tea because the bureau would not fund her excessive eating. Shen brought the black teacup and placed it on the table in front of her, saying that he had an answer to her previous request. He sat across from her and thought that he was thankful Christine had come in earlier, or else he would have embarrassed himself by having no intel to give. Su Ling looked at him and thought he had gathered intel unusually quickly. She considered him to be an uncertain being who could not be reached out to or controlled. Usually, the target disguised himself as a coffee shop owner. He had the appearance and habits of a human, specifically a handsome man. Yet he constantly carried the scent of various gods from other dimensions and appeared to be the divine messenger of the Lord of Ashes. For now, the Anti-Magic Bureau believed he was friendly toward humans. The target disliked direct battle and preferred gathering intelligence, manipulating situations like a chess player. He seemed to enjoy controlling people. A warning in the Oracle reports stated that it was impossible to observe the target's past, present, or future, and attempting to do so caused mental instability in oracles. Another warning noted that, according to records, during encounters between the Oracle and the Oracle, the target might only briefly appear. His true form was enormous and could be extremely dangerous. Extreme experiments were discouraged. However, they could cooperate with the target in less dangerous situations and satisfy his desire to manipulate humans. Su Ling closed her eyes while drinking tea and thought that she had read through the files and concluded that this man could not be human. Sometimes, she dreamed of silence and sometimes of a quiet white land. She wondered if it was because of the mark he had cast on her. Shen then asked whether the Buttes had cast some sort of astral spell at the crime scene that caused the death of the elderly man. Su Ling thanked him and, in exchange for the information, said she would tell him everything she knew about the Light Chaser. As for the God Imposter, she admitted she had no clue. Shen said that the God Imposter was the target the Light Chaser wanted to kill. Su Ling thought that not even the Anti-Magic Bureau authorities knew what the Light Chaser's goal was and wondered how Shen had obtained that intel. She explained that the Light Chaser was one of the top 10 holy worshippers of the Corona Church, a male named Frederick Augustine, who came from an ancient family that had worshipped the church to this day. He had been investigating the Hidden Iris collective mutation incident alone and had not asked the Bureau for help. Shen happily thought this was key information. The Light Chaser was investigating the Hidden Iris. Su Ling closed her eyes and said that although he had investigated for 2 days, he had not obtained much information and seemed clueless about where to start. She said that he was too righteous and not suited to be a detective. Shen rubbed his chin and thought that if she considered the Light Chaser righteous, it meant he was an honest man. Su Ling added that, apart from the Light Chaser, several members of the Foundation had arrived in Miranda. She did not know their purpose, but noted they had prior connections to the Light Chaser. Shen thought that the Foundation was a charity organization known for dealing with mutations and claiming to protect historical ruins. He smiled and responded that he understood, and asked her to enjoy her tea. After that, Shen stood up and returned to the counter, thinking that with Su Ling's intel, some of the clues had begun to connect. He believed that the White of Miracle was probably the god imposter, or at least related to the situation. Otherwise, the Light Chaser would not have investigated the Hidden Iris. The Hidden Iris collective mutation had been White's first move, and Tina was his second move, although nothing had been triggered yet. Shen's eyes glowed, and he smiled, thinking about White, the god imposter of the prophecy, and wondered what he truly wanted in Miranda. White had always claimed to be the creator of miracles, and Shen was curious. However, at night around 3 in the morning, Shen, wearing a black coat, stood before the lightning-lit glass window and told Kola, who was sleeping behind him on the table, that he was going out and warned her not to ruin the furniture or else she would be in trouble when he returned. He then looked at his reflection in the window and thought that compared to when he first arrived in this world, it seemed like he had changed a lot. He had gradually learned about the inner circle and was now less scared of the unknown. He felt confident enough to help the inner circle and even had the courage to help others solve the problems of the world. 3 days prior, Christine had presented 2 small potion bottles to Shen and told him these were the 2 potions he had requested. Shen had complimented her and instructed her to keep an eye on the nearby Blue Hotel and take care of a girl named Tina, saying she would be very important in the future. Christine had closed her eyes and declared that she would carry out her task from the next day onwards, then changed her mind and said she would go right away. Shen had smiled and thought she did not even know why, yet she was so obedient that she was the perfect underling. He then took out his mobile phone from his pocket and started checking it, thinking that George seemed to be off to the evil lands and it looked like he could only contact Su Ling. Tina could leave at any moment, so he had to fix her problem as soon as possible. In the present time, both Shen and Su Ling were walking in a corridor when Su Ling asked Shen whether they were performing the ritual at the hotel. Shen responded that she should just follow his lead. Su Ling pouted and thought that he was showing off. Shen turned his eyes and asked what she had said. She fearfully smiled and said it was nothing. Then she pointed her finger ahead and asked which room the girl was in, whether they had the key, and whether she should knock. Meanwhile, Shen turned into his haze form, disappeared, and entered the locked room through the door. Seeing this, Su Ling was shocked and surprised. Shen opened the door from the inside and told her to come in. Su Ling looked toward Shen with anger. On the bed, Tina was sleeping on her stomach and sweating in her sleep. Shen stepped ahead and asked to begin the preparations. Su Ling asked whether Tina was a fawn, since fawns were nearly extinct and could only be seen in legends or in the evil lands. Shen said Tina had not always been like this and that her condition was the work of the god imposter, calling it the masterpiece of the false gods. He sat before Tina's bed on the floor, looked at her, and said he was trying to revert her to her original form. He then wondered if he was hearing voices again. Su Ling stood behind him, sweating, and thought that Tina might be the target the Light Chaser wanted to destroy. It seemed to her that this was another battle between the big shots, with the previous one involving Hush Strike, and now this one involving the god imposter. Last time it had been a quiet word, and now it was a false god. Shen cast a flame from his index finger and thought that the scent of a god from another dimension could suppress the voices in Tina's head. He then turned and looked toward Su Ling, who stood behind him furious, and thought he had forgotten her again. After that, he took out the potion bottles and asked Su Ling to hurry up and begin, as they only had a couple of hours left. Su Ling took the potion bottles from him and agreed that they should start or else he would keep being himself. Shen approached her and whispered something to her, to which Su Ling, with a surprised face, replied that she understood. Suddenly, Shen noticed haze spreading outside the closed glass window and realized what was about to happen. Outside, the haze had spread everywhere and a long-limbed monster carrying sickle-like weapons was approaching the hotel. The monster had a horrible eye and no face, with only one large eye where its face should have been. It entered the hotel by passing through the closed front door. At the reception, the receptionist was sleeping with her head on the table. The haze spread through the area as the monster entered and moved toward the corridor, eventually entering the room. Su Ling and Tina were sleeping on the bed while Shen sat beside Tina. The monster looked toward Shen and made an angry sound. Shen noticed the monster and its weapon as it swung the sickle to attack him. Shen cast his bluish magic aura, stood up, and took out his cane. He swung the cane and sliced through the monster's sickle. He said to himself that his guess had been correct and that the White of Miracle had left a bomb inside Tina, clearly leaving behind a backup plan for extra protection. He knew there would be no situation without insurance measures. He then remembered whispering in Su Ling's ear that something was staring at them in the dark and had told her to go into her dreams first so he could deal with the situation and then join her. He recalled that this was her first dream alone and he had to solve it before going to find her. Reflecting on this, he thought that White always dressed gracefully, so he could not believe such a disgusting backup plan had come from him. The monster angrily swung its broken sickle at Shen again. Shen raised his cane and blocked the attack. The cane clanged against the sickle, which broke into pieces. The monster looked surprised. Shen said its weapon did not seem solid enough. He advanced and cast bluish magic aura on his cane. He swung his cane at the monster's body and sliced its leg, but the sliced part did not separate. Instead, the severed piece reattached itself to the body. Shen's eyes glowed, and he shouted the word freeze. A freezing lightning aura passed through the monster's body, but it had no effect and the leg reattached again. Seeing this, Shen angrily asked in frustration whether this was serious. He had already told Su Ling to cast an astral spell to remove unwanted guests, so he was not afraid of waking the hotel guests. He then carried a lightning magic hammer and said he wanted to see how many times the monster could revive. After a while, the monster's broken body lay on the ground. Shen, exhausted, sat against the wall and said that it had finally stopped reviving. Suddenly, he noticed a number of white crystals scattered on the ground, which had fallen from the destroyed body of the monster. He picked them up and questioned what if these white crystals meant something. Meanwhile, Tina started screaming in pain and her body began to rise. Shen turned and called out to Tina in concern. He then noticed Su Ling lying beside Tina, with blood flowing from her mouth. Shen asked whether even Su Ling had been hurt and questioned whether this was the trap left behind by the miracle of white. However, Shen thought he had to hurry and slip into dreams, as Aina and Baron had clearly seen a different reality than he had in the previous dream. He wondered if, in Tina's dream, things would be the same. Dropping his head, he closed his eyes, and as he opened them, he found himself within the dreamscape world. However, the dreamscape world was empty. The clouds were dark, and a light was falling from the sky onto the clear crystal ground where Shen stood. He then thought he could sense Su Ling ahead and decided to move forward. On the other side, Su Ling was floating upside down in the dark world with her eyes closed. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, found herself sitting up on a bed, and angrily noticed that her clothes were still on. Looking around, she asked herself where those two were, but then reconsidered. She picked up her coat and wore it while thinking that this must be the first layer of the dreamscape. She recalled that dreams were divided into 3 levels, and that the dreamscape had 3 layers: the reality layer that reflected knowledge, the imaginative layer that reflected imagination, and the primal layer that reflected instinctual desire. People randomly drifted between these 3 dream layers during sleep. She had heard that if one dove deeper than the primal layer, they could enter the legendary soul dimension. It was said that by descending from the deepest primordial layer, one could reach the soul dimension. After this, she turned and looked toward the glass window, then jumped out by breaking the window and stated to herself that the White of Miracle was the god imposter and that Mr. Shen had assigned her the mission to locate him. As she fell, she stepped on the chimney of a house and thought she needed to confirm the situation or simply eliminate him. She then flew upward, thinking that if the god imposter was hiding in Tina's dreams, then Tina should be able to locate him. After this, she landed on the roof of a building and thought that she did not have to hide her identity while moving through dreams. She tore her coat with her teeth and thought she did not need to care about her image. She then hovered the torn piece of cloth, which became surrounded by bluish light, and as it fell, it transformed into a paper crane. Looking at the paper crane, she thought that since Tina and she were holding hands in real life, there was a bond between them within the dream. She stood on the building roof and, looking at the paper crane flying ahead, told herself she could find Tina by following it. She stood again on another tall building and wondered if the reality layer was based on family, as it was a common theme for people who missed their families and a frequent route for those emotionally attached to them. Suddenly, she noticed that the paper crane had vanished and understood that Tina's consciousness was not present in this dream layer. She then flew from the building and noticed golden light emerging from a window, casting a beam in the air. She entered that golden light while floating and landed on a busy road. People were walking on the footpath wearing identical costumes and cars were passing on the road. She turned to look and thought it seemed she had entered the imaginative layer. Meanwhile, a giant monster surrounded by flaming light appeared there and stared at Su Ling with anger, letting out a roar. At that moment, the paper crane appeared near the bridge. The monster destroyed a building and a piece of the wall fell where Su Ling had been standing. As the monster extended its hand to attack her, a huge explosion occurred, destroying the surrounding buildings. The paper crane continued flying through the air while pieces of rock shot out from the explosion and scattered. Su Ling jumped away from the explosion and flew ahead, while the dream world started swirling in a circular motion with her floating in the spinning current. She then appeared in another world where she saw a beautiful castle and fairies along with a flying horse in the sky above it. Seeing this, she wondered if it was a fairy tale castle and whether a princess lived there. She then noticed the horse and, surprised, questioned to herself if it really was a horse. Suddenly, a horse-like creature flew toward her at high speed, and she stared with blank eyes and exclaimed internally what kind of strange art style it was. Afterward, as she walked in a forest, she said to herself that the paper crane was getting farther away. After a while, following the crane, she arrived at a riverside, stood on the beach, and thought Tina's imagination must be based on a childlike mind. It appeared she had a good childhood, and Su Ling smiled and thought it was much better than her own. The paper crane began to float on the river water, and Su Ling concluded that Tina was likely in the primal layer. Following the crane, she stepped into the river and said to herself that it was time to go. As she entered the water, she appeared in a horrible dark world where snake-like monsters were crawling. The sky was dark and filled with thunder, and Tina sat there frightened, her body tied by dark tentacles. Su-ling, worried, called out to Tina. Meanwhile, a yellow-haired man appeared from behind and welcomed Su-ling. She turned to look, and the man said there was no need for her to be surprised because he was a miraculous person and knew everything, including her presence. Su-ling thought that he might possess prediction or divination powers, but she doubted he could foresee the next move of higher beings and believed he should not be able to predict the actions of the stronger, such as the person beyond. The man stared at her angrily and raised his hand. Su-ling also drew her magic sword from its sheath and ran toward him to attack. The man snapped his fingers and said the word severed arm. Su-ling swung her sword, but before she could strike, her arm was sliced and blood spurted into the air. The man, wearing an evil smile, said that immense pain would come next. Su-ling sat on the ground with her blade held in her mouth and angrily stared at the man while telling him to dive. The man opened his arms and told her it was useless, claiming his power was invincible because he could create miracles. The sword dropped from Su-ling's mouth onto her legs. She lowered her head and wondered if it was over, thinking that if she were killed here, she would simply wake up. The man smiled and said that she would not just wake up, because her body would die along with her consciousness. He then smirked and stated that he would not kill her because he needed her to submit to him faithfully. Her will was strong, but he wondered how long she could last. Meanwhile, as the man spoke, immense pain overwhelmed Su-ling repeatedly. Her eyes widened and turned blank. Her eyeballs rolled white as she screamed in pain, her hair lifted upward, and blood sprayed around her. As she screamed, the man snapped and ordered her to submit. Su-ling furiously stared at the man, gritted her teeth, and declared in his dreams. The man laughed. Suddenly, they both appeared in an empty world where the sky was dark and the ground was crystal clear. It was the place where Su-ling had first appeared. The man asked her if she was still holding on and questioned whether he should increase the intensity. Su-ling sat before the man on the ground. The man snapped his fingers and said revert, but nothing happened. He remained silent, and Su-ling also remained silent while they looked at each other. Su-ling opened one eye, looked up, and with trembling lips asked if it was less painful because of him. Suddenly, she was surprised as her eyes widened. The man turned to look behind him, and Shen was standing there in a gentleman's costume and a face mask. Seeing Shen, Su-ling collapsed on the ground. Shen wondered if he had arrived too late since he had heard Su-ling's screams and hurried over. He then clenched his fist angrily as a strong bluish and white haze aura was released from his body. Shen's intense aura pushed everything around him backward. The man began to sweat and wondered about the scent of a god from another dimension. Suddenly, the yellow-haired man's body started vanishing from the feet upward. He saw his own body disintegrating and gritted his teeth in anger. Shen thought that he was definitely no match for that man and believed he had to escape quickly. Meanwhile, the yellow-haired man snapped his trembling and vanishing fingers and said wake up. At that moment, the glass barrier above them shattered into pieces. White smoke spread across the space, and the dreamy world came to an end. The three of them returned to the room where Su-ling and Tina had been sleeping, and Shen sat beside Tina on the bed. Tina woke up and looked at Shen with surprise. She sat up and asked when the sorcerer had arrived. She then turned and looked at Su-ling, who was sleeping beside her, and asked who that girl was who appeared to be about her age. She then stared at Su-ling's strong body with anger and wondered how this could be. Suddenly, she realized something. Her eyes rolled, her cheeks turned red, and her lips trembled. She could not believe the three of them were sleeping together and said she could not accept it. She covered her face with her hands while Shen remained silently seated beside her. She then smacked her foot into Shen's face and threw him onto the floor with teary eyes, shouting at him and asking how he could do this. Shen, confused, asked what he had done. She pointed at him angrily and shouted that he had sent her and another girl to a hotel, and now they were lying in bed together, implying that he was trying to do something. Hearing this, Shen shouted no. He sat on the floor and explained that he was only there to perform an exorcism on her, that Su-ling was his assistant, and that they had just slipped into the dreamscape and rid her of the demon inside. He told her to look at herself if she did not believe him and asked if she had not returned to normal. Tina patted her head and body to check herself, while Shen thought that he was thankful Su-ling was not awake yet because his image as a mighty divine messenger would be ruined if she saw him being smacked. Tina then asked if she really was back to normal. Shen stood up and brushed his clothes, saying yes. Tina then thanked him and called him Mr. Sorcerer. Shen climbed back onto the bed and said she was welcome. He then looked at Su-ling and wondered if she had been injured when he entered the dreamscape, and if those injuries in real life had vanished because he interrupted the man who had been attacking her. Meanwhile, Su-ling woke up and opened her eyes, but her eyes did not look normal. Her eyeballs were completely blue. Shen looked at her happily and said that she was finally awake. But when Su-ling did not move or respond, Shen became worried and asked if she was unconscious. Tina asked what was wrong with her. Shen replied that she had been hurt by the devil and needed time to recover. He then told Tina that they needed to stay in her room overnight. Tina responded with okay. After a while, Shen sat on the floor beside the bed where Su Ling was lying and thought that he had solved Tina's issue, but had let the White of Miracles escape, and Su Ling had been hurt. Meanwhile, a voice was heard by Shen. He looked upward and asked in his mind if this was a new summon. There were no earthquakes, so it did not seem like a summoning. The voice said something to him, and he responded by thinking that the voice was coming from his heart, just like when he had heard Su Ling's voice in dreams. The voice kept saying something to him and then stopped. Shen looked aside and asked if it was gone. Hearing this, Tina fearfully asked what was gone and why he was suddenly looking around. She asked if there was an invisible monster around them. Shen closed his eyes and responded that there was not, and told her not to be paranoid. He then sighed and thought he was thankful that it was not really a summoning. He could not imagine leaving the two of them there. What he heard had sounded like an accent from Ermai, which proved his previous theory that summons could come from places aside from Buranda. However, Shen said that Ermai was the third largest continent with a brief history, and that most of Ermai's ancestors were once Nolans. Due to historical reasons, their ships had arrived on the third largest continent where they massacred the natives and built a new nation. Nolan had once waged war with Ermai, but in the end they had to acknowledge Ermai's independence. This knowledge, however, Shen had acquired from the Yale Soul Ball. In the present time, Shen stood before the bed and thought he had heard something like a prayer, but he was not summoned. Or perhaps the prayers he had heard were similar to what he had experienced in the dreamscape before. He wondered if this was a new power he had gained from a summoning. In the dreamscape, aside from Su Ling's voice, he had also seen a vision of a red mark. He then considered whether he should lift Su Ling's shirt to check. He closed his eyes and decided to forget it, knowing he would not be able to explain himself if Tina saw him doing that. He thought he should figure out something to wake Su Ling up immediately. However, he moved forward and called Su Ling's name, asking if she could hear him. Su Ling, with her eyes closed and lying there, gave no response. When Shen said he would give her a 50% discount at his shop, she twitched her eyes and lips. Shen thought it looked like she was alright and believed she was not awake yet because it was not triggering enough. He then sweated and smirked, saying he would not offer free food since he could not afford a chowhound like her eating at his shop for free. Tina, standing behind, asked Mr. Sorcerer if Su Ling did not look so good and questioned whether she was his puppet minion. Shen closed his eyes and replied that it would be convenient if she was, since all he would have to do was point at her and command the chowhound to stand up. In that second, Su Ling opened her eyes and stood up on the bed, but her eyeballs were still completely blue. Seeing her stand so suddenly, Shen and Tina were surprised. Shen smiled and wondered when he had gained the ability to manipulate other people's movements, recalling that his powers were just. Suddenly, he realized something and thought that since he could emit the scent of a god, this might be able to trigger Su Ling. After that, he cast a flaming ball on his hand, and at that moment Su Ling's body began to tremble. Her blank face did not react at first, but suddenly she returned to normal and her eyes also turned back to normal. Shen looked at her and said he had really done a lot to save her this time. Hearing this, Su Ling remained silent and Shen wondered if she was truly awake. She remembered the dreamscape where she had seen the man wearing a gentleman costume and a face mask to hide his identity, and that man had been none other than Shen. Remembering all of it, she plopped down on the bed and thought she could not believe he had summoned the striker in the dreamscape. Shen asked what was wrong, while Su Ling, lost in thought, wondered whether he had not ruined the force of the hush strike in Buranda and questioned what side he was truly on. He could emit the sense of various gods and could summon the striker. She wondered who this man really was. Her own power was insignificant in the face of the god imposter, but this man had easily wiped him out through the hands of the striker. Shen, worried, asked Su Ling if she was all right. She snapped out of her thoughts and replied that she was fine and that she had completed what he had asked her to do. She then wondered if she could leave now, but quickly reconsidered and thought not yet. She crawled on the bed toward her sword and long overcoat and picked them up. Shen told her he was giving her a reward. Hearing this, Su Ling rolled her eyes and asked what kind of reward. Shen asked what she was doing, and she responded that it was a bit cold and she was taking her coat. After a while, the three of them stood in the room. Shen thought that knowledge was so important, since the same idea could be taught to different people, and each time they could exchange their experiences as new gains. He had passed the summoning ritual knowledge to Christine and had just taught the same thing to Su Ling again. As Su Ling looked toward him, Shen wondered why she was looking at him like that. Meanwhile, Su Ling thought that this was an advanced astral spell the priests from Hush Strike would never leak to anyone. She wondered how he knew the spell and how he could so casually teach it to her. While Shen and Su Ling stood facing each other, deep in thought, Tina stood aside and thought she had heard every word they were saying, but could not understand any of it. She wondered if this was what real supernatural studies looked like. She then asked Mr. Sorcerer if he could teach her his supernatural ways too. Shen turned to look at her and smirked, thinking she had fallen for it. He then responded that of course he could, but she would have to put in the effort. However, he added that there was a small price to pay. She asked what kind of price and, blushing and looking aside, wondered what it would cost her. Shen shouted and asked if she could stop having nasty thoughts. After that, he began explaining that they took apprentices and he needed her to be his apprentice, to come and help him while she learned. As the sorcerer's apprentice, she would have to disguise herself as an employee in his coffee shop and would have to work under the condition that it did not affect her studies. Tina, surprised, asked if that was all, and questioned whether there were no other trials and whether she did not need to sign a magical contract. Shen, touching his hand to his nose, said she should stop reading fantasy books. Since it was almost daybreak, he told her to hurry back home because her parents must be worried sick. She responded with all right, then bowed before Shen and said she would be at his shop in a few days. He replied with all right. He then told her she should change her clothes before going, and she replied that she had almost walked out looking like that. As they were talking, Su Ling stood aside and thought that Shen was clearly a mysterious and terrifying person, but he looked so ordinary right now. He was like a kind older brother next door. As Su Ling looked at him, Shen turned his eyes toward her and smiled, asking if she wanted to grab a cup of coffee. She pouted and replied no, saying she was going back. Shen closed his eyes and wondered what was up with her. A few days later, Shen sat on a chair in his coffee shop and, reading an article, noted that the campaign for the new mayor of Buranda had already started. The candidate with the highest support rate was also the oldest, and the candidate with the second highest support rate was a 30-year-old youngster. Meanwhile, Tina, wearing the same apron and costume that Shen wore while working in the coffee shop, arrived and asked Mr. Sorcerer if she had cleaned the place. Shen told her to call him sir in the coffee shop. She smiled and responded with all right, Mr. Sorcerer. Shen smiled and thought to himself that he would forget it since the customers would probably just think they were joking anyway. He then opened his eyes and, with a clever expression, thought that he had finally tricked a hard-working employee into working for him, and who cared what she called him. Meanwhile, the door opened and Aina entered the coffee shop, asking if anyone was there. Aina asked the pretty lady if she was the new shop employee, and Tina replied that she was. She then looked toward Aina's body with blank eyes and wondered how such a cute little huge girl could exist. As she was staring at her, Aina said that her friends were going to arrive later, and asked if she could head inside first and wait for them. Tina responded that she could come in. Aina passed by Tina and stepped ahead toward the table side. Shen, who was sitting there, saw her and asked if she was there alone. Aina smiled and replied that she was. She explained that investigators from the Anti-Magic Bureau could not arrest people as they pleased after all. Shen agreed and then smiled and asked if he could help her with anything. She sat before him on the chair and said that the divine messenger, the mighty god, requested them to wait, as there had been many changes recently. Mr. John was running for office, and she said Shen should know him since he was a recent member of the cult. Hearing this, Shen was shocked and wondered what in the world was going on, realizing even a political candidate was a worshipper of the Lord of Ashes. He thought that these people were more capable than he had imagined. He then sweated and smirked, thinking that while his worshipper was running for office, he himself was still living in a small and basic property. He then responded that he understood and told her to proceed as she wished. Aina said all right and then pointed her finger as she mentioned that they had found something. The god imposter seemed to have escaped from the Market Foundation. One last thing she added was that they were going to perform a ritual that night to make up for their mistake from a few months ago. Shen replied that her mistakes and sins would be forgiven by the Lord of Ashes. Aina blushed happily and said that was great. She smiled and said she would take her leave then. Shen said yes. Aina got up, turned to leave, and said he had to keep their business a secret from her. She then lowered her head and said all right, and then she left. After a while, it was 20 p.m. Shen called to Tina. She came to him and stood before him. He said she had disguised herself well, and from the next day onwards, he would teach her the basics of supernatural studies. Hearing this, Tina blushed happily and thought it was awesome. Shen told her she should go home for the day. Tina lowered her head and said all right. She then said she would return the next morning at 6. Shen remained silent. He then touched his chin and wondered what blessing he should give the worshippers before the summoning. He said to himself that he was not someone who earned things for free. Suddenly, he wondered why he had said it like it was a question. He then remembered that the book had stated the Lord of Ashes blessed his worshippers with his food. He questioned what he should give them, considering bread, but thinking it was too plain. Looking toward Kola, who was playing with an apple, he thought he could not give them a cup of coffee. Then, looking again at the apple, he said that an apple would work. Apples often appeared in fantasy stories, such as golden apples or poison apples. Suddenly, he heard a voice in the cafe saying endless bad omens, the source of disasters, the white haze villain, the destroyer of worlds, the Lord of Ashes. They presented to him the fruit from the depths of the Black Sea and the book of the Decapath Traveler, and asked him to reveal his magnificent body and make them fear him. Hearing all of this, Shen got up and looked up, thinking it was Aina's voice. It seemed that she had gained a higher status within the cult. On the other side, at the priest's church, Aina was in the prayer hall kneeling on the carpet. Behind her, the high priest and other lower-level priests were bowing. Aina made the prayer asking to reveal his magnificent body and make them fear him. The high priest thought that the cult had wanted to sacrifice the fruit from the depths of the Black Sea last time, but they had been interrupted by Hush Strike. This time, they could not sacrifice only one item for the ritual. Senator John's disastrous ranked relic, which had been passed down for generations in his family, had been added as a sacrifice, the Book of the Decapath Traveler. Suddenly, white haze began spreading before them, and the sound of 3 booms was heard. The high priest looked up and thought here it came. Wearing a sinister smile on his face, he thought they would continue performing rituals and sacrificing items, hoping to gain much in return. The Lord of Ashes had once been very indifferent. However, in the haze, a flaming ball of light appeared and ashes began flying. A strong golden light emerged within the haze, and another boom sound was heard. The high priest thought that now, the Lord of Ashes was the most responsive god from another dimension. In the lightning haze, the Lord of Ashes appeared. Aina, looking at the god happily, thought it was the Lord of Ashes. However, under the haze, Shen stood hidden from everyone and thought he should be emitting the strong scent of a god from another dimension. They were seeing him differently from how he actually looked. Aina joined her hands together and made prayers before the Lord of Ashes, saying endless bad omens, the source of disaster, the destroyer of worlds, the Lord of Ashes. They sacrificed the fruit from the depths of the Black Sea and the Book of the Decapath Traveler. Shen responded that he accepted their offerings. The haze spread throughout the hall. Shen took out a bag from his coat pocket, opened it, and placed the fruit and book inside. As he watched the fruit and book disappear in the haze, Aina happily thought he had accepted them and that the Lord of Ashes had forgiven them. Shen then took out a red apple from his pocket and placed it on the floor where he stood, saying that this would be their new blessing. The high priest said that while the flaming haze was still fuming there, Aina, still looking up, repeated endless bad omens, the source of disasters, the destroyer of the world, the Lord of Ashes, and praised him as their destiny. Meanwhile, the haze faded and both the god and Shen disappeared, leaving only the floating flaming ball behind. The high priest looked toward the flaming ball, stepped forward, and said that it was the heart of the heat. According to legends, the Lord of Ashes had destroyed more than 20 worlds by burning them. Those worlds had been left with nothing but ashes and the heart of the heat. It was something left behind after worlds were burned, and its existence was greater than that of the most powerful disastrous ranked relic. But it still had not revealed its true power. If they could find a craftsmith powerful enough, they might be able to create an untouchable ranked mysterious relic. The high priest closed his eyes and said it was a shame they did not know anyone like that. Aina turned and said maybe they could ask the divine messenger. The high priest smiled and said that was a great idea, and that he had almost not thought of it. Aina pouted and thought he had just waited for her to suggest it. Sly old fox. On the other side, Tina was sleeping in her room on the bed, and while sleeping, she said she was a magical genius. Suddenly, her hand transformed into a dark evil hand surrounded by dark smoke and sharp black nails. Then it slowly returned to normal as the smoke released from it and the hand turned back to its usual form. However, Shen sat in his coffee shop holding Yale's soul ball, from which a bluish aura was being released and spreading through the space. He also placed the dark fruit and the book he had received in his earlier summoning on the table. He described the dark fruit as something from the depths of the sea, its official name and aspects still unknown. Each dark fruit possessed incredible, though random, power. The lucky ones could instantly become disastrous ranked, while the unlucky ones might suffer bizarre side effects, such as having their fingernails switch places between fingers. It basically depended on the person, and they would receive a random power. Suddenly, an idea came to Shen's mind, and he wondered whether using the Ring of Luck before eating the fruit would improve the outcome. Then, looking at the book, he decided to try that later. He closed his eyes and thought about the disastrous ranked relic called the Book of the Decapath Traveler. After a while, he stood there carrying the open book and reflected on its first feature, which was called Record. The user needed to bring the book to the scene, open it to a specific page, and stand in place for 10 minutes. Then everything within a radius of 300 feet would be recorded inside. It could load up to 10 visuals, which the user could delete and replace at will. The recorded visuals could move, and the user could observe them like a surveillance camera from a god's point of view. Once the page was flipped, the user could zoom in and out as if using a camera lens. He zoomed in on the coffee cup and, looking at it, wondered when it had broken. He decided to check the other areas, including the room of the coffee shop and the street outside the door. As expected, the record worked like the record in the soul ball. However, he could not see anything beyond the 300-foot radius. He then thought to try the other features. The second feature was teleport. The user had to look at the page and quietly recite the ancient teleportation code, which would instantly transport them to the recorded spot with the book. The book could be used throughout the entire universe. Smiling, he thought it was a great item, believing there were no bad disastrous ranked relics. Then, looking at the book again, he noted that for every 3 uses of record and every single use of teleport, the user would randomly lose an important item. This item was not limited to possessions, but could include eyes, ears, heart, friends, family, and even freedom. With a smile on his face, he looked aside and remarked to himself how scary it was, though he did not need to pay the price. He then uttered the word teleport, and within seconds, he was transported into the coffee shop. Looking around in surprise, he wondered if he had truly teleported, as it felt like he had never stepped outside. There were no delays in the teleportation, and it did not even take a full second. He closed the book, observed it, and noted that it needed to recharge for a day per use, but he believed the teleportation feature was totally worth it, and considered it a life-saving device. As night transitioned into the time just before sunrise, a man with blonde hair stood outside Shen's coffee shop, wearing a golden rust cross. He thought about Christine from Turmeric Flower, who was also investigating the hidden iris like he was, and how she frequently appeared at this coffee shop located on the remote Shilin Street in South Buranda. According to the Anti-Magic Bureau files, the coffee shop owner was connected to the Chaos Cult, a long-standing problem on the second largest continent since the beginning of time. Holding the golden rust cross, he reflected that the Chaos Cult had always been one of the biggest enemies of the Corona Church. The enemies of the Origin Fire had to pay. Inside the coffee shop, Shen stood resting his hands on the counter, wearing a sad expression as he wondered why Christine had not arrived yet. He had thought of a great idea and wanted to ask for Christine's help in Tina's name to sell knowledge of supernatural studies or items. He smiled, thinking that this way he could earn money while maintaining his classiness, which he considered a win-win situation. Meanwhile, the door of the coffee shop opened, and a bright golden light entered the shop. The light was so blinding that it was difficult for Shen to open his eyes. As it flooded in, he placed his hand over his eyes and questioned what could be so blinding. From within the light, the blonde-haired man appeared. Seeing him, Shen wondered if it was a person. Observing with one eye, while his other eye was covered by his hair, he realized that all this time he had been intimidating others with his strong aura, and could not believe someone was able to make him react even slightly with their presence. While the man stared at Shen, he thought about how the Chaos Cult, which had lasted for thousands of years, had become weak and vulnerable. However, the Anti-Magic Bureau files indicated that this mysterious coffee shop owner was extremely powerful, so he considered whether he should first test the waters with him. Meanwhile, Tina arrived and welcomed the man, who pressed his brows in sweat and responded with an uncertain agreement. He wondered whether Tina mistook him for an ordinary customer. After a while, the man sat on a chair, and Shen approached him and asked what he would like to drink. Placing a hand on his chest, Shen also inquired why the man was staring at his clothes and whether they looked untidy. As he adjusted his shirt, the silver rust cross became visible through the open button side. The man noticed the relic and thought about how the eternal rust cross was powerful, but constantly wearing it caused him to hear voices in his head, making it a gradual descent into madness. He could not believe that Shen wore it at all times. Smiling, Shen suggested that the man order a cup of coffee first. The man closed his eyes and said he did not drink coffee. Hearing this, Shen wondered why someone who did not drink coffee would come to a coffee shop. Sweating in surprise, Shen added that their tea was decent too, but the man replied that he did not like tea either. Opening his arms, the man declared that the fire of origin had taught them not to indulge in any kind of enjoyment. Then, with a serious expression, he pointed his finger and demanded a glass of water. With a blank face, Shen recalled that Yale's Soul Ball had mentioned those who possessed a blinding aura like the sun were worshippers of the fire of origin, and that such an aura was a common halo seen in priests and harmful to evil forces. He then angrily thought that this person had suddenly shown up and done nothing but act like a total weirdo. From his experience and recent information, Shen concluded that this person was likely someone from the inner circle, and probably the one he suspected. Shen then identified him as the light chaser Frederick Augustine. Hearing his name from Shen's mouth, Frederick said he had known Shen was expecting him. Shen replied that Frederick was here for the god imposter. Frederick was shocked and furious, wondering how Shen could know his true purpose when even the Anti-Magic Bureau authorities did not know, as only the Corona Church authorities were aware. With an evil smile and a glowing eye, Shen stared at Frederick and said there was no need to question how he knew, as he just happened to know a lot of secrets. He thought to himself that the source of his information was the Oracle Girl, but he refrained from mentioning it to avoid revealing his cards. Sitting in front of Frederick, Shen asked him to explain his real purpose and, while casting a flaming ball with his index finger and staring at Frederick with his golden eye, demanded an answer. Witnessing all of this and hearing Shen's words, Frederick felt as if something was exploding in his mind. He remembered the files that stated the chess player emitted the scent of various gods from another dimension and seemed to serve the Lord of Ashes. He had previously thought Shen was just an advanced dependent and realized that his judgment had been extremely wrong. Gritting his teeth, Frederick recalled that the fire of origin taught them that when faced with irrefutable obstacles, one must think of sensible ways to move forward. He reasoned that working with the enemy when absolutely necessary was not a betrayal of faith, but a sensible action. He resolved to follow the will of his heart. Clenching his fist, he stood up and raised his voice, declaring that he was following his heart's will and would like to request a collaboration. Shen smiled and waved his hand, responding that Frederick could state his request. However, holy items do not refer to basic mysterious relics, but instead refer to relics that appeared every 115 years ago on Miracle Day when the fire of origin descended in the St. Rose Church and used its light to purify these relics. These holy items all share one trait, which is that the cost of using them is not as severe as the original consequences. The Light Chaser possesses the most powerful holy item, which is the original disastrous ranked relic, and the Light Chaser himself belongs to the highest tier among disastrous ranked individuals. After this, Frederick nervously explained that the God Imposter was a gifted person who had escaped from the Market Foundation and whose power was the ability to twist reality. He had previously been imprisoned on the 3rd level of the historical ruins and had escaped from the 3rd largest continent to the 2nd largest continent with only one goal in mind. He wanted to become a god. Although he was doomed to fail, his actions were undeniably blasphemous. Hearing this, Shen remained silent. Frederick gritted his teeth in frustration and said that he had to find the God Imposter and eliminate him completely, as that was the only way he would not disgrace his magnificent god. Shen let out a deep sigh and thought that, as expected, he himself was not the God Imposter being sought. Although he had suspected it, he still felt relieved to have confirmation that he was not in trouble. He then pressed his lips and touched his chin while wondering whether summoning his god would mean summoning that very same god. He smiled to himself and reflected that since he was living as evil gods, there was no reason he could not be a righteous god too, since they were all gods anyway. Frederick, sweating and seated before him, explained that a few days ago he had conducted an investigation into the God Imposter, and he wanted to ask for Shen's help in locating him. Shen made a strange, bored face and looked aside as he asked what Frederick would offer in exchange for such help. Frederick then presented a box before him and raised his voice, saying it was the box of Corona, an original twisted ranked relic used by the mighty god to purify relics on Miracle Day. The purified relics then became holy items, and the only cost of using this particular item was a dry thirst in the mouth. He added with a slight smile that if one kept ordinary water and paper inside it, every 3 days it would produce a charm that radiated sunlight, which was effective against evil forces. Shen closed his eyes and folded his arms, remaining silent. After a short while, Frederick turned and quickly stepped ahead to leave the shop in a hurry, while Shen sat behind with a strange expression. Profoundly sweating, Frederick gritted his teeth and also made a strange face. Shen turned his head, smiled, and reminded him to order a coffee next time. Frederick replied with a nod of agreement. Suddenly, he noticed Cola walking across the kitchen shelf and blushed, while thinking how cute the cat looked, but he was startled when the cat angrily screamed at him. Shen closed his eyes and thought that Frederick had been so frightened he had tried to run away, but then froze upon seeing the cat. On the other side, Christine was seated in a meeting room chair, surrounded by a variety of snacks, while a lady with black hair wearing a dress suit stood before her and asked whether they really needed to continue with this job, pointing out that the inner circle was too dangerous, and they could live ordinary lives with the money they had already earned. Christine, with her mouth full of food, replied that she knew that, and then called the lady by her name, Fei Erui, and added that she understood her concern. Erui, sweating and closing her eyes, commented that Christine should not talk with her mouth full. She then wondered to herself whether her employer truly loved snacks to this extent, and noted that Christine never ate at the agency just to maintain her image. Christine finished the snacks in her mouth, wiped her mouth, and stated that she was working for that man now, and that she could not quit, as she might have to face a punishment worse than death. Erui voiced her concern but was cut off as Christine closed her eyes and explained that the ultimate culprit had not yet been dealt with, and that she could only rely on that man. She believed turmeric flower would become powerful again because of her, and she wanted to continue forward. She then smiled and added that it was what everybody would want. With teary eyes and flushed cheeks, Erui closed her eyes and replied with a soft yes. After this, Christine got up and said she was going to the coffee shop. Erui turned and smiled, saying she would wait for her to return and suggested they have steak that night. Christine turned, placed her hand on Erui's head, smiled, and agreed. On the other hand, back at the coffee shop, Christine entered and announced her arrival. Looking ahead, she saw Shen sitting on a chair with Tina standing beside him. As she looked toward Tina, she recognized her as the girl she used to secretly keep an eye on. Shen introduced Tina as his apprentice and said she was also a shop employee on regular days. Tina smiled while Christine felt a sense of envy toward her. After this, Christine sat down in front of Shen. Shen told her that he needed some cash and asked her to sell something. Christine agreed. He then presented her with a small water bottle and warned her to be careful, as it contained the water of spirituality. He explained that ordinary people would go crazy if they touched it, as they would begin to see things they were never meant to see. Christine held the bottle as her eyes went blank and rolled, and she pressed her lips together and agreed, thinking to herself that she needed to hurry back and research the water of spirituality. Shen smiled and added that she had been doing a great job and could keep 10% of the proceeds. She thanked him and, as she ran out happily, said goodbye. Afterward, Shen turned to Tina and said they should clean up the shop and close early because he had things to do. She asked with surprise whether he had to battle vampires or ride a giant dragon. Shen sighed while putting his hand on his mouth and thought to himself that he needed to record life-saving teleportation points, of course. Later that night, Shen was present on the outskirts of Buranda, standing at Buranda Thames Port while carrying the book. He then went to the Anti-Magic Bureau's nearby hotel and sat in the washroom with the book, thinking that no one would enter the Anti-Magic Bureau disguised as a man, and that he himself was not that wild. While watching his coffee shop through the book, he declared that the recording was complete and that it was time to return. He said teleport and was instantly transported to his coffee shop, which was enveloped in darkness. Meanwhile, someone stood behind him in the darkness and announced that he was finally back. Hearing the voice, Shen was caught by surprise. Shen wondered if someone had found him and considered whether he should turn into haze and escape, but decided it was safer to freeze them first before transforming. Meanwhile, the person standing behind him asked if Mr. Shen could hear him. Upon hearing the voice, Shen pressed his lips and furrowed his brows, realizing the voice belonged to George. He turned around, thinking George nearly scared him to death, while George stood behind and asked who would visit a coffee shop in the middle of the night. Shen responded that he had no coffee for George to order. George replied that because of him, he was no longer allowed to enter or exit the city as he pleased. It was not easy for him to be there at the coffee shop, and he thought he could meet Shen immediately, but did not expect that Shen had already left. Then he suddenly returned, but George had not noticed anything. Shen thought that George could not sense his presence either, which meant the book of the Decapath Traveler was more useful than he had imagined. Shen turned on the shop lights, and they both sat facing each other in chairs. George said it had really been a long time, and Shen acknowledged that it had. George added that he had been working 2 jobs recently. First, he had been getting rid of evil scum, the kind of people he would not be able to reach as an investigator. As an investigator of the Anti-Magic Bureau, he could not attack without proper evidence and had to follow rules and discipline. It was all thanks to Shen that he could now act freely. Secondly, George had been trying to reconnect with people he had previously cut off. Shen wondered whether George had lost his past memories or if something else was going on. He said it was good that George was freer than when he had worked at the bureau. George lit a cigarette with a flame lighter, thinking that Shen had brought him back to life but had also tied him to an unknown war ride. He did not know what Shen's goal was but hoped it was harmless to humans. Smoke drifted from the cigarette as George looked toward Shen, thinking that although Shen's body was that of a demonic puppet, he felt like a real person in every way, truly a result of that Baron Jerk's skill. George noted he had not seen Su Ling for a while and commented that no one could stop him from smoking when she was not around. Shen said he could not smoke in the coffee shop, prompting George to apologize, extinguish the cigarette, and place it on the table. George then told Shen he had discovered something important recently, but could not report it to the Anti-Magic Bureau at that moment, and asked Shen to help him send a message to Su Ling. Shen wondered why George was acting so friendly now, considering he used to be very polite and respectful. George laughed and said they were buddies now. Shen thought George's sly fox demeanor was very punchable, then told him he would help him speak to Su Ling. George explained that a sudden wave of worshippers had appeared in Buranda, claiming to worship something they called the Lord of Miracles, the White Sun, the savior of everyone. These worshippers were all ordinary people and did not seem supernatural, so the investigators did not prioritize the situation. They simply observed, thinking it was an ordinary mortal cult. Shen closed his eyes and thought that, as expected, the mortal cults of this world would still be monitored even if they were not true religions. In a world full of evil gods, any religion left unsupervised would lead to humanity's destruction. George continued that he had investigated further and discovered that the worship of the Lord of Miracles had begun too suddenly and without reason. Shen agreed, adding that it was as if they had suddenly gained a new understanding. George confirmed that was correct. Shen recalled that the Hidden Iris notebook mentioned something similar and thought that the same person was causing trouble again. He said it was the God Imposter. George asked who the God Imposter was. Shen explained that the White of Miracle was an escaped prisoner from the Market Foundation's historical ruins, possessing supernatural abilities that allowed him to distort reality. He had come to Nolan to become a god and had now arrived in Buranda. The holy worshipper Frederick from the Corona Church was also in Buranda, trying to hunt him down. George, sweating, laughed and admitted that Shen truly was remarkable for acquiring so much intel. He said his words were probably redundant to Shen. He then added that, since he had shared so much information, he assumed Shen had a goal in mind. Shen replied that perhaps they shared the same goal. With a smile, Shen added that he would not ask George to do anything, because he would take care of it himself. He would not allow a supernatural being to wreak havoc in Buranda. George closed his eyes and admitted Shen had surprised him, then stood and said he was leaving, or else he would suffocate from his smoking addiction if he stayed any longer. Shen told him to take care, then closed his eyes and added that he would brew a cup of coffee for him when he returned next time. As George stepped forward to leave, he asked if Su Ling was doing well. Shen, with his eyes closed, noted that someone had not given up on her. George said that balance should be maintained and asked Shen to help take care of her. Shen agreed. The next morning at the cafe, Shen thought he had seen many warfare plots before, but had not expected something like that to happen to him. Meanwhile, Su Ling entered the coffee shop and addressed Mr. Shen. Seeing her, Shen welcomed her and asked what she would like to drink. At the same time, Aina also entered the shop. Su Ling noticed her and thought she was a very cute young girl, with rare platinum white long hair and wine red, delicate, beautiful eyes. Her gaze showed wisdom beyond her years, and Su Ling considered her truly pretty, probably someone elite. Although she looked like a high schooler, she gave off a mature vibe beyond her age. Shen, holding a coffee cup and sweating while looking toward Aina, wondered why she was there. Suddenly his eyes started rolling, and he thought that one was a shrine maiden of an evil cult, and the other an advanced investigator of the Anti-Magic Bureau. He did not know what to do. Su Ling would definitely notice something wrong if Aina greeted him, and Aina might reveal her identity. Shen looked toward Su Ling and thought she was too young and naive to realize that the Anti-Magic Bureau already knew about her betrayal. George had said that the authorities of the Bureau had the ability to examine memories. It would be useless even if he threatened Su Ling not to reveal anything about Aina, because once the Bureau discovered her, Aina would be imprisoned for life. Suddenly, Aina turned to Shen and said it had been a long time. But before she could finish her statement, Shen, worried, used his freezing magic and pointed his finger toward her to freeze her in place. Su Ling's eyes widened in fear, and she began sweating when she noticed the intense bluish aura releasing and surrounding Shen. She wondered about this as Shen, looking at her with his glowing blue eyes, told her to go sit in the room and wait for him, as it was not convenient to talk with guests outside. Su Ling fearfully responded that she would and wondered whether he really needed to scare her like that, though she knew she should avoid people from the surface world. Meanwhile, Aina remained frozen, her face still turned toward Shen. After a while, when the freezing effect ended, Aina asked what was happening, surprised, while Shen, moving toward her at high speed, told her to sit down and talk. She replied that she would. She then placed her bag on the table, sat on the chair, and said to Shen that, as a divine messenger, she had an important favor to ask. Shen slightly bowed before her and told her to order a drink first, wait for him there, and not to run off. She agreed and thought that compared to the social functions the high priest took her to, the divine messenger's coffee shop felt much more comfortable. She closed her eyes, smiled, and thought that it truly felt like home. Shen, stepping toward the counter, turned and looked at Aina, thinking it was good that she was not paying attention to him. He then moved at high speed toward the room where Su Ling was, entered, and closed the door before letting out a chuckle. Su Ling looked at him with surprise, and Shen sat before her and told her to stay alert regarding the worshippers of the Lord of Miracles, stating that they were connected to the god imposter. Su Ling replied that she would and said she would inform the authorities if he did not mind. She then added that she had come to tell him she had found out what had happened. Shen wondered if it was about the elder who sold candy and why she had come to report the incident afterward. Su Ling explained that the head of the Buttes had instructed a supernatural being to cast an astral spell which took the elder's life, and as a result, he successfully regained his health. It was not a complicated case, and she had confirmed the situation after thorough investigation. Count Butte was a member of royalty and a senator, and no cults or gods from another dimension were involved. She then, with a blank expression and trembling lips, said that if she allowed the Anti-Magic Bureau to handle the case, perhaps the Count would not receive the punishment he deserved. Shen asked what she intended to do. She raised her face, looked at Shen, and said a life for a life. Shen remained silent. She then added that her black sword was named Counter-Evil, a relic from her father. At the same time, it was a core principle of the anti-magic hunters, and she no longer wanted the hunters to lose those principles. She further said that maybe it was a flaw in her personality, but she had always thought it strange that those who pursued justice were seen as flawed in others' eyes. Shen closed his eyes and thought about a sword named Counter-Evil, meant to slice through evil. No matter what world they were in, it was hard to remain purely just, and the path was one of no return. He recalled George's words when he had said the Bureau considered Shen important, and therefore, the more Shen cared about Su Ling, the safer she would be. In the present, Shen told her she had to be careful, regardless of what she decided to do, and if she ever needed help, she should come find him. Hearing his words, Su Ling said that everyone always told her there was no black or white in the world, only a refined gray. No one had supported her when she was faced with situations like this, and though she knew they meant well, they had always suggested she give up. She then looked at Shen, who was smiling at her, and said she was still hoping someone might support her. She smiled and thanked him. After this, she got up to leave, and Shen, standing behind, told her to take care and come again next time. Shen then noticed Aina sitting with her back to them and smiled, thinking he had perfectly avoided their first meeting. He went to her and brought her a cup of black tea, saying that it was her black tea and apologizing for the delay. She smiled and replied that it was all right, divine messenger. She thought how nice he was, then took a box from the bag she had brought with her and said she had an important favor to ask. She placed the box on the table, looked at it, and explained that inside was the heart of the heat. The high priest had said they needed an extremely skilled alchemist to build an untouchable ranked mysterious relic, and they currently had no one in their cult with such skill. Shen asked if she wanted him to help, and she replied yes. Shen thought about the heart of the heat and the difficulty of building an untouchable ranked relic, but he did not know alchemy. Then, looking at Aina who was smiling cutely and blushing, he thought it was unfair. He also blushed, cleared his throat, and told her he could keep it for now, but that building it would not be an easy task and she would have to pay him for his efforts. She responded that of course she would, and asked him to state his price. Shen pressed his lips and started sweating, thinking in his mind that he should ask for 10 million in cash. He thought this was what he wanted to say, but instead he told her he needed her to investigate all the worshippers of the Lord of Miracles in Miranda. He explained that the god impostor was using them and had proclaimed himself the Lord of Miracles, the White Sun, and the savior of everyone. Aina responded that she would, divine messenger. Shen closed his eyes and asked her to wait until he finished building it, and then he would hand it over at the appropriate time. Aina smiled and said all right, calling him her dear divine messenger, and thought how cute he was. Shen looked at the box and thought he now had more of these nonsensical things, but he could not just place dangerous items wherever he pleased. He closed his eyes and, with a sad expression, said he needed to buy a new property as soon as possible and hoped Christine could get him some money soon. Suddenly, he noticed the ring of luck lying on the table before him, and he happily thought he could feel it, that the ring of luck had finally recharged. After some hours, Shen stood in his bedroom holding the fruit he had obtained through summoning and said it was time to eat the fruit. He repeated to himself that the ring of luck had already activated, so he should be able to gain a new power. He opened his mouth, bit into the fruit, and started chomping it. As Shen ate the fruit, a glowing aura surrounded him, and he looked toward his hand in surprise, observing that he was half invisible. He wondered what the use of this power was, since it was not full invisibility. Meanwhile, an instruction manual appeared before him, and he questioned whether the power came with a manual. Upon reading it, he learned that being half invisible was merely the visual effect of the special power, and the true ability he had gained was called trace wipe. He added that people would not be able to notice him, as it worked similarly to placing a group of people in an area under hypnosis. As long as he did not do anything too conspicuous, ordinary people would not notice him even if he stood right in front of them. He closed his eyes, smiled, and said it was time to test it out. He transformed into his haze form and exited his room in the shop, where Kola was sleeping on the table. In haze form, he appeared before Kola, then changed into his half-invisible form, smiled, and smacked Kola, prompting Kola to shout with a meow. Meanwhile, during the day, a man wearing a black suit, a high-standing member of the Chaos Cult with a disastrous rank, walked through an alley. He looked at the signboard of Shen's coffee shop, which read Handsome Men Coffee Shop, and read the name aloud, commenting that it showed such confidence in the mundane and that it was a nice name for a coffee shop. He entered the shop and peeked inside while Shen stood behind the counter and observed him, welcoming him. But the man did not notice Shen and continued peeking around, which made Shen wonder about the strong wave of inner circle weirdo vibes he was getting. The man coughed and turned around while Shen, with closed eyes and pressed lips, remained silent. The man took out an envelope from his coat and, clearing his throat, threw it on the counter, saying 1 tomahawk steak please. Shen wondered if the man could be any more obvious and, looking at the envelope, reminded him that this was a coffee shop. The man started laughing and said it looked like he had entered the wrong shop and would leave right away. Shen, with an expression of anger and surprise, thought that the man clearly wanted everyone to notice that he was delivering intel. Shen picked up the envelope, thinking how hard it was to find someone normal in the inner circle, though he admitted the Chaos Cult was indeed efficient. He opened the envelope and noted that he had asked them to gather intel on the god impostor, so perhaps they already had eyes on the matter. Reading the paper he pulled from the envelope, Shen said they had discovered at least 177 families in Miranda who worshipped the Lord of Miracles. 15 families had been investigated as the main focus, and all 15 had been worshipping the Lord of Miracles for many years. Initially, their faith had been in the fire of origin. Shen realized that the god impostor had distorted reality to manipulate their understanding of the world, and that his target was the worshippers of the fire of origin. The White of Miracle apparently held a deep grudge against the Corona Church. Suddenly, Shen was surprised to learn that there were 2 political candidates with the highest votes in the region, Senator John and Senator Johann. A dark aura began to emit from Shen, and he noted that, according to the investigation, all 15 families supported Count Johann. Shen then transformed into his divine messenger form, surrounded by dark aura. He stated the address West Miranda, 322 Elm Street, and teleporting from the cafe, said he would have to close the shop for the day. On the other hand, at the Senator Jellen's royal residence in the dining hall, Jellen's son told him that Ada had been nice the previous night and had not cried. Jellen smiled and replied that he had been far worse than Ada as a child and had been a very worrisome kid. He then informed his wife, Silena, that he would be going to the club that night to discuss important matters with a few senators and might not return that evening. Lina replied that she also had a tea time function in the afternoon and wished him safe travels. Later, in a room, a man wearing a black suit stood before a middle-aged man who flipped a coin and declared that, since it landed on the right side, nothing was wrong. The suited man said he would escort the senator in secret. Meanwhile, as the Senator Johann walked down a corridor and the maids bowed to him, Shen appeared before him in invisible form, carrying his video recording book, the Book of Decapath Traveler. Looking at the senator, Shen observed that not just the senator, but also two twisted ranked supernatural beings had failed to detect him. He looked toward the book and watched a maid working in the wardrobe room, then scoffed, feeling envious of rich people. Gritting his teeth and narrowing his eyes, Shen questioned why he should feel jealous, as he was still managing to live well without money. He continued watching the video book and noticed the maids had stopped working and begun to pray. He asked himself what was going on, as everyone had started praying at the same time. Zooming in to read their lips, he discovered that one of the maids was praying, praising the mighty Lord of Miracles, the White Sun, the savior of everyone. Upon seeing this, Shen wondered in disbelief whether even the baby was under control. He concluded that this was a distortion of understanding within reality, a dangerous and difficult power to deal with. Shen then appeared in the library room, stood still, and reflected that everyone had suddenly started praying for 10 full minutes. The level of distortion was so high, it seemed like they were being completely controlled. He realized that the god imposter had distorted their senses and made them believe he was their god. The Miracle of White had a young follower with him, likely an oracle, who had probably been brainwashed. Shen thought he himself had the protection of the Eternal Rust Cross, which should be enough to block this power. However, Su Ling and Tina were not protected. If their understanding was even slightly distorted, he feared they would not realize what had happened, even after they were dead. Exiting the library and walking through the corridor, Shen thought about the limits of the Miracle of White's power. If the imposter could do whatever he wished, he would be invincible by simply creating miracles, so there had to be a catch. Shen opened a door and entered a room, thinking that the White of Miracle knew where Tina lived. He suspected Tina might be like Su Ling now, possibly a double agent, and considered the possibility that she could have leaked information about him. He broke into a nervous smile and thought it was a relief he had not revealed everything to Tina. Suddenly, he noticed a box lying under the baby cot. He moved forward and picked it up, thinking it had been hidden there. Opening the box and checking inside, he found a piece of paper. It was written that if anyone discovered the contents of the recording, they should report it immediately to the Anti-Magic Bureau investigators and also report the person's family. The message continued, stating that if someone was reading it, there was a high chance they were not themselves. Upon reading this, Shen said, as expected, something was definitely off. It was explained that Senator Johann suddenly received a letter one morning. The person who wrote the letter claimed to be Mr. White, and on the cover he expressed disbelief that the writer knew the daily routine of his family so well, as if he knew it like the back of his hand. The letter claimed that there was no malicious intent, and that the writer only wanted to befriend him. Senator Johann's first reaction was that the letter must be a threat from a supernatural being belonging to the inner circle, and he considered asking his own supernatural contact to help him solve the matter. However, before he could do that, he discovered a second letter in the hallway, which was placed on the path he had to take to ask for help. In that letter, the writer stated that he could help him achieve his goal in the election, and also claimed to be good friends with his ancestors, mentioning that they were all against the Corona Church. The writer identified himself as the leader of the declining miracle cult. Senator Johann thought that if he was able to help such an important person, he could gain enormous benefits, so he chose to keep the matter a secret and did not tell anyone. Reflecting on it now, he believed he must have been affected by some form of sensory disturbance. Mr. White's letters always appeared out of nowhere, and that alone made him afraid. Mr. White only told him that he would get on a boat to the second largest continent from the third largest one, and he nearly revealed all his secrets. He mentioned his God Ascension plan, in which he intended to gather 3 requirements for some sort of ritual. Ultimately, he wanted to inject those requirements into his soul to become godlike and free himself from mortality. He even promised Senator Johann that he could accompany him once he became a god. Senator Johann became excited and longed for it, feeling the same thrill even in his dreams. His understanding of the world had clearly become distorted. Then one morning, he found another letter on his nightstand, still in the same handwriting. It mentioned that hundreds of years ago, his ancestors had betrayed Mr. White, which led to his capture by the Market Foundation. Mr. White declared that he had returned to take revenge, and Senator Johann was his target. He warned that he was coming for him soon. The scene then shifted to the coffee shop, where Shen entered while thinking about how the letter had mentioned the 3 requirements for the God Ascension plan, which were 1,000,000 cases, 1,000,000 forms, and 1,000,000 fates. The first requirement seemed to be related to the cases the hidden iris had observed in dreams, the second to the life forms involving Tina, and the third to the distortion of understanding related to those who worshipped the Lord of Miracles. Shen then looked at his hand, where he held the white crystals, and noted that Senator Johann had left these crystals in a box. They were the same type as the ones that appeared on the scarecrow in the hotel. He then closed his hand and thought that perhaps White needed these crystals to distort reality. which would explain why he had been communicating with Senator Jelen through letters from the beginning, marking the start of his manipulation. Shen stated to himself that he had now figured out White's backstory, abilities, and intentions, but he still did not understand the true nature of the God Ascension plan. After a while, Shen entered a room where Kola was inspecting the box. Shen stood in the doorway and asked what Kola was doing. Hearing Shen's voice, Kola became startled and surprised. Her face looked evil, her eyes glowing red like lights, and she resembled a monstrous figure. But then she returned to her cute form, stuck out her tongue, smiled, and made a meowing sound. Shen looked at her in surprise and wondered to himself whether Kola knew how to open doors, since the one she had passed through was not easily opened. He then looked at the box and said he had to keep an eye on what this creature was planning to do with the book of the Decapath Traveler from now on. Later, Shen sat before Suling in the coffee shop while she reviewed the papers. Shen told her that the documents were unquestionably genuine and came from Senator Jelen's house. Suling wondered why the Anti-Magic Bureau still had no leads in their investigation, while Shen already seemed to know everything. Shen closed his eyes and said that this was a collaboration, and she should return to inform them that they had to act quickly on this operation because they needed to find the God Imposter, which the Anti-Magic Bureau should be able to accomplish. Suling said that she understood, but she was unsure what reward he expected in exchange, and she could not believe he was willing to assist the Anti-Magic Bureau to this extent. Shen wondered to himself if he had forgotten about his persona as someone related to gods from another dimension, recognizing that it would be unusual for him to help the Bureau for no reason. Meanwhile, at the Anti-Magic Bureau's commissioner's office, the commissioner was reviewing documents and asked Suling what Mr. Shen had said. Sitting on the sofa before him, Suling replied that Mr. Shen said it was a collaboration and that the Bureau owed him a favor. The commissioner closed his eyes and said that if it was a favor, then she had to report directly to him regarding the chess player and was not allowed to tell anyone else. She acknowledged this and replied in agreement. The commissioner got up and told her to follow him. After a while, both the commissioner and Suling were in the elevator. Suling reflected that the Anti-Magic Bureau appeared to be an ordinary government agency on the surface and that they even allowed entry for regular visitors. However, the true secrets were hidden 4 floors below the basement. She looked toward the elevator panel, which showed that they were approaching the 3rd floor, and she thought to herself that the deeper they descended, the more terrifying the secrets became. Regular investigators were not permitted to access the 2nd basement floor. Only the commissioner and 2 deputy commissioners were granted limited access to the 4th basement level. Eventually, they arrived on the 4th floor and exited the elevator. Suling noticed a man in an empty dark room, wearing glasses, sitting beneath a small brick structure surrounded by water. The sound of roaring water echoed in the room. Looking at the man, Suling thought to herself that those who worked in such a place must be complete maniacs. As they approached the room, the commissioner informed her that this was the oracle's chamber, and that she often came here to rest as if in meditation. He then showed her a ring and told her to give it to the oracle because it could temporarily enhance her skills. Suling wondered how it could help, knowing that it was a disaster-ranked relic and that wearing it for a short period would consume the user's lifespan. Inside the room, there was only a bed, a table, and a bench, and the oracle was seated on the bed as if meditating. Suling stood before the door as the oracle girl apologized to her. Suling asked why she was apologizing, but the oracle girl closed her eyes and remained silent with a sad expression. She then opened her eyes and told Suling to give her the ring. Suling hesitated with a worried look, not responding immediately. The oracle reassured her not to worry because the commissioner would help her regain her lost lifespan. Suling replied in agreement. After some time, back at the coffee shop, Suling told Shen that they had discovered the location of the God Imposter and would move in for the arrest that night. She pointed her finger and said that if anything went wrong, they hoped he would support them. Shen replied with a bored expression, wondering if she was asking for help again instead of repaying the favor the Bureau owed him. Suling responded that they would repay him either way, and Shen replied that he wished her good luck with the arrest. As she got up and walked toward the exit, she thought to herself that she could not leave the place anyway, because one of the requirements was right there. While heading toward the door, she waved at Tina, who stood behind the counter, and Tina waved back. Meanwhile, Shen rose from his chair and called out to Tina. She responded that she was right there. He told her not to go home that night because the person who had tried to harm her would return. Upon hearing this, Tina's eyes widened and became blank, and her face flushed red with worry. She wondered if she had missed the second half of what he said, then turned around and nervously mumbled no, while Shen stood there confused, wondering whether he had said something wrong. However, at Shen's coffee shop, he sat before Suling while Tina stood beside him. Suling said that the God Imposter had been imprisoned. Shen asked if it was over. Suling, happily clenching her hand, replied that he had been very weak, as if he had already fought someone before the arrest, and his powers were not as great as what had been reported. They had used 2 ranked investigators and astral spells to lock down the place, preventing any possibility of escape, and had easily captured him on the spot. Tina, with a face of sadness and surprise, asked if it had ended at midnight the day before. Shen stood beside her and folded his arms, exhaling. while she sat on a chair having one coffee cup after another, quietly saying the words magic war. Hearing this, she sadly turned her head down, stepped forward, and said there would be no more magic war. Seeing her like this, Su Ling was surprised and asked what was wrong with Tina. Shen said something felt off, and perhaps it was because the Anti-Magic Bureau had given it their all, making it only natural for a single supernatural being to be unable to resist. Su Ling smiled with a blush and said she could finally relax in a few days. Shen asked why. Su Ling said that her birthday was in 2 days and that she had accepted an invitation from a friend, so she would be celebrating it at her friend's house. Shen asked why she rarely brought up her friends from the surface world. Su Ling smiled and said she had only one best friend. On Su Ling's birthday, she went to her friend Dai Mai's house. She knocked on the door, and her friend Dai Mai opened it, with bright golden light shining from inside. Dai Mai, already wearing beautiful clothes, greeted her and wished her a happy birthday. Su Ling smiled happily and thanked her. Dai Mai asked her to come in, saying everyone was waiting. However, when Su Ling entered the house, she was surprised to see a group of boys and girls already waiting for her. Looking at them all, she thought this was not what she had imagined. She had thought only a few people would show up. She did not talk to them much, but they were all there to celebrate her birthday, and they had all brought presents for her. She felt truly happy. After a while, in the dining hall, Dai Mai told her that she had not expected her to be so good at drinking. Su Ling laughed at this. Meanwhile, a man entered the dining hall and asked if Su Ling was his daughter's classmate. He said he had heard that she was just 18 years old, and that it was amazing she had made it to Baden Empire Academy at that age, which he found very impressive. Holding a present box, he said he was Dai Mai's father, Yohan, and that he should give her a present too, considering it a thank her for taking care of his daughter. Su Ling took the present and thanked him. Yohan smiled and said she should unwrap it once she got back, and then asked her to come upstairs because he had something he wanted to discuss. Su Ling replied that it was all right. After that, they both went upstairs, and as they approached the room, Yohan said that this was it, and someone was waiting for her inside. An older man then opened the door from the inside and, looking toward Su Ling, said she had finally arrived. Su Ling looked at him in shock and wondered if he was Count Butte. The man stepped back and told her to calm down. Su Ling, angry, asked how he dared to show up in front of her. Meanwhile, Yohan extended his hand toward her and told her to relax. Another man waved his hand, smiled, and stepped ahead of Count Butte. Looking at Su Ling, he said they should talk it out. Seeing this man, Su Ling was surprised and asked if it was Mr. Ban Nai. She then began to sweat and wondered why Mr. Ban Nai, who had always been a C-ranked investigator, was here. He was well known for being a nice guy, someone who had helped almost every new recruit at least once. After a while, in the room, the 3 men stood before Su Ling. Mr. Ban Nai, waving his hand, said he had heard that there was some misunderstanding between her and Mr. Butte, and that he wanted to use this opportunity for them to reconcile. Butte added that yes, they did have some misunderstandings. He sighed and said it was all his fault and that he regretted it. Su Ling, with a blank face, said it was not a misunderstanding. Hearing that, Butte's expression changed with hope, and he said she was right. It was not a misunderstanding but a mistake. He said it was all his fault and that he was in agony as well, but he would not run away from it. He said he knew it was not easy for her to forgive him, but he could compensate the family of that elder or compensate her directly, and he was willing to pay 20 million yuan. Su Ling, with no expression, said she did not need it. Hearing that, Butte shouted, asking if she thought he had done something terribly wrong. He said the truth was that he had only wanted to take a bit of that elder's life, just a little bit, and then he had planned to compensate him with 10 million yuan. But he had not known the man had only 5 years of life left. He said he knew she was investigating him and even trying to kill him, but he asked if she had stopped to think about how meaningless that was for the already deceased elder. He had recently been trying to pass a bill, and she could research it. If the bill passed, more children in Nolan would be able to receive help with education and healthcare, meaning that the 5 years of life would be put to better use. He said that this was how she could truly make up for the deceased. He knew she could not fully forgive him, but he asked her to think about whether satisfying her personal righteousness was really so important. Su Ling shouted for him to shut up and said he was just making excuses. Meanwhile, a wine bottle popped from the cabinet, and Mr. Ban Nai, holding it, smiled and wished Su Ling a happy birthday. He added that from that day onward, she was an adult, so she needed to think like one. He said that Count Butte regretted his actions and was doing good deeds to make up for them, and asked if that was not enough. Su Ling shouted that it was not enough, not enough. Yohan moved forward and added that everyone made mistakes, and asked Su Ling if she had never done anything wrong in her life. Su Ling, with an angry face, replied that not a single thing had been wrong. Yohan waved his hand and said he admired her integrity and that it was fantastic she was friends with Dai Mai. Hearing this, Su Ling thought about Dai Mai and what she would think if she lost her temper there. She looked toward the 3 men and wondered whether Dai Mai knew her father was someone like that. A lot of people had attended her birthday celebration that day, most of whom were not close to her, but they had all given her presents. She wondered who had wanted to give her those presents. Her eyes glowed as she looked at the present box in her hand that Huon had given her and thought it might contain a diamond. She smiled and thought that it was just the birthday of his daughter's classmate, and wondered whether it had been necessary for him to give something so expensive. She then sighed, and the present box dropped with a thud to the floor. After a while, Su Ling was walking in a dark alley in the rain, thinking that the enemy was right in front of her, but she could not kill him. She wondered how she had walked away from that room and what she should do, whether she should punish the murderer. With a blank face, she wondered if she was doing this for an elder who had given her candy, an elder whose name she did not know, or if it was something else. She remembered that George had said someone like her should leave the inner circle because she would not survive in the end. She then turned her face and remained silent. Eventually, after walking in the alley for a long time, she arrived outside Shen's coffee shop and asked herself how she had gotten there. However, the day before Su Ling's birthday, Shen was sleeping on his bed when he suddenly heard Ana's praying voice, speaking words of praise to the destroyer of worlds, the Lord of Ashes, calling him the source of disasters and endless bad omens. She said she was his loyal worshipper and prayed to him. Shen woke up from sleep, sat up with a sad face, looked around, and thought that this sounded like a summoning. He then saw an interface screen appear before him, showing Ana sitting on her bed in her room while making prayers, and he wondered if this was a blurred view of a prayer. He thought about how, at first, he had been able to accept summons and sacrifices, then he was able to meet summoners in the dreamscape, and now he could even receive prayers. Maybe this was a sign. He wondered what his future would be like now. He realized that it was no longer the age of the Lord of Ashes, which meant prayers were not limited by time. Just like in the dreamscape, it seemed that only summons had to occur at a specific time. He could see Ana clearly while she was praying and asking the mighty Lord of Ashes what his will was. Shen angrily thought that his will was to sleep, so she should not bother him. He then closed his eyes sadly and thought that he should not say such things and should just wait until time passed. After a while, the screen disappeared, and he sat on his bed, noting that it had lasted around 10 minutes, just like a summoning. He wondered why she was praying in the middle of the night when he was trying to sleep. He then noticed the box lying on the cupboard and asked himself if she was trying to reach out for relic creation. He got up, stepped toward the box, and said he had not checked it out yet and wondered what Ana had given him. When he opened the box, a strong golden flaming light appeared, and he admitted that he did not know the first thing about astral spells and alchemy. He thought maybe he should ask for Baron's help later. From the box, the strong flame spread before him, and as he looked at it, he thought of the heart of the heat, the essence left from worlds burned and destroyed by the Lord of Ashes. He recalled that this legendary item did not exist in the world, only in myths. It did not belong here, and its source was from the Lord of Ashes. Ana had brought it to him after the summoning. Then, the flame transformed into a flame ball that rested inside the box, and Shen, looking at it, thought of the apple he had given them. He then closed the box and said that a theory was not enough, and he would need to prove it with real tests. He decided he should sleep for the night. As he lay in bed under his blanket, he said it was a perfect comforting blanket, smiled, and went to sleep. In his sleep, he found himself standing in a haze and wondered if he had to work overtime even while asleep. While walking through the haze, he thought about the many gods from other dimensions and wondered if being connected to all of them would leave him with any time to rest. After walking for a while, he noticed Baron kneeling on the ground with his back to him. Shen walked behind him and told him to make it quick. Baron, with his eyes closed, prayed to the mighty haze, explaining that he had not attacked the light chaser and had failed the test of capturing him, so he was no longer trusted by the lightless dust. He added that the target seemed to have moved away from Buranda, but he felt they still had a goal to fulfill there, and they would not just leave without reason. Shen, standing behind him, wondered why the lightless dust wanted to assassinate the holy worshipper of the Corona Church. Under normal circumstances, no one would challenge the authority of the church without cause. Shen then said they should hold a new summoning ritual as soon as possible, and Baron responded with agreement. Shen, touching his chin, thought that if he wanted to test whether the heart of the heat was the apple he had given, there was an easy way to do it. He instructed Baron to put all the knowledge he gained into a book, and Baron, with eyes still closed, agreed. As both Shen and Baron began to fade from the haze, Shen thought that he would visit the library at night after work. If Baron did not recite Wandering at Ease, it would mean that his guess was correct. In his haze form, Shen moved through the night and landed in his coffee shop. He stood there with closed eyes in the dark and thought he had not expected this to be true. The passages recited from Wandering at Ease and the equality of things had turned into two powerful, twisted, ranked forbidden knowledges now known as transcending bounds and uniformity of everything. With an annoyed face, he thought that Baron had even resurrected his daughter, which explained why Baron had been extra respectful toward him. In that case, the succubus who asked for a small blade to give to the light chaser must have seen that blade turn into a real mystery item. Otherwise, that fearless succubus would have come back asking for a refund. Next time, he thought, he had to figure out the details of how these transformations worked. For example, if he gave them another apple, would it turn into something else or still become the heart of the heat? If he gave them the heart of the heat when they summoned him, Would it turn into something new or back into an apple? He wondered if the blessings he provided had to match those of other extra-dimensional gods. What if he provided food during Baron's summonings? He then thought about the source of his power and asked himself whether he had simply lucked out after transmigrating. His instincts told him it was not that simple. In any case, he was seemingly getting closer to becoming a true god. Meanwhile, Su Ling entered the coffee shop, and Shen, seeing her, was startled and shouted in surprise, wondering who it was. When he realized it was Su Ling, he asked what was wrong. Su Ling turned to him, completely wet from the rain, and addressed him quietly. After a while, both Su Ling and Shen sat facing each other. Shen thought about how serious and responsible she had been while working for the Anti-Magic Bureau. It made him forget that she was not yet an adult. He had only realized that when she told him about her birthday experience. This girl had just turned 18. Su Ling, with her eyes closed, said that she knew from the way they spoke that they simply wanted her to stop investigating and being vigilant. She said most of it was just an act, but she still felt confused. She worried she might lose her friend if she attacked. Shen said she should know it was not just a misunderstanding but a planned murder because the elder's birthday had aligned with Count Butte's birthday. Su Ling's lips trembled as she acknowledged this. Then, looking down, she said she knew that passing a bill was an organized effort and that Count Butte's individual power was not that important, but still. She squeezed her eyes shut and repeated that still. Shen closed his eyes and suggested she calm down and think about the possibilities if she kept pushing forward. He said she needed to figure out what she could afford to lose and what she could not, and only then would she be able to figure out what she really wanted. Su Ling repeated the words, wondering what she really wanted, and asked what he would do if he were in her place. Shen replied that he was not her. Su Ling said that no one was. She then closed her eyes and looked down sadly. Shen glanced at the clock and thought that it was not past midnight yet. He then wished her a happy birthday. She smiled lightly and thanked him. Then, she smiled happily. In the morning, Su Ling stepped out of the room and walked down the stairs where Shen, who was working in the coffee shop, turned to ask how she felt and whether her head still hurt. She replied that she was fine, though with a blank expression she thought to herself that she still could not believe a mysterious being like Mr. Shen had guided her while she was lost. Her eyes began to roll, her cheeks turned red, and her lips started to tremble as she reflected that she also could not believe she had fallen asleep in the coffee shop the previous day and ended up spending the night in Mr. Shen's room. She then turned her head, looked at Shen with a smile, and thought that perhaps they were friends. Shen asked whether she had come to a decision yet, and she responded that she had. Shen closed his eyes and told her to proceed but cautioned her to avoid exposing herself to danger, to which she responded with closed eyes that she understood. Shen said that he could give her something that would help her sneak in and might even save her life if she failed. With a surprised expression, she thought she could not believe he was giving her this mysterious relic as Shen placed the book before her on the table. She gratefully thanked him for this. Meanwhile, at Count Butte's office, empty wine bottles lay scattered on the floor before the Count, who was seated on the sofa, resting his head against the backrest and smoking. His personal secretary stood before him as Count Butte said that he had taken the life of that old man partly because it was difficult to find someone with a compatible birthday, and partly because the old man had already been suffering from illness. However, he had not expected that man to be connected to an advanced investigator, and that Ban Nai had accepted 1,000,000 yuan from him in order to help convince Su Ling. Now he claimed that Su Ling was mentally unstable and had paranoid personality disorder, making her difficult to persuade. Holding a wine bottle, he muttered that the man said he was searching for alternative solutions, but in reality, he simply did not want to provide a refund. He then threw the wine bottle at the wall where it shattered into pieces, frightening the secretary. As Count Butte ground his teeth in anger, the secretary began to sweat. Count Butte stared at him for a while, and the secretary met his gaze in return. Count Butte then explained that the Anti-Magic Bureau had existed for over 2,000 years and that, back then, they had served as guardians of humanity on the second largest continent. Even now, the church, the royalty, and the Anti-Magic Bureau remained the three main pillars of Mulan's inner circle. The secretary then asked in surprise why, if they were so powerful, they did not try to gain more influence. Count Butte replied that they were idealists, although there might be deeper reasons he did not fully understand. He then told the secretary to go invite Mr. Iniusi of the Salians, to which the secretary responded affirmatively. Count Butte added that he should also arrange for a woman who knew how to have fun, because afterward he planned to ask Mr. Iniusi to cast an astral spell in the beauty field, making the woman look like that female psycho. The secretary turned, stepped forward while sweating, and responded affirmatively as he held the lock to open the door. At that moment, a dark-colored substance suddenly fell onto the sofa where Count Butte was sitting, followed by a loud boom. The secretary, startled, turned around as screams echoed from Count Butte's office. A short while later, outside Count Butte's office at his mansion, Su Ling descended from the air and landed on the wall, floating and carrying a bloodied blade while wearing a dark costume. She thought to herself that, without Mr. Shen's help, trespassing and assassination without leaving a trace would have been extremely difficult. Holding the book in her hands, she considered that the best-case scenario would involve escaping with serious injuries. Meanwhile, at Shen's coffee shop, he sat on a chair and murmured to himself that Su Ling would probably succeed, noting that the previous night he had used the book of the Decapath Traveler to record the layout of the Count's mansion while Su Ling was asleep. With the book's help, she should have a high chance of success. Worriedly closing his eyes, he added that, if she encountered overwhelming danger, she could use the teleportation function. He thought to himself that this mission meant a great deal to Su Ling, and that she would need to complete it alone. While he was lost in thought, Christine peeked from behind the wall and asked if she could enter. Shen pointed out that she was already inside. Christine sat across from Shen and reported that she had discovered a recent inner circle auction where many supernatural beings would be present, and she wished to participate by putting the water of spirituality up for auction. She had done extensive research the last time she returned and had consulted many books. Looking at Shen, she wondered how he could so casually allow her to exchange such valuable items for money, thinking he might be one of the most formidable beings of disastrous rank. Shen, pleased, granted her permission. Christine said that she was uncertain whether she could offer the water of spirituality under his name. And Shen responded with his eyes closed that he believed she should not yet reveal their connection, indicating his understanding. Christine then mentioned that she had taken additional actions and had recruited a few new supernatural beings into her turmeric flower agency. She told them she was working for a powerful figure, although only the most trusted among the old employees knew that the figure was the legendary Mr. Shen. Hearing all this, Shen blushed and reflected that he could not believe she had pieced together so much. He wondered whether he truly deserved such an excellent subordinate. As he became lost in thought again, she quietly asked whether she had made the right decision. Shen closed his eyes and concluded that it was a mutually beneficial arrangement, where he would gain power and she would rise in status, depending ultimately on the reward he gave her. While he now possessed decent strength, he was still far from being regarded as untouchable in the eyes of others. The good news was that he had just learned about the blessing transformation, but he acknowledged that simply relying on it during summons would not necessarily make him stronger. Stretching and rising from his seat, he declared that Christine could be his ambassador and should act however she wished to help increase his influence. Christine smiled joyfully and raised her voice in affirmation. Meanwhile, back at Count Butte's office, Mr. Inayusi arrived and, upon seeing the bloodstains on the sofa and floor, asked whether it was certain that the investigator was the murderer. The secretary, sweating profusely and visibly shaken, admitted that he was not sure, but noted that she was the only person who had a motive and had recently been in conflict with the Count. Holding a puppet in his hand, Mr. Inayusi dismissed the uncertainty and said he would see for himself. A magical light then shone down onto the puppet and also enveloped the secretary. The secretary's eyes turned blank and his sweat vanished as he stated that Su Ling was the most likely culprit. With his back turned, Mr. Inayusi instructed the secretary to recount all recent events and to provide every detail about Count Butte before his death, concluding that this investigator had dared to assassinate the head of the Butte family in Miranda, clearly believing that the Salians would not retaliate. Shen, still covered in his blanket, squirmed restlessly in his sleep and wished that he would not be disturbed again. Within the haze, he appeared and angrily thought to himself that he would remember Baron for this. In front of him, in a white circular space surrounded by haze, Baron was kneeling in prayer, invoking the mighty haze of the White Shore and reporting that the Salians had arrived in Miranda. He added that they might test the divine messenger, and that they were an ancient and mysterious family whose leader was an elite-level sorcerer. Beads of sweat appeared on Baron's face as he closed his eyes and mentioned that he understood this probably meant nothing to the divine messenger, but he felt the need to offer a kind reminder. Shen stood behind him with a furious expression, wondering why Baron had disturbed him over something so trivial, while Baron went on to say that the sorcerer was troublesome and very well prepared, and that when a disastrous ranked sorcerer was well prepared, it could endanger the safety of an entire city. Baron further noted that the leader of the family was also a member of the Lightless Dust, who seemed to be highly interested both in the divine messenger and in the recent appearance of gods. Shen wondered how he could possibly sleep well after hearing all this. Later that night, Shen sat in his coffee shop drinking coffee and thinking that, from the contents of Yale's soul ball, he could tell that even Yale feared the Lightless Dust, as reflected in the conversations with Hush Strike's bishop. When Hush Strike had come into conflict with the Lightless Dust, the bishop's first instinct had been to avoid them entirely. Shen considered that the Lightless Dust must be the most elite sorcerer organization in existence, with every member being at least disastrous ranked. Their leader remained unknown, classified as a mysterious being, and the Anti-Magic Bureau had recorded that leader as untouchable ranked. Shen began to sweat in anger, his lips trembling, as he reflected that they were truly untouchable, unlike himself. He recalled how the Lightless Dust had destroyed a powerful cult within 2 weeks, a cult that had once rivaled the Chaos Cult at its peak and had controlled an entire small nation. Closing his eyes, Shen thought about how the Lightless Dust had reached out to Baron, who was already a wanted criminal, proving they were not a law-abiding group. He wondered what they thought of him and recalled that the Salians Baron mentioned had also appeared in documents from the Chaos Cult. Suddenly, he remembered something important and acknowledged that Count Butte relied on the Salians, linking several clues together in his mind. Meanwhile, at the Anti-Magic Bureau's commissioner's office, Su Ling stood before the commissioner. The commissioner asked if she knew why he had summoned her and whether she had done it. She replied with no expression on her face that she had. The commissioner closed his eyes in worry and stated that she had been spoiled by her freedom. As a descendant of the anti-magic hunters, she had committed numerous crimes in the name of righteousness. He admitted that they had anticipated such a scenario when they accepted her into the Bureau, but emphasized that the Anti-Magic Bureau was a legitimate organization that required order and discipline, not investigators who assassinated senators with supernatural abilities. Su Ling responded that there had been no way to make Count Butte pay for his crimes through standard procedures, which was why she had taken matters into her own hands. Upon hearing this, the commissioner angrily asked if that was her view as an investigator. She smiled faintly and responded that her view was to honor justice. The commissioner sighed and said that what he believed in was not justice, and that what the Anti-Magic Bureau protected was not justice either. He noted that Count Butte had not been an especially important figure, but the faction he belonged to had been secretly exerting pressure on the Bureau. He explained that he did not plan to hand her over to them, as Count Butte had been careful not to leave behind evidence, and there had been no witnesses. However, because of the Bureau's internal regulations, they would still need to pay to resolve the situation. He warned her that her actions had burdened the Bureau and reminded her that she was now officially a member of the organization. As of that moment, she was suspended from her duties. Su Ling pouted and turned her eyes in a way that showed she did not care. The commissioner questioned her attitude, but she simply turned away and said she would leave if there was nothing further. The commissioner, seated at his desk, added that he had some advice for her. She stopped, standing with her back to him, and stated that she did not need his advice. The commissioner responded that if George were still alive, he would not have done what she had done. She turned around with a surprised expression, her eyes wide, and silently wondered whether he knew. The commissioner continued, explaining that George would have avoided attacking immediately after a conflict to ensure he was not the first suspect. He would have found a scapegoat and would not have made such a gruesome mess. Instead, he would have tried to make it look like an accident. He concluded that she was still too inexperienced. Su Ling remained silent, looking at him, and the commissioner dismissed her, stating that she could leave now. Only when the man fell asleep did the kitty have time to relax. At those times, the kitty always opened the shop door with skill. It then wandered through the streets at will, looking to get a breath of fresh air. It was unaware of an unprecedented scourge waiting to disturb today's leisurely time. Suddenly, someone clocked on the road near the coffee shop at midnight. However, this person was none other than Mr. Aitz. He said that the main business should be handled before going after the investigator. He thought about finding the shop boss and showing him some of the Salian family's goodwill. According to the intel, the cafe boss was quite a friendly one. So, provided he did not show hostility, he would not have a problem. He was last in line to be patriarch, after all, and they would not have dispatched him for the task if it was perilous. Kohler rubbed her ear with her foot while looking toward Mr. Aitz angrily. He told the kitty idiot not to get in his way. Kohler screamed at him in anger. Mr. Aitz, wearing a sinister smile, asked in pretended oblivion if she was now really asking for it. He then punted Kohler, but Kohler stopped his foot with just a single paw. A bright light spread there, and with a fearful face, Mr. Aitz asked what the big idea was. Kohler, surrounded by flaming light, let ashes fall from her body and circle around her. She started turning from her cat form into a burning chaos seed form and screeched before Mr. Aitz. Seeing her true form, Mr. Aitz jolted and wondered if it was truly a burning chaos seed. Before him stood Kohler as a huge monster. The chaos seed towered over Mr. Aitz. Aitz wondered why the seed of chaos was there, and he then cast twirling green lightning magic around his arm. However, that lightning magic transformed into dark slime that emerged from Aitz's body and landed behind him. It then leaped toward the seed of chaos in an attempt to attack, but the seed of chaos stopped it in time with a sharp, claw-like hand. The lightning-infused slime began twirling around the seed of chaos, then gathered behind it and transformed into a dragon-like monster that began roaring to launch an attack. Meanwhile, Aitz fled, thinking that a sorcerer's battle relied on preparation, and that he had to find a way to stall the creature. As the dragon monster roared behind the seed of chaos swung its sharp tail at high speed and sliced the creature. Aitz, touching his glasses and hiding nearby, reflected that a magical hound did not mock others because it depended on support from external sources. He considered the ability known as Leonhardt's Golden Eye, which temporarily blessed the user with luck at the cost of experiencing weakness for an hour after several days. The seed of chaos turned to look behind itself, where the slime monster was already regenerating. Aitz observed this and believed that he had successfully distracted it. Later that night, Aitz, holding the arm with which he had cast magic, began to chant an incantation, invoking the avatar of twistedness, the gatherer of instinct, the will of negative energy, and the mighty supervisor of chaos. Through the eldritch bond between humans and chaos, he prayed for pure, twisted negative energy to devour his enemy. Suddenly, his chest began throbbing, his shirt buttons strained, and a dark, ball-like object burst from his chest and floated upward into the air. The dark sphere passed through the wall, turning and continuing its movement while the Seed of Chaos fought the slime dragon monster, biting it tightly and holding it in its mouth as the slime creature roared. At that moment, the Seed of Chaos's eyes glowed, and it rose upward, releasing a flaming aura from its mouth that burned the slime dragon monster and ended the fight. Meanwhile, the dark ball, now surrounded by light, approached the Seed of Chaos from behind. This dark sphere, which had 4 sharp teeth and emitted a roar, was about to strike the Seed of Chaos, but the Seed of Chaos turned in time, bit the ball, shook it, and then charged a flame storm in its mouth. The storm of flames released from its jaws, surging upward into the sky above the town. The flame storm dissipated in the air while Aniusi, looking at his magical arm with his shirt buttons now popped open, announced that the astral shield spell had been completed. At that moment, the Seed of Chaos broke through the wall and entered the hidden space where Aniusi had been standing. It then swung its claw at Aniusi, sending him flying through the air. Aniusi, moving through the air, realized with concern that the creature had shattered his defensive shield instantly. As Aniusi fell, the Seed of Chaos stared him down and attacked again with its claw. The claw slammed into the ground, resulting in an explosive impact that echoed with a loud bam. Meanwhile, the kitty, angry from being disturbed, swatted at Aniusi. After 9,981 hits, the kitty finally realized that its food looked too gory to eat. It hesitated as it looked at the pile, then decided to eat him anyway. On the other side, in the coffee shop, Shen sat across from Suling and wondered why the shop across the street looked like it had been smashed by a monster. He gave thanks that the shop owner did not live in the shop like he did and questioned whether owning a shop had become so dangerous nowadays. Christine was working hard to earn money for him. Suling closed her eyes and stated that the assassination had been successful, but she had been suspended from her duties. Shen commented that it was a light punishment. With a happy expression, Suling said that her close friend Dai Mai still seemed unaware of what had happened and that they remained close friends. She speculated that perhaps Dai Mai's father had said nothing, either out of fear of her or because, in comparison to the dead Count Butte, it was more beneficial to allow Dai Mai to stay friends with her. She then sighed and added that maybe it was better to be an anti-magic hunter while living in the slums, since at least her enemies were all evil scum and monsters, and no friends would get in the way of killing them. Shen smirked and asked why she did not quit the anti-magic bureau then. She replied that it was because of the great benefits, including free tuition, a place to live, free medical care, and excellent benefits for their children. The benefits of extraordinary citizens were not something that money could buy. Suddenly, she realized something and thanked him for loaning her the book of the Decapath Traveler. She then asked what she needed to do to repay him, repeating the question for emphasis. Shen responded that she should help him investigate the Lightless Dust and the Salians. He warned her that the leader of the Salians was a member of the Lightless Dust and that she should be careful of the family, as they might seek revenge and target her. Suling began to sweat and thought that most members of the Lightless Dust remained unknown even within the inner circle, and that extremely few people knew who they were. Closing her eyes, she said that this task alone should not be enough to repay him, since Count Butte had relied on the Salians in the inner circle, and she would have investigated them anyway. Shen reflected that he could not believe she was actually asking to do more and asked her to simply consider it as owing him a favor. Meanwhile, at the church, a man wearing a priest's robe sat in the dark prayer hall before a large flame orb placed on a grand table. He prayed to the mighty fire of origin, declaring himself a loyal follower and requesting that the path be revealed to him so he could stop being lost. However, the night turned into day and sunlight appeared in the church. The flaming ball had now transformed into a flame statue. The man still sat there and said that the god imposter had been captured by the Anti-Magic Bureau investigators. His wicked conspiracy should have completely fallen apart, yet the man remained unsure whether this outcome fulfilled the instructions he had received. He had not expected that coffee shop owner to be so powerful. Suddenly, the man was surprised when a golden lightning aura appeared on the floor before him, and something began writing on it. As he looked at the writing, he referred to it as the mighty fire of origin. He then wondered if this was a response from his mighty god, believing that the fire of origin had acknowledged his efforts. Meanwhile, Shen was watching the man through the lightning interface panel before him and responded by warning him to beware of the lightless dust. Upon hearing this, the man was rendered speechless and, with a serious expression, responded that he understood. Shen added that he had not expected to receive a misdirected message intended for a righteous god, and was thankful that there were not many customers at noon, as he had been quite bored. The man bowed his head, touched his hand to his heart, and stated that the mighty fire of origin had gone to a coffee shop in Buranda to gather intel, where he had met a mysterious person. He then closed his eyes and, sweating, recalled that insider files from the Anti-Magic Bureau referred to this being as the chess player, an extremely powerful, mysterious, and horrifying entity. He then squinted and claimed that this mysterious being could emit the scent of the Lord of Ashes and was very likely a divine messenger or an advanced dependent of the Lord of Ashes, someone extremely dangerous and horrifying. Shen, closing his eyes and sweating, said that he had not done anything to him and wondered if it was necessary to emphasize just how horrifying he was. The man wished he could instantly attract more holy worshippers so they could bring more holy items and think of a safe method that would not destroy the city to cleanse that evil being in the mighty god's name. At the same time, the flame statue began glowing. Shen exclaimed internally why he was being thanked. However, the glowing golden aura appeared on the floor in front of the man, and within it, the large word, "No," appeared. The man wondered why the writing was so large this time, and then closed his eyes, declaring that his god was not to be offended or questioned. His will was his destiny while the flame statue continued glowing. On the other side, Shen sat on the chair with a coffee cup in hand and thought that thankfully the prayer ended up with him, remarking to himself what a terrorist. After a while, Tina entered the coffee shop at high speed, appearing excited and happy, announcing her arrival as Sorceress Tina. Shen wondered why she had come so early, and she turned her eyes and replied that she had memorized every word from the basic knowledge of supernatural studies that he had given her. Shen was surprised and questioned internally whether she had really memorized that much in less than 2 weeks. After a while, Shen stood before her as she sat in the chair and asked her what the 5 pillars for casting an astral spell were. She replied that ordinary people could gain supernatural powers and that the basics were categorized into God-given power and astral spells. Most astral spells were acquired from gods in another dimension and were also divided into 2 types, those that were forbidden and those that were not. Those who practiced forbidden astral spells would be arrested by the Anti-Magic Bureau. Regarding the 5 pillars of the astral spell, she explained they were categorized into spells, prayers, illusionist music, contracts, tools, sacrifices, the price, mediums, and desires or the wish. Hearing this, Shen thought with surprise how fluent she had become. He then recalled that Tina had said Suling, and she were top students of the Baden Empire Academy, one of the best colleges in Nolan. Tina blushed and asked if she might actually be quite smart. Shen smiled and acknowledged that she had memorized everything well and told her that he would come to teach her an astral spell at night. He said she could use this astral spell to find not only geographical paths, but also supernatural routes, like the fastest escape path when faced with danger. Tina responded with happiness and admiration. Shen pointed his finger at her and warned that the spell's success rate was not guaranteed, so she should not rely on it too much. Tina responded with slight sadness and agreed. After a while, Shen raised his hands and his voice, thinking that although he had taught her the way to cast the astral spell, he wondered if she could actually master it. He then closed his eyes and admitted that Tina was too slow in her spirituality and, frankly, quite useless. But when he saw her determination, he could not refuse to teach her. Suddenly, a boom sound was heard, and Shen looked up, thinking it must be Baron at this hour. He recalled that last time he had told Baron to prepare a new ritual soon, and noted that Baron was still competent and efficient. On the other side, Baron had cast a spell circle on the floor, and a dark hand surrounded by dark smoke was crawling within the circle. Baron knelt some steps away from it, while Yana, wearing a robe, stood behind him at a distance. Baron began a prayer, invoking the unnameable, the unspeakable, the unknown, the mysterious, and the unpredictable God. His heart was filled with despair and pain, which he used as a means to connect with the divine. He presented the arm of Stolas as his offering, and declared he would do all things good and evil to express his one true desire in the depths of his heart. He then closed his eyes and added that after learning 2 forms of forbidden knowledge, his power had gradually grown, making him one of the elites among disastrous ranked supernatural beings. He hoped that maybe in this life, he could break through human limits and reach the untouchable rank, a powerful field near the gods. Meanwhile, Yana collapsed unconscious on the floor behind him. Baron opened his eyes and said the time had come. A white haze then spread before him, and in that haze, Shen, appearing in Baron's form, manifested carrying the apple on a box, and declared that he accepted the offering, having grown accustomed to it. The arm of Stolas flew toward Shen, who caught it, closed his eyes, and remarked internally that the arm was gross. As it trembled in his hand, Shen thought he really did not want to keep it in his house and, finding it even more disgusting now that it was trembling, wondered whether he should burn it. The arm pretended to be dead, and Shen decided to leave it alone. He wanted to confirm 2 things through Baron's summoning: whether transformed blessings could transform again as blessings a second time, and whether he could only bless items within the god's field. He also questioned whether the blessings would transform into the same items that would later be experimented on by the Chaos Cult. He then closed his eyes and nodded sadly, thinking that if he left the object with Baron, it would only confuse him, regardless of the results. He wondered whether repeated knowledge did not transform, or whether it transformed into other forbidden knowledge, and realized this would also embarrass a god like him. Clearing his throat, he recited hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, neon. Baron, clutching his head, began screaming, and Shen affirmed that was how it had felt for him too when he first learned it. Baron, with blank eyes and hands over his ears, repeated that these were the elements of the world. He then opened his arms and exclaimed that he understood. Looking upward, he thought that the knowledge of the previous uniformity of everything had broken down and reformed all things. The person who possessed this new knowledge would be familiar with the root of everything, the elements of the world. This elemental knowledge would allow him to see through the structure of mysterious relics, and with the power of deconstruction and reconstruction granted by the uniformity of everything, he could build new mysterious relics by breaking down and rebuilding the basic elements. Most importantly, he believed that if he mastered both powers at once, he could finally create real life filled with souls. He excitedly looked at his hand and thought that, combined with his knowledge of the soul field from transcending bounds, perhaps his mighty god intended for him to create a new species in the future. Shen, looking toward Baron, wondered why he seemed even more excited than usual. Then, referring to the apple and the box, he thought that time was almost up and he should hurry to deliver it. However, a flaming light appeared before Baron, and he asked with surprise whether that was what he thought it was. He then wondered if it was the heart of the heat. Before him, the flaming ball and the apple floated upside down in the white haze, and the apple instantly dried up. Baron was puzzled, wondering if it truly was a dried apple. Shen, hidden within the white haze, instructed Baron to go to the meeting location and search for his messenger. However, Shen sat on his bed in his room holding the arm of Stolas, and beside him, the soul ball of Yale was lying on the bed. He said he had not expected that his encyclopedia, Yale, would have no information regarding this arm. He then shook the arm up and down and remarked with relief that, thankfully, it would not jump up and strangle his neck, but it still looked far too grotesque for him to place it in the drawer. He then threw the arm under his bed and stated that it belonged under there. Dark smoke surrounded Shen as he transformed into his divine messenger form. He stood and said that it was time to look for Baron. Watching the library's live footage through the book of the Decapath Traveler, he noted that Baron had not arrived yet and that no one else was present either. He then teleported from his room to the library. Meanwhile, the door creaked open and Kola entered the room, sniffing as she approached the bed. The arm of Stolas suddenly emerged from beneath the bed at high speed and gripped Kola by the neck. Tears appeared in Kola's terrified eyes as she screamed in fear. However, she managed to kick the arm away and fled from the room in high speed. After a while, she peered back into the room with teary eyes through the doorway and saw that the arm lay motionless on the floor in front of the bed. On the other side, in the library at night, Baron, carrying 2 black bags, walked toward Shen and thought that the divine messenger was already waiting for him. He regretted having wasted so much time rushing from the suburbs to the city. Shen, with his eyes closed, thought to himself that the book of the Decapath Traveler was incredibly useful, as he no longer had to ride a bicycle like a maniac as he once did. He felt a chill running up his spine, realizing that the 4th summoning had brought new changes to his abilities, and he knew that he needed to conclude matters quickly. As Baron stood before him, he said that every time he gained new forbidden knowledge, Shen insisted that he record it in that book, and he wondered what the reason was. Shen replied that Baron did not need to know the reason, did not need to understand it, and did not need to think about it, as his only task was to follow orders. Baron remained silent. Shen thought to himself that Baron should stop bothering him and go find his superior instead, even though that superior was also himself. Baron placed the bags on the floor and turned to leave, stating that he understood. Shen, sweating slightly, thought with relief that Baron had stopped, as he was barely able to contain the power within his own body. Using his cane, which could transform into a string, Shen pulled the boxes quickly toward himself and stated that he needed to retrieve his belongings and return swiftly. He then teleported from the library back to his home. On the other side, the arm of Stolas was chasing the frightened Kola at high speed. Shen, surrounded by radiant light, teleported into his home. Kola, startled to see him, immediately ran toward him. The arm halted abruptly, screeching in shock at Shen's sudden appearance. Kola jumped onto Shen's shoulder while Shen, now in his casual clothes, stood facing the arm and glared at it with his glowing red eye. He warned that if it ever tried to run off again, he would incinerate it with the heart of the heat. The arm trembled in fear. Shen transformed into his haze form and told Kola to get down because he had something to do. A loud boom echoed as Shen, in his haze form, flew from the rooftop of the coffee shop at high speed. While moving through the alleyway outside the coffee shop, Shen thought to himself that the size of his haze form had grown. He could now feel everything inside the haze. Meanwhile, Kola, trembling and crying, stood against the coffee shop door, and the arm of Stolas, also frightened, remained pressed against the door behind her. Shen returned to the coffee shop in his haze form and reverted to his human form, thinking he had just felt that perhaps one day he might not be able to turn back into a human again. As the summoning rituals continued, he feared he was drifting further away from his humanity. Kola stood before Shen holding the arm of Stolas in her mouth, conveying that it had attempted to flee again. Shen acknowledged her effort with praise. After some time, Shen sat in a chair, placed the 2 boxes on the table before him, and instructed Kola to keep watch over the arm and to bite it hard if it dared to run again. Kola responded with a meow. Shen opened the box and questioned whether the contents were truly just an ordinary apple, as he found a dried apple inside one of the boxes. He noted that the only change was that the apple had been burnt dry. Rubbing his chin, he concluded that only blessings which belonged to that god's category would undergo magical transformation. If that assumption was correct, Then it made sense when the heart of the heat flame ball appeared from the other box, and Shen, observing it, stated that it was just as he had expected. He nodded and thought further that perhaps he needed to become the Lord of Ashes and perform another experiment using the heart of the heat before he could form a complete conclusion. For now, all he could do was wait for Tina. A few weeks later, a man stood at a bus stop in the rain holding a newspaper he had been reading. He said that Senator John had achieved success in his campaign and had become the new leader of their city. The senator had promised that the people would live more fulfilling, richer, and safer lives, and that they would be protected from crime and cults. The man found the news boring and wondered what relevance such elite news had for someone like him. An older man standing beside him agreed and said the news was indeed dull and suggested they might as well report on the miracle cult and how it continued to spread its agenda across the rural countryside. Looking toward the city house, the older man said that this was Miranda, once the center of the world, the capital of all capitals, and the land of hope. Now it had become a massive international city, and it had been nearly 100 years since he had last visited the place. Upon hearing this, the first man remarked that he could tell the older man was an old sorcerer and pointed out that he carried a magic wand, a broom, and an invisibility cape. The older man confirmed that he was indeed a real sorcerer. The man laughed and asked what business brought him to Miranda. The older man replied that a relative of his had died there. Although the relative was not important to him, and they were not close, the person had been killed in this city, so he had to come. That was what family did. The man, sweating, offered his condolences. The older man turned his gaze and said that it was all right, and that he was already feeling better. On the other side, Su Ling awoke from sleep, stood at the window in her room stretching her body, and said that the commissioner had informed her that the current leader of the Salians, Hang Lai, was a member of the Lightless Dust. He had participated in many wars and possessed numerous powerful and strange astral spells. She then blushed and said that she intended to report this intelligence to Mr. Shen and also have some dessert. Standing before the weight machine, she said that although she had a supernatural body, she still felt as though she had gained a bit of weight. She then kicked the weight machine and shoved it under the bed, saying that she was not fat as long as she did not measure herself. Meanwhile, someone knocked on her door. She walked toward it and announced that she was coming. She unlocked the door, opened it, and standing before her was the same man who had previously stood at the bus stop reading the newspaper. Su Ling looked at the man and asked Mr. Albert why he was here. Then she thought about how her ex-landlord had managed to find her current address. Albert told her that he had not eaten in a while and was feeling hungry. Su Ling was surprised and remained silent. Albert asked if she could give him something to eat, even just a little, and apologized for making her witness such a mess. She pointed inside the house and told him to come in. Albert entered the house while scratching his head in embarrassment, saying he could not believe he was entering a girl's house so impolitely. He explained that he was really hungry and had not eaten anything since morning. Su Ling asked whether he had any cash on him and how he had ended up like this. Albert, stepping further inside, said he could see she was doing well and living in a nice house now. Standing behind him, Su Ling said she had found a part-time job recently that paid her well. Albert turned and began to sweat, saying that yes, she must be earning a lot of money from that job. She closed her eyes and told him to forget it. She thought it was hard for people not to think it strange that an ordinary college student lived in such a nice house. There were even rumors at school claiming that she had a sugar daddy. She decided to get him something to eat. Soon, she brought him some food and a cold drink, placing them on the table before him. He ate almost half the food while still hungrily eyeing what remained and said he still felt very hungry. He grabbed the cold drink bottle and began chugging it, muttering repeatedly that he was so hungry. Suddenly, Albert's body began to turn red. Su Ling saw this and asked him if he needed more. But then she became shocked and called out his name when she saw that Albert had completely turned red and started biting and tearing at the steel bottle with his teeth. Even though his mouth started bleeding, he kept saying he was so hungry, his eyes turning blank. He continued biting and eating the bottle, shards of metal in his mouth, and blood flowing freely as he shouted about his hunger. Seeing this, Su Ling ran at high speed toward her bed, thinking that this was not normal and was obviously supernatural. She thought she had to notify the Anti-Magic Bureau, but she suddenly became frightened, panicked, and worried when she noticed her phone was missing. She wondered what was going on and questioned whether the Salians were behind this. Thinking that Mr. Albert was probably just a pawn, she questioned where the real culprit was and concluded that she could not rely on the Anti-Magic Bureau at the moment. Meanwhile, Albert arrived, still saying he was so hungry. He walked out of the room and into hers, biting his own hands as he repeated that he was starving. His hands and mouth were covered in blood, his fingers were chewed, and blood was flowing from the mutilated flesh as he moved toward Su Ling, saying he wanted to have a taste. Su Ling swung her sword at him, leapt away, and landed behind him, thinking that if this was a curse, it could be reverted with another curse. Albert fell to the ground, his leg twitching where she had struck him, while Su Ling thought maybe her enemy was using his kindness as a weakness. Elsewhere in the house, an older man and woman were sitting on a couch in the living room. The man said he was full and needed to rest there for a while, and the woman, holding a cup of tea, agreed. Su Ling hurriedly opened their front door and stood at the threshold, telling them she had come to rescue them. The man and woman pressed their lips downward in surprise as they looked at her. Su Ling told them to forget it, that this was a robbery, and ordered them to hand over their phone. The older couple stood up, and Su Ling entered their home. Suddenly, both of them began turning red like Albert and started repeating the same words, saying they were so hungry. Seeing this, Su Ling gritted her teeth in shock. She stepped out of their home and began visiting each unit in the building one by one, only to find everyone trapped in the same condition. After seeing and hearing the same thing from every resident, Su Ling stood in the corridor and wondered how they had cursed the entire building. She questioned whether it had been done through physical contact or some kind of enchantment and gulped. She then placed her hands on her stomach and wondered about herself. Pressing her lips and sweating, she thought of Heng Lai and suspected that he must be the one behind all of this, the man with the codename Terror. Meanwhile, the people in the building began shouting that they were hungry. After some time, Su Ling exited the building and stood in the rain on the road, wondering if the passers-by had been driven away by an astral spell. On that deserted road, a dog with red eyes and a mouth in place of its head appeared behind her and called her name. She turned to look as the dog moved toward her and introduced himself as the leader of the Salians, Heng Lai Salian. He said she should know that Count Butte, whom she had murdered, was a member of their family. Along with Iniusi, though not important in the bloodline, he was still a descendant. Su Ling wondered who Iniusi was. The dog said he would kill her slowly so she could experience despair and pain. As his body began to change, Su Ling's eyes widened in fear. His body started to puff up, and she wondered what was happening. Suddenly, an explosion occurred, and dark lightning rays fell to the ground as the dog's body exploded, spilling blood everywhere. Su Ling wondered if this was yet another curse. Meanwhile, Albert arrived again, his body now bloated like a balloon and covered in blood. He stepped toward her and said she had already been cursed long ago, though her supernatural body had delayed its effects. He told her she could not escape death and would die slowly and painfully. Su Ling turned to look at him and wondered if she was indeed beginning to feel hungrier. She closed her eyes, turned around, and thought that this curse must be an unsolvable death curse. Since he had come to stop her, it meant he was not afraid of her combat abilities, but he had still stolen her phone. It seemed he was only trying to prevent one thing her from contacting the Anti-Magic Bureau or that man. Though he said he would kill her slowly, she believed that was only bravado. In truth, he was terrified of the arrival of someone powerful. He wanted to kill her quickly and then flee Buranda, which meant Heng Lai's real body must be nearby. What she needed to do now was get a message out before the curse transformed her. Elsewhere, in a coffee shop, Shen threw an arm away, and each time, Kola fetched it and returned it to him. One noticeable thing was that Kola's eyes were glowing red. Shen complimented the cat for the nice catch, but pressed his lips and thought that this cat was definitely up to something. He had tested all the nearby animals, and only this one reacted to the scent of a god from another dimension. He decided he would interrogate it when he had the chance. He then picked up the book of the Decapath Traveler lying on the table and thought that Aina's previous summon had helped him realize a few theories. Items only transformed into specific types and once transformed, could not be transformed again, which was unsurprising. He opened the book, thinking it was time to see whether Su Ling and Tina were facing any trouble, as things had been turbulent recently. However, Su Ling was running in the rain on the road, saying that she had to think of a way to contact the Anti-Magic Bureau. She then arrived outside the high school building and thought there should be a telephone in a high school teacher's office. She entered the office and stepped toward the telephone lying on the cabinet, saying that the people at this school had been evacuated as well, and she had not expected Heng Lai to cast such a widespread spell. As she was about to touch the telephone, she stopped there and said to herself that, in that case, something was wrong. Meanwhile, the telephone started puffing up, exploded, grew huge, started roaring, and took the form of a human face. Su Ling, looking at it fearfully, wondered if something had been summoned. She raised her sword and said that the dark lightning rays falling on the ground before that monster must be stopped, and then a shield appeared before it and prevented it from escaping as she was about to kill the monster. The snapping sound from the shield was heard as the monster inside struggled and sank into the ground. A loud boom echoed as the monster cracked and destroyed the ground and got inside it. However, the monster disappeared completely as it entered the ground, and Su Ling still maintained the shield barrier. Suddenly, her left hand started trembling and blood was flowing from it, and she said that just now it had been her left finger bone, and this time it was her shoulder. She wondered whether the summoned thing could not be crushed by sheer force, and if it could not be killed by an ordinary blade either, thinking that Heng Lai had definitely done research on the way she attacked. As blood flowed from her hand and she held her blade, blood streamed onto the weapon, and she thought to herself that, thankfully, she had not shown everything she had yet. Her blood was mixed with the blood of an eldritch being, the boar demon, and it gave her weapon a special power to slay evil. She then raised her sword, which became surrounded by a light blue aura that appeared and released from the blade, and she thought that this still was not enough to defeat Heng Lai. Her eyes widened and she thought that the cost of that thing was too much. A red mark spread across her face and she thought about the curse. She then knelt on the ground, placing her sword on the floor and holding onto it. Meanwhile, Albert appeared from behind, saying that he had told her her death was fated and that she should pick a way to die. Albert's eyes were glowing, he was drenched in blood, and he smiled, saying she would either turn into a hungry monster and die, or suffocate inside a monster's body. At that moment, the giant monster spurted out from the ground, roaring before Su Ling, who looked down but then stood up. Her ears had also grown larger. Suddenly, the roaring monster fainted, someone held her, and that monster's puffed-up body froze in the air. The one holding her was no one else but Shen, in his divine messenger form, who held her by the waist and told Albert that they had come to the wrong place. He then helped Su Ling to stand on her own and asked if she could walk. She looked down, blushed, and replied that she could walk for now. Meanwhile, the monster that had been hiding in the ground suddenly spurted out and exploded from beneath with many faces. Large rocks fell, and the ground ruptured under where Su Ling, Shen, and Albert had been standing. Su Ling fell backward, but Shen was standing behind her and caught her before she hit the ground, saving her from falling, and said it seemed she needed his help after all. She pressed her lips together, blushed, and thought it was all because of the mark on her abdomen and that she had been burning up since Mr. Shen showed up. She thought it had nothing to do with him. Meanwhile, Albert said it was true that he could not defeat Shen, but Shen would not be able to protect her either. Shen responded that he would protect her and that he would kill Albert. Albert dropped to the floor and asked him to go ahead and try, and to find his real body. While Su Ling held her sword and stood before Shen, she said that Albert should be nearby and that he would not be far. Shen cast a flaming ball with his index finger and sent it to search for the real body. The ball moved through the school building and searched every room. Meanwhile, outside the school building, hundreds of people had gathered, shouting hungrily. All of them were caught in that curse, their eyes glowing red, and they had all turned into monsters. Su Ling heard the hungry voices shouting from outside and worriedly said that it was the people from the apartment. Shen closed his eyes and asked why she was staring at him. She knelt on the floor, lowered her head before him, and pleaded with him not to kill them, thinking those people might still be saved. Shen put his hand on her head and said she should not worry, that he would not let her carry guilt any longer. Hearing this, Su Ling's eyes widened in surprise. A flaming aura appeared in her eyes, and she remembered how 10 years ago the fire had burned the dark night red. The tragic screams, begging wails, curses, and cries had come out from the flames like endless waves. The flames had never stopped burning, and back then, she had kept hoping for someone to show up. Remembering all of this, she smiled and thanked him. Shen responded that a supernatural being, proud to the core, had knelt for the sake of ordinary people. Meanwhile, the flame ball reached the bathroom area, searching for the real body, and suddenly traced and discovered a red spell circle cast in the bathroom. Shen said she should hang on, and that he would solve the problem soon. Su Ling replied that she would take care of herself, and that it should not be a problem for now, since they could not hurt her. However, as Shen turned into his haze form to leave, Su Ling told him to be careful. After a while, in the office room, the same older man who had met Albert at the bus stop, now surrounded by a bluish aura, emerged from the wall, saying that it was boring and lame. He remarked that it had been a good horror show until a certain guy showed up and ruined everything. He smiled slightly and said that although the untouchable ranked being was too powerful, he could not just walk away like that. However, those monstrous people entered the school building and were running after Su Ling while shouting the word hungry. Su Ling, holding her sword, was running ahead of them to save her life. She climbed the stairs at high speed and reached the open rooftop area of the school building. She tapped on the roof in the rain and quickly closed the door, thinking Mr. Shen should reach the source of the curse soon, and she just needed to hold on. Meanwhile, the people in the corridor of the building were banging on the door while Su Ling kept pushing it to keep it closed. The monstrous people began chewing on the door and became visible through the gap, still saying the word hungry. Eventually, they broke the door and came onto the rooftop. Su Ling quickly pushed herself backward as the people ran toward her. She activated her lightning magic sword, thinking that continuously using her blood to stain the weapon was extremely exhausting for her life force and that it was consuming her very being. She realized she could only attack again and, gritting her teeth while looking at those people, thought they could still be saved. Suddenly, something swished toward those people, and as they came charging at Su Ling, they plopped onto the floor with blood spurting from their bodies and spilling across the surface. Seeing this, Su Ling thought it was Mr. Shen who had done it. On the other side, Shen destroyed the roof above the area where the spell circle had been cast and broke the circle. Looking up toward the destroyed open roof, he thought he had broken the spell array, so Su Ling should no longer be in danger. But after searching the whole school without finding any signs of the spellcaster, he began to wonder whether the person was still at the apartment, recalling that the safest place was often the most dangerous. After this, he searched and took out his book of the Decapath Traveler from the back pocket of his coat, then stood in the rain and began watching it, remarking internally that it was quite a coincidence. He then saw that the older man was standing in the apartment office room in front of the couch and thought he had found him. At the same time, he saw that the older man was watching him through the destroyed spell circle's magical video screen. The older man, observing Shen through that screen while standing in the apartment room, wondered whether Shen was watching that place. However, a huge dooming sound occurred, and red lightning waves began spreading from above and moved downward, turning the area into the colorless town. The older man fearfully recognized the transformation and muttered the name of the colorless town. Shen appeared above him with a swish. A red glowing mark like blood and flame appeared on the older man's middle finger where he wore the ring, and he commented that what Shen was seeing was a lie. Shen angrily swung his cane to attack the older man, who declared that he would be struck by it. However, the disastrous ranked relic named Trusts and Lies could be activated by any physical contact, though its cost was severe. The user's body would slowly be corrupted by the relic, resulting in fully rotten flesh. The user could choose to lie and make a statement, and the outcome would be the opposite of that statement. Lies could only be activated 3 times a day, and the statement had to be logical and possible, meaning that saying something like he could not become a god would not work. The cost of using the relic was not only the corrosion of the body, but also the compulsion to expose the truth. As the cane was about to strike the older man, it touched his body, twisted, and caused a huge explosion that pushed Shen backward. Shen, surprised, thought that some kind of force had made him miss. The older man, having folded his hands behind him, stood at a distance and admitted to himself that Shen was truly powerful and had brought with him the scent of the colorless town. He then began to sweat and thought that he had to find a way to escape as soon as possible and should use the relic again. He cursed the cost, thinking that the truth had to be as great as the lie, but found it truly troublesome. Shen, pressing his lips downward, wondered why he had begun talking to himself and questioned whether this was a cost of some mysterious relic. While the older man looked toward Shen, he thought it was just as he had expected, that this was the truth required for a lie, and that it was one of the costs for the ring. He realized he could not hide his thoughts anymore, and could not keep thinking freely if he did not use the relic, or he would be doomed for sure. Then the older man thought to himself that he was going to flee and said goodbye to the chess player. He sighed and thought that the god imposter would take care of those people for him, and that once his god ascension plan succeeded, they would all have to die. Holding the feather pen, which he was touching to his other hand, he thought a huge revolution was coming for the current era. The threat of gods from another dimension would be wiped out, and the author would rewrite the entire world so that humans would no longer be as weak as they were. He then cursed twice and lamented the damned cost of the relic. Shen wondered how the older man would leave and what the specific effects of his mysterious relic were. The older man, floating upward, thought he would leave through this twisted relic and its effects. He paused for a second and thought the weather was nice today, the rain outside looked wonderful, and the cake needed more sugar. He laughed and thought Shen would never understand how the feather pen worked. He then pointed at Shen and began moving away backward, declaring lies and thinking that Shen would be manipulated or hurt next. Shen quickly shouted freeze and raised his cane to jump and attack the older man. But before he could strike, the older man smiled. A bluish aura surrounded him, and he whispered blend. Shen swung his cane toward the older man, but the man merged with the floor, saying Shen should watch out for his little pawn who was probably dying. He then laughed. As the older man disappeared into the floor, Shen, surprised, questioned internally whether he had only been frozen for 2 seconds. On the other side, huge dark smoke appeared in the sky above the school building in front of Suling, who stood on the roof watching it closely. From that smoke, a creature from another dimension, an ashworm, emerged and moved toward Suling to attack her. She watched the ashworm approach and recognized it as a monster birthed from the ashes created by the Lord of Ashes, at the same time identifying it as a low-level dependent of the Lord of Ashes. It had only the power of a superior, twisted ranked being and could spit flames from another dimension to burn souls. She clenched her sword and, staring at the ashworm, thought that she only had one shot. She swung her lightning magic sword with all her strength and released a U-shaped wave of lightning magic toward the ashworm. The waves slowly passed through the ashworm, slicing its body and continuing forward, cutting through the apartment building ahead. The half-sliced apartment building collapsed onto its remaining portion, and a booming sound was heard due to the explosion from the impact. The remaining part of the building stood for a moment, but then began to fall. The older man, floating and now visible inside the building, saw Shen floating beside the falling pieces and thought that Suling had done a good job. Shen then cast a large sharp arrow-type weapon with his cane, declaring mentally that he had not forgotten to do his research recently. Suling watched the apartment building being destroyed along with the massive lightning arrow weapon. She began losing consciousness while smiling and falling down, thinking that this scent indicated Mr. Shen was safe. After thinking this, she collapsed on the floor. Meanwhile, the weapon Shen had cast released a sharp and enormous lightning arrow toward the older man. As the lightning arrow approached and passed through the older man's body, his form vanished with a sudden poof. Shen saw this and began to wonder whether it was just a clone. As the older man disappeared, Shen remarked that it looked like he had escaped. Then Shen transformed into his haze form and advanced beyond the area where the weapon had spread. The weapon slowly began to return to its cane form and flew back into Shen's hand as he gradually changed from haze into human form. Holding the cane, he declared that the man could not escape, and that veranda would become his burial ground. At that moment, the older man appeared in a deserted alley, walking in the rain. He said to himself that it was finally over and admitted that the terrible side effect had caused him to accidentally reveal some intelligence to Shen. Closing his eyes, he expressed hope that the author would not mind the leak. He added that as far as he could tell, the god imposter's plan would still succeed even if it was not proceeding very smoothly. While he stood there, Ruo Lan appeared some steps away in the alley. Ruo Lan raised his hand, waved, and said he was lucky to have run into him. The older man looked toward Ruo Lan in surprise and recognized him as a ranked investigator Ruo Lan. He thought Ruo Lan had a youthful face because he had consumed the elixir, appearing to be around 20 years old, though he was actually an immortal who had lived for thousands of years. It was said that Ruo Lan had once served as the Retribution Knight of the Corona Church for more than 100 years. The older man added that the Anti-Magic Bureau had responded far too quickly, since they usually only acted after being formally notified. He then realized that the chess player had informed the Anti-Magic Bureau from the very beginning of the battle. Meanwhile, Ruo Lan stood in front of the older man with his hands folded behind his back and asked whether the man was Hang Lai, the leader of the Salians. He commented that the Salian kingdom had still existed during his childhood and had once been a powerful sacred kingdom. He then pointed his finger and added that he remembered his ancestor had once shared a flirtatious relationship with the holiness of the Corona Church. But he continued that those times had passed and the new world had no place for leftover sins from ancient history. He declared that ancient families should be buried with the dust. He then extended his hand and cast a golden lightning aura, stating that the matter should be resolved quickly because he still had to search for young and beautiful girls to entertain him. With that, he launched the golden lightning aura toward Hang Lai while invoking praise for the sun. However, the golden aura spread through the alley and swished upward into the air. After a few seconds, as the lightning aura faded, Ruo Lan looked ahead with surprise because Hang Lai was no longer there. He expressed disbelief that Hang Lai had escaped with all his strength, but admitted it was a reasonable decision since more colleagues would be arriving soon. He closed his eyes and spoke through an earpiece, instructing the person he was connected to that Hang Lai's location had been discovered and telling everyone who had been waiting for a vacation to quickly move toward that area. He informed them that 3 ranked investigators were participating in the arrest and that teleportation-related astral spells had been disabled by special forces, so Hang Lai could not escape as long as he remained in the city. After a short while, Hang Lai appeared through a wall and stepped onto the road. He said to himself that the astral spell was nearly ready and that he had a high chance of escaping once the spell of truths and lies reactivated. Suddenly, Shen's haze form appeared in front of him and transformed into Shen's human form. Hang Lai pressed his brows and slightly turned his face, commenting that using the spiral feather brought bad luck and that he had paid the price by running into Ruo Lan. Shen, holding his book, stood before him and stated that Hang Lai's good luck was not over yet. Hang Lai asked whether Shen was using the book of the Decapath Traveler and pointed out that it could only be used once a day. Shen smiled and explained that this was just Hang Lai's understanding of it. He added that relics needed to recharge, but he once believed the cooldown time was fixed. Then, after obtaining 2 hearts of the heat from the Chaos Cult, who had willingly sent them to him, he discovered that the Heart of the Heat had another function. It could quickly recharge many mysterious relics, including the Ring of Luck and the Book of the Decapath Traveler. Their usage could be increased as long as the relics were placed within 40 inches of the Heart of the Heat. After saying this, Shen moved toward Hang Lai, who backed away and raised his hands. Hang Lai said he surrendered and suggested that they call a truce. He claimed he would be very useful to Shen and offered to become one of his most important chess pieces. If Shen did not trust him, they could even sign a contract using an astral spell. Hang Lai pleaded that Shen should let him live because his value was immense. Shen responded that Hang Lai no longer had the right to make such a request. Hang Lai asked why not, insisting that the information he possessed was too valuable and that Shen could not possibly be planning to kill him. Shen froze him and then slammed his cane into Hang Lai, stating that if he needed information, he would take it from Hang Lai's dead body. When he struck with the cane, Hang Lai's body shattered and broke into pieces. The following morning, Su Ling lay on Shen's bed and recognized the familiar room. She blushed and remarked that she was exhausted and needed to nap for a while. Just then, Shen's voice came from outside the room, calling Su Ling to stop being lazy and come eat breakfast. Su Ling immediately sat up, her eyes turning blank as she reminded herself to sit straight right away and insisted that she was not being lazy. After a while, Su Ling and Shen sat across from each other in the coffee shop, eating breakfast. Su Ling asked what had happened yesterday. Shen replied that the outcome had been death. With her mouth full of toast, Su Ling asked how such a powerful disaster-ranked being had died. Shen told her to swallow first because she was spitting everywhere. He then closed his eyes and stated that there was nothing to be surprised about, but reminded her that her attack had destroyed the entire apartment building and caused a great deal of damage. Su Ling wiped her mouth, winked with one eye, and said it was fine because the Anti-Magic Bureau would help reconstruct the damage and would also erase the memories of the witnesses. She gave Shen a thumbs up and winked again, saying that any damage caused during official operations could be reimbursed by the National Treasury. Shen pressed his lips together in mild sadness and thought to himself that working for the government was truly a good life since they never needed to worry about money. He remembered that the auction would begin in a few days and wondered whether Christine would be able to get a decent price by selling the water of spirituality. In response to a thought about the god imposter, Su Ling said that he was currently locked up by the Anti-Magic Bureau. Shen replied that he believed the bureau should interrogate him again. After several days, Su Ling stood inside an elevator with the commissioner, thinking about the god imposter known as the White Miracle. As she looked at the floor indicator display, showing that they were descending toward basement level -3, she reflected that the miraculous one's real name was Brian White, who had been born 153 years ago and was originally a local resident of Nolan. He had once founded the Miracle Cult, and at that time, its biggest collaborator and investor had been the great-grandfather of Senator Jelen. After exiting the elevator, they walked down a dark corridor illuminated by wall-mounted lighting, and as Su Ling walked, she thought to herself that Brian White was a powerful being born with the innate gift of reality twisting. This gift had made White extremely arrogant since childhood, always doing whatever it took to obtain what he wanted. He was incredibly powerful, possibly even superior to ordinary disaster-ranked beings. The commissioner then touched a lightning-locked door to open it, explaining that nails known as eliminations had been implanted in White's body in order to suppress his supernatural abilities, but he still advised Su Ling to remain cautious. As the door opened, they entered a blank white room where White, dressed in a white costume, sat on the floor with his back to the door. He commented that they had finally arrived and then turned his head, asking whether the commissioner had come to report the results of his investigation or to interrogate him once more. The commissioner stepped forward in front of Su Ling and asked White what his next move would be. White, resting his hands on the floor and leaning his head slightly back, replied that the time to reveal that had not yet come but promised he would speak when it did. He addressed Su Ling directly, saying that her personal sense of righteousness was small in comparison to his grand plan which, once fulfilled, would envelop the world in massive righteousness and save it from its chaotic, evil state. Su Ling smiled slightly and thought that what he was doing now could not be considered righteous at all. White sat up and claimed it was a necessary sacrifice, then closed his eyes and declared that while she would sacrifice herself, he would be sacrificing something much greater, and therefore his righteousness was of a higher order. He then opened his eyes and stated that for this reason, failure was not an option. Su Ling responded that no one had the right to decide who must be sacrificed in the name of righteousness. White told Su Ling that she was someone righteous and that he admired her morality, and he suggested that if she released him now and submitted to him, she might find herself walking a different path. The commissioner interjected that he already knew what White was planning next. He explained that the supernatural beings who had been under mind control were still hidden somewhere in Buranda and that they were likely preparing to attack, having already been given their instructions. White, looking downward, confirmed that the commissioner was more perceptive than he had expected and encouraged him to consider what they would do next. A group of reckless supernatural beings with destructive powers who held no fear of death. The commissioner held a coin in his hand, then opened his palm and looked at it. The coin glowed, revealing a blank face etched onto it, and he stated that instead of speculating about what the brainwashed individuals might do, he would have the brainwasher himself provide the answer. White warned that memory reading and prediction type abilities would be ineffective against him. The commissioner replied that fundamental methods would still work because he intended to inflict suffering, destroy White's spirit, and break his mind entirely until he confessed everything. Turning to Su Ling, the commissioner told her to leave, warning that what would happen next might be traumatizing. She responded with surprise but agreed. Sometime later, in a library, Shen stood in his divine messenger form before a man. The man asked what the divine messenger Baron required from him this time. Shen closed his eyes and, sweating, replied that Baron had lost his surface world identity because Yale had deliberately leaked that information. Shen had needed to change both his clothes and his appearance to return to the academy where he worked. He then tossed a small bottle of blood to the man, stating that it was his next mission. The man caught the bottle and asked whose blood it was. Shen answered that it belonged to someone who was already dead and instructed him to let the dead speak. Holding the bottle and looking at Shen, the man wondered silently whether this individual was truly just a divine messenger. According to George's intelligence, there were known differences between the divine messenger and the chess player, yet the two seemed to be the same person. They were capable of emitting both the haze of the White Shore and the scent of the Lord of Ashes simultaneously, and the man could not imagine what kind of existence Shen truly was. Later, on a bus, Shen sat behind the man who explained that Senator John had now become the mayor. He seemed to be better than previous mayors and at least made better promises to the public. If he could fulfill those promises, even though he was already over 70 years old and unlikely to serve for long, it would still be commendable. Hearing all this, Shen recalled that Senator John had once been associated with the Chaos Cult. Touching his chin thoughtfully, Shen admitted that he had not expected John to actually become mayor and receive positive feedback from the people. He reflected on how senators were usually portrayed as villains in films and remembered from Aina's intelligence reports that the Chaos Cult was now attempting to evolve into a more conventional secret society, even though the stigma from the Anti-Magic Bureau could not be erased. The bus came to a stop before a large building, and the man told Shen that they had arrived. They both left the bus and walked down the corridor inside the building. The man touched his hand to the wall, where a lightning-based magic door had been cast. He turned and invited Shen to enter. The door opened, the man stepped inside, and Shen stood at the threshold, sweating with trembling legs, gripping his cane and responding with a quiet acknowledgement. He asked himself whether these were the numb legs of a divine messenger after having walked for too long following his departure from the vehicle. After several minutes inside the room, the man cast a spell circle around him and, while standing within it, announced to Shen that the spell he was using was forbidden magic learned from transcending the limits of conventional magic. Once the spell circle was complete, he stepped out of it and declared that it was called the Spell of Spirits and that the formation part was now finished. Holding the small bottle from which purple aura was leaking, he then called forth the ingredients by naming one fear and one heart of a nightmare. The one fear bottle and the heart of the nightmare floated above the spell circle. He then removed the blood bottle that Shen had given him and held it aloft, identifying it as the blood of the deceased. As he began casting the spell with these three components, the spell circle emitted a green lightning aura. The three items hovered above the glowing formation, and the man opened his arms, chanting repeated phrases. Golden light emerged from the items and converged at the center of the spell circle, casting a large golden lightning aura. Shen, observing all of this, thought to himself that such smooth and complex spellcasting was far beyond his current ability. He wondered if this was what people referred to as the expertise of a seasoned master. A green lightning star then formed around the golden light at the center of the spell circle, its energy rising and swishing upward. As the three items vanished, a green figure took shape over the lightning star. From within that green light, Hang Lai appeared and asked whether someone from the Salians was present, recognizing that his soul had been successfully summoned and feeling compelled to attempt resurrection. The man stepped away from the spell circle, and Shen advanced toward it, greeting Hang Lai by saying it had been a long time. Upon seeing Shen, Hang Lai screamed in terror, his fearful eyes rising above the rim of his glasses. As the green light emanated from the spell circle, Shen added to the inner circle that only a few things were scarier than death, and one of them was having his soul fall into the hands of his enemies, for there were a variety of ways to manipulate a soul. Hang Lai asked that he did not need him to explain that he would not submit to him, since he did not possess the power to force such submission. The man standing behind approached Shen and remarked that sometimes supernatural beings who had become evil spirits were more powerful than they had been when alive, because many weapons and astral spells became much less effective against souls. He then raised his index finger, cast a purple lightning spell with it, and pointed it toward Hang Lai. The purple lightning magic surrounded Hang Lai's body and began entering through the back of his body. As he did this, the man added that the principle did not apply to Hang Lai, and called him an ignorant spirit and a corrupt soul, declaring that he would make him submit with his nihilistic will. The purple lightning magic enveloped Hang Lai's body, and Hang Lai screamed in pain, asking how this was happening and how it could be possible. As the purple lightning entered Hang Lai's forehead, the man looked at Shen and asked what Shen would like to know. Shen responded that it was about the god imposter. The man, pointing his finger toward Hang Lai again, called him a pathetic and silent soul, commanding him to tell everything he knew about the god imposter. Hang Lai, after a stagnant pause, replied that the god imposter would become the god of the mortal realm through the god ascension plan, and once he succeeded, his power would become unimaginable. The man furrowed his brows and questioned when the god ascension plan would occur. Hang Lai replied that the god ascension plan was set for today. Meanwhile, in the meeting room of the Anti-Magic Bureau Center, the commissioner was delivering his speech, and all the members of the bureau were seated in the hall for the meeting. The commissioner waved his hand and reported that they had obtained key intel on the god imposter after several hours. The god imposter had used distortion of understanding to brainwash 35 supernatural beings, most of whom were local to Nolan, while a few had been brought from other continents. Today, they would carry out destruction across multiple areas of Buranda and massacre innocent people. Su Ling was also present at the meeting, and hearing all of this made her appear visibly worried. Ruo Lan raised his hand, stood up, and questioned why the god imposter would orchestrate a massacre when it did not appear to benefit him, stating that he found it unusual, as such actions would only worsen things for the god imposter. The commissioner replied that the motive was revenge, and although the god imposter claimed it was for righteousness, he still bore a grudge against the Corona Church, which had ruined everything for him. Since Nolan was a nation that worshipped the Origin Fire, he wanted to plan an ambush in Buranda, and at the same time, he intended to expose the existence of supernatural beings to ordinary people. Ruo Lan closed his eyes and noted that he also wanted to expose the existence of the inner circle. The commissioner, looking at Su Ling, confirmed that this too was part of the plan. He aimed to let more people know about the inner circle's existence and to completely shatter the delicate balance between the surface world and the inner circle. a balance that had existed since the dawn of modernity. Upon hearing this, Su Ling reflected on how, in ancient times, people were aware of supernatural beings until the beginning of modern society, when various forces held secret discussions and, for some reason, signed a global agreement stating that the world of supernatural beings would belong to the inner circle, while the world of ordinary people would belong to the surface world. However, now the god imposter sought to disrupt that balance. The commissioner, raising his voice, declared that the situation had escalated to an emergency, and everyone had to prepare. They had discovered the estimated ambush locations linked to the god imposter. All investigators were ordered to mobilize immediately, except for those essential members who needed to stay and guard. The teams would be split in two. One team would be dispatched to the 17 identified locations for possible attacks, while the other would form smaller groups throughout the city to maintain surveillance. He reminded everyone that they were Buranda's first and final line of defense, and if they failed to protect humanity, there would be no humans left. Meanwhile, in that secret room, Shen asked if the god ascension ritual was indeed scheduled for today. Heng Lai confirmed this. Shen inquired about the core of the plan. Heng Lai explained that the procedures of the god ascension plan were provided by their group, the Lightless Dust. Someone had succeeded in the past, but the god of the mortal realm was not invincible and could never compare to a god from another dimension. It had merely been a more powerful distortion of reality. To achieve the god ascension and transform from a human to a god of the mortal realm, 3 conditions were necessary: 1,000,000 cases, 1,000,000 forms, and 1,000,000 faiths. The god imposter had conducted experimentation and collection for the last 2 conditions in a remote village and had completed the process before arriving in Buranda. Shen thought to himself that the 1,000,000 cases, collected by the hidden iris, were the final requirement. He then asked why the god imposter had come to Buranda. Heng Lai answered that the final ritual of the god ascension plan could only be performed there, and that everything done in Buranda had been a diversion to attract the Anti-Magic Bureau's attention. The god imposter had separated himself into 2 people using distortion of reality. Shen was surprised by this revelation. Heng Lai smiled and said that half of Mr. White had only half of his powers. He had made many sacrifices and left numerous clues to ensure that the Anti-Magic Bureau would successfully capture him. He had wanted to be arrested and to reveal his revenge and ambush plan during interrogation. Everything was orchestrated for October 15th, which was today. The goal was to distract the investigators so that the sight of his real speech would receive minimal surveillance. Shen, pressing his lips together, wondered about the true location of the speech and realized it would take place at Buranda Central Square, where Mayor John was scheduled to give a public address. Heng Lai added that the god imposter intended to kill the new mayor with his supernatural powers in front of thousands of citizens and millions of viewers watching on television. If the plan succeeded, it would fulfill the final requirement of the god ascension plan by generating intense emotions among a massive population. He sought to ascend as a god of the mortal realm in front of a live audience. Shen believed that this was a thoroughly calculated scheme, and that the god imposter must have predicted this day using the teen who had precognitive abilities. Shen then asked how involved the Lightless Dust were in the plan. Heng Lai replied that the entire god ascension plan was essentially the work of the author. He insisted that he could not say more, repeating that he really could not say it, and then shouted for them to stop forcing him. The man behind him raised his finger again, pointed it at Heng Lai, and unleashed lightning magic in anger, commanding the pathetic soul to tell everything about the Lightless Dust. Heng Lai screamed in pain, shouting that the Lightless Dust was an organization single-handedly created by the author. As he was about to reveal the author's real identity, he cried out in resistance while the man continued to send the torturous magic into his body. Heng Lai's body began to crack, and he pleaded for mercy, begging for another chance. The golden lightning split through Heng Lai's body until it shattered with a loud crack, and fragments of light scattered. The man, now furious, mentioned the Lightless Dust, and Shen informed him that he was leaving. The man turned and asked where he was going, whether he was leaving Buranda. Shen closed his eyes and responded that he would not leave Buranda. It had been a long time since he had arrived in this strange world, which had now become familiar. He had gone from being afraid of this place to being able to confront danger. He had gone from being alone to having many familiar friends in this familiar city, and he could rebuild all his connections and bonds here. If he lost this place, he would have nothing again, and he would try to make those who insult the gods fall from the sky. Elsewhere, in a luxurious office, a middle-aged man sat on a sofa holding a small bottle filled with blood like red liquid, which he displayed to another middle-aged man standing before him in a black suit, who looked greedily at the liquid. The man in the black suit then bowed before the man on the sofa and departed just as Aina arrived from behind. As the man in the black suit exited, Aina stood before the glass wall where sunlight streamed through. She closed her eyes and enjoyed the rays of sunlight before opening them, expressionless, and gazing out through the glass. After a while in that luxurious office, the man sitting on the sofa asked the man in the black suit if it was true that it was commendable they had managed to reach this point. The man in the black suit replied that he had just received some news from the Anti-Magic Bureau authorities who had temporarily removed half of their investigators, and apparently something major was happening in the city. The man sitting on the sofa closed his eyes and said that although he had received the same news, he believed whatever was happening had nothing to do with them, since he had not received any new information from his side. He then smiled maliciously and addressed the man in the black suit named John, telling him to enjoy the present because he was the new manager of the city now. John responded by affirming that he had become the new manager and was able to provide more help to the church, and he asked when he could receive what he wanted. The man sitting on the sofa giggled and explained that he was more than 300 years old, and as he placed his hand inside his coat pocket, he added that he naturally had a way to keep himself alive. He then presented a potion bottle before John and instructed him to drink it. As John drank the potion, the empty bottle smashed onto the floor and shattered while John turned red, grabbed his collar, and shouted in distress, demanding to know what he had been given as it was burning. Suddenly, the red color on his body faded. He returned to normal, and he thought in surprise that the heat had faded and he had never felt better physically. The man sitting on the sofa waved his hand and explained that he had used a few types of potions to reduce the purity of the blood of fire as much as possible to a mere 0.2%, which even ordinary people could handle. He said it could stop the aging process and help with re-energization, and that multiple sips could also produce supernatural powers. After saying this, he thought that each sip only lasted for 3 years, and the body of the user would revert to its original state after that time. He then asked John if he would gain more by staying loyal. John bowed before him and responded with certainty that he would never stop being loyal to his god. The man smiled. After a while, all the citizens were gathered on the ground carrying banners, charts, and boards with John's name on them, while a boy with blue eyes stood among the hundreds of citizens and thought that the world was chaotic and orderless. He believed people were stupid and ignorant, that they desperately needed the help of a leader or a god to guide them, and he thought that he had taken them in and guided them to the path of self-salvation. But the Jellans had secretly written letters to the Corona Church and had ruined everything. He believed that his mistake last time was failing to perform distortion of understanding on all the cult members, including the Jellans, to ensure their absolute loyalty. However, he resolved that this time he would not make the same mistake again, and he was going to become a god here. While the people around him were repeatedly shouting slogans hailing Nolan, John stood upside on the stage and began his speech happily while looking toward the citizens filling the entire massive ground. He said he was able to stand there that day because of the support of the Buranda people, and that he would first like to thank every citizen who loved the city and the people around them. Ruolan, standing on the stage behind John and wearing sunglasses, thought that only half remained for the 2 designated A-ranked investigators and the 8 designated B-ranked investigators. According to the prophecy, the assassination would only fail if 2 A-ranked investigators were present at the scene. John added that crime had risen daily, threatening everyone in the city, especially due to the malicious cults, and he said they had all witnessed the crimes committed by them. He said perfectly happy families were instantly turned into scenes of tragedy and tears, and he believed that it was because they had failed to perform their responsibilities in the city, which was to protect the people. While that man in the crowd took out the Eye of Anubis from his pocket and smiled, he said that the light it emitted could destroy almost everything in its path, and that almost nothing could shield against it. He noted that the cost of using it was 10 years of life. He then held the floating Eye of Anubis over his hand and began casting a spell while chanting incantations. Suddenly, an orange-yellow ball like the sun was cast into the sky. Ruolan quickly moved ahead and pulled John backward, shouting to be careful. He then thought to himself that he only had half of his power, and without the help of the distortion bead, he had only a moment before making a critical mistake. But he believed that 1 moment was enough. The people began shouting questions about what was going on and demanding not to interrupt the mayor, asking who was blocking the mayor and if someone was attacking him, and insisting to let the mayor speak. Ruolan shouted at the attacker to leave the stage immediately while the Eye of Anubis floated in the sky. Meanwhile, Shen arrived in his divine messenger form and stood among the crowd behind the man who had released the Eye of Anubis. He froze everything and everyone there, and the Eye of Anubis vanished. Shen smiled and, looking toward the man in the crowd, said he had found him. The man turned his eyes and noticed Shen behind him. Shen bounced the now shrunken Eye of Anubis in his hand and smiled, saying that the man had failed and wondered whether to call him white or the god imposter. However, the frozen time ended and everything returned to normal. The people began shouting questions about how the speech had been interrupted, what had happened, and why the mayor had left. Ruolan received a message through his earpiece telling him to evacuate the crowd as much as possible and help the person, and to stop the god imposter's plan. Suddenly, the crowd disappeared, leaving only the man who had released the Eye and Shen standing face to face. The man remarked in surprise that he could not believe Shen was sabotaging his plans again. The man then transformed into his true form, revealing that he was white. White closed his eyes and asked Shen to tell him how he had discovered his plan. He said he carried the sacrifices of the people and represented massive righteousness, and that he could not fail without knowing the reason. Shen responded that what had defeated him was not some great force, but rather his small sense of righteousness, the kindness from a piece of candy, and the persistence of a girl. He said kindness was the thing that had defeated him. White turned and noticed Ruo Lan standing behind him. All the people on the ground had moved away, and only Shen and Ruo Lan stood before and behind White. Shen added that it seemed White had nowhere to run. White said he would lead the people toward happiness if he became a god, and claimed he understood that not everyone could comprehend him. Then, opening his arms and closing his eyes, he said he must save the people and stop the chaos and disorder of the world, even if it meant sacrificing himself. Meanwhile, 3 balls surrounded by heated flame drilled out from White's heart and started floating around him. He thought that the assassination had failed, but many emotions had been gathered, and although the lack of emotional power would make the ritual unstable, he had no other choice at the moment. Shen said freeze and froze everyone and everything once again except Ruo Lan. He ran toward White at high speed and struck his cane on White's head, but nothing happened. Shen stepped back, and Ruo Lan standing behind him asked in concern if it hadn't worked. Meanwhile, White's body began to crack and then exploded, sending a bright light across the area where he had stood. However, the light was so bright that it caused everyone's eyes to blur. Ruo Lan, watching the light through his sunglasses, saw that White had disappeared in it. As the light faded, Ruo Lan said it was gone. Someone through his earpiece told him to look at the sky. Ruo Lan, shocked, gritted his teeth and questioned what he was seeing. Aina, inside an office, also looked up at the sky. The man in the black suit looked up in surprise. Su Ling's eyes widened at the sight, and Shen too, watching the sky, wondered about the presence of 2 suns and the appearance of 2 identical skies above. However, it was noon and the 2 suns were in the sky, with the second sun growing larger and releasing intense heat. The man in the black suit, who was actually the priest, furiously stared at the second sun and thought about how someone could dare to insult the gods in such a way, deeming it unforgivable. His face throbbed as he gritted his teeth, thinking that person should just wait. On the other side, the commissioner stood on the outside roof of their department building, watching the sun. Su Ling, who stood behind him, asked what that was. The commissioner replied that it was the god ascension ritual, something he had seen once many years ago, though he had not expected that person to forcefully make it work. At this point, that person was no longer the same as the rest of the mortals, and the commissioner believed they could not go against him on their own. Su Ling asked whether even S-ranked investigators could not stop him. The commissioner remained silent at first, then turned his face and replied that he was going to the 4th level of the underground basement. Meanwhile, on the ground where Shen was, he looked up at the sky and remarked that this seemed like the 2nd stage of a boss level. He doubted it could be a real planet, but its size was far too immense. Ruo Lan, standing before him and touching his earpiece, stated that they had to temporarily elevate the danger level of the god imposter. The god imposter had now become untouchable ranked, and human civilization was observing the 23rd untouchable ranked dangerous being. This situation had escalated into a full-scale conflict involving such a being, and the destruction of the entire city was not even the worst-case scenario. The god ascension ritual was highly unstable, and its success appeared to be a mere coincidence. The deluded god imposter was now likely fully insane. Shen agreed, while a man standing behind Ruo Lan in a black suit laughed and began to praise the mighty Lord of Miracles, the White Sun, the savior of everyone. Both Ruo Lan and Shen turned and looked toward him. That man and 3 others stood there with their arms raised, loudly and repeatedly proclaiming praises to the mighty Lord of Miracles, the White Sun, the savior of everyone. However, that voice echoed from every home and every street, as the second sun's light spread across the city. Hearing that voice all around and seeing the spreading sunlight, Shen thought about whether this was the world of happiness that person had spoken of. He concluded that everyone was under that person's control, a world of hypnotized happiness and joy. The sun was so massive that he feared it would affect more than just the central square, intending to distort the understanding of the entire city so it would become the Holy Kingdom. The god imposter hated everything about the Corona Church and wished to become god, aiming to replace the fire of origin. The Corona Church had likely predicted this and sent the Light Chaser with a saintly relic capable of countering the power that twisted reality. They had sent him to hunt down the god imposter. The 2 suns hung high in the sky, and perhaps Shen could only test his final theory. Shen asked Ruo Lan about the time, and he turned and replied that it was 11:53. Shen took out his book of the Decapath Traveler, stating that he had something important to do and had to find the Holy Worshipper, the Light Chaser of the Corona Church, Frederick. Ruo Lan asked if that was all right and said he would inform the Anti-Magic Bureau. He touched his earpiece, which lit up, and asked whether the Light Chaser was currently in the Veranda Church. The commissioner had ordered him to ask why Shen was looking for the Light Chaser. Perhaps he would witness a holy miracle. Shen remained silent, while Ruo Lan added that there was still a chance to keep the current situation under control, as the power of the White Miracle was not yet stable. Extremely few people outside of Veranda had been distorted, and everything could still be saved if they acted quickly to fix the problem. He then pointed his finger and asked Shen whether astronomers and meteorological experts might help explain the phenomenon, since the appearance of 2 suns together could occur under ordinary weather changes. Shen responded that those people were more useful than he had thought. He then teleported but appeared instead in his coffee shop, thinking the teleportation point was the cafeteria closest to the church. Believing he could still make it in time, Shen's sudden appearance startled Cola, who meowed in fear. Shen transformed into his haze form and vanished, while Cola, with teary eyes, gave a frightened meow and fled. On the other side, on the open roof of the church, Shen appeared in his human form wearing a black costume. Standing before an invisible shield, he said it felt like something was resisting him. He entered the shield and observed that his human form was not affected. Inside the church, the man in the black suit from earlier, now wearing priestly robes, stood before a flame statue and questioned why Shen was there. Shen appeared behind him and said he was there to test something. The man replied that he was not in the mood for other matters. Then, turning with eyes filled with tears, he shouted that the one who insulted the gods was now high in the sky. Shen, sweating in confusion, responded that this was exactly the reason he had come. The man insisted that Shen must follow his instructions and turned and demanded to know what Shen wanted. Shen said he wanted his god to show a real godly miracle. He promised that his god, the fire of origin, the source of light, and the protector of all things, would descend upon this world. The man closed his eyes and said he was aware that abnormal changes were occurring in Buranda, and that gods from another dimension were more likely to appear. But without the approval of his holiness, he could not attempt to summon the god on his own. Then, opening his eyes with no expression, he added that doing so would be a great disrespect. Their gods protected them, and therefore, they could not use their god for selfish means. Shen, waving his hand, said he understood and claimed the man did not truly care about his god. The man asked what he meant, and Shen, pouting and looking aside, repeated that the man did not truly care. All he did was talk and make excuses whenever something happened. The man, angrily pointing at Shen, shouted that he should watch his mouth, as he was not truly afraid of him. Shen replied that he was only speaking the truth. The White Miracle's goal was very clear. He wanted to fully replace the fire of origin. It was revenge, and if that entity succeeded, the Corona Church would be destroyed by the miracle cult. Shen's remarks about the man's hesitance indicated that he would not become a holy worshipper in the future, and would instead become a sinner. Furious and sweating after hearing Shen's words, the man asked what Shen's real goal was and why he was luring him. Shen simply waved his hand and replied that he was not luring him, and asked whether praying to his god for help could be considered a sin. He wondered aloud whether the man feared that he might summon something else. The man furiously shouted that such a thing was impossible, insisting that the fire of origin's power was limitless, undefeatable, unstoppable, and unquestionable. Nothing could replace or humiliate his god. Shen responded by asking why there was such hesitation then, and said that very soon the whole town would begin to worship the White Miracle. The man looked surprised and worried when Shen said they would come and tear the church apart, stomp on the statue once, twice, 10 times, even 100 times, every day and every night. Shen then pouted and closed his eyes, adding that perhaps they would even renovate the church into a public restroom. Hearing this, the man's eyes throbbed and he gritted his teeth in silence, seething with anger. He then declared that he dared them to try tearing down the church and questioned whether they thought he was a coward. At that moment, the same voice entered the church, loudly proclaiming praises to the mighty Lord of Miracles, the White Sun, the savior of everyone. Hearing this, Shen turned in surprise and looked toward the door. As the voice continued to echo, the man pressed his lips together in silence, then took out a glowing golden cross-shaped sigil. He held it tightly in his wrist and shouted the word light, causing golden light to emerge from the symbol and spread throughout the space, even spurting out through all the church's windows and doors. After the light faded, the man stated that his god from another dimension had been a frequent responder in human history, though the last descent was hundreds of years ago, and the chance of a successful summoning was very low. Shen replied that no, it would succeed, because it was exactly 12 noon, while both suns shone brightly in the sky. After a while, that man closed his eyes, sat on the floor with his legs folded, his back to Shen, and began making prayers as he invoked the endless light source. Sunlight was entering the hall through the closed glass windows while the man continued, calling upon the creator of everything, the flame of the world from the beginning of time. He presented to him the cross of brilliance and pleaded for shelter for his puny self. Shen, standing behind him, thought that for brilliance to remain in this world, it was the first time he had persuaded someone to summon him. Shen pressed his lips together and began to sweat while the man continued praying, stating that the being was right next to the summoner. He repeated the invocation, calling upon the endless light source, the creator of everything, the flame of the world from the beginning of time. Suddenly, the man's words were echoed by the same voice that entered the hall through the roof, and the floor began to shake. Shen looked up toward the ceiling as black smoke rushed into the church, penetrated the invisible shield, entered the hall, and spread around him while the man, still with eyes closed, continued repeating the same words in prayer. Shen looked toward the smoke surrounding him and wondered in frustration what the gray haze represented. He summoned his magic cane, realizing now was not the time for hesitation. In his divine messenger form, Shen lifted into the air, surrounded by the gray smoke. As he ascended into the dark sky, the gray smoke swished down toward the ground and vanished into the sky. Shen floated above, moving toward the sun, thinking it was still so far away while the sky around him turned dark. However, as Shen stood close to the sun, he thought it was so majestic up close. Then, floating farther away from the sun in the sky, he looked toward his hand and assumed he had logged into the account of the fire of origin, having descended from the sky as a god from another dimension. He believed he should be able to accept the sacrifice from that position even if he could not see Frederick, but he questioned whether he truly possessed the great power of a god from another dimension at that moment. On the other side, inside the church, the man opened his eyes and turned to look behind him, wondering aloud why there were no signs or energy pulses and how the individual had simply vanished. He questioned what kind of person the chess player truly was. Suddenly, something boomed, and the man exclaimed that the feeling really was a godly descent. He ran out of the hall into the yard, loudly declaring that even beings ranked as untouchable were still as puny as insects before a god from another dimension. He insisted that the chess player did not deserve to communicate with such a god and believed something was seriously wrong with Buranda City. The newly appeared third sun felt different, radiating warmth from the inside out when its sunlight touched the body. As he came out of the church, all the people stood outside, excitedly looking up toward the sky. Standing on the church stairs and staring upward, he asked himself in surprise whether this feeling was truly the fire of origin. In the sky, there were 3 suns, but the one in the middle was bigger and glowing more intensely compared to the other 2 on either side. The sun on the left was the real one, while the other 2 were not. Shen, still floating in the sky, estimated that he was approximately 10 miles away from the central sun. He noted that while he could levitate in midair, he was moving very slowly. Closing his eyes, he added that it was the first time he had used the authorization of a god from another dimension during a summoning. Then he corrected himself, recalling that he had already been authorized in the colorless town to initiate attacks when he tried to save Suling from the god imposter. He turned into his haze form and flew away from the sun, while the people below continued looking up at the 3 suns in the sky. Ruo Lan wondered whether the fire of origin was the godly sign he had spoken of and questioned within herself who this man truly was. A man in a luxurious office, watching the suns fearfully, wondered if a god had truly descended and whether the arrival of that being marked the beginning of the apocalypse for the chaos cult. Aina turned to look but paid no attention to the man, then turned back to the glass wall, gazing at the sky and the suns, and began praying silently to the mighty Lord of Ashes. She hoped that he would help them, believing only he could oppose the fire of origin, and she continued to call upon and pray to her god. On the other side, Suling thought that while the fire of origin was considered a righteous god, it was still one of the gods from another dimension. Hidden historical records mentioned that a fire from afar had once wiped out an entire era of humans, and what this god would do was entirely up to its will. This was not merely about the city anymore. The existence of all humanity on the planet was now determined by this god's decision. The sun, surrounded by red sparkling flame lightning waves, began moving toward the larger glowing sun. Seeing this, Suling shouted internally that the god wanted to destroy the white miracle, and feared that the pulses from the god's power might demolish Buranda. Meanwhile, Shen continued pushing that sun toward the larger glowing one, noting that nearly 10 minutes had passed, while the malevolent white continued speaking, and a voice heard only by Shen declared that he would succeed, he would win, he would wound his enemies, and he would turn the night into day. Hearing this, Shen thought that white had fully gone insane, having forcefully merged the 3 requirements into one, leaving behind only an obsession. His capricious individuality had vanished, and only a monster remained. The voice from the sun, surrounded by red sparkling flame waves, proclaimed that he would seek revenge on the fire of origin and become a miraculous god, that he would succeed, he would win, he would wound his enemies, and he would turn the night into day, that he wanted to destroy his enemy and become superior to him. The sun then began entering the larger, glowing sun and kept moving closer. Observing this, the people on the ground exclaimed that the 2 suns were colliding, urging each other to take photos and calling it a miracle. Voices echoed from homes, buildings, and malls throughout the city, and a child asked his mother to look because the suns were colliding. Suling, looking up, shouted that the white miracle was attacking as the sun of white almost covered the other sun with its heat and light. White smoke rushed toward Shen, and he noted that he could clearly sense white, but could not understand why he was not attacking him. Shen then transformed his cane into a weapon and launched it at high speed toward White's sun, but the weapon returned without any effect, and White declared that it was over. White's sun completely penetrated the larger sun, and the people watching from the city walls said the suns were overlapping, and now they were fully overlapped. As the suns merged, only 2 suns remained in the sky. Suddenly, the fake sun created by White began to crack, and a brilliant light burst out, spreading across the sky and the entire city. As the light faded, Suling, sweating, thought that White had transformed into a sun and believed that would make him a god. He was the white miracle who could create miracles. Afterward, she watched the larger sun floating in the sky near the real one and reflected that at his most triumphant moment, witnessed by the entire city, he had fallen from the sky while white haze circled the larger glowing sun. After this, the 2 suns were in the sky, one being the real sun and the other appearing larger and more luminous than the real one. People stood outside the church on the ground and began asking among themselves if only 2 sons remained, and one of the men happily asked another whether he had managed to capture a photo with all 3 sons in a single frame. His friend responded that he did, but thought his device might have been damaged due to the heat. Meanwhile, the priest standing on the church stairs behind them shouted to his god, then began asking the mighty origin fire for mercy as he collapsed to the ground, praising his merciful lord and offering devotion to the sun. Some people turned toward him and, upon seeing him cry and shout to his god, became emotional. While he wept and raised his voice, a man sweating turned his eyes from the crowd, looked at him, and asked another person to hurry up so they could leave. The other person closed his eyes, sweating, and replied in agreement. Meanwhile, the priest opened his arms toward the sky and continued shouting that the false god was filthy and unworthy of mention in the presence of brilliance, insisting that only the one who shelters the people is the true god. At that moment, a voice came from the sky stating that the god imposter would fail in the end, for he had already met his failure, and a white haze began to surround the area, making everything within it invisible. However, the voice belonged to the oracle girl, who landed in front of the priest and completed her statement with a smile, declaring that he would succeed, he would triumph, and he would wound his enemies. She proclaimed that she would turn night into day, that he would fall from the sky at the peak of his triumph, and that his destruction would be witnessed by countless people, leaving not a single trace of him behind until he ceased to exist. The priest looked at her and wondered if this was truly the oracle girl, who was recorded as the 7th untouchable ranked being in the records of the Anti-Magic Bureau. The oracle girl continued, explaining that the Light Chaser's ancestors had once freed her from a seal, and from that point forward, every generation of the Fredericks had maintained a connection to her. She then turned around and said that she had given him the blade and ensured the accuracy of the prophecy, but from now on, she would have nothing further to do with him. After this, she looked toward the sky where both suns, one real and one more luminous and larger, remained, then raised her hand to shield her eyes and commented that she could not see clearly, that the future had become blurry and filled with increasingly unknown possibilities. She stated that until the apocalypse arrived, she would continue to watch and bear witness to the future. On the other side, Su Ling jumped from the roof of a building to the ground and stated that the danger had been resolved. She smiled and admitted that she was truly powerless, that she had been unable to do anything, just as she had been during her first encounter with the god imposter. At that time, the striker had appeared and saved her. She closed her eyes and confessed that even now, she remained powerless, more powerless than ever. Meanwhile, the priest, raising his hands, stood on the church stairs and looked toward the sky, loudly declaring that he could use the partial power of a god from another dimension. And furthermore, he possessed more than one kind of divine power, and might even possess them all. He kept repeating these lines while calling out to his god. Inside the church, Shen appeared amidst a swirl of gray and white haze, and as he took on his human form, he silently moved behind the priest. As the priest cried and called to his god, Shen stood behind him and remarked that he was such a crybaby. The priest turned to look at him, then, embarrassed, coughed and sweated as he closed his eyes and asked where Shen had been. Shen, half transformed into his human form, replied that he had been chatting with his gods. The priest furiously shouted that such a statement was an insult to God, but Shen faded back into his haze form and flew away. Afterward, that haze floated over the houses and eventually reappeared in his coffee shop. As Shen was transforming back into human form, Su Ling entered the coffee shop with her head lowered. Shen saw her, called her name, and asked why she had come. She turned her head and asked whether it was really him, then explained that she had wandered here unconsciously. Once again, lowering her head with sadness, she asked what had just happened, saying that he had witnessed it himself and that the god imposter had been defeated. She expressed disbelief that the descent of a god had resolved the problem and confessed that she felt utterly insignificant, that everything she had insisted on doing seemed insignificant and unworthy when compared to a god from another dimension. Shen told her that she was not insignificant and suggested that perhaps the justice she had pursued had saved the city in ways she could not see. He smiled and encouraged her to carry on, saying that she had a long journey ahead. Su Ling silently looked at him and smiled. Meanwhile, in the meeting room of the Anti-Magic Bureau Central Office, the commissioner stood watching John on the video wall screen as John shouted that he had been lucky because the assassination attempt had targeted him and not his supporters. However, he also felt it was unfortunate that even as the city's mayor, there was no guarantee of safety. He said that he had convinced the parliament and would next impose laws to protect the city more extensively. At that moment, an older senior official entered the room, and outside, men in black suits stood guard. The senior told the commissioner that he had finally arrived and referred to him as Baitlight. He then showed him a book and said that Senator Butte had died from an assassination that appeared to originate from within the inner circle, and the perpetrator might be connected to the Anti-Magic Bureau. He added that the entire household of Senator Jelen had been under manipulation, and that if the god imposter had not left deliberate clues, the manipulation might have continued unnoticed. The commissioner noted that Senator John had nearly been assassinated in front of the public, and that the god imposter had become the second son, after which the fire of origin had appeared. He admitted that the Anti-Magic Bureau had a chance to resolve the crisis beforehand, But ultimately, the worst-case scenario had occurred. The senior placed the book on the table and stated that at this point, the parliament had completely lost faith in the Anti-Magic Bureau and that every senator now believed their lives to be in danger. He said that the commissioner had made too many mistakes. The commissioner closed his eyes and responded that the Buranda crisis had been resolved. The senior agreed, but added that the final solution had involved summoning a god, which was like extinguishing a fire by dropping a nuclear bomb. He further informed the commissioner that next year's Anti-Magic Bureau budget would be cut by 30% and that a new special enforcement team would be formed, primarily to ensure the safety of the senators. From now on, this team would also handle incidents occurring within the inner circle, similar to the Anti-Magic Bureau. The commissioner, surprised, asked whether a new team was truly being formed, stating that traditionally the government did not involve itself in the inner circle, and that for hundreds of years, it had been the responsibility of the royal family and the Anti-Magic Bureau. He wondered aloud if the senior intended to break that tradition. The senior turned and said that the royal family had already approved his idea, that he was not seeking the commissioner's permission, but merely informing him. He then stated that he would be personally responsible for the newly established distinctive countermeasure force. The commissioner closed his eyes and replied that Buranda would face even greater challenges in the future and expressed hope that the senior would not become blinded by power and allow what truly mattered to be destroyed. Elsewhere, both Baron and George stood on a rooftop watching the sky while the wind blew, causing their clothes to flutter. Baron asked whether George had thought everything through, and George replied that he had made up his mind and needed to go back. He believed that if anyone could help him find the lost connections, it would be that person. Baron asked whether he was sure such a person could even have a wife, and George replied that he had some clues. Baron asked whether George had any real investigative skill, and George replied that his skills were better than Baron's. However, the next day at Shen's coffee shop, Christine sat before Shen and apologized, saying she had sold the water of spirituality to an anonymous middle-aged man who had bid on it without hesitation. But they had suddenly been attacked by a supernatural being brainwashed by the god imposter, and the auction had descended into chaos. Trembling and sweating, she said the anonymous buyer had taken his money and items and fled. Shen, feeling confused and uncertain, repeated the word "ran away" to himself several times in disbelief. Christine added that the auction's owner had agreed to partially compensate them for their losses and had transferred the money that day. Shen asked how much they received, and she replied that it was 20 million. Shen blushed in surprise and shock, lost in thought as he kept repeating the amount 20 million. However, at Shen's coffee shop at night, he was holding a cup of coffee and sitting on the chair while a golden light was emanating from him and surrounding him in a circular form. He thought to himself that he had achieved the power of radiance after being summoned as the Fire of Origin. At the same time, he was able to provide positive energy to the people in the area, which helped them heal their injuries and re-energize. His body exuded radiance on its own, and it was causing the temperature of his surroundings to rise. He could also strengthen their positive emotions, while Kola, who was scared and looking toward Shen surrounded with light, leaned against the wall trembling behind. Shen exuded a light smile and thought that he would go check out the new house tomorrow as he finally got the chance to move out of that small room. He wanted to continue operating the coffee shop, but it had become too inconvenient for him. His summoning items would only keep increasing, and he could not keep shoving them all under the bed or placing them on the table. Meanwhile, the door opened and Aina entered the shop, happily standing before Shen and addressing him as the divine messenger. Shen smiled and responded by asking what she would like to drink. She replied that she would accept whatever he served as the divine messenger. He stood up and said that she could look forward to a new flavor today. Aina stood before him and, looking toward him, said that she was now able to use advanced astral spells and that the high priest had said there was nothing more he could teach her. Shen was happy and replied that she had improved a lot. Aina, hearing this, smiled happily, while Shen thought that Aina's progress was extremely fast, faster than ever. She had received her second injection of the blood of fire not long ago, which had improved her further. After a while, Shen sat before Aina and said that he had heard from her last time that she had been doing well at the cult this month. She replied that ever since John succeeded, part of their members had joined Buranda's law enforcement team. The high priest had achieved the blood of scarlet by diluting the blood of fire, thereby obtaining an optimized effect. Many elite millionaires and senators could not resist the temptation, and they were all fighting for the chance to become members of the cult. Shen, with a bored face, closed his eyes and thought yes repeatedly. Meanwhile, Aina said that they had received some reliable intel recently stating that the Bishop of Hush Strike was now in Buranda. Hearing this, Shen was surprised, sweating and wondering whether it was truly the Bishop of Hush Strike. He recalled that Hush Strike had 4 bishops in total, 2 of whom had died because of him, and that Yale's soul ball was in the drawer of the back room at that moment. As he remained shocked, Aina added that they did not know what the bishop was doing in Buranda, and speculated whether they were continuing their previous scheme. Shen thought it should not be dangerous if their only intent was to keep summoning. Pressing his lips downward, he thought again and realized that those people would murder their sacrifice before the summoning ritual, and that sacrificing Buranda would mean turning it into a ghost town. After this, he told her that he understood, while someone began praying and their voice was heard by Shen. The voice called out to the source of vitality, the father of Xenos, the changeable and shapeless master, and the eldritch spirit who never sleeps. Hearing the voice, Shen looked toward Aina and thought that it was not coming from her. The voice continued, saying that she wanted to offer her past and her future, her body and her soul. Meanwhile, gray smoke appeared there and surrounded Shen, while the voice continued requesting the display of his eldritch power and salvation from the hands of the humans. Surrounded by the gray haze, Shen told Aina that she should head back first, and that their meeting today ended here as he vanished. On the other side, a girl folded her legs and sat in a white empty room before a large blue spell circle, repeating the same prayer lines. In her mind, she made the prayer and thought that, as the leader of the Xenos, she had to save them from the hands of the Foundation. Meanwhile, the spell circle shone and some bulky tentacles squirmed from it, moving upward and spreading all around inside the circle. However, those tentacles were quite large. The girl opened her eyes and, looking toward them, asked internally whether the eldritch spirit, the master of all Xenos, and her only father had arrived. She, being the last high elf of the world, welcomed his arrival while the tentacles grew larger, spreading throughout the room, moving within each other like snakes, with some gunky material dripping from them. Shen stood in the middle of the spell circle and all the tentacles disappeared, the room returning to its former emptiness. He pressed his lips downward angrily and wondered whether she was not afraid. As Shen stood there, the girl continued, stating that it had been told that the eldritch spirit was the ancestor of most monsters and Xenos, the master of incomprehensible wisdom, possessing a terrifying tentacle-like body made of morphing jet black vines. She stated that 9 was the representative time, and that this god from another dimension represented the moth. She offered him her past and her future, her body and her soul, and begged for his eldritch power to be shown so that they could be saved from the hands of the humans. Shen thought that she was offering herself in exchange for salvation. He then looked toward her large ears and thought that she must be an elf. Her accent was clearly not from Buranda, and he thought she sounded like she was from Emery. He recalled having heard an accent like that before, and believed he was not mistaken, thinking that it should be her. However, she looked toward Shen again and repeated that she offered him her past and her future, her body and her soul, asking for his eldritch power and to be saved from the humans. Shen remembered how he had agreed to Yale's request to offer his soul and had become a soul ball. He then wondered what would happen if he accepted her soul and body, thinking to himself that he was not exactly a collector of freak items. He looked around the room and thought it resembled the prison of the Anti-Magic Bureau he had seen in Yale's memories. He considered whether that was why she seemed to be in a hurry, because she was summoning in secret. This astral spell that interfered with surveillance probably could not last long. Suddenly, a golden lightning spell began circulating around the recording camera on the wall and destroyed it with a snap. Shen, having destroyed the camera, began to sweat and smiled, thinking that, as expected, any move he made in this condition had supernatural effects, and that he had to be careful to control his power. He wondered what would happen if he accidentally destroyed the world. He told himself that he did not know who her enemy was or who she wanted to save, but assumed that she would probably be able to reach him again through prayers after this summoning. He closed his eyes and thought that he should build a connection with her instead of doing nothing. He should not accept her as a sacrificial offering, but he would provide her a blessing and treat it as an opportunity to explore the international market. He defined the blessing of the eldritch spirit as bodily fluids. He then opened his eyes, sweat and smiled, thinking about it, then blushed and pouted, feeling that he wanted to pee but considered it too weird as he did not have that kind of fetish. He then cast a gray ball-like object and thought he should cut his finger for a few drops of blood. As he cut his finger, he thought that just a little cut and a small drop of blood would suffice. The girl asked whether that was the blood of God. However, many tentacles loomed above, and from those tentacles, Shen's glowing blood dripped down. The girl, looking toward the blood, said internally that a Xenos who absorbed the blood of God would receive enormous power. But most Xenos could not withstand it and would end up falling into a state of madness. She closed her eyes and opened her mouth, allowing the blood to drip in. She squeezed her dress as the red haze surrounded her body, and she began shrinking until she turned into a baby. Seeing this, Shen made a strange face and thought about what he was witnessing as the girl began growing again. He moved closer to look and thought she was starting to grow back. As the girl continued growing, Shen gave thanks that she returned to normal, thinking that becoming a baby in jail would have been quite unfortunate. Suddenly, the girl continued growing and her body rose, causing Shen's nose to bleed. With blank eyes, he thought she had grown even larger. The girl matured into a young woman, opened her eyes seductively, and gave thanks for his blessing, addressing him as her master. However, she smiled and said that his power would save them from the Foundation. Shen wondered about the Foundation, thinking there was only one by that name repeatedly mentioned within the inner circle. It was located on the third largest continent, Emery, and was known globally as the Market Foundation. This organization claimed to preserve historical ruins, but in reality, it was involved in numerous mysterious and terrifying activities. They were interested in all kinds of supernatural phenomena, although the only things they would not touch were those related to gods from another dimension. Shen responded that he would not accept all she had to offer at the moment and told her to keep waiting, keep praying, and keep preparing for the next summoning. She answered that his wish was her command. Shen kept staring at her and thought that it was the first time he had seen an elf. He wanted to touch her, and as the thought settled in his mind, he moved closer and touched her face, thinking it was incredibly smooth. Meanwhile, the gray haze surrounded him, and as he looked toward it, he thought that his time seemed to be up. Silently watching her, he wondered if, from her point of view, it looked like a bunch of tentacles. The girl, who was completely soaked, remained still as Shen disappeared. The spell circle faded, and everything cleared. She turned her eyes and said that members of the Foundation would arrive soon. They did not know about the god from another dimension, and all they knew was about the broken camera, so they would not execute her, but would only punish her. Once again, she shrank and returned to her previous form, appearing as a little girl around 10 years old, while red haze emanated from her body. Suddenly, she turned into that young girl again, and looking upward, she said she was afraid she could not sacrifice herself again for the next summoning ritual, and she wondered what she could offer the merciful god. On the other side, at night, Shen appeared in his coffee shop. In the darkness, he closed his eyes and thought that he had finally returned from traveling overseas and that Aina had left, just as he had expected. He opened his eyes and contemplated the stronghold of the Market Foundation. This was an organization with documented activities that dated back to a time before recorded history. The authorities of the Foundation were known as the Highest Council, which consisted of 20 senators who managed all matters related to the Foundation. Their leader held the title of chairman of the Foundation and also served as president of the Highest Council. This president, also called the chairman, had never been seen in person, not even by council members, who only knew of his existence within the Foundation. As for how long he had existed, it could be traced back to the time of the invention of written language. He was considered the leader of the lightless dust. According to the files of the Anti-Magic Bureau, this individual was classified as an untouchable ranked dangerous being and was the second person to receive that classification. Perhaps not even the commissioner of the Anti-Magic Bureau knew his true identity. Meanwhile, George stood behind Shen and asked if he had finally returned, saying he had been waiting for a long time and requesting a favor. Shen was startled and surprised to hear this. He turned his eyes and thought that George had spent the past several months in the Wicked Lands, where he had dealt with many evil individuals and eliminated some wealthy but sinful figures. Shen then turned and stated that he had done many favors for him in the past. George replied that he knew, but said that he could only ask for his help in this matter and requested his assistance in finding his broken connections and bonds, saying he had to find them no matter what. At that moment, Cola arrived and stood in front of George, hissing while on the table. George did not react to Cola and told Shen that he had never hit the cat and swore it. Shen replied that he should just ignore it. George then added that the weapon he had used at the Anti-Magic Bureau was the first blade, which had the effect of absolute banishment, but at the cost of losing someone important to the user, meaning both parties would no longer be involved in each other's lives. He said he had found some clues to the problem. Shen responded that perhaps he knew just as much as George did, and admitted that he himself did not know anything. George explained that Deep Dreamscape was a twisted ranked relic that resembled a mirror and could reflect the user's deepest memories. He said the first blade was not used to distort the world, but rather it distorted understanding on a large scale, which meant there was still hope. He then looked down and said he simply needed to remember. Based on what he knew, the mysterious relic was in the hands of the Nightmare Cult. He and Shen both knew that the cult worshipped the Eternal Nightmare King, and that they had recently come to Miranda. Shen thought about the Nightmare Cult and recalled that it was a popular cult in various small countries on the second largest continent. They worshipped a powerful evil god known as the Eternal Nightmare King, who ruled over the Dreamscape world, and they wished for that Dreamscape world to infiltrate and replace reality. Shen then confirmed that indeed they were currently in Miranda and that he was well aware of their presence. George responded as expected, saying that Shen knew everything and that he also knew their location, but what he needed to know now was the price he would have to pay. Shen replied that George could simply owe him a favor. George happily gave a thumbs up and said that was great, because he already owed Shen so much, and what was one more? Shen stated that he would pass the information to him in a few days, and George agreed. The next day, outside Shen's coffee shop, Christine stood with 4 individuals and a car. One man from the group looked toward the shop and asked if that person was really there. The woman in the group replied that he was. Among the 4 people, there was a man in a suit with gray hair, and another individual wearing a black hooded robe with his face concealed. The man in the black suit and gray hair thought that Christine, the owner of the Turmeric Flower Agency, had recently learned many new astral spells and that her power had risen to the twisted rank. Her employees had also suddenly improved, and she had recruited many weaker supernatural beings. Most people in the inner circle had heard of Christine, who was known to be working for the chess player. The chess player was a living legend in the inner circle, known for being powerful, terrifying, composed, and treating everything as chess pieces. He easily manipulated the major forces of Miranda as if they were in the palm of his hand. Rumors about him continued to spread, and he was considered the most impressive legend in Miranda's inner circle without question. Around 10 people had joined forces with him, and 4 of them were twisted ranked beings like him. Christine's demeanor had completely changed, and stepping forward, she said it was about time for them to meet Mr. Shen. It would depend on their performance whether he would let them join him, and it would also depend on what he thought of them. The shop door clicked open, and Christine, waving her hand, approached and offered to help him close the door. She then brought out Shen, who was wearing a black coat and casual clothes. Shen looked at the people and asked who they were. Christine laughed and replied that they were there to work for him. As they looked at Shen, they all thought to themselves that this was the chess player. The man in the black suit started sweating and thought about how the super powerful being known as the God Imposter, who nearly destroyed Miranda, had failed because he offended Christine. The turmeric flower agency was nearly destroyed, and she had asked Mr. Shen for help, who then made the God Imposter disappear within a few days. Christine snapped at the man in the black suit and, with a serious expression, ordered him to get into the car. He replied affirmatively. Shen, looking at Christine with surprise, thought she was incredibly cool. When she smiled at him and pointed toward the car, the man brought it forward, and she politely requested Shen to get in. Shen thought Christine was even cuter this way. As the car door opened and Shen stepped toward it, he thought it was a sports car and wondered if Christine was really that wealthy. After the first car departed, the car with Shen and Christine followed it. Natasha, a Russian, one of the 4 group members, was a dark sorceress who had grown up in a family of sorcerers and had come alone to Nolan seeking greater power. Yake Francian, a man with yellow hair, was skilled in assassination technology and had been a key member of an assassin group. He fled to Nolan after crossing the Francis government and was now looking for a fresh start. Luo Luo, the hooded man, was from Nolan and had made pacts with demons. He hoped to learn powerful astral spells in the winter field and possessed supernatural abilities that allowed him to raise the dead. He had refused to join the Anti-Magic Bureau as an ender. The last person, dressed in a black suit and gray hair, was Alexander Nolan, whose specialty was mind control astral spells. He owned a twisted ranked mysterious relic and had previously worked as a B-ranked investigator in the Anti-Magic Bureau before resigning for personal reasons. Although he appeared to be in his 40s and his skills might not match those of Su Ling, he was likely more experienced. Shen, reading the documents about these 4 people while sitting in Christine's car, said that she did not need to let him choose next time because he trusted her. Christine, who was driving, became emotional and tearfully thanked Mr. Shen for trusting her so deeply. She said she would follow him to the ends of the earth, would not go west if he was heading east, and would not refuse him even if he ever asked her to take off her clothes. Upon hearing this, Shen blushed and exclaimed when he had ever asked her to do such a thing. His voice echoed inside the car. She asked if he wanted her to do it right now, and he told her that was enough and to just drive. She replied affirmatively. When they arrived outside a luxurious villa, Christine remained seated in the car and informed him that they had reached their destination. Shen, still sitting in the car, looked through the glass window and thought that he could smell the scent of winter. However, Shen sat in his coffee shop and said to himself that the astral spells of the winter field were the specialty of only one force that was both skilled in that domain and connected to him, the Hush Strike. He closed his eyes and added that the bishop of the Hush Strike had recently come to Miranda, but he still did not know the bishop's specific goal. He thought he could not move into the villa that was sold for 20 million yet and believed Christine should be innocent, as she was not bold enough to betray him. 30 minutes earlier, while walking through the corridor of that villa, Shen had asked how she managed to acquire the property. Christine, walking beside him, replied that the place was actually one of the villas owned by the auction house's owner, Mr. Moon, and that he had sold it to her at a cheap price in an attempt to impress her. Shen, growing suspicious, asked about Mr. Moon. They continued walking down the hall and reached the exit door of the villa, heading into the lawn garden area. Shen stated that he needed her to investigate 2 things: the background details of Mr. Moon and the status of the nightmare cult in Miranda. She replied that she understood. Shen also asked her to help him rent a house, insisting it should be an ordinary type and located in a remote area so that people would not notice it. She replied affirmatively. Shen moved a little closer to her and said one more thing, asking her to transfer 1 million into Tina's account. He then thought to himself that he could transfer money in Tina's name while maintaining his own reputation, which he considered perfect. Remembering all of this, Shen said that he now had some free time and decided to test out some new tricks. He thought about the strange sensation he had felt in his back since returning from the 3rd largest continent. It was neither cold nor hot, but had an oddly sticky feeling. He tried to control it to spread over his entire body, and then stood there with his eyes closed, surrounded by a purple haze that was being released from his body. Suddenly, he transformed into Cola, his cat form, also enveloped in the same purple haze. Meanwhile, the real Cola arrived, holding a small fish in her mouth, and upon seeing another cat that looked exactly like her, she was startled. Shen, now transformed into a cat, looked at his paw and thought about what was going on and whether he had really turned into a cat. Cola began hissing furiously at Shen, and in response, Shen, still in cat form, released dark aura from his body, which caused Cola to become frightened and run away, crying out with multiple meows. After a while, Shen, still in cat form, leapt onto the house roof and thought that he could emit the scent of a god from another dimension and could still use his usual techniques. In other words, he concluded that he was currently a disastrous ranked cat. He then transformed into a black eagle and flew away, thinking that this was a pure physical transformation, not just an illusion, and that he could fully change form. While flying in the sky, he heard the voice of the same girl who had been in jail, making her prayers to the source of life, calling him the father of the Xenos and her only master, stating that his faithful servant Opier was praying to him. Shen, in his eagle form, thought about what her new status could be. Opier continued praying and said that the Foundation was oppressing them even more now. A few days ago, a strain was taken away by the Foundation and never returned. They had a special Xenos among them who, during experimentation, had learned some important information and shared it with others through the Tree of Heart. However, many people were unwilling to believe the information because it sounded too absurd. Shen transformed back from eagle to human form and stood on the rooftop of a house, watching Opier on a large screen and thinking about this absurd yet important information. Opier stated that the Foundation possessed many futuristic items that exceeded the limits of the current era, and she asked whether her master believed they could be beings from the future. Shen remained silent. Opier, still with her eyes closed, continued and said that an inmate had been taken away during the experimentation process. He had claimed to see something himself, something he had never witnessed before, a glimpse into the future world. However, the world around Opier suddenly turned dark, tentacles of doom spread out before her, and as she prayed, she opened her eyes and asked whether her master had received her message. The next morning, in the coffee shop, Shen served coffee and sat across from Su Ling, handing her a cappuccino. He explained that it was a wet cappuccino, more suited for girls, with less foam and more steamed milk, somewhat similar to a latte. She thanked him and said that he had texted her to observe the Bishop of the Hush Strike and investigate the Nightmare Cult. She mentioned that she currently had partial intel on the cults and would begin with the Nightmare Cult. The Anti-Magic Bureau had confirmed that the cult had formed a contract with members of the Lightless Dust. Upon hearing this, Shen thought to himself that he had exposed the actions of the Lightless Dust the last time, leading to the Anti-Magic Bureau officially declaring them an illegal organization within the inner circle. Now, it seemed the Bureau was taking specific precautions against this elite sorcerer organization. Su Ling said that the cult had helped a member of the Lightless Dust sneak into Veranda. They did not know his true identity, but their intel indicated that his codename within the Lightless Dust was Disaster Drama. Shen closed his eyes and began to sweat, thinking that the previous head of the Salians had gone by the codename Horror Flick and had fought in a truly terrifying way. If this new individual was called Disaster Drama, then he would certainly not be an easy opponent. Su Ling added that their intentions for Veranda were not good this time, and that she wanted to work harder and put in more effort. Shen responded that she did not have to force herself, as everyone had their own responsibilities, and all she needed to do was whatever she could manage, which would be enough. Su Ling replied that she understood and said that it was pointless for those who were too weak to claim they wanted to help. She mentioned that her suspension had been immediately lifted by the commissioner after the God Imposter incident, and that she had recently submitted an application to use a disastrous ranked relic. As she was speaking, Shen suddenly raised his voice in alarm and said that she must not touch any disastrous ranked relics. Surprised by his reaction, she asked if he was worried about her and then smiled gently. Blushing slightly, she asked again if he was concerned. Shen smiled and admitted that he was a little, nervously sweating. He then told her not to immerse herself too deeply in battles driven by ambition, offering it as his advice to her. Silence spread through the shop for a moment. She closed her eyes, smiled, and thanked him for his advice. Shen, sipping his coffee, said that she could certainly listen to it. Suddenly, when Su Ling said that Mr. Shen was so gentle, the coffee he was drinking spurted out of his mouth. She pointed at him and said that he was powerful, mysterious, gentle, and handsome, and she feared that women might go crazy over him. Shen, blushing and wiping his mouth, asked if perhaps she was mistaken. She smiled, stood up, and said goodbye to Mr. Shen, wishing them both a happy new year. As she left, she thanked him for taking care of her that year. Shen also stood up, blushing and pressing his lips together, thinking that the entire situation had been so stressful that it seemed he could not treat her too nicely from now on. Meanwhile, in the villa, some maids and a lady were walking through the corridor when someone cast a spell on them, chanting words that bound them like puppets with magical strings, making them walk or act according to that person's will. That person had bound the lady with his magical strings and framed her in the darkness, stating that he would now observe Mr. Shen's strategy and see what he would do next. He did not intend to fight Shen face to face. This person's face was hidden by a moon-shaped mask, and he was revealed to be Mr. Moon. However, outside the big room hall of the church at night, all the strikers knelt on the ground, and before them, someone from their community, someone senior, generated the same letter in interface form. And it was written on the letter that the strikers prayed to be provided with eternal peace and serenity. All the strikers read the same letters which appeared before each one of them, when suddenly something boomed like a flame pillar behind them, and then it transformed into many flaming pillars. Aina stood among those strikers and thought that at least the innocent people were evacuated, and that these were all bad people, and that Hush Strike was an unredeemable psychotic cult. She thought they would only hurt more innocent people, and she remembered how she had been helpless back then, and believed it was better to strike first than to be ambushed, and that she could not sympathize with them. She closed her eyes and smiled. One of the seniors among them raised his voice, wondering aloud about the Lord of Ashes and what it was, as a giant stone monster started cracking, and something red and glowing was shining in the monster's head. The flaming balls were booming on the monster's body and destroying it. Aina said it was her turn, then she was surrounded by the flaming aura, floating up in the air and stepping toward the monster. Seeing her, those strikers stood down and started saying that the Shrine Maiden was going to attack. Aina extended her hand toward the monster, saying that she could achieve great power when she was fully loyal to the Lord of Ashes, and that the ashes would never fail its people. She cast the flame ball, saying it was the fire that burned everything, and shot the flame toward the monster. The flame ball turned into a flame storm and shot at the monster, burning and melting its body. The monster roared and ended in the flame, and its burnt body pieces fell on the ground like flame ashes. Aina, surrounded with the flame, was floating upward in the air, her eyes glowing like flames, and she said to be loyal to the ashes and praise the ashes. They all started praying to the mighty Lord of Ashes. After a while, a priest of their community came to Aina carrying a box in which a glowing object was kept, saying that it was found from a member of Hush Strike. She looked toward the object, and it was nothing else but a coin. On the other side, Shen was examining the same coin and remarked that the symbol on the silver coin should be the coin of the crafters, and he thought it was highly possible that the crafters would make some sort of deal with Hush Strike in Miranda. It was mentioned in Aina's letter that they had attacked a ritual of Hush Strike, and this coin was found after the battle. He closed his eyes and said he remembered the crafters, and let himself recall the information in Yale's soul ball. The so-called crafters in the inner circle were supernatural beings who had mastered astral spells in the alchemy field, and they could use astral spells to craft mysterious relics. He then remembered the time when he had sat in the shop holding the Yale soul ball with the lightning aura emanating from it, and said that most crafters could only craft odd-ranked mysterious relics. The crafters who could craft twisted ranked mysterious relics were undoubtedly valuable assets for all major forces, and the crafters who could craft a disaster ranked mysterious relic were known as masters. Most untouchable ranked mysterious relics were related to gods from another dimension, so craft masters were unlikely to craft that level of relic even with the best ingredients. Shen closed his eyes and thought that it seemed Baron was an elite sorcerer but also a craft master, and that he should look for a chance to exploit him. After this, he opened the envelope and said that the Crafters Association was a secret organization with crafters all over the second largest continent, and that they always tended to be pacifists. He could not believe they were working with Hush Strike this time, and that the priest of Hush Strike was personally involved, and he wondered if they were going to craft an untouchable ranked mysterious relic. Meanwhile, Christine's notification message appeared on Shen's phone. He checked the message and said it looked like Christine had already found out about Mr. Moon, and thought she should come over to report to him if that was the case. Meanwhile, Christine banged the door and entered the shop, and when Shen heard her voice, he was surprised, looked toward her, smiled with a little sweat, and thought that she might have been waiting by the door this whole time and had arrived immediately as soon as he replied. After this, Christine sat before him and said that she had gathered a lot of intel about Mr. Moon. But she did not dare to get involved, because someone had provided her with reliable intel that Mr. Moon might be involved with royalty. Hearing this, Shen thought that Nolan was a monarchy country, so if the royalty was involved, he was afraid Christine would get involved with people she should not mess with if she kept investigating. Christine said that they had warned her not to continue with the investigation, and that she was not sure what to do at the moment. Shen said that she should stop gathering intel for now, and that she could let go of this royalty business. He then thought that he was not afraid of the royalty, but Christine was weak in power, had no official status, and lived among the public. He decided he should be straightforward and visit this Mr. Moon, then asked her to tell him about the intel she had investigated, and she replied in agreement. The next night, Shen, in his eagle form flying over the club, thought that this must be the elite club called Lofa. He then flew toward the roof of the club and turned into his haze form, spreading the haze all around the club. As the haze entered the club and flew through its corridors, he thought that he was able to cover the entire club after upgrading, and that it was much more convenient to find someone. However, he found out that Moon was in a luxurious room, sleeping on the bed. Shen landed before him in his haze form, turned into his divine messenger form, and stood before Moon's bed, telling him that he might get up now. Moon, wearing the moon face mask on his face, sat up straight on the bed and responded by greeting Mr. Shen and saying that he thought they had met before, and that he had not expected they would meet again under these circumstances. Shen asked what he had expected, and Moon, squeezing his eyes, wondered how he would know, adding that he had not wanted to meet him in person at all. Shen said he supposed Moon had expected they would meet when Shen visited his coffee shop, but not when he visited him in the middle of the night. Moon agreed that in such a case he would have prepared nice gifts before going, and Shen asked if that apartment was considered a gift from him too. Moon replied that of course it was, as he had sold that apartment to Shen at a low price, then paused and squeezed his eyes, asking if there was something wrong with the apartment. Shen remained silent and thought that Moon did not look like he was faking it, but that this scheming trickster should be good with flattery, so he could not trust him. Shen asked him if anyone had entered the apartment, or rather who he had bought it from. Moon replied that he remembered something from a few nights ago, when a man who was tearing up came to the apartment. He described him as a man in his 30s with black hair, who had vanished after staying for a while. Moon said he did not know what was going on with the apartment, but that, when it came to suspicious incidents, that was the most suspicious one. Shen thought something was not right, while Moon added that he was actually a relative of the royalty, that the queen had put him in charge of the auction, that he was only someone who helped the royals with connections, and that he was a supernatural being who surveilled illegal activity, and that he was just a middleman. He closed his eyes and politely told Mr. Shen that he had no intentions to mess with him, that it was not him if something was wrong with the apartment, and that Shen had to believe him. Shen took out his book of Decapath Traveler and, watching from it, said that Moon would be living here these days. Moon replied in agreement, while Shen, watching the live video of the room where Moon was right then, turned into his haze form and left. On the other side, in the shop, a paper was lying on the table on which was written that dear Mr. Chess Player, they had Christine, and that his dog was still safe so far. However, Shen read the letter, and it was written that they hoped he would come to the slums tomorrow with that ancient silver coin, promising that they would send her back to him safely, as it was an important item for their deal with a hush strike. Shen, after reading the letter, thought to himself that it sounded as if they were from the Crafters Association, noting the intense alchemy sent on the letter, and angrily narrowed his eyes, thinking that the Crafters Association should not dare to want to be his enemy so openly. He sighed and reflected that someone might be trying to use them for their dirty work. Meanwhile, there was a knock on the door, and Shen turned to say for the person to come in. A man entered the shop, and Shen, looking toward him with surprise, thought he seemed to be a programmer. The programmer introduced himself to Shen, saying that he was from the Crafters Association, and that his name was Weiss, his teacher being Master YN, the leader of the Crafters Association and a great crafter. Weiss explained that Master YN had requested Shen's help, so he had come to ask personally. Shen thought it was a perfect time for a visit, then threw the letter toward Weiss, telling him to have a look at it. Weiss caught the letter, asked what it was, then read it, began to sweat, and declared that it was nonsense. He then shouted that there was no such thing, insisting they had been framed, and he trusted Shen to be wise enough to see through it, calling it a cheap trick to put the blame on them. Shen reflected that it seemed he was being dragged into the spiraling fight of their three cults, but he was not yet sure what the key question about the coin signified. He asked Weiss to tell him everything about the ancient silver coin, and Weiss replied that the ancient silver coin was actually a soul coin containing the souls of ancient elites. Weiss added that the Crafters Association had 6 of these soul coins, then hesitated before saying that if all 7 were collected, they could attempt to craft an untouchable ranked powerful mysterious relic, which would be a huge threat to the Nightmare Cult. Weiss thought that the Nightmare Cult had kidnapped Shen's underling, and that was why they had framed them. Hearing this, Shen considered it possible. Weiss then waved his hand and added that he hoped Shen would come to the Crafters Association headquarters with him, as their leader, Master YN, would love to talk with him and clear up the huge misunderstanding, reminding him that the enemy of an enemy was a friend. Shen agreed to meet his leader, while thinking that the Hush Strike had a grudge against him. The Crafters Association was collaborating with them, and perhaps the enemy of both, the Nightmare Cult, was the one who had kidnapped Christine, at least according to the intel so far. However, at midnight, Shen, in his half-invisible form, walked after Weiss through an alley of the dreamscape while snowfall covered the ground. On the way, Weiss commented that he could see Shen behind him, but could not sense his presence at all, and Shen remained silent as the quiet spread while they continued walking. Suddenly, they stood on the snow-covered ground before a building that began to shake and distort like a blurry image on a screen. Something like a shield in front of the building cracked, and a green light appeared from the fracture. Weiss, surprised, identified it as a nightmare beast, thinking it was probably an ambush by the Nightmare Cult and that they were inside the dreamscape. The Nightmare Beast emerged from the cracked shield and moved to attack them, while Weiss shouted that they would die in real life if they were killed by a Nightmare Beast in the dreamscape. He quickly cast a golden spell circle, reached inside it, and pulled out a large weapon. Shen, seeing this, thought it was a powerful weapon. The veins on Weiss's head and face began to throb as he started firing flaming bullets from the weapon at the Nightmare Beast. The bullets pierced the beast's body, and the casings from the weapon fell to the ground before Weiss, who was left profoundly tired and sweating, collapsing to the ground and saying he could not continue, as the Nightmare Beast faded. Weiss explained that his mysterious relic would make its user weak for at least an hour after one round of bullets, and using it consecutively would weaken him further. Shen, standing silently behind him, closed his eyes, pressed his lips downward, and thought that it was not a useful mysterious relic after all. However, 3 door-like shields began cracking in the same way as before, and when beasts came out from the shields and stood on the rooftops ready to attack, Shen silently watched. The cracking shields increased in number, and many monsters emerged from them. Shen transformed into his human form and took out his cane weapon. As the monsters jumped to attack all at once, Shen raised his cane, thinking about the trick of the colorless town destruction, which could break almost any existence even in the dreamscape, then swung his wand to break the shields from which the monsters were coming. Behind the broken shield, Shen found a girl kneeling on the snowy ground and huffing, and he remarked that he had found her. Blood was flowing from the girl's mouth as she angrily demanded to know who he was and how he had managed to get there so easily. Weiss stepped in front of the girl, standing before her, while Shen asked her to stop. Weiss turned to look at him, pressing his brows in anger, then pointed his large rifle-like weapon at the girl with the intent to kill her. Shen shouted for him to freeze, and Weiss stopped while the girl shivered in fear at the sight of the weapon. Shen said that someone had blamed her for kidnapping his underling, and the girl quickly moved aside to save herself, replying that she had no idea what he was talking about. Shen told her he knew that was not the case, and that she needed to come back with him because he wanted to talk to her. She remained silent before asking why she had to go. The freezing effect ended, and Weiss began firing bullets, forcing the girl to run frantically from side to side, repeatedly shouting in fear that she would go and begging Shen to tell him to stop. After a while, the 3 of them sat in the coffee shop, and Shen asked the girl his first question, which was why she was there. She closed her eyes and replied that she served the teachings of the Dreamscape mentor and had come to kill someone named Weiss. Weiss, hearing this, posed his question to her, which was why she needed to kill him, and she answered that it was because he was her enemy. Shen, angered, said that he had tried to stop him but Weiss still insisted on killing, then asked why. Weiss replied that he did not know, admitting he had acted subconsciously, and that there was no particular reason. Shen told him he had better think it through before answering, as the standoff could lead to the death of one of them, his eyes glowing as he drank his coffee. Weiss added that he had no intention of lying to him and that he was not aware of anything like that, nor was the Crafters Association. He then placed his hand on Sandra's neck after hearing Sandra, the girl sitting next to him, shout in surprise and ask what he was doing, and Shen said that there was a scent on her. Weiss asked what he meant by that, to which Shen told him to just do as he said, and Weiss, sweating, replied in agreement. He placed his hand on Sandra's neck and grabbed it. Sandra, sweating and closing her eyes, asked what he would do next and why he did not move. Then he forcefully squeezed her neck, causing her to turn red, her eyes to widen, and she to forcefully move her neck while staring at Weiss. Shen told Weiss to let go, but Weiss did not listen to him and did not stop, and Shen angrily warned that if he did not stop, he would die. As Weiss kept squeezing her neck, her eyes throbbed, tears appeared in her eyes, and she was unable to speak, barely managing to say that he should let go. However, Shen froze Weiss. After a while, when the freezing time ended and Weiss spared Sandra's neck, she, with teary eyes, angrily told him that he had almost killed her, to which he responded by asking if she was trying to kill him too. Shen said that Weiss had lost consciousness just now, that something was commanding him, and that he could sense the smell of death. He then told Weiss to reach his hand out, which Weiss did as Shen instructed, and Shen held Weiss's hand, saying radiance, as a glowing golden light was released where Shen and Weiss touched each other. Sandra thought it was such a warm light, and with that, Shen lit her neck, causing her body to start healing as well. Meanwhile, something dark in color vomited out from Weiss's mouth and moved upward at high speed, while Shen's golden warm bright light tried to hold that thing by spreading there. Shen, looking toward that thing, thought that they had not fallen for the apartment trap. So now they had kidnapped Christine, that first they had framed the Crafters Association with the letter. Then they had used the assassination of the Nightmare Cult to turn his suspicion on the Nightmare Cult, that the evil spirit would make Weiss kill the assassin so the Nightmare Cult would fully take the blame for this mess. An anguished sound came from that dark smoke-like thing, which was the evil spirit surrounded by Shen's golden light, and Shen sighed, thinking that Hush Strike would have gotten a clean alibi no matter what. He closed his eyes and ended the light, thinking it was a shame that ever since he had been summoned he could smell the scent of Hush Strike, including the gods from another dimension recently. Meanwhile, that dark spirit flew toward the door to run away. Weiss turned and said that it wanted to escape. Shen pointed his finger toward the evil spirit and froze it, and the evil spirit halted there. Shen sent his gray ball toward the spirit, which engulfed the spirit, shrank again, and flew back to Shen. Shen, holding his book of Decapath Traveler, told them to wait for him there. Then, in his divine messenger form, holding the book and gray ball, appeared in the darkness of the library before Baron and released that evil spirit from the gray ball before him, saying that it was the tale left by an enemy and that he wanted him to investigate its source. Baron, turning his eyes aside, replied perfunctorily, and Shen pointed his finger at him, saying that the enemy was Hush Strike and that he should have known when Baron betrayed Yale that Hush Strike would never leave him and his daughter alone. In an instant, Baron cast the lightning spell, pulled the evil spirit inside it, and said that he would dissect it immediately and investigate the source of this evil spirit. that he would not overlook any information. Shen told him that his efforts would be noticed by his god, and that next he could choose a lower-ranked item as a sacrifice and his god would still reply to his prayers, to which Baron replied in understanding. Shen disappeared and suddenly appeared in the shop before the two of them, who were scared to see him, and Shen told them to tell him everything they knew about the Bishop of Hush Strike, to which they both agreed. After a while, Baron messaged Shen, and Shen checked his phone, seeing that Baron had prepared the necessary requirements. Shen said that he had to leave for a while, told them to stay and behave, and instructed Kola, lying on the table attentively, to keep an eye on the two of them for him, saying she had been noticed. On the other side, in the library, Baron released the lightning ball toward Shen, saying that he had found what he wanted, and Shen took that ball, saying that the evil spirit was born from another dimension, born within a deep abyss that was incredibly dark. A man stood in the darkness, a middle-aged man in a black jacket whose face he could not see. Baron asked if Shen wished to get rid of Hush Strike for good, to which Shen replied that he did, and Baron said that if they tried to get rid of Hush Strike, it would anger the striker, but Shen said that the striker did not care, that there might be another evil spirit, and that he wanted him to analyze it again, then help him spread news saying that the elite crafters had angered the chess player, and would soon be put to an end, to which Baron replied in understanding. After a while, Moon sat on his bed, saying that Shen probably would not be back today, that he was worried Shen would suddenly appear every day, and that it was making him lose sleep. Meanwhile, Shen appeared before him, saying that Moon had the scent of silence and the scent of winter right now, that he had not had it before and had not had it the last time he came here, and Moon, sweating, remained silent. Shen said that maybe Moon had not been possessed back then, and Moon asked what Shen was talking about, to which Shen said that there was someone behind everything who had been manipulating Moon for a long time, that they had used him but not every moment. He then stepped forward and placed his golden lighting hand on Moon's shoulder, saying that this was precisely why the Anti-Magic Bureau and the royalty could not sense anything wrong with him. The golden light released from Shen's hand spread over Moon, and Shen held the gray ball in which someone appeared standing. After this, Moon said to Shen that he owed him one, and Shen turned into his haze form and flew away, saying that he would come to him if he needed anything. On the other side, Christine, her body tied, was kidnapped in a dark empty room. She closed her eyes in sweat and said that this must be an underground dungeon, that she had been suddenly captured, that the enemy should be a disastrous ranked supernatural being, that she had been ambushed and had not had a chance to resist, that she did not know who had kidnapped her, but it was probably related to Sir, and that she could never mess with people of that ranking after all. She then sadly opened her eyes and asked herself if he would care at all whether she lived or died, saying that he could simply replace her with another apprentice if she died. Then she loudly cried, shouting to herself that she was competent at work, that he could order her to do any work, even if he wanted her to take her clothes off. Meanwhile, a voice telling her to shut up was heard, and Christine, surprised, said to herself that it was Sir's voice, as an ant insect appeared on the ground surrounded with bluish light. Then that insect turned into Shen, surrounded with bluish light. Christine asked herself if it really was him, and if he had come to save her, while Shen thought that maybe he should just hire a less talkative apprentice. He then threw a paper toward her, saying that he was not here to save her, that she needed to save herself, the paper falling before her on the ground. And Shen said to comply with the written instructions if she wanted to live, that this was also his test for her. And hearing this, her eyes widened, and she thought in surprise that she needed to summon a god from another dimension. However, Christine, after reading that paper again, asked Sir if he wanted her to summon a god from another dimension. Shen replied that it was correct. She looked toward the paper and wondered that it must be accurate since Aina was willing to give her the method to summon the Chaos Watcher. Fire is a strict winter, but its warmth is like a warm spring, though it will deplete everything. The cast is a law that changes and destroys. The Darkest One will provide items he crafted to his faithful worshippers. He will misguide them to summon him into their dimension, so he can turn everything into darkness. After a while, a red spell circle was cast on the ground. Christine closed her eyes, made fists, and knelt on the ground before the spell circle, saying the source of darkness, the core of the universe, the watcher of chaos, the darkest one that exists only as the inversion of everything. She presented to him her illness, her weakness, and her pain. She closed her eyes, sweating, and thought whether sacrificing these things would work, thinking that it was worth it. She opened her eyes and thought nothing was happening, just as she expected, and that these sacrifices made her feel as though she was the one getting the benefits. Suddenly, she looked ahead and asked where he was, but Shen was not present there as he stood before the other side of the spell circle. She again worriedly asked where Sir had gone. Suddenly, the red light spurted from that spell circle, and seeing that intense light, Christine was surprised and thought it was a summoning pentagram and wondered if she had successfully summoned a god. However, from that red spell circle, a dark aura emanated and started circulating in the room. Christine became frightened and was visible in the spreading dark aura. Her fearful expression was clear when that dark aura came closer to her. The dark aura spread throughout the room and cast darkness, though Christine was no longer visible. After a while, she fell to the ground, got up, and, seeing the darkness around her, fearfully looked around. Meanwhile, she heard the voice of the god saying he accepted her offering. She fearfully looked up and dropped to the ground. The darkness ended, and Shen appeared before the spell circle. Christine, still frightened, lost consciousness. Shen, looking toward her, thought that she was still too weak as expected. He then held his chin and thought that previously, most of the Chaos Cult members could not handle the scent of a god from another dimension. But Aina had reacted much better than them on her first summoning. Aina was just an ordinary kid back then, with silver hair and red irises, and even the features were similar. Maybe the rumors were true that Aina was the last descendant of the original oracle. Suddenly, 3 different colored lighting balls levitated over Christine. Shen, carrying those balls in his hands, thought she would have no more illness, weakness, or pain anymore. Those lighting balls started circulating in Shen's hands, and from that light, Shen saw Christine's memory, where she nervously sat in the office. In the next scene, he saw people in the office shouting slogans for Christine, and she happily stood in the center of those people. Then, in the next scene, he saw Christine standing in the office again. Seeing all this, he thought it was her memory, and that she had worked extra hard because she had gone through pain. He then clenched his hand, ended the memory lights, and said that it seemed anything could be sacrificed since conceptual things could be presented as offerings regardless of whether they were positive, negative, valuable, or valueless. In that case, the act of sacrifice was not less valuable than a blessing. He then cast a paper ship, saying that maybe the value of these things had different standards for gods from another dimension. He put that ship before Christine on the ground and turned into haze. Outside that room, a priest of Hush Strike stood. Suddenly, from the locked room where Christine was, the dark aura spurted out from all sides of the locked door. The priest fearfully wondered if this scent was the scent of a god from another dimension. The dark aura moved at high speed, spreading in the area, attacking the priest and bursting upon him. Other priests walking in the cave ahead suddenly felt something rumbling inside the cave corridor. The priests wondered if something was coming. The dark aura in liquid form, like slime, spurted out from the other side of the cave corridor. Before those priests could act, the dark aura attacked and killed them. Outside in the hall to which the cave was attached, a large group of priests sat on the ground. In the middle, they had tied a group of people with ropes and stitched their mouths. The priest sat before them, reading from a page floating before him, making prayers and saying the name of He as the name of everyone, the voice of He as the voice of everyone, the silent guider, the singer of kings, the eternal maker who blesses the people with serenity He will. Suddenly, from the entrance side of the cave, the dark aura burst out and started spreading in the hall. The priests fearfully tried to run away, but before they could, the dark aura spread over their bodies, killing them and finishing them completely. The darkness spread there, and a priest fell to the ground, becoming visible from the darkness. Everyone seated there died. Meanwhile, haze appeared before the remaining priests, and they turned to run away. Shen, in his haze form, turned into his human form and thought that judging from their clothes, these must be the remaining high priests, which was convenient as he did not need to search for them anymore. He then cast a flame ball, thinking that the substance transformed flames were still powerless under normal circumstances. But under these circumstances, no ordinary person could fight it. He then shot the flame ball toward the priest, which passed through his body and began burning him. Seeing this, the others stopped in fear, watching their companion burn with flames visible in his eyes. However, the burning priest's eyes turned blank, and he fell to the ground. Shen smiled and thought that it burned the soul and considered himself lucky. He then cast another flame ball, thinking that next, all the cultists in this area would have no chance to stand against him. However, Shen's small flame ball turned into a tornado and spread through the entire area, burning it completely. All the dead bodies of those priests burned in the flames. While Shen, in his haze form, appeared in the room where Christine was, he thought it was just in time. Aside from the ordinary hostages who were captured as sacrifices, not one cultist was spared. However, the paper crane turned into a black bird with big wings and red eyes, appearing before Shen. Looking toward it, Shen thought that the transformation of the paper crane was also completed. It did not look like a mysterious relic, it felt like there was a soul inside it. As Shen was staring at the bird, it began shivering in fear, and Shen wondered if he had created a life. However, Christine was sleeping on Shen's bed. Then she woke up, opened her eyes, and asked where she was. She remembered that she had summoned a god from another dimension. After a while, she got up and went out of the room into the shop, asking why the place looked like the coffee shop. When she entered the shop, she happily said it really was the coffee shop. Shen, who was having breakfast, sat there and told her to pipe down and come have some breakfast. She looked toward Shen happily, thinking that he had saved her and had not treated her like a disposable pawn. Shen told her she had done well. She sat before him and thanked him for the compliment, calling him sir. He then placed a black bird before her on the table, saying that it was her reward. She asked in surprise if this was her reward, and with her mouth full of food, she said it must be something extraordinary if it was given by him, and wanted to know what it was. Shen sweated and replied that it was the heart of the Black Phoenix. She asked with amazement if it was really the heart of the Black Phoenix, saying it sounded powerful. Shen, carrying the bird in his hand, told her to hold it tightly and call for its help. as she could summon a black phoenix that would not die. She asked if the soul contained in the bird must have a disastrous ranked power, and if it was really for her, and wanted to know the cost of using it. Shen smiled and replied that it was not a mysterious relic, but a living being, so there was no cost. She said she could not believe it had no cost, then blushed happily and, looking toward the bird, said it was like a disastrous ranked bodyguard she could summon anytime, and that it was like a presidential reward. Shen, holding a sandwich, told her she was too weak, then gave her the sandwich and told her to eat it. She took the sandwich and agreed, calling him sir. After this, she started eating the sandwich and said she would always be loyal to him. Shen told her not to talk or she would choke, saying she deserved the reward as she had always felt unsafe and had always worked hard because of her weakness, her persistence, what she still had, and what she had lost. He then asked her to keep it safe with her. Meanwhile, Su Ling entered the shop, and Shen, looking toward her, called her name. She responded to him respectfully, then, with a lost expression, asked if it was a bad time. He replied that it was not, and, with a sweating smile, said she was right on time. Meanwhile, Christine smiled, waved, and introduced herself as Christine, saying she was there to discuss some matters with Mr. Shen. Shen, sweating with widened eyes, agreed that they were discussing matters and began to introduce her. But Su Ling, with her head down, responded that it was not necessary. She then looked toward Christine and said she was an investigator of the Anti-Magic Bureau. Christine thought she sensed hostility and wondered if Su Ling was there to steal her job. She shook hands with Su Ling and introduced herself as a high-tier ender of the Rossifolius agency, explaining that she usually helped Mr. Shen handle some business and was his employee. Su Ling sweated and remained silent while pressing her brows, then looked toward Christine's body and asked indirectly if it was the angle. Christine stared at her and thought investigators were known as psychos among psychos in the inner circle, even more psychotic than cultists and the scum of the inner circle. She did not know much about Su Ling, but had heard she was a young investigator with potential. Looking toward Su Ling's body, she thought she indeed had a lot of potential, but she would need to think twice if she wanted to come for her. However, she asked Miss Su Ling to sit if she did not mind. Su Ling stepped ahead and thanked her. After this, Christine sat before Shen and said she felt like her body was much better after she woke up, though she was not sure if it was a delusion or not, but her mood seemed to be much better too. Shen closed his eyes and replied that it was because the god had accepted her sacrifice, and her illness, weakness, and pain had been taken away by the god from another dimension, the darkest one. Christine, sweating with a smile, asked if the god from another dimension had really taken those things away, saying that should be a good thing. Shen responded that if she ever felt like she needed those negative things one day, he had methods to get them back. Hearing this, Su Ling was surprised and thought he could retrieve what had been sacrificed to a god from another dimension. People called him the chess player and the divine messenger, but maybe that was wishful thinking, and his status was probably so high that he could negotiate with gods from another dimension. Christine smiled, thinking he seemed to be more powerful than she had imagined. Su Ling closed her eyes and said something major had happened that morning, as they had received an anonymous report revealing the location of Hush Strike's headquarters, which was also discovered to have been destroyed. It seemed to have been destroyed by the descent of a god from another dimension, but this descent had occurred on evil lands instead of Buranda. Shen said he was the one who had strategized the destruction of Hush Strike. Su Ling said she had thought those were just rumors. Shen said he saw people still thought it was only rumors, so he wanted her to spread the news around. Su Ling, pressing one brow up and the other down, asked if he was not always someone behind the axe. Shen replied that he wanted people to fear him. Christine blushed, thinking he was trying to protect those who worked for him, like her. Meanwhile, Shen got a message from Aina and thought it looked like they had found it. He then got up and said next it was time for serious business. Christine asked if it was related to Hush Strike, then also stood up and said she thought Hush Strike must want revenge after the damage, though they did not know what sort of revenge. Shen cast his book of Decapath Traveler and, looking toward it, said he had to ensure they could not have their revenge. He then gave the same sandwich he had given to Christine earlier to Su Ling, telling her to eat it, and when she took it from him, she told him to give it to her. She quickly ate it, started chewing, and said it was kind of salty, asking if he had sweat on his palm. He thought she was not his employee, so why had she not hesitated a little? He then said it was an allocation rune that would alert him if the girls were in danger. Christine responded in agreement, calling him sir, and then Shen disappeared from there in his haze form. As he left, Christine said she hoped all was well for him, then corrected herself, saying he would succeed after all he was. Suddenly, her shoulder started burning and the same mark like Aina's appeared on her shoulder, and she, in pain, said it burned. She then lowered her shirt, looked toward the mark on her shoulder, and asked if it was a mark. Su Ling said it looked like she had also been chosen. Christine asked if she had been chosen by him. On the other side in the town during the daytime, some men were working at the same place. One of them, a man wearing his going home clothes, was walking past others, and seeing him, one of the men asked if he was leaving work so early today. He replied that yes, he rarely got off work so easily. However, in the corridor near the stairs, another man in a white costume asked if he was leaving work. And the man laughed and replied that he was going home early for a drink. When he arrived home and saw his wife sleeping, he said it looked like she was not awake yet. Suddenly, he noticed haze in the room and said there was haze in the room. And though Baranda was known as the capital of haze, this haze was far too foggy. He then smiled and said he did not have to guess who was there and that they should have fun then. The priest of Hush Strike was someone whose identity no one knew, neither the Anti-Magic Bureau nor the cultists of Hush Strike. He remained abnormally mysterious throughout the years, only passing messages to Hush Strike through evil spirits or possessions. He had never shown himself, but Hush Strike was definitely the core, for he had destroyed the lair of Hush Strike. If this priest were eliminated, Hush Strike would be finished. According to Aina's intel, the priest of Hush Strike must be hiding somewhere around here. Shen, thinking about all this, stood on the roof of the house in his divine messenger form, and then turned into his haze form, believing he could cover this entire area because of his current powers. Through the memories of an evil spirit, he vaguely saw a middle-aged man wearing a black jacket. This was not a wealthy area, so wearing a thick jacket during the winter was common. Yet he could filter out a few suspects based on the vague silhouettes. In his haze form, he passed through the people walking in the alley and thought that all the black jackets looked the same. But it seemed the person had noticed his presence, and these people were acting as distractions for his escape. Meanwhile, a man who had left work earlier was walking in the alley and wondered to himself why it had suddenly become so hazy, noting that the weather report had indicated there would be no haze that day, but he decided to forget about it and take the subway. Shen, shifting from his haze form to his divine messenger form, appeared behind the man who was walking ahead and remarked internally that the haze was strong that day. Closing his eyes, Shen sensed the scent of death and decided to test the man. At high speed, Shen moved toward him and extended his hand to attack, but the man kept walking and pretended nothing had happened, feeling nothing unusual. Shen stopped his hand before making contact and thought that there was no reaction, that something felt off about the man, who continued moving ahead and smiling. Later, at the train station, the man passed through the crowd, boarded the train, and sat down, thinking that he had to escape to a more remote place this time. Shen, in his divine messenger form, entered the train, sat before the man, and reflected that his acting skills were impressive and had almost fooled him. The man thought to himself that if Shen attacked, everyone in the train would die, while Shen observed that the man seemed to know he had been exposed. The man reasoned internally that the cultists of the Chaos Cult were searching the same street, meaning they must have confirmed his whereabouts. But because Shen had still followed him and left the street, it was clear that Shen was sure of his identity. Shen considered that this was correct, for he had gone to the man's residence and had no doubts due to the intense scent of death. The man cast a green lightning magic ball-like object from which waves of lightning emanated and decided that he would get off the train later at the city center, warning himself not to be stopped, for if Shen attacked, everyone there would die. The green lightning waves spread through the train, passing by the passengers. Shen thought to himself whether the man believed he cared, while the man thought in response that Shen did care. The man smiled and reasoned that otherwise Shen would not have allowed him to board the train and would have attacked immediately. Looking toward Shen, the man speculated that he was the chess player and admitted he had thought Shen was powerful but felt disappointed. Shen considered that power was not measured by strength but by the level of sacrifice, and that he had sacrificed his past, his experiences, and his human connections to be at ease. He reflected that gods from another dimension were all like that, caring only about themselves and never about anyone else, and that this was the way of living for all powerful beings of the universe. He observed that although the man was clearly powerful, he still cared about irrelevant people and was unwilling to make necessary sacrifices. When the train stopped, the man got up, turned, and passed by Shen, thinking that Shen was bound like someone chained in a duel and would fail at the final moment. As he left the train, he added to himself that Shen would die. Outside, he smiled and declared in his thoughts that he had won. But Shen also smiled and questioned internally whether that was true. The man was surprised to see his green lightning magic waves move ahead and pass through people, while Shen stood before him unaffected. The man considered that the gray line had been activated and that Shen had better stand still or else those people would die. But Shen walked closer, wondering if the man really thought he cared. The man shouted inwardly that if he died, all these innocent people would die with him. Shen transformed his cane into a magic weapon and wondered aloud in his mind whether the man still felt at ease after killing so many people and acting only for his own benefit. The man shouted internally for him to stop and to see how the people would die because of him, but was shocked when his green lightning magic ball produced no effect on the people. Shen asked himself what people the man was talking about and hinted that he should check the time. The man was startled to realize it was noon and thought fearfully that it should not have taken so long to travel from boarding the train to reaching the city center, questioning why he had no memory of the time loss. He realized that the broadcast had not mentioned the station and that this was not the city center. The lightning magic waves attached to the people's bodies stopped there, and they all turned to leave, for they had been immobilized by the magic earlier. Shen stepped forward and stated in his mind that this was a suburban area near West Buranda, close to the final destination. All the people moved to stand behind Shen, their eyes glowing, while Shen declared to himself that the man had no hostages. He smiled and wondered if the man understood, considering whether he should give him a few minutes to think. Shen reflected that he had delayed the man's perceived time using a freeze on the way, while using truth and lies to mislead the passengers and keep them on the train until they could follow him here. He had informed Baron and the Anti-Magic Bureau during the frozen time. The train broadcast had failed because of Baron's astral spell, and the people in the subway had been evacuated through Baron's evacuation spell. Baron had then used a large-scale astral spell to disguise this station as the city center. Shen remembered that when Baron had attempted to resurrect her daughter, she had created a massive number of ghouls, which were now being used as passersby. These magic ghouls appeared lively because Baron possessed the theory of everything and the essence of the world, making it easy to disguise the fake as real. The man thought that based on the results, Shen seemed to know about his astral spell and wondered how Shen had learned the activation terms and conditions of the gray line. Shen replied and thought that Yale had told him. The man insisted internally that this was impossible and suspected Shen was mocking him because he believed the man could not escape. Shen thought that she considered him weak, but he believed no one had the right to decide who was weak or powerful, regardless of kindness or evil. He reflected that the universe was madness, darkness, and chaos, and that in the endless unknown, kindness and evil were insignificant. The smallest unit of power was the capricious nature of individual will. The man opened his hand to reveal an eye on his palm from which dark blood flowed, remarking in his thoughts that it seemed he had been underestimated. As the dark blood dripped to the floor, the man admitted he had abnormal power and declared mentally that as the priest of Hush Strike, he would not simply run away, for he was above disastrous rank. The blood splattered on the ground, and he decided their battle had just begun. Dark wind began to blow around them, throwing people aside and turning the area dark. Shen realized this was the chant of the Dark Soul, but the dark souls that emerged from the ground were surrounded with glowing white light bodies, white costumes, and dark faces. Standing before the chant of the Dark Soul army, the man happily opened his arms and challenged Shen in thought to show the power of the mastermind and prove if he was capable of catching him. Suddenly, the man's body began cracking, and he wondered internally when this had happened, as Shen appeared before him and struck his head with his cane. The darkness turned into white light, and the man's body broke into pieces from the strike. Shen remarked in thought that it was a glamorous end, but suddenly the dark aura mixed with light reappeared at the spot where the man had stood, and as his body broke apart, Shen wondered if this was a backup plan to save his life, sensing the scent of the soul. However, the priest's body pieces, like glowing glass fragments, fell to the side in the same direction and were absorbed into the light that appeared. The voice of the priest was heard during that time, saying that life or death was just a state of existence, that death was not the end of life, but instead a new form of life. Death transformation, a disastrous ranked relic, could be penetrated into the heart as a medium to touch souls. The death transformation had two effects, the first being that it could transform the target of the user into a terrifying evil spirit, and the second being that it could ensure the user's soul did not go to the astral plane, allowing the user's soul to exist in the form of an evil spirit. However, the priest's body regenerated, but now in a different form, surrounded by a colorless aura. Yet the light was still visible and emanating from the place where the priest's body pieces had gathered earlier and from the area where his body began regenerating. The priest said that the cost of using death transformation was the user's life, but he added that it was not a big deal for him since there were many methods to increase one's lifespan. Shen asked him if he could still move after being totally dead, and the priest responded that it was not just that, as he could also control these evil spirits. However, a large number of evil spirits moved toward Shen to attack him, and Shen cast golden lightning magic with his hand, shooting a storm of golden flaming magic toward those spirits. The evil spirits screamed while being attacked by that burning golden flaming magic, and all the spirits ran away in the direction that offered them escape at that time. Shen still cast his flaming magic, looking toward the spirits running away, and said that they were not getting away that easily. Meanwhile, a golden lightning spell circle was cast over those evil spirits and began absorbing them. Outside that place, at the escalator, the members of the Anti-Magic Bureau stood casting the spell circles, and Shen added that after all, he had not come alone. Meanwhile, the remaining evil spirits, roaring and surrounded by golden lightning magic, escaped and moved toward the Anti-Magic Bureau team members to kill them. A member of the Anti-Magic Bureau shouted that the twisted ranked evil spirits were coming toward them. Ruo Lan, peeking through the wall, smiled and gave a thumbs up toward the team of B-ranked investigators standing there and said not to worry as the B-ranked investigators would deal with the twisted ranked evil spirits. The member shouted for them not to get distracted and to secure the borders, while the evil spirits running toward them got closer. Another member, watching the evil spirits, said that here they came, and another member, casting the golden lightning spell circle and standing excitedly with his team, said to get ready for the next wave of attack, stating that he would take down those three. Then he and others cast the same golden flaming spell circle, shooting flame bullets toward those evil spirits. The flaming bullets struck the evil spirits and exploded on them, while other flaming bullets passed through the evil spirits, burning them. Meanwhile, other flaming bullets moved at high speed, surrounding other evil spirits from all sides before exploding on them. The members attacking the evil spirits said that they could not escape. After killing those evil spirits, a member of the Shield Guild happily told his team that it was nice work, but instructed them not to ease up and to try to stop these things at the exit. Meanwhile, a lady with purple hair, a member of the Anti-Magic Bureau, arrived and called for backup. Ruolan asked what she wanted him to do, and the lady, looking toward him, said she had only asked him to go somewhere slightly further, but he was still responsible for stopping the twisted ranked evil spirits. She then said that Ruolan and she would take care of this one. Ruolan, moving ahead, pointed his finger and told the other members that they had better listen to her, judging from the scent of this one about to emerge, as it must be a disastrous ranked being. A giant evil spirit emerged before them, and a man with black hair, fearfully looking toward it, instructed everyone to get back and safeguard the subway exit within a 300-feet radius. The lady thought about the chess player and wondered what had happened in the subway. Ruolan smiled and said that it was a powerful evil spirit and it looked like it was up to them. The lady stood beside him and said they should begin. Ruolan said to let him go first, as his powers could suppress this thing, and the lady replied with indifference. On the other side, the priest in his evil form, running in the corridor, thought that the chess player had made him lose so much, but he could survive. He then laughed, thinking that although the chess player had called in so many investigators from the Anti-Magic Bureau, no one was guarding the best place to escape, the sewers, and concluded that the chess player was not all that. Meanwhile, the high priest of the Chaos cult appeared before him, saying that he was finally here, laughing wildly, though he admitted he was unsure why, as he felt he should be the one laughing instead. He then started laughing loudly, causing the evil priest to be scared and to wonder if the high priest had faked his death and escaped last time, making the evil spirit stop running. The Chaos cult senior priest asked if he remembered the attack a few months ago, saying that he had fled the scene through the sewers after faking his death. The evil spirit thought it was a joke, while the senior priest smiled and said that the attack had caused quite a bit of damage, and now he finally had the chance for revenge. The evil priest said he had a suggestion, and the senior priest told him to share it. The evil priest then removed the sleeve cloth from his arm, showing an arm that started throbbing and was surrounded by lightning magic. The senior priest said that he did not have much time left to speak, as a lot of monsters surrounded by flaming aura, having only mouths with sharp teeth, emerged from his arm, roaring and moving toward the evil spirit to attack him. The evil spirit quickly turned and ran away to save himself, thinking they had a chance to work together. The senior priest hushed him, saying to let the monsters feed, as the cult leader of the tragedy field had always desired and had always been starving. The flaming monster mouths grew bigger and bigger, chasing after the evil spirit, who fearfully fled through the air. However, those monstrous flaming mouths devoured the evil spirit, and the senior priest retrieved his flaming monsters back into his arm. He smiled in satisfaction, saying that she would be as hungry as he was in the future. Suddenly, he was surprised, his eyes widened in shock, his body started trembling, and lightning aura began releasing from his body as he asked if he had been devoured, and if the devourer still wanted to take his body. He then calmed himself, the lightning aura faded, and he smiled, saying that the ashes protected them, that those who worshipped the false god would fail, and that he would become their food and sacrifice. After some time, Shen also retrieved his cane, smiled, and said that the scent of Hush Strike was completely gone. On the other side, a member of the Anti-Magic Bureau came to the commissioner's office and informed him that they had news from the frontliners, that the ambush mission against the Bishop of Hush Strike was completed. The commissioner responded that he understood and told them to continue, then closed his eyes and said that the chess player left only one message every century, and he could not believe that the first message for them was to leave the chess player alone. He then opened his eyes and wondered how it had happened, considering she was the one who cared about Nolan the most. The next day, at Shen's coffee shop, he returned from his haze to his normal form with a satisfied face, thinking of the days of going to work and how nostalgic they were. He sighed, thinking it reminded him of the days working at the coffee shop, though he was no longer heading out from that lousy apartment. He happily thought that he had dealt with the Bishop of Hush Strike, so the last worry of Mr. Moon's house had also been dealt with. The house was not big, but it was a useful mysterious relic. Meanwhile, Su Ling arrived, sadly addressing Shen as Sir. Shen asked why she had come so early that day, and she happily noted that it seemed he still remembered her. Shen, surprised, asked what had happened, and she sadly said that she had woken up that morning and had suddenly discovered that no one remembered who she was. After a while, both Shen and Su Ling sat before each other. Su Ling said she went to the academy that day and discovered that the teachers and her classmates could not recognize her. The Anti-Magic Bureau also could not recognize her, and she sadly said she had been afraid on the way there, fearing that he had also forgotten about her. She thought that if that was the case, she would be back in the past again, then closed her eyes to complete her statement. Shen smiled and said he remembered her, so she should not worry too much. She also smiled, and Shen said that according to what he knew, this should be the powers of a nightmare demon. She asked about a nightmare demon, and Shen explained that it was an astral spell from the moth field known as the dream figure, and only the priest of the nightmare cult could use it. Her existence in real life became a dream for other people, and she was surprised to hear this and remained silent. She then said she wondered if there was an antidote for an astral spell like that, but he replied that it was useless even if she killed the caster, because she would need the caster to lift the spell. She asked again if it truly would not work even if she killed the caster, then touched her chin and said that if it was an astral spell that could only be used by a priest of the nightmare cult, there was only one culprit. According to what she knew, it was their spiritual leader, the Dreamscape Mentor. They called him the Nightmare Mentor, but no one knew where he was, and he might not even exist in that dimension. That man was a fanatic worshipper of the Nightmare King, and it was hard to get him to do anything, as the usual threats would not work against worshippers like him. Shen closed his eyes and said that the Nightmare cult was not active in that country, but they had many successful cases, as several cities were dragged into the dreamscape and became part of the eternal dreamscape. The cultists believed happiness belonged in the dreamscape, and their greatest desire was to stay there forever. They had sworn to fight alongside their eternal king and to expand the map of the dreamscape, repeatedly conquering the real world. Su Ling said the Nightmare Mentor lived a long life, but they knew very little about him, except that several decades ago two ranked investigators had been in contact with him, and both of them had gone missing. She thought she must have been in contact with him somewhere, and was told to think about anyone suspicious she had met recently. She replied that last night she had run into a dark-haired man in his 20s who looked quite handsome, with a black mark on his forehead shaped like a circle with several curved arrows and a black cross in the center. She thought he dressed strangely like a cultist, and suddenly she remembered that he had no facial expressions but kept crying, with eyes that looked very sad. Meanwhile, George arrived from behind and added that it was indeed him. The man she met was the Nightmare Mentor who had been the only leader of the Nightmare cult for years. Shen said he had come just in time, and Su Ling saw him happily standing and expressing disbelief that he was there. She thought about why he was in the city and noted that he had shaved his beard, making him look much younger. He responded in confusion, asking if they knew each other, and Su Ling realized she had gotten too excited and forgotten the current situation. Then with a happy face she apologized, saying it looked like they would have to know each other all over again. George replied that he had to take back the connections stolen from him by the First Blade, and the only way to retrieve them was through a mysterious relic from the Nightmare cult. Her connections were also stolen by the Nightmare Mentor, so in that case they had a common goal. Su Ling closed her eyes and said she wondered how they could find the Nightmare cult, and George replied that it was indeed their biggest problem. Then both of them looked at Shen, while Shen remained silent. He closed his eyes and thought that it seemed like Weiss, who had contacted him last time and met Sandra, the assassin who had assassinated the Crafters Association, was really lucky, otherwise he would have no intel now. He then asked them to give him a minute. After a while the three of them stood before each other, and Shen, casting his lightning ball, stood before them saying he had found a magic charm in a room of a cultist from the Nightmare cult, a crystal ball that could detect her location at all times. Su Ling responded that they would investigate her. After a while both George and Su Ling left for their task. While walking in an alley, Su Ling thought that previously, when they were working for the Anti-Magic Bureau, she had wanted to beat him up because of how lazy he was. But now he looked so energetic, and she wondered if it was because he had found a purpose in life. She then said she was sorry she had not listened to him and had not chosen to quit being an investigator. George said he did not remember, but nevertheless it was her choice. Su Ling said she would become a ranked investigator and be the youngest ever, and that she had already applied for a disastrous ranked relic. George remained silent and stopped behind her. After some time, on the other side in the church, the priest knelt on the ground before the flaming statue in the praying hall. He made a prayer to the mighty fire of origin, saying he was his loyal follower Fred, and that there was a strange mark that had appeared on his body recently. Fred, unable to speak properly, turned red in the cheeks, sweated profoundly, pressed his forehead and brows, and said it was on his left butt cheek. He added that he could not get rid of that mark no matter what, and according to what he knew, the mark was not a symbol from him. Meanwhile, before him, on the floor, the flame cast writings with the flame, and Fred thought he had received a reply. He then looked toward the flame and read the words telling him to head back to Buranda and investigate the evil leader of the Nightmare cult. Reading that reply, he said that the mighty fire of Origin's loyal servant Fred would fulfill his order, and that his will was his destiny. After a while, in Shen's shop, he stood at the counter saying left butt cheek, then hit his fist on the table and laughed loudly until his eyes filled with tears. He then heard Aina's voice saying that the ashes from the source of disaster prayed to him, and that the head of the Crafters Association, Master Yan, had reached out to them, hoping they could work together and defeat the Nightmare cult. Hearing this, Shen thought he had been so busy that day. Aina sat on her bed, closed her eyes, and said she held no grudges or history with the Chaos cult, the Crafters Association, or the Nightmare cult, so she did not know how to choose. She got up and stood in the dark room, in the bright light falling from above. when she received the response to go to the coffee shop. She happily said she would listen to his orders, calling him Divine Messenger. On the other side, Shen said he had been wondering if he should reach out to the Crafters Association, who were against the Nightmare Cult, but he had not expected them to show up on their own. He then touched his chin and said Mr. Moon had mentioned a weeping man at the villa, and perhaps they had prepared this earlier than he expected. He remained silent, then looked toward his hand and said he had vaguely seen a strand just then, which became more obvious when he looked at it closely. He touched the strand to know what lay on the other side, and there he found Aina changing her clothes. Aina looked toward him and asked if the mighty ashes were looking at her. Shen saw her shocked, his eyes widened, blood flowed from his nose, and he said it connected to Aina, meaning he did not have to wait for her to contact him anymore. He then looked at his hand and said he had more godly powers now, wondering if he could descend later on without being summoned, and what was so special about him, as well as the connection between him and the gods from another dimension. The next day, Aina hopped into the shop, calling him Divine Messenger, and Shen, sitting there having coffee, responded that she was there and should come have a seat. The middle-aged man in a blue costume, who had been in the corridor and killed that evil spirit, also appeared behind Aina. She added that this was the high priest of the chaos cult, Filed. Filed looked toward Shen and thought he looked so ordinary, but deep down, he was terrifyingly powerful, and that only the Divine Messenger had such perfect skills to stay hidden. He thought Shen was playing both the cult and the anti-magic bureau in the palm of his hand, and that he had single-handedly destroyed Hush Strike. He believed Shen was that powerful yet understood people well, placing him in the sewers to stop and kill that bishop so he could take his revenge. Meanwhile, Shen blushed and turned his eyes away in embarrassment, thinking what happened the previous day had been purely an accident and that he had not seen anything. Filed, smiling and blushing, thought Shen was so amazing. After a while, Shen and Filed sat before each other, Shen pressing his lips downward and looking toward Filed while thinking that something felt off about this old man, and in his mind he imagined that Filed was laughing in an evil manner. Shen closed his eyes and asked if the Crafters Association had reached out to him, and Filed loudly replied that the Crafters Association had indeed sent someone, that they had found their headquarters and had reached out to them. Shen told him he did not have to be so loud and should speak normally, then thought to himself that he could not believe the Crafters Association had found the headquarters of the Chaos Cult on their own. He reflected that this old man might look perverted, but from what he knew, his management skills were remarkable, otherwise the cult could not have stayed hidden throughout the years. Filed explained that they wanted to be allies and wished to speak to their master YN, that on one hand they wanted to carry on their deal with Hush Strike, which meant obtaining the soul coin they needed, and on the other hand they wished to work together to defeat the powerful Nightmare Cult. They were enemies of Hush Strike, but the Crafters Association clearly had a brief collaboration with them, and would not oppose them solely because of Hush Strike. Filed then loudly added that this master was immensely powerful, capable of making the beings of the inner circle shiver with fear, and that the Crafters Association must also be fearful of him, with the inner circle of Miranda having to take his thoughts into consideration. Shen closed his eyes and said that, as Filed had stated, they could work with the Crafters Association, and that Hush Strike had completely fallen apart as their enemy, leaving the Lightless Dust as their main adversary at the moment. Soon after the God Imposter crisis, Shen was reading the letter while walking in the shop and noted that it addressed him as Dear Mr. Chess Player, or rather Mr. Shen, acknowledging him as the leader of the Lightless Dust and calling him the author. It stated that he had surprised them, that he had won this time, but they looked forward to the next time. After reading the letter, Shen thought that first it had been the God Imposter, and now it was the Nightmare Cult, with the Lightless Dust behind everything all along. He knew he could not sit by and do nothing if they had decided to be his enemy. Sitting before Filed, he remarked that the Nightmare Cult and the Lightless Dust were allies, and that they were now the main target. Filed agreed, while Aina, sitting beside him, was slurping coffee. Filed glanced at her with sweat forming on his brow, and wondered why she had to be so loud with the straw, questioning in his mind if she was a child. He then closed his eyes and realized that she was indeed a child, and that her behavior in front of the cult had made him forget this. It was as if she took off her armor when she was here and turned back into a normal child. No wonder she liked this place so much and seemed to trust the Divine Messenger. Shen added that collaboration with the Crafters Association was necessary, but he did not plan on visiting their master and would ask him to visit instead. Filed responded that they were the ones who took the initiative and were more powerful, and he would pass the message to the Crafters Association's Divine Messenger. Shen described the mentor of the Nightmare Cult as a tearful young man with black hair and complete cross marks on his forehead, who had been quite active in Miranda lately. He told Aina not to fight him if she encountered him, as his powers were greater than hers, and Aina responded that she understood, Divine Messenger. Filed then informed Shen that they had found intel on the disaster crisis, which involved an elite Lightless Dust sorcerer who had smuggled into Miranda. This man had escaped from the Anti-Magic Bureau of Francis, and Filed had heard that he was born covered in tattoos by an elite sorcerer, possessing incredible powers since birth. 20 years ago, he had thrown a tantrum as a child and caused a massive disaster because he could not control his anger, nearly destroying an entire city. While Aina was still slurping coffee like a baby, Fyold continued, saying that this man had been raised by malicious sorcerers, had no name and only a collection of codenames, and was a tricky being despite also being disastrous ranked. Shen closed his eyes and concluded that it seemed the author had sent a ticking time bomb. Suddenly, the coffee shop began to rumble, but Fyold and Aina did not feel it, with Aina still busy with her coffee and Fyold showing no expression. Shen thought that they did not sense the vibrations and realized it was likely another summoning. He told them he had things to attend to, and that they could leave. Meanwhile, in a jail, a golden spell circle had been cast around a CCTV camera, and a girl sat before it holding a moonstone over her hand while making prayers for success. She received a response, as Cassio hoped so, having given her the moonstone. She said that the blessing would be greater than the moonstone if they received a response. Opening her eyes, she thought that the eldritch spirit had not blessed her with flesh, but instead with a form of life in the axis of time. It was a simple blessing, but held power on a level where the eldritch spirit could surely save them. She then began prayers to the source of vitality, the father of Xenos, the changeable and shapeless master, the eldritch spirit who never sleeps, presenting to him the stone of moonlight and asking for his eldritch power. Giant tentacles thumped before her, spreading through the room. She touched one of them and presented the stone of the high moon, asking for a greater power. She received a response that her offering was accepted, and the moonstone began to levitate. Shen caught the moonstone and, looking toward her, thought that last time he had given something liquid, so this time he should give something different, reasoning that no one said it had to be liquid. He pulled one of his hairs, wondering if hair would work, then pinched her cheeks, thinking that before that he should pinch her face. Holding the hair in his mouth, he smiled, thinking she truly was an elf, with skin so soft and smooth. Pressing his eyes shut, he thought that from her point of view, it must be terrifying for him to touch her, but he could not help himself. He then wrapped his tentacles, which were actually his hands, but appeared as tentacles to her, around her, deciding to give her the hair after he was done touching her, as she had earned it. She became wet and looked toward a cane that appeared before her surrounded by lightning, recognizing it as the staff of Xenos. She held the cane, which began to release light that spread before her, and as she swung it, large lightning mushrooms appeared with inscriptions all over them. She thought this was a certain new Xenos, similar to the original carrier through knocking on objects or lifeforms, and believed it was a god field. Shen, standing before her though unseen, pressed his lips down and wondered why so many things had grown from the ground just because of his hair, questioning if it was a godly planting tool. After this, the cane fell to the ground, and she blushed and wiggled, thanking the mighty eldritch spirit. Shen, thinking for a while, moved forward and touched her head, closing his eyes, and considered that he had said it must be terrifying for her to see him. But she seemed to be coming on to him, as she shook her hands and wanted to hug the tentacles. Shen thought she was brave to hug a bunch of tentacles, and as she grabbed them tightly, gray haze spread around him. He told her to keep waiting, praying, and sacrificing, as her opportunity would arrive, before disappearing into the haze. He reappeared in his shop and, looking around, asked if they had left, thinking it was the perfect time to study the use of the sacrificial stone. After a while, Shen was in his shop surrounded by bluish light curving around him, holding the moonstone and noting that it made the user invulnerable under moonlight, quickly healing all wounds. He found limited intel on the moonstone and realized that Yale's soul ball was outdated. Looking at the moonstone, he noted that he had the rust cross, so it was useless to him, and that Aina was near disastrous rank and did not need it either. Su Ling, though she appeared a cold beauty, was actually aggressive and fought like a crazy warrior, so he thought of secretly giving the moonstone to her, then questioned why he said secretly, reasoning that it was normal to give items to his subordinates, and that Aina could not use it anyway. At that moment, a message appeared on Shen's phone, and the phone began jumping on the table. Shen backed away fearfully, wondering if Aina had found out he was playing favorites so soon. Touching the screen of his phone lying on the table, he reasoned that it was a reasonable gift and not favoritism. Holding the phone and looking at its screen, he saw that the master of the Crafters Association, YN, was heading toward the coffee shop to meet him, and thought that she was so competent that the final players had joined them, and that it was time to start fighting back. YN arrived at the coffee shop, feeling grateful for finally coming out and sensing that the place reflected the spiraling center of Nolan's inner world. He approached the door, thinking about desserts, but suddenly froze in shock as he sensed something unusual beyond it. He sensed the eldritch spirit beyond the door, recognized it as the primordial master of monsters, and realized he could not run away because the visit had been arranged. He hesitantly knocked on the door, worried about displeasing the mysterious coffee shop owner, yet reassured himself that the visit was for a collaboration and that the owner could not be that frightening. He saw Shen Yu inside and realized with relief that he did not seem as scary as he had imagined. YN recognized the small creature as a dependent of the Lord of Ashes and wondered if such a being was only fit for wiping cups in the coffee shop. 20 minutes earlier, Shen Yu confronted a trembling cat, demanding to know what it was as an ominous power surged around him. He spared the trembling creature without caring about its identity and ordered it to wipe cups instead. Subsequently, he recognized YN and invited him inside to take a seat. YN smiled and remarked that it was typical of the coffee shop owner to recognize him instantly. Shen Yu dismissed the flattery and invited YN to sit and discuss their collaboration, while YN hurriedly asked to buy a few desserts. Afterward, YN asked to get down to business as he explained that he needed the 7th soul coin to forge an untouchable ranked relic to fight the nightmare cult mentor. Shen Yu agreed to consider YN's request but stated his terms, making it clear that he had no reason to oppose the nightmare cult. He set his terms by demanding a disastrous ranked relic and full permission to use the newly forged untouchable ranked relic during the fight against the nightmare cult mentor. YN thoughtfully reasoned that they only needed to borrow the untouchable ranked relic temporarily, and that the only thing they had to give in return was a disastrous ranked relic. YN accepted the terms and presented a disaster-ranked all-seeing map as the prepayment. But Shen Yu wondered uneasily if he had made a cheap offer as he noticed how happy YN seemed. YN explained that the all-seeing map allowed constant surveillance of any place by reflecting everything around the user's location, even other areas like the coffee shop. He realized in shock that the all-seeing map failed to detect someone's presence, leaving him stunned and confused. Shen Yu decided the map was still useful, and wondered if it could help him uncover the secrets of the Crotali and the anti-magic. From Shen Yu's point of view, the map displayed the coffee shop scene with YN seated across the table. A sudden clang startled them, and the trembling cat excused itself, saying it had things to attend to. It meekly wiped the floor with a broom while meowing, carrying out its assigned task in the coffee shop. Shen Yu concluded that Sandra secretly schemed despite knowing she was being watched, remained loyal to the nightmare cult mentor, and decided to wait for Su Ling to bring her back to extract information. Su Ling returned with the others to the coffee shop and reported back to Mr. Shen after completing the task. Sandra wondered why she had been summoned to the coffee shop and what was really going on. Mr. Shen coldly told her that she did not need to know anything and asserted that her life and will were completely under his control. Sandra defiantly declared that she would never reveal anything and would not betray the nightmare cult mentor, no matter what was done to her. The others stepped in beside her and coldly remarked that she was awfully confident. Shen coldly reminded her that what happened next had nothing to do with her personal will, emphasizing his control over the situation. Sandra ominously declared that she would force Shen to reveal everything, showing her determination to break his resistance. A moment later, she looked frustrated and asked sarcastically if the other person even knew how to cook, showing her displeasure. She expressed her concern humorously, asking if the torture involved eating the steak someone else cooked, while Su Ling snapped back, mentioning that Mr. Shen had his ways. Looking at the all-seeing map, Shen noted that she had stayed in the Baeser's dollhouse for 2 days and decided it was time to take action. He smiled, confident that she would be fully under his control. He explained that the invisible strings from the Baeser's dollhouse would manipulate the tenants without them noticing any strange changes in their behavior. The pink strings from the Baeser's dollhouse began to take effect, subtly manipulating the tenants' actions, while Sandra remained unaware of the changes. Under the influence of the invisible strings, she began writing down information about a man from the Crafters Association, mentioning that he was hunted because of something he had done. Shen deduced that Sandra wanted to kill the man for accidentally discovering the hidden disaster crisis in Miranda. He also noted that Sandra had provided the safe house but was captured, implying the nightmare cult had noticed something. Hearing a knock at the door, Mr. Shen calmly called out to come in. As the new year approached, YN wished him a happy new year in advance, marking a brief moment of cheer. He, now in a more playful mood, reminded Shen that it was time to get down to business. He introduced the untouchable ranked mysterious relic, calling it the incredible dice. Shen Yu realized he could count the untouchable ranked mysterious relics on 2 hands, mentioning that Royalty and Nolan and the Anti-Magic Bureau each had one as well. They revealed the final item, the incredible dice, as the last of the untouchable ranked mysterious relics, and gently handed it to Shen Yu. YN warned Shen Yu to be careful, as the incredible dice had a serious side effect, and its outcome would depend entirely on his luck. He explained that the incredible dice can be used once a day, and their effect alters the future, influencing the progress of the timeline. He explained that if the incredible dice rolls a 20, the next move will certainly succeed, even allowing an ordinary person to have a chance to kill a disastrous ranked being. YN warned that if the incredible dice rolled a 1, nobody could save the user unless they had help from a god of another dimension. Shen Yu tossed the incredible dice, and it began to roll through the air, its outcome uncertain. The incredible dice froze in mid-air, glowing with intense energy as its fate remained uncertain. The incredible dice landed on the number 12, and YN optimistically noted that it was closer to 20, hoping something good was bound to happen. YN expressed relief, joking that if the chess player had immediately died after they struck their deal, the collaboration would have been incredibly embarrassing. A sudden booming sound startled Shen Yu, and he wondered aloud if it was a summons. Shen Yu smiled, thinking that the situation should bring him good luck, and recognized that preparing before the war would benefit him, regardless of whether he gained the upper hand or accepted sacrificial relics. A mysterious figure stood in a ritual circle, declaring that he would either be ultimately kind or evil, as long as his deepest desire was fulfilled. He then presented the water of immobility to the world, surrounded by an ominous haze. The girl sighed deeply, thinking about the money and the New Year's gift for their siblings, while feeling reluctant about the situation, even shedding a few tears. The powerful summoning ritual was underway, followed by explosive booms that filled the air, rising into an ominous black cloud. In the midst of the chaotic summoning, the girl suddenly fell to the ground and accepted the offering, as if confirming the success of the summoning. Shen Yu recognized the sacrifice, realizing it was the raindrop they had touched when first summoned as the striker, connecting the past to the current ritual. He looked at the glowing raindrop in his hand, wondering if this was the good luck he had gained from rolling a 12 and how Baron had come to possess it. The other smiled mischievously, thinking about the unexpected acquisition of a disastrous ranked relic and wondering what forbidden knowledge it might provide this time. Shen Yu recited mantras such as the enjoyment of untroubled ease and the equality of things, preparing to further invoke nourishing the Lord of Life as part of the ritual. The mage's expression grew intense as he eagerly anticipated the arrival of the forbidden knowledge, their eyes glowing with anticipation. He, overwhelmed by the incoming forbidden knowledge, began to tremble and exclaimed in shock, recognizing the presence of the third one amidst the swirling smoke. Shen Yu, in a humorous moment, declared he would stop after the forbidden knowledge's third part finally ceased, bringing an end to the overwhelming ritual. The Jew, overcome by the forbidden knowledge, thought of the eternal spirit, a continuation of transcending bounds that allows the soul to separate from the body, keeping its fire eternally burning. He, now realizing the power of mastering the eternal spirit, thought that if they could use the method of ignite recorded in the forbidden knowledge, they could potentially revive even if their body were dead, getting close to immortality. He realized that by combining the second forbidden knowledge with rare ancient runes from the source of spells, they could create thousands of new astral spells, implying immense power. He laughed, feeling like he could be on the same level as the chess player and thought he couldn't be ordered around anymore. Right after, Shen Yu, in the coffee shop, looked at the all-seeing map and questioned whether the entire 4 basement levels were merely a diamond-shaped jail. He wondered why he couldn't see the people inside the jail using the all-seeing map's uncover function. He thought about checking out the royalty, noticing a woman eating in a nightgown in the palace late at night, concluding that she must be royalty. He realized her aura suggested that she was a concubine, at least. He stared at her for a moment before the all-seeing map suddenly blacked out. Shen Yu smiled, wondering if she had been looking at him just now, thinking the royals were even more mysterious than he'd imagined. The loud thumping noises surprised him, and he speculated that it wasn't a summoning, but perhaps related to the disaster crisis. Therefore, Shen Yu arrived at a location and noticed a strange mist rising from a building, which Sandra had mentioned. He realized the disaster was no longer behind the door, and when he opened it, he stepped into a terrifying unknown. He suspected it was a trap as he faced the glowing red symbols surrounding him. These symbols changed into a violent explosion, and when the smoke cleared, he stood alone within the swirling mist. Shen Yu discovered a glowing artifact, secured it for himself, and decided he would not leave empty-handed. He examined the cursed runes, realized he knew someone who could decipher them, and decided to ask Baron for help. He abruptly entered the room in a flash of light, holding the mysterious object and startling Su Ling as his sudden arrival broke the calm atmosphere. Shen Yu explained that he had come to lend an item, warned her that she was too weak to survive on her own, and revealed the moonstone as a tool that would increase her chances by helping her quickly recover from injuries. Su Ling accepted the glowing moonstone with gratitude and asked where he had obtained it. Shen Yu casually said he had gotten it from another girl, leaving her awkward and silent. However, Su Ling smiled softly and said that he was the only man besides her father who had ever given her something. Shen Yu calmly observed her and remarked that someone as remarkable as her must have had many admirers in the past. Su Ling bitterly described herself as dark and lonely and admitted that she had vanished for years, never attended middle school, and had never been in a relationship before. She quietly confessed that she wanted to experience a relationship and feel something different in her life, no matter how ordinary or dramatic it might be. She asked what he planned to do about Sandra, and he replied that Sandra had told him everything and had been very cooperative. Su Ling pouted and complained that he had not visited recently and that she only ever heard Sandra criticize her cooking. Sandra cheerfully offered them tea after their long conversation, while the other reacted in surprise and asked if something was wrong with her. Shen Yu firmly told her to put the tea down and leave, and she quietly agreed. Su Ling looked around in confusion as tension rose, and he calmly turned back and revealed that he already had a plan, explaining that he would not allow Sandra to stay at his place rent-free. Both of their phones suddenly vibrated and lit up at the same time, signaling an unexpected interruption. Su Ling urgently warned him that the lightless dust would attack the eastern suburbs of Miranda the next day, and he noted that they had received the same intelligence. Shen Yu grimly explained that the disaster crisis would trigger a massive catastrophe on New Year's Day, dragging half of Miranda into the underground.